I traveling to the Swallowed Star universe and got a sign-in system. Tragically, I descended into the core area of the Beast universe when I first arrived. But thanks to my first sign-in, I was able to strip my soul and reincarnate into a human boy and belongs to the same time range as the original protagonist, with my progress being faster than anyone on the planet. I cultivates this clone as a main body. Now you see how I will conquer the universe. Chapter 1. He raised his eyes and looked around. It was pitch black all around. He couldn't even see his own fingers. An endless and terrifying oppressive force surged from all directions, as if it wanted to crush Zhou Hao into minced meat. However, Zhou Hao didn't panic at all. He even stretched lazily and yawned. I was still sleeping in my own bed a second ago, and the next second, I'm in a place like this. If this isn't a dream, then, there's an 80% chance that I, Zhou Hao, have transmigrated. Zhou Hao snapped his fingers. Although he didn't hear the sound, the collision between his muscles and skin was unusually clear. He couldn't help but imitate the crooked mouth of the god of war. His eyes shone with the luster of wisdom. As I expected, it's true. Very good. Since I've transmigrated, there must be a corresponding Goldfinger benefit. Zhou Hao, who had read thousands of books and had thousands of worlds in his heart, knew very well that transmigrators didn't have Goldfingers. Therefore, he took a deep breath. His eyes suddenly burst with a dazzling light that he imagined. With a posture that looked down on the world, he shouted loudly, "Goldfinger, come on." There was silence in the darkness. There was no response. Playing hide and seek with me? You're quite arrogant. Zhou Hao was disdainful. He changed into a more awesome posture. With a low but firm voice, he clenched his fist and raised it high, shouting, "I, Zhou Hao, summon the Goldfinger." Ding! A clear and loud sound rang in his mind. Zhou Hao didn't need to use his feet to know that this was the system's Goldfinger. 3,000 postures. I've only used 2, and the Goldfinger can't stand it. How boring. He shook his head, somewhat dispirited. He despised the system's lack of class. Check-in system activated. Host, do you want to activate check-in? Hearing this sound, Zhou Hao understood. So it's the check-in stream. Very good. The Goldfinger is also following the trend. Without hesitation, he said in his heart, "Yes. Congratulations to the host for activating check-in. Since the host is a newbie, I would like to remind you that you can receive rewards for check-in every day. The rewards for check-in at different places are also different." Zhou Hao said impatiently, "What are you talking about? Hurry up and sign in for me." What the hell? A broken check-in system actually said that he was a newcomer. What a joke. Zhou Hao named millions of Goldfingers in one breath, and none of them were the same. Congratulations to the host for checking in at the Land of Darkness in Universe Ocean. You have received. The system's voice stopped abruptly. Zhou Hao couldn't help but shout in his heart, "Hey, what did I get? Tell me." The system did not respond. He cursed under his breath, "F***ck, what kind of broken system is this? It's purposely keeping the host in suspense. Bad review." After scolding, just as he was about to urge him again, his face suddenly froze. Wait, Cosmic Sea, Land of Darkness. Why do these terms sound so familiar? He murmured. His eyes widened, and all the bones in his body seemed to have fallen apart. He collapsed. Holy shish *t, isn't this the lair of the sector beasts? At this moment, Zhou Hao panicked. He was completely panicking. Even though his wisdom was as deep as the abyss, and he was comparable to a genius. Now, he was kneeling. In the Land of Darkness, even the human universe supreme master, Huge Axe, only had time to say a few words before he died. He, Zhou Hao, was just an ordinary person. He had actually transmigrated here. It was no different from courting death. No wonder the system did not say anything. In this kind of hopeless situation, even the system was scared ***-less. His heart was burning with anxiety, and his hands were trembling uncontrollably. Zhou Hao wanted to cry but had no tears. He shouted, "Quick, quick, system, wake me up. I'm not dreaming anymore." The system still did not respond. "System, don't give up on me. I can still be saved. I can still be saved." Zhou Hao was so anxious that he was going in circles. It was useless to rely on the heavens, and it was useless to rely on the earth. He could only rely on the system. However, there was dead silence around him and in his mind. Zhou Hao was extremely scared. He felt like he was looking at the blood-red single eye of the 1 billion sector beasts, and it was staring at him. He was all alone. He was like a plate of meat that could not even fill the gaps between the teeth. I'm so unlucky. After shouting for a long time, the system still did not respond. Zhou Hao was desperate. Time ticked by. Zhou Hao, who was in despair, felt fear spreading in his heart. He was just an ordinary person. He did not have the courage to face death. If he had been swallowed by the sector beast right after transmigrating, he would not have felt anything. But the problem was, he was not swallowed. He was still alive and kicking. The sector beast is not small. One bite and I'll be gone. There shouldn't be any pain. Zhou Hao kept comforting himself. He also kept telling himself to think calmly. In the beginning, he could not calm down at all. He did not have time to think. But as time passed, Zhou Hao's panicked mind slowly calmed down. It was like hanging on the edge of a cliff and looking at the bottomless abyss. At first, he would be scared and panicked, but after hanging for a long time and not falling, he would become clear-headed. And Zhou Hao, who was gradually calming down, soon realized that something was wrong. One had to know. This was the land of darkness of Universe Ocean. The environment was extremely complicated and harsh. There was chaos airflow everywhere. The chaos airflow produced a terrifying oppressive force that could easily tear undying godly spirits apart. Even Universe Knights could not survive. He was just an ordinary person. Normally, he should have been torn to pieces by the oppressive force as soon as he entered. But now, he was completely fine. Could it be? Zhou Hao's eyes lit up. Deep in his eyes, there was crazy wisdom. The reason why I am fine after transmigrating is definitely because of the system's protection. Then I am still fine. There is only one answer. Thinking of this, he suddenly stood up. System, stop hiding. Hurry up and sign in. He shouted with all his strength. His heart was beating fast. He was extremely nervous. Ding! A sound rang in his mind. At this moment, it was like the sound of nature. Congratulations to the host for signing in at the Land of Darkness of Universe Ocean. You have received Universe Cycle Stars Hiding Technique. Congratulations to the host, you have received Chaos Godly Armor. Congratulations to the host, you have received the power of the Universe Origin. Congratulations to the host, you have received 1 Chaos Origin Crystal. Congratulations to the host, you have received the talent of Destruction Law. Quote. Zhou Hao was dumbfounded. He didn't expect the check-in system to appear again and crazily give out check-in rewards. It didn't stop for a whole minute. Ding! Warning! Warning! The check-in reward is empty. There is insufficient energy to maintain it. Host, please change your check-in location as soon as possible. Countdown of 1 minute. Quote. An urgent, ear-piercing warning sounded in his mind, and the countdown began. Zhou Hao felt the sense of anxiety rushing to his face. He knew that the system wasn't joking. There was no time to think. He hurriedly checked the check-in reward. Without saying anything, he put on the Chaos Godly Armor. Suddenly, the ordinary coat was covered with an ancient armor that emitted a vast chaotic ancient aura. The endless pressure around him suddenly disappeared. He heaved a sigh of relief. He hurriedly learned all the cultivation techniques and secret techniques in the reward. He had to receive the check-in reward himself. Boom! A large amount of information flooded into Zhou Hao's mind, making his head about to explode. Universe Cycle Stars Hiding Technique, Destruction Law Comprehension, Soul Stripping Technique. There were a total of 18 cultivation techniques and secret techniques. The remaining rewards were basically rare items like Chaos Origin Crystals. Countdown of 20, 19. Listening to the desperate countdown in his mind, Zhou Hao was very calm. Change my check-in location. The Land of Darkness is a sphere and is constantly moving. I don't even know my current location. Leaving the Land of Darkness is simply a fool's dream. He closed his eyes. He endured the pain as his brain worked at high speed. The check-in rewards given by the system definitely contained vitality. Items like Chaos Origin Crystals were of little value to his current situation. Then, only cultivation techniques and secret techniques were left. Universe Cycle Stars Hiding Technique, Destruction Law Comprehension, Soul Stripping Technique, Reincarnation Technique. These cultivation techniques flashed past one by one. Countdown of 10, 9. When the countdown reached 3, Zhou Hao took a deep breath. Soul Stripping Technique, Reincarnation. Chapter 2. Boom. He transmitted his thoughts. A violent tremor from the depths of his soul spread all over his body. Before Zhou Hao had time to react, a terrifying suction force surged over, causing him to fall unconscious. He didn't know how long he floated in the darkness. until a flash of light appeared. Only then did he suddenly open his eyes. Several nurses appeared in his sight. They were busy. Zhou Hao subconsciously moved his hands and feet, and he was shocked to find that he had become a baby. Is this reincarnation? He sighed helplessly in his heart, but his body relaxed. It was better to be a baby than to stay in the terrifying darkness of the Sector Beast's lair. System, quickly sign in. He didn't forget that the system's energy was running out. After he figured out his situation, he hurriedly shouted with his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at Yi, an obstetrics and gynecology hospital. You've gained proficiency in surgery. Quote. The system's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Phew, not bad, the system is still alive. Zhou Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Although the check-in reward was of little value, as long as the system was still alive, there would be a time when he would gain a lot. Soon, he immersed himself in his mind. Because his soul was reincarnated, he couldn't bring things like the Chaos Source Crystal. He could only keep the techniques and secret techniques. He immediately checked them carefully. Heavenly Cycle Stars Hiding Technique. This was a powerful secret technique that could hide one's aura and vitality. Heaven Swallowing Chaos Spell. The name sounded awesome, but it was a technique that could only devour chaos airflow to improve one's strength. The threshold was very high. Soul Stripping Technique. It could separate the soul into several parts. It was a god-level secret technique that could save one's life. But the disadvantage was that the soul was bound together. Destruction Law Comprehension Talent. It was similar to Bloodline Talent. Reincarnation Technique. It was an extremely powerful life-saving trump card. In a crisis, one could keep a trace of life imprint and be reincarnated. The disadvantage was that it couldn't reincarnate a complete soul. He finished browsing the 18 techniques and secret techniques. Zhou Hao's heart sank. It turned out that reincarnation didn't mean that he was completely safe. It was just that he had one more body. In other words, his original body in the land of darkness of the universe ocean would die if it was discovered by the Sector Beast. And the most important thing, the 18 cultivation methods and secret techniques rewarded by the system were basically used to save the life of the original body. Most of them could not be used by the soul clone. Only the Law of Destruction, Stellar Cycle Concealment, Soul Stripping, and Reincarnation could still be used. However, all four of them were support-type secret techniques. This was especially true for his talent in the Law of Destruction. Not only was it of no help to Zhou Hao, but it was also a huge hidden danger. He remembered very clearly that the location where the system had previously checked in was Yi, an obstetrics and gynecology hospital. If he guessed correctly, perhaps he was still in the devouring starry sky world and had reincarnated on Earth. In that case, the Law of Destruction could not be used at all. After all, this was the original universe. Alas, when it rains, it pours. Let's take it one step at a time. Zhou Hao put away his distracting thoughts. A sense of exhaustion came over him. He was still a baby, so he quickly fell asleep. Time passed. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Zhou Hao successfully became a 3-year-old child. He had also completely figured out that he had indeed reincarnated on Earth, which had been specially refined by the Divine King Sitting Mountain Guest. However, the time of his reincarnation was the year 2038. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in at Mingyu District Villanelle. 117. You have received 10,000 gold coins. Sitting on the balcony, Zhou Hao listened to the voice in his mind and turned over in boredom. He didn't know if this lousy check-in system had been hollowed out in the land of darkness. 3 years had been filled with rubbish rewards. Until now, he was still an ordinary child. I wonder how the original body is doing, Zhou Hao sighed. The soul stripping technique had many flaws. The soul strength of the clone was too low, so it couldn't communicate and fuse with the original body's consciousness. However, his clone had been fine for 3 years. This meant that the original body was doing well. Xiao Hao, come down quickly. Your sister is back, Mother Wang Rong's voice sounded. Zhou Hao quickly ran downstairs to the hall. Sister, when are you taking me to the Dojo of Limits? Seeing the graceful figure on the sofa in the living room, he directly pounced over. As a 3-year-old child, it was inconvenient for him to do anything. He stayed at home every day, and the check-in rewards were almost the same. This made him very depressed. Ying took the opportunity to hug Zhou Hao, and affectionately kissed Zhou Hao's tender face. Sister, answer me quickly. Zhou Hao rolled his eyes in annoyance. His sister Zhou Ying, whether it was her figure or appearance, could almost reach 95 points, but in Zhou Hao's eyes, she was no different from other ordinary girls. However, the family was able to live in Mingyu district. It was all thanks to Zhou Ying, The latter was talented and intelligent. She became a warrior at the age of 20 and was invited by the Dojo of Limits. Sister will take you there tomorrow. Zhou Ying, pinched Zhou Hao's face. Okay, you said it. If you go back on your words tomorrow, I promise I will pee on your bed. Zhou Hao finished speaking and quickly slipped away. Zhou Ying, was speechless. Her brother looked quite cute, but his words were too incongruous. Wang Rong came over with a plate of peeled apples, put it on the coffee table, and gently smiled. Ying your brother really wants to go to the Dojo of Limits. It's rare for you to come back, so just fulfill his wish. Zhou Ying, nodded. Okay, I'll probably stay longer this time. Wang Rong was surprised. What, don't you need to go back for training? Zhou Ying, eyes showed a hint of sadness, but it quickly disappeared. Not for the time being. The instructor said I have to go to the wilderness to train for a while. The wilderness? Wang Rong's face tightened. Don't worry, Mom, I will join a very strong team. There won't be a problem. Zhou Ying, hurriedly comforted. Wang Rong sighed and looked at his daughter. The family can't help you much. Outside, you have to take care of yourself. Don't work too hard. Okay, I'll take care of myself. Zhou Hao was hiding in the corner of the living room, listening to his mother and sister's conversation. His little face wrinkled. His sister became a martial artist at 20 years old and was considered a genius. Entering the Dojo of Limits training in Wuxia base, it would take at least 3 to 4 years of training. But now she came back in less than 2 years. And it seems like she doesn't plan to go back. He's afraid that there's a problem. I don't know what it is. Forget it, I can't help right now. I'll do my best to check in. He shook his little head and quickly returned to his room. The next day, Zhou Ying, didn't go back on her words. Early in the morning, she brought Zhou Hao to the Dojo of Limits in Mingyu district. Unlike the other Dojo of Limits branches in other districts, only martial artists and examinees can enter the Dojo of Limits. 3-year-old Zhou Hao can't enter without someone to bring him in. In the current Dojo of Limits dojo isn't Wutong yet. Sister Ying you're back. Ying is back. Ying quite a few martial artists who were training saw the graceful figure of Zhou Ying, and greeted her one after another. Zhou Ying, also responded to them one by one. Xiao Hao, don't run around. I'll talk to my friend first. Zhou Ying, said. Sis, you don't need to worry about me. Zhou Hao's voice was very young and carried a strong childish tone. But his movements were very fast. In the blink of an eye, he ran more than 10 meters away. Zhou Ying, wasn't worried about anything. Everyone here is a martial artist, and her little brother is very good. Zhou Hao went around the edge of the dojo and walked not far from a tall and sturdy man. He stopped. He impatiently shouted in his heart, System, check in. This is the first time he came to the Dojo of Limits. Ding. Congratulations to the host for checking in at the Dojo of Limits. You've received the genetic energy cultivation method. Quote. Ding. Congratulations, you've received the guiding force technique. Quote. Ding. Congratulations, you've received the spirit reader talent. Quote. A voice quickly sounded in his mind. 3 times in a row. Zhou Hao was excited. It's not easy. System, it's been 3 years and you're finally generous. There was no hesitation. He hurriedly received the system reward. The genetic energy cultivation method is the 5 hearts towards the heavens. The guiding force technique is a secret technique that increases the efficiency of energy absorption. And the spirit reader talent is more powerful. Boom. Finished receiving. Zhou Hao suddenly felt a golden ball appear in his mind. Condensed spiritual force. As expected of the system, it's quite impressive. He was very clear that the stronger the spirit reader talent, the more condensed the spiritual force in the sea of consciousness is. Chapter 3. He forcefully suppressed the urge to cultivate his genetic energy. Zhou Hao strolled around the club. Many warriors who were training wanted to pinch his face when they saw him. This made him very annoyed. Little kid, you can't run around the club. Sister will take you to play. A muscular girl in a black singlet with a curvy figure carried Zhou Hao over and kissed him on the cheek. Zhou Hao crossed his arms and said indifferently, Put me down. The muscular girl was almost stunned. No, you're too cute. Another round of intimate kissing. Sister Shen. At this time, Zhou Ying, walked over. Sister Ying, why are you back? The muscular girl, Sister Shen, saw Zhou Ying, and was surprised and puzzled. Zhou Ying, sighed. I'll tell you in detail later. Sister Shen nodded. Zhou Hao, who had finished signing in, naturally didn't want to stay any longer. He shouted, Sister, I want to go home. When Sister Shen heard this, she smiled and said, so this little kid is your brother? Zhou Ying, carried Zhou Hao over. Yes, he's my brother. He wanted to come to the club, but he didn't come for long and wants to go back. Children are all like this. They want something new, Sister Shen said and didn't forget to pinch his face. Sister Shen, I'll send my brother home first. I'll go to you later. Zhou Ying, finished speaking and left with Zhou Hao. In the blink of an eye, a day passed. At night, Zhou Hao, who couldn't wait to cultivate, looked at the stars outside the window and gradually calmed down. He followed the movements of the genetic energy cultivation method and slowly made the posture of 5 hearts facing the sky. Generally speaking, it was best to cultivate genetic energy after becoming an advanced student. After all, 5 hearts facing the sky was the first time the body actively sensed and absorbed genetic energy. But Zhou Hao wasn't worried. The spirit reader talent rewarded by signing in could strengthen his physical fitness the fastest. Time passed slowly. 1 hour, 2 hours. His skin felt cold. At the same time, traces of energy slowly flowed into his palm. Boom! Along with the influx of the universal force, the golden ball in Zhou Hao's sea of consciousness was stimulated and immediately released an incomparably pure spiritual force that washed over his limbs and bones. He had experienced the soul-stripping technique. His willpower and spirit had been strengthened so much that this little bit of telekinesis attack would not affect him at all. Crack, crack, under the scouring of telekinesis and the universal force, his genes and bones strengthened rapidly. This situation lasted for nearly 3 hours before it slowly ended. Inhale, inhale. He opened his eyes. Zhou Hao took a deep breath as his body was filled with explosive power. He subconsciously threw out a punch. There was a faint whistling sound in the air. With a somersault, he landed on the floor. He immediately followed the instructions of the Daoyan art and continued to increase the absorption of the remaining universal force and psychic power by his genes. Fortunately, his sister, Zhou Ying, didn't come back that night. Otherwise, with Zhou Ying's hearing, she would have been able to hear what was going on in Zhou Hao's room. He finished a set of movements. Another hour passed, and a fluorescent light appeared on the horizon. He looked at the clock on the wall. It was almost 5:00. I don't know how strong I am now, it's a pity that I still can't perform the heavenly cycle of stars concealment technique. Zhou Hao sighed in his heart. The heavenly cycle of stars concealment technique could hide everything. His original body relied on this secret technique to hide from the senses of the sector beasts. However, most of the secret techniques had a threshold. The heavenly cycle of stars concealment technique mainly required the spirit and soul. The threshold for the first level was relatively low, but the spirit had to be at the level of a warlord. In other words, Zhou Hao's body genetic quality had to be at the level of an intermediate warlord. I've waited for 3 years. I'm not in a hurry. He shook his head and went to the bathroom to wash off the impurities in his body. During breakfast, Zhou Ying, just came back. She had a relaxed smile on her face as if she had solved something. When she saw Zhou Hao, she was stunned. Xiao Hao, I haven't seen you for 1 night and you've grown taller. As she spoke, Zhou Ying, took a few steps forward and hugged Zhou Hao out of habit. She said in surprise, you've become heavier. Wang Rong smiled and said, Xiao Hao is still growing. It's normal for there to be changes. Zhou Hao grabbed a piece of bread and ate a few mouthfuls. Sister, take me to the club later. Zhou Ying, pinched Zhou Hao's face. No problem, I'll be training at the club this month. I'll take you there every day. Zhou Hao heard. He immediately said happily, don't go back on your words. Zhou Ying, was unhappy. She pinched Zhou Hao's nose with her white fingers. When have I ever gone back on my words? Hurry up and eat. I'll take you there after I take a shower and change my clothes. After 8:00, Zhou Ying, changed into a blue singlet and sweatpants. Her slender figure was undoubtedly prominent. Zhou Hao couldn't help but take a few more glances. Let's go to the club. This time, Zhou Ying directly took Zhou Hao to the 6th floor of the club. It was a huge training hall. All kinds of equipment were available. Ying is here. The muscular girl from yesterday, Sister Shen, clapped her hands. Soon, 4 men and women walked over. These are the members of our team. Introduce yourselves. Zhang Yi, a rather handsome young man. He was the sniper of Team Rose. Cao Yingchun, he was 30 years old and looked very calm. Zheng Ru, a muscular girl like Sister Shen, but she looked more ordinary. Li Min, she was pretty, but flat-chested. Zhou Ying put down Zhou Hao and stepped forward to shake hands with the 4 people. At the same time, she introduced herself. I am Zhou Ying, I specialize in using swords. Sister Shen grabbed Zhou Hao, who was about to slip away. She first kissed him a few times before saying, Ying since you have decided to join our Team Rose, we will be a family from now on. This month, our team is resting. You should take the opportunity to train. Next month, we will go to the wilderness. Zhou Ying nodded. Okay, Sister Shen. Zhou Hao knew that he couldn't escape from Sister Shen's clutches. He was too lazy to struggle. He directly said in his mind, System, sign in. Ding, congratulations to the host for signing in at the 6th floor of the Limit Hall. You have received Advanced Daoyan Technique. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have received Spirit Reader Talent +1. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have received Warrior Talent +1. Another triple explosion. Zhou Hao couldn't help but smile. The rewards from signing in at the Limit Hall were much better than the rewards from signing in at home. After receiving the rewards, he clearly felt that the golden ball in his sea of consciousness had grown a bit. As for the warrior talent increase, he couldn't see any changes for the time being. The stronger the spiritual power talent, the faster the strength increase. Zhou Hao was looking forward to it. When Zhou Ying and Sister Shen were training, no one cared about Zhou Hao. He was also happy to be free. He wandered around the 6th floor. There weren't many warriors on the 6th floor. Most of them were team members. They were training casually. And in the following month, Zhou Hao signed in at the Limit Hall every day. Except for the 7th floor, he signed in at the remaining 6 floors one by one. But the rewards didn't change much. They were basically Daoyan Technique, Spirit Reader Talent, and Warrior Talent. Regarding this, Zhou Hao wasn't disappointed. After all, the rewards of signing in at a location wouldn't change much. Xiao Hao, tomorrow sister will have to go to the wilderness with the team. I can't bring you to the Limit Hall. You should stay at home and don't run around. Zhou Ying, who was wearing a blue vest and sweating all over, said seriously. In this month, she exercised a lot every day to prepare for entering the wilderness. Sister Shen smiled and said, Ying your brother can come to the Limit Hall if he wants to. I've already told Master Zhu to allow him to come. When Zhou Hao heard this, he smiled and rushed up to hug Shen Hong's thigh. Sister Shen still loves me. Zhou Ying was speechless. You forgot your sister so quickly. Shen Hong laughed and hugged Zhou Hao. I'll let you go for now. When your sister Shen comes back from the wilderness, I'll pamper you. Zhou Hao rolled his eyes. At night, the starry sky was bright. Zhou Hao, who had just finished a set of Daoyan Technique movements, sat cross-legged on the bed. A large amount of cosmic force poured in. His warrior talent increased continuously for a month, and the effect began to be obvious. He absorbed more and more cosmic force every day, and his physical fitness was changing every day. 1 hour, 2 hours. His thirsty cells absorbed crazily, and it took 3 whole hours to reach a saturated state. Boom! It was as if some kind of transformation had happened. The golden ball, which had been strengthened by a layer in his sea of consciousness, suddenly released a pure spiritual force. The depths of his genes that were originally stagnant were quickly strengthened again under the cleansing of his spiritual force. Crack, crack, Zhou Hao's body rose significantly again. Half an hour later, he suddenly opened his eyes, and his pupils were filled with excitement. A month of continuous signing in and non-stop training. His spiritual force finally touched the first threshold of the Heavenly Cycle Stars Concealment Technique. Chapter 4, Shua. With a thought, the Heavenly Cycle of Stars Concealment Technique was activated. The sky was filled with twinkling stars. Zhou Hao's body seemed to be covered with a special coat, isolating him from the outside world. Whether it was vitality or aura, they all disappeared in an instant. He walked out of the bedroom and came to Zhou Ying, Er's room. His ears could clearly hear Zhou Ying, Er's long breathing rhythm. He stood there for a while. Zhou Hao returned to his room. With Zhou Ying, Er's advanced warrior strength, she would be able to sense him if he just stood outside the door. But just now, he didn't deliberately restrain his breathing and footsteps. But Zhou Ying, still didn't notice him at all. This was the heavenly cycle of stars concealment technique. Just the first level already had such power. With the heavenly cycle of stars concealment technique, it's much more convenient to do anything. Zhou Hao muttered. He was only 3 years old. It was difficult for him to go to other places to sign in, but the heavenly cycle of stars concealment technique could solve this problem. Lying on the bed, he gradually closed his eyes and soon fell asleep. The next day, in the morning, a golden afterglow sprinkled down. Zhou Hao opened his eyes and heard the movement in the living room. Ying, aren't you going to eat breakfast? Wang Rong saw her daughter walking out of the room in full armor. She couldn't help but worry. From today onwards, her daughter was going to fight in the wilderness. And since the Grand Nirvana, the fighting between humans and monsters was mainly concentrated in the wilderness. Who knows how many warriors have died there? Wang Rong really didn't want her daughter to go to the wilderness. But she knew that she couldn't persuade her. Her daughter stepped on the path of a warrior to kill monsters and avenge her father. Zhou Ying, smiled. I'm not eating. Sister Shen is waiting outside. Mom, don't worry. If there's danger, Sister Shen is here. Wang Rong was slightly relieved. Shen Hong was a famous warrior in Mingyu district. She was very strong. Do you want to wake your brother up? Zhou Ying, stopped in her tracks. Just as she was about to refuse, she saw Zhou Hao's door open a crack, and a small head popped out. Big sis, come back soon. A tender voice rang out. Zhou Ying, felt a lump in her throat. The wilderness was dangerous, and accidents were common. If she died in there, their home would collapse. But she had to go. Brat, stay at home. Don't run around and make our mother worry. After saying that, she walked away without looking back. Not long after Zhou Ying, left. Zhou Hao carried a backpack and went straight to the living room. Mom, I'll send sis off at the door. You don't have to cook for me. After sending sis off, I'll go to the club. As soon as Wang Rong heard the sound, she saw that Zhou Hao had already run to the entrance of the villa. She helplessly shouted, remember to come back for lunch. All right, comma. As soon as he left the villa, Zhou Hao executed the heavenly cycle stellar array concealment technique, completely erasing all signs of life. After his spiritual energy reached the war god level, his physical fitness also broke through to the intermediate warlord level. He ran at full speed. His speed easily soared to 150 meters per second. If he used his spiritual force, his speed could directly double. Zhou Ying, didn't go far. She first met up with Shen Hong, then waited for a while at the entrance of Mingyu district. After the other members of Rose's team had all arrived, they drove to the train station. But no one noticed. They were followed by a little guy. Zhou Hao followed closely behind Zhou Ying, Firstly, he wanted to leave the base city to sign in. Secondly, he was worried about Zhou Ying, After all, other than fighting monsters during the warrior assessment, his sister spent the rest of her time training in the training camp. And today was her first time entering the wilderness. On the train, Shen Hong looked at Zhou Ying, and smiled. Don't be nervous. We'll first rest at the military warrior supply base. Once we reach the wilderness, you can use the low-level beast weapon to train. After you're familiar with it, we'll go to county number 0172. Yeah, Sister Ying, Sister Shen is right. Don't be nervous, Zhang Yi said casually. Her hand kept wiping the sniper rifle. She glanced at Zhou Ying, and said, and I'm here. If you encounter any danger, a bullet can help you solve it. The others didn't say anything, but they all had smiles on their faces. When the captain invited Zhou Yinger into the team, they were still very welcoming. After all, Zhou Yinger's strength was not weak. Although she did not really fight with monsters, she was still a high-level warrior, and her potential was not bad. Zhou Ying, nodded. Quang Quang. The train quickly left the base city and stopped at the military area not long after. Zhou Hao also got off the train. However, he didn't enter the military area. Instead, he rushed into the wilderness alone. He had already determined Team Rose's destination. He would come back in the evening. It was summer now. The weather was hot. Most teams wouldn't enter the wilderness during the day. Shoo shoo shoo. As soon as he stepped into the wilderness, he saw the horned boar. This kind of low-level monster was too common in the wilderness. His mind moved slightly. In his backpack, a Series 7 throwing knife streaked across the air, leaving behind afterimages. It easily pierced through the horned boar's head. Blood and brain matter exploded. A spirit reader controlling a throwing knife is so cool. Zhou Hao smiled. He secretly bought the throwing knife this month. Anyway, he got a lot of Chinese currency from signing in for 3 years. It would be a waste to keep it. And the Series 7 throwing knife can even pierce through a low-level horde leader monster. Killing a horned boar was too easy. Puff puff puff. After a while, Zhou Hao killed more than a dozen soldier-level monsters. It's a pity I don't have a shield. If I had a shield, I could control it to fly. Looking at the broken skyscrapers in the distance, he shook his head. System, sign in. Ding, congratulations to the host for signing in the wilderness. Received refinement level movement technique. Ding, congratulations to the host, received A5 level ghost blade. Ding, congratulations to the host, received D5 level combat uniform. Ding, congratulations to the host, received B5 level shield. Hearing this, Zhou Hao raised his eyebrows. Just arrived in the wilderness. A saber, a shield, a full set of combat uniform, and even a movement technique. It saved him a lot of money. After receiving the reward, he found that whether it was the blade, the combat uniform, or the shield, they were all small sizes. They were very suitable for his current use. Tisk tisk, the system is really considerate. He sighed. Using his spirit reading power to control the shield, his figure quickly rushed out. Boom. The air exploded. A series of violent sonic booms were heard. The speed of a war god level spirit power was simply shocking. In less than half a minute, the broken skyscrapers in the distance were right in front of him. This abandoned county was occupied by many monsters. Zhou Hao removed the heavenly cycle star concealment technique and his figure suddenly appeared. Roar roar. A large number of monsters saw the figure that suddenly appeared and roared. Shoo shoo shoo. The 9 flying daggers, with a cold luster, drew beautiful arcs and pierced through the beast soldiers below. He controlled the shield to lower its height. Boom. A commander level 3-tailed ocelot jumped out from the building. Having reached the refinement level, Zhou Hao's reaction was extremely fast. He used his spirit reading power on the shield and lightly moved it half a meter to the left, dodging the 3-tailed ocelot's attack. At the same time, the blade in his hand suddenly slashed out. It slashed through the 3-tailed ocelot's body. Whoosh! Blood splattered everywhere in the air. The commander level 3-tailed ocelot heavily fell to the ground. The luster in its eyes disappeared. Seeing this, Zhou Hao's face was filled with satisfaction. This month's hard work didn't go to waste. Without using any throwing knives, he easily killed a low-level commander-level beast. When he landed, a large number of the surrounding soldiers had already scattered and fled. He used the blade to harvest the valuable materials from the 3-tailed ocelot. He didn't let go of the other soldiers either. After all, buying the 7 series throwing knives had pretty much used up all his check-in rewards from the past 3 years. These materials, they could be sold for money. Looking at the sky, he didn't stay any longer. He used the heavenly cycle star concealment technique and immediately returned to the base city. When it was almost 11:30, Zhou Hao returned to the Mingyu neighborhood. "Mom, I'm back." Carrying his backpack, he walked through the living room. He called out to his mother, went into his room, and put the backpack on the corner of his bed. He then went to take a shower. Only then did he sit on the sofa in the living room. Wang Rong, who was busy in the kitchen, soon came out with plates of dishes. "You didn't cause any trouble today, right?" Zhou Hao quickly ate his rice. "No, I didn't cause any trouble at the clubhouse." "That's good." Wang Rong wiped her hands on her scarf and looked at Zhou Hao. "In half a year, you'll be 4 years old. It's time for you to go to kindergarten." Zhou Hao casually said, "Okay, I'll leave it to you then." He was just saying that perfunctorily. His original body was trapped in the land of dusk. Now that his clone could finally train, he couldn't wait to find a place to check in every day and increase his strength. How could he go to school step by step? Wang Rong was very pleased. Although her son was naughty and liked to run around, he was very obedient. This was much better than other children. "Eat more." Looking at Zhou Hao, who was wolfing down his food, she smiled and said. Chapter 5. On the road leading to County 0172. A few figures were walking slowly under the cover of the cool moonlight. Ka. Each of them was clad in metallic armor and carried heavy weapons on their backs. It was Team Rose who had just come out of the military supply base. Tisk, it's still more comfortable to come out at night. Zhang Yi was carrying a sniper rifle, a large number of metal bullet chains wrapped around his body, and a heavy rectangular box on his back, but he walked very easily. Zhang Yi, when we reach County 0172, remember to find a vantage point. This time, there are new people in the team, so don't be as careless as before. Shen Hong, who was lagging behind, was tall and strong. Behind her armor was a broad sword that was even taller than her. Howls could be heard from both sides of the abandoned road from time to time. In the silence of the night, it made people uneasy. In the team, Ying, who was walking in front, was the most nervous. Her eyes were vigilant, and she held the Crimson Shadow series sword tightly in her hand, ready to fight at any time. As they gradually approached the county, whoosh. Suddenly, there was a movement in the flourishing weeds. The team's footsteps slowed down. Soon, pairs of green eyes appeared in the gaps of the weeds. It's a pack of red-tailed wolves. The high-level bestial soldier Wolf King should be hiding in the back. Shen Hong's expression didn't change. She quickly ordered, Li Min, you're in charge of coordinating the support. Brother Cao, you attract the firepower. Zheng Ru, quickly go and take care of the Wolf King. Zhang Yi, you see the situation and act quickly. Yes, Sister Shen. Team Rose cooperated well and formed a battle formation in an instant. The nervous Ying couldn't help but ask, Sister Shen, what about me? Shen Hong smiled. Ying you stay by my side. The number of red-tailed wolves is not small. You can take this opportunity to practice your sword skills and movement. Ying hurriedly nodded. Okay, Sister Shen. Howl. A wolf howl that shook one's heart reverberated from not far away. The wolves in the flourishing weeds immediately pounced on Team Rose. Puff. The calm Cao Yingchun pulled out a long spear from behind his back and took the lead in smashing away several red-tailed wolves. He then rushed into the pack of wolves, instantly attracting the attention of dozens of red-tailed wolves. Zheng Ru, who was in the team, carried her heavy mace and darted through the pack of red-tailed wolves at lightning speed. In a few leaps, she reached the Wolf King hiding in the back. There were only 7 or 8 wolves left in the pack, and they all rushed toward Li Min, Ying, and the others. When the red-tailed wolf was only 3 to 4 meters away from them, Ying, was the first to rush forward. Her footsteps moved continuously, as if she was stepping on a lotus flower, and her figure quickly turned around. Puff. The Crimson Shadow War blade slashed at the waist of one of the red-tailed wolves. Immediately, the sharp blade cut open the red-tailed wolf's fur and blood splashed out. Shen Hong looked at this scene and nodded secretly. It was no wonder that Ying had graduated from the capital training camp. Although she was a little nervous, her body movements and swordsmanship were very solid. However, she was still too impulsive. The wolves in front of her were low-level beast soldier level. If they were high-level beast soldier wolves, then Ying would definitely be surrounded if she rushed in like this. Ying pay attention to your position. Don't get too close to the front, Shen Hong reminded her. Ying only just realized that she had unknowingly been surrounded by 4 red-tailed wolves. She couldn't help but feel nervous. Even her swordsmanship was a little messy. Li Min. Shen Hong glanced at Li Min. Li Min, who had a slender figure and long hair, moved her body and jumped not far from Ying. She quickly attracted the attention of 3 red-tailed wolves, and the pressure on Ying was instantly reduced. Woo. Team Rose wasn't weak. There were 2 warrior-level beast soldiers in the team. In less than 20 seconds, the Wolf King that Zheng Ru had found had no choice but to howl and call back the rest of the wolves. A moment later, a group of people stood beside the corpse of the red-tailed Wolf King. Looking at the Wolf King that was about to be smashed into a meat patty, Zhang Yi was speechless. Zheng Ru sis, you should go easy on it. Although only the tail of the red-tailed wolf is valuable, other parts can be sold for a little bit. Zheng Ru said lightly, got it. Ying couldn't help but say, Zheng Ru sis is so powerful. The crimson-tailed Wolf King was very fast. Zheng Ru was also a high-level martial artist like her, but she was able to kill it in such a short period of time. Ying admired her battle prowess. Zheng Ru smiled. When you get used to it, you can be this powerful too. At this moment, Shen Hong clapped her hands. Okay, hurry up and deal with the corpse and collect the materials. The county town is just ahead. Be careful when you get there. Yes, Sister Shen, in the air not far away. Zhou Hao, who was standing on a miniaturized B5 grade shield, looked a lot more relaxed. The Rose Squad was indeed a famous elite squad in Mingyu district. Even before the captain and Zhang Yi, the two warrior-level martial artists, had made a move, the other members had quickly taken care of the red-tailed wolves. Their combat strength and experience were very high. Sister Shen is taking care of her. She should be able to grow quickly. Zhou Hao muttered. Zhou Ying, combat power wasn't low. What she lacked now was combat experience. Relieved, he quickly flew to the center of the county town. Boom! Following an explosion in the air, the high-level black-scaled blood python that was entrenched in a television broadcast building suddenly bounced up. Its triangular eyes coldly scanned the sky. Its nearly 30-meter-long body rushed out of the building, coiled around the building, and raised its head high. Shoo shoo shoo. However, what greeted it was two flying daggers that whistled rapidly. The flying daggers were like lightning, emitting a cold light as they shot towards the black-scaled blood python's triangular eyes. Zhou Hao, who had reached the level of a warlord, could maintain a very strong power even if he controlled 6 flying daggers. If he controlled 2 daggers, he could almost reach his strongest attack power. However, the black-scaled blood python's reaction wasn't slow at all. The moment the 2 flying daggers were reflected in its eyes, a black light flashed across its hundreds of meter-long body. Its huge tail was like a battle blade as it slashed towards the flying daggers. Puff puff. The Series 7 flying daggers were made of very hard materials. They could even tear open the defense of a low-level horde leader monster. Facing the high-level black-scaled blood python, the flying daggers directly pierced through the snake's scales under the effect of his powerful spiritual force. Then, they quickly changed their direction and stabbed towards the black-scaled blood python again. Kai, the black-scaled blood python's painful tail crazily swept around. The tall buildings collapsed, and a series of rumbling sounds could be heard. At the same time, its cold eyes locked onto Zhou Hao, who was flying on the shield. Whoosh! Its entire body suddenly contracted, and then it shot out like a bow. The black flowing light jumped dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. Just as Zhou Hao's nerves reacted, he saw a huge bloody mouth in front of him. Several sharp bloody fangs were shining under the moonlight. Boom! A huge amount of spiritual force was quickly used on the shield, causing it to instantly move more than 10 meters horizontally, dodging the black-scaled blood python's lightning attack this time. Swoosh swoosh, 2 more Series 7 flying daggers flew out from his boots. Taking advantage of the time when the black-scaled blood python landed on the ground, they suddenly stabbed out. Puff puff. This time, the black-scaled blood python didn't even have time to react. Its head, which was harder than an alloy steel plate, was instantly pierced through. Boom! Its huge body, which was hundreds of meters long, smashed into the building and then slid down to the ground, causing a lot of dust to fly up. Its triangular eyes were still filled with astonishment. It obviously didn't expect Zhou Hao's reaction to be so fast. Whoosh! Zhou Hao stood on the shield and floated above the black-scaled blood python's body. Looking at the corpse, he secretly let out a breath of relief. He was a bit too careless this time. A high-level commander-level black-scaled blood python's speed was comparable to the speed of sound. Its nerve reaction was also abnormally strong. Luckily, he was a spirit reader and had reached the war god level. His nerves were greatly strengthened, and his reaction surpassed that of a high-level warlord. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to dodge the black-scaled blood python's counterattack just now. My physical fitness is still too weak. Looks like I have to stick to signing in at the dojo. A hint of fear flashed across Zhou Hao's small face. He thought to himself that he would never do something like this again. Swoosh swoosh, the 4 flying daggers flew back. Under the control of his spiritual force, they quickly cut open the corpse and collected the materials. The Series 7 flying daggers could easily cut open the black-scaled blood python's scales. Not long after, all the valuable materials on the black-scaled blood python's body were collected. Zhou Hao's backpack was stuffed to the brim. Now that the black-scaled blood python is dead, there won't be any monsters in this county that can threaten Team Rose anymore. A smile appeared on his small face. Zhou Hao glanced at the edge of the county, then quickly left on the shield. Chapter 6. At the abandoned bell tower building in the county. Team Rose had just arrived at the rooftop when they heard the violent tremors in the center of the city, as well as an earth-shattering roar. It's a high-level black-scale blood python. A strong fighter is fighting with it. Shen Hong's face turned serious as she gazed at the center of the city. The black-scale blood python was the tyrant-level monster of this county. Even an elite team of high-level warlords didn't dare to provoke it. The other members of the team also became nervous. A strong fighter fighting with a monster could easily affect other fighters. Zhang Yi. Shen Hong looked over. Zhang Yi understood and quickly raised her sniper rifle to look at the broadcasting building in the distance through the scope. But soon, he put down his sniper rifle and exclaimed, "It's over." "What's over?" Shen Hong asked in confusion. "The black-scale blood python is dead." Zhang Yi took a deep breath and said in disbelief. Zheng Ru and the others were stunned. How is that possible? That's a black-scale blood python. Even if a warlord fighter attacked, it's impossible to finish it so quickly. Li Min couldn't help but say. Cao Yingchun said slowly, "From the moment we heard the commotion to the end, the entire process was less than 10 seconds. Could it be a warlord fighter?" Shen Hong nodded. "It's possible. I once saw a warlord fighter fight with a black-scale blood python. The black-scale blood python's reaction speed and attack speed were almost comparable to a low-level lord. That warlord fighter used more than 10 minutes to exhaust it to death. The black-scale blood python in county number 0172 has been here for many years. Until now, no warlord fighter has attacked it. The main reason is that it occupies an advantageous location and is very difficult to kill. Today, it finally died." Zhang Yi recovered from the shock and agreed, "Captain, it should be a warlord fighter who killed it. Now that the black-scale blood python is dead, we don't have to be afraid of this county anymore." "Don't be careless." Shen Hong frowned. "You guys stay here and don't hunt for now. I'll go check the situation." "Captain, be careful. Captain, be careful." Zhou Ying, and the other members said one after another. Whoosh! Shen Hong directly jumped down from the tall building with a broad and thick saber on her back. A moment later, she returned to the rooftop. "Captain, what's the situation?" Zhang Yi asked. A smile appeared on Shen Hong's face. "The black-scaled blood python is indeed dead." Zhang Yi, Zheng Ru, and the other members all cheered. "That's great." Other than the black-scale blood python, there were only a few dozen medium-level beast generals in the county town No. 0172. With their team's strength, as long as they didn't encounter a group of beasts, they wouldn't be in any danger. In other words, their team could hunt to their heart's content in this county. Shen Hong clapped her hands. "All right, let's get some rest tonight. We'll take turns keeping watch. Zhang Yi, you go first. We'll start earning money tomorrow morning." The next day, when Zhou Hao returned to the villa in Mingyu district and finished washing up, he saw Wang Rong standing at the door, looking at it from time to time. "Mom, my sister just left yesterday. It'll take her at least 10 days to half a month to come back, or even longer." Zhou Hao walked to the sofa and comforted him. "Also, don't worry, Team Rose isn't weak. With Sister Shen looking after them, they'll be fine." Wang Rong came back to his senses and sighed. "That's the wilderness after all. I didn't feel anything yesterday, but when I woke up today, I felt anxious." Zhou Hao pulled Wang Rong to sit on the sofa. He massaged his shoulders and continued, "Don't worry. If there's really no other way, Mom, you can give my sister a call." Wang Rong shook his head. "What call? The wilderness is so dangerous. We can't disturb Ying. Also, you're not allowed to call either." "Got it." Zhou Hao shook his head. "Mom, I'm hungry. I'll go make something for you." Wang Rong's worries dissipated after being disturbed by his son. After breakfast, Zhou Hao didn't use stellar cycle concealment. He directly swaggered to the limit hall. The martial artist at the door didn't stop him. Instead, he smiled and said, "Xiao Hao, you're here so early. I didn't see you yesterday." "I saw my sister off yesterday," Zhou Hao said as he entered the dojo. Many of the martial artists training in the dojo couldn't help but want to pinch Zhou Hao when they saw him. Zhou Hao slipped away and began to sign in on the 6th floor. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in on the 6th floor of the limit hall. You've received advanced guidance technique. Quote. Ding! Congratulations to the host, You've received spiritual power +1. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you've received warrior +1. Quote. It was a 3-hit combo with nothing new. Zhou Hao didn't even bat an eyelid. He had more or less figured out the system's nature. Only the first time he signed in at a place would have a chance of getting something good. The second time he signed in was basically the same. As for advanced guidance technique, he now had a lot of guidance techniques that were similar to the Ninefold Thunder Blade and Armageddon. But this thing could only be strengthened with the help of a secret technique. However, the system only gave guidance techniques and didn't give any secret techniques, which made Zhou Hao very annoyed. Forget it, I'll improve my warrior talent first, then I'll go to other places to sign in. After serious consideration, Zhou Hao decided to continue signing in at the dojo. His spiritual power potential was extremely strong. As long as his physical fitness could be improved quickly, then his overall strength would also increase rapidly. Although secret techniques could increase combat power. But for the current Zhou Hao, it was relatively useless. After all, he was a spiritual power master. Controlling throwing knives was much safer than close combat. After signing in, Zhou Hao was just about to leave the 6th floor of the dojo when his ears moved slightly. He stopped and heard a voice not far away. Master Zhu, long time no see. So it's Instructor Wu, aren't you in the capital training camp? Why are you here? Quote. Oh, it's like this. I'm here mainly to ask about Zhou Ying's situation. Hearing about Zhou Ying, Zhou Hao stopped. He listened attentively. Speaking of Zhou Ying, Instructor Wu, I want to ask why she suddenly came back from the training camp. Master Zhu's voice was full of confusion. He personally sent Zhou Ying, to the training camp. He had high hopes for her. Instructor Wu sighed. Master Zhu, although Zhou Ying's talent is good, there are many geniuses in the training camp. In comparison, she seems a bit ordinary. In fact, she had a chance to stay in the training camp. There were also consortiums willing to invest in her, but she's too stubborn and unwilling to bow down. Master Zhu frowned. Instructor Wu, why are you here this time? Instructor Wu pondered and said, the consortiums are still trying to persuade them to give Zhou Ying another chance. I'm here to ask about her training these days. Second, I want you to persuade her. I understand. Zhou Ying is now in the wilderness. When she comes back, I'll tell her. Okay, then I'll have to trouble you, Master Zhu. Zhou Hao saw that there was no reply and left the dojo. But his little face was calm. It turned out that his sister was unwilling to bow down and was forced to leave the training camp. It was just that she was unwilling to bow down. She was unwilling to bow down to the consortiums or unwilling to bow down to someone in the consortiums. The meaning was completely different. But no matter which one it was, there was a problem. And that was that someone was bullying his sister. Chapter 7. Walking to a corner of a villa not far from the clubhouse, Zhou Hao directly used Orbit Star's concealment. Swoosh. The aura around him disappeared. Then he walked back to the entrance of the clubhouse and stood there waiting. He wants to see who's bullying his sister. A few moments later, Instructor Wu walked out of the clubhouse in big strides. Zhou Hao followed behind him. Instructor Wu didn't move at all until they reached the disc-shaped fighter jet parked on the lawn. This made Zhou Hao frown. After a bit of hesitation, he decided to take the lead and enter the fighter jet. Instructor Wu followed him into the fighter jet. Take off. Although this disc-shaped fighter jet isn't an auto jet, the system inside still has basic AI. Boom. The fighter jet took off and left Zhongnan headquarters city in the blink of an eye. In the air, after flying for about half an hour, Instructor Wu used his tactical communications watch to dial a number. Hello, young Master Cheng, I've already asked around. After Zhou Ying returned to Zhongnan headquarters city, she joined an elite warlord squad called Rose in her neighborhood. Yes, currently she's not in the headquarters city, she's in the wilderness. Finished reporting. Instructor Wu hesitated. Young Master Cheng, this Zhou Ying doesn't have much potential. She's just a bit pretty, there's no need to use your resources for this. Zhou Hao quickly heard the other party's voice. Old Wu, don't worry about this. Once I, Cheng Jin, set my eyes on someone, no one can escape from the palm of my hand. Hanging up, Instructor Wu let out a sigh. Zhou Hao thought to himself. So it's a young master from the Cheng family. Seems like he's trying to hit on my sister, his eyes aren't bad. Arriving at Kyoto headquarters city, Zhou Hao left the fighter jet, then waited for the next flight to return to Zhongnan headquarters city. The Cheng family is one of the financial groups of the Our Underground Alliance. There are 3 warlords in the family. Looking at the general situation, Zhou Hao started to think. His spirit force has only just reached the warlord level. If he really wants to fight with the Cheng family, he can use his advantage as a spirit reader to drag the Cheng family down. Let's wait a little longer. After serious consideration, Zhou Hao decided to take action later. Firstly, he didn't have much confidence. At the very least, he couldn't guarantee that he could destroy the Cheng clan without alerting other experts. Secondly, the young master of the Cheng family hadn't done anything worse yet. Therefore, he had to observe. You can take a fancy to my sister, but you have to be prepared to be exterminated. Zhou Hao's cute little face was expressionless as flying daggers flashed around him. Capital base city, Cheng family residence. Cheng Jin nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the elite warlord team before him. The tiger-piercing squad was the strongest squad he had at his disposal. Captain Chu, go to Zhongnan base city immediately, then go to county number 0172. When you get there, Cheng Jin quickly ordered. Hearing this, the expressions of the members of the Tiger Thorn squad turned ugly. Captain Chu Cheng frowned. Young Master Cheng, our squad often fights monsters, but we've never done something like this before. Cheng Jin said indifferently, I'll pay you double for all the losses. Alright, Zhongnan base city. On the train heading to the military supply base. The 4 members of the tiger-piercing squad all looked gloomy. Captain, how can you agree to this? Our squad has some reputation. If other people know about this, I'm afraid we won't be able to survive. A man with spider scars on his face said in a rough voice. Chu Cheng glared at him. Shut up. The reason why our tiger-piercing squad can grow so fast and become warlords is because of the resources provided by the Cheng clan. Yes, I can refuse, but have you thought about what the current head of the Cheng clan will think if he knows about this? Do you think our tiger-piercing squad won't listen to orders anymore? Quote. The man with spider scars lowered his head and clenched his fists. The other 2 men shook their heads and sighed. This time, Cheng Jin had asked them to do something like this. If word got out, they wouldn't be able to hold their heads high in the future. What's the point of losing face? As long as we can continue to receive resources from the Cheng clan, we can become even stronger. Chu Cheng said in a low voice. At night, the stars were bright and the moonlight was cool. Roars and screams could be heard from time to time in the abandoned county No. 0172. On the roof of one of the abandoned bell towers, the members of Team Rose were talking and laughing with each other. They were all in a good mood. Haha, without the threat of the high-level black-scale blood python, killing the other beast generals is too easy. It's only the first day and we've already earned close to 20 million. This is a good start. Zhang Yi said with a smile. Hunting a commander-level monster in a county city is still quite difficult. The reason is that most of the beast generals aren't alone. They are often surrounded by a large number of soldier-level monsters. When hunting, they have to consider the possibility of these soldier-level monsters attacking. And if they aren't careful, it's very likely that the beast general monster will escape. But because the black-scale blood python just died, the commander-level monsters under its command didn't have time to gather the other soldier-level monsters and find a place to settle down. Therefore, this created an opportunity for Team Rose. Shen Hong leaned against the back of her broad saber as she tilted her head back and drank wine, same old rules. Zhang Yi contributed the most in killing the low-level bloodthirsty tank, so she gets 50%. Everyone else gets 10%. As for the soldier-level materials, we'll split it according to the amount we collected. Thank you big sis Shen. Zhou Ying, hurriedly thanked her. When they killed the bloodthirsty tank, she didn't contribute at all. All she did was clear out a few soldier-level monsters, but Shen Hong still gave her 10%. It should be known that according to Team Rose's previous rules, the main force gets 60% of the kill. Zhang Yi shrugged. Sis Ying our Team Rose has one more member, so the rules naturally have to be changed. You don't have to thank me. Zhou Ying, nodded, got it, brother Zhang. Bang. Suddenly, the crisp sound of a sniper rifle rang out from the edge of the county. Swish swish, Shen Hong and the others immediately stood up vigilantly. Zhang Yi set up her sniper rifle and looked through the scope at the source of the gunshot. Soon, she saw a fully armed squad. Her expression suddenly changed. "It's the tiger-slaying squad from the capital's Cheng family," she whispered. "What? The tiger-slaying squad? Quote, what are they doing in County 0172? Cao Yingchun, Zheng Ru, and Li Min all looked puzzled. Zhou Yinger's body trembled, and the redness on her cold face gradually faded and turned white. Shen Hong directly took Zhang Yi's sniper rifle and looked at it. She couldn't help but take a deep breath. It's really the tiger-slaying squad. Their squad's overall strength is ranked among the top champions. They can't come to County 0172 to hunt. This place doesn't have much to gain. They should be passing by. Zhou Ying pursed her lips. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she swallowed her words. Okay, take turns to keep watch. Shen Hong glanced at Zhou Ying. Time ticked by. After the tiger-slaying squad entered the county, they quickly found a high-rise building and started to hide. This situation made Shen Hong frown. When it was time for Zhou Ying to keep watch, she walked to Shen Hong, who was holding a broad saber. She looked hesitant. Shen Hong suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Zhou Ying. She put her finger on her lips and pointed downstairs. Zhou Ying understood and quickly followed Shen Hong to a room downstairs. Sister Shen. As soon as she opened her mouth, she was interrupted by Shen Hong. Ying the tiger-slaying squad came for you, right? Yes. Chapter 8. Zhou Ying trembled slightly. She didn't expect that Cheng Jin wouldn't let her go even after she left the training camp. He actually sent the tiger-slaying squad to follow her to the wilderness. Shen Hong stared at Zhou Ying. Seeing her reaction, she couldn't help but sigh. Ying does that mean the tiger-slaying squad is an enemy and not a friend? Zhou Ying didn't hide anything and told her the whole story. Shen Hong immediately cursed. F***ck, none of the young masters of these consortiums are good. Zhou Ying didn't dare to look at Shen Hong. She lowered her head and said, Sister Shen, I want to quit Team Rose. Slap. Shen Hong's calloused palm landed on Zhou Ying's left shoulder. What, are you worried that Team Rose won't be able to protect you? Quote. Zhou Ying hurriedly waved her hand and said anxiously, Sister Shen, I'm not. I'm afraid. Afraid of getting us involved. Shen Hong interrupted. The tiger-slaying squad is full of champions. If they cause trouble, we won't be able to hunt. And once they start, Zhou Ying's voice became smaller and smaller. Shen Hong snorted coldly. What are you afraid of? Team Rose isn't to be trifled with. Zhou Ying clenched her fists. But I don't want to cause trouble for everyone because of me. Shen Hong looked at Zhou Ying and gently shook her head. Ying remember your current identity. From the moment you decided to join Team Rose, you are our comrade in arms. Do you understand? Sister Shen is right. Suddenly, a voice came from the stairs. Zhang Yi, Cao Yingchun, Zheng Ru, and Li Min walked in one after another. Zhou Ying was stunned. Brother Zhang, Brother Cao, Sister Ru, you didn't sleep. Zhang Yi smiled and curled her lips. How can I fall asleep when there's a guest beside my bed? Ying don't worry. Although the tiger-piercing squad is strong, Team Rose isn't weak either, Zheng Ru said as she stepped forward. Cao Yingchun and Li Min didn't say anything, but they nodded gently. Zhou Ying looked at everyone and felt warmth in her heart. She held back her tears and said, Thank you, thank you. Shen Hong clapped her hands and said, All right, Ying Zhang Yi, go to sleep. I'll keep watch tonight. Rest well, it won't be so easy from now on. The next morning, after signing in at the clubhouse, Zhou Hao stepped on the shield and arrived at the No 0172 County City again. He landed on the roof of a residential building not far from the Bell and Drum Tower. He yawned lazily and leaned against the shield. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and crossed his legs. Yesterday, he confirmed that it was the young master of the Cheng family, Cheng Jin, who was trying to hit on his sister. Naturally, he had to keep an eye on him and prevent that guy from using any tricks on his sister. Suddenly, his ears twitched. He heard a loud commotion not far away. He quickly turned his head and saw a team of 4 people chasing after a commander-level twin-tailed ocelot. 2 of them were in charge of cleaning up the attacking beasts. The other 2 were flanking the twin-tailed ocelot from the left and right. However, Zhou Hao only took a few glances and frowned. These 4 people weren't weak. Their physical fitness seemed to have reached the warlord level. It shouldn't be hard for them to kill a low-level commander-level twin-tailed ocelot. What are they trying to do? He became vigilant. Boom boom. The twin-tailed ocelot kept running away. At the same time, it commanded a large number of beasts to surround the tiger-piercing squad. However, the tiger-piercing squad was very relaxed. In just a moment, the twin-tailed ocelot ran not far away from the abandoned drum tower. The members of Team Rose were already worried. When they heard the commotion from afar, they had already been paying attention. When they saw the injured twin-tailed ocelot running over, they all frowned. Obviously, they didn't know what the tiger-piercing squad was trying to do. Were they trying to drive a low-level commander-level beast to cause trouble for them? They were underestimating Team Rose too much. Don't act rashly. Shen Hong saw that Zhang Yi was about to shoot and couldn't help but speak out. At this moment, Chu Cheng of the tiger-piercing squad suddenly yelled, "Zhou Ying, of Team Rose, this twin-tailed ocelot is a gift from our young master Cheng. Please accept it." After he said this, not only were the members of Team Rose stunned, even Zhou Hao, who was on the roof of the residential building, was stunned. Shen Hong was the first to react. She shouted, "Captain Chu, what do you mean by that?" Chu Cheng casually killed a high-level beast soldier and said loudly, "Exactly what I mean. Captain Shen, if you don't act now, that twin-tailed ocelot is going to run away." Bang! Along with the sound of a gunshot, a sniper bullet accurately pierced through the twin-tailed ocelot's head. The twin-tailed ocelot, which was running away frantically, fell to the ground and rolled a few meters away. Zhang Yi whistled and laughed, "Captain Chu, thank you. We'll gladly accept it." Chu Cheng and the others didn't reply. Instead, they killed the other beast soldiers and collected the monster materials on the spot. As for the twin-tailed ocelot, they didn't even look at it. "Zhang Yi, you keep an eye on it. Li Min, you're fast. Come with me to collect the materials," Shen Hong said. Zhou Ying, hurriedly said, "Sister Shen, I'll go." Cao Yingchun and Zheng Ru both spoke up as well. Shen Hong waved her hand. "Stay here and keep an eye on it." Whoosh! Whoosh! The two of them quickly went downstairs and arrived beside the twin-tailed ocelot's corpse. Li Min went forward to collect the materials. Shen Hong stood on the side vigilantly. Even after Li Min finished collecting the materials of the twin-tailed ocelot, the tiger-piercing squad didn't do anything. Seeing this, Shen Hong sighed in relief. "Captain Chu, on behalf of Ying, I thank you for this gift." "You're welcome," Chu Cheng replied. Then, he turned around and left with the other members. Zhou Hao watched the entire process. He mumbled, "Using this method to chase after my sister. Interesting." Quote. Shen Hong and Li Min returned to the rooftop. When they saw the tiger-piercing squad leave, they couldn't help but feel puzzled. "Captain, what is the tiger-piercing squad doing?" Zheng Ru couldn't help but ask. A twin-tailed ocelot was worth more than 10 million. She didn't believe that the tiger-piercing squad would be so generous. Zhang Yi rested her head on her hand and leaned against the wall. She laughed. "You still don't understand. Didn't you hear Chu Cheng say that the twin-tailed ocelot was a gift from the Cheng family's son to Zhou Ying, Zheng Ru and Li Min looked at each other. Zhou Ying, turned on her tactical communications watch and dialed Cheng Jin's number. However, no one picked up. Shen Hong looked at Zhou Ying, Ying, what do you think?" Zhou Ying, frowned. "Sister Shen, I don't have any feelings for that Cheng guy. I won't accept his gift." Shen Hong nodded. "Okay, then we'll keep the gift for now. When we return to the base city, I'll send it back for you." Okay. The next day, the tiger-piercing squad once again drove a beginner-level beast general to the drum tower. Zhang Yi was speechless. What the hell? Again? After easily collecting the materials from the beast general, Shen Hong couldn't help but yell, "Captain Chu, please tell that young Master Cheng that our team's Ying doesn't have any feelings for him. Please tell him to stop bothering us." Chu Cheng said expressionlessly, "Captain Shen, we're only responsible for sending the gift. We're not responsible for anything else." The same thing happened on the third and fourth day. On the rooftop, Zhou Ying, hung up. Still no one picked up. Zhang Yi curled her lips. "That's a pretty good way of wooing people. I wonder what young Master Cheng gave the tiger-piercing squad to make them so willing to send gifts." Shen Hong said indifferently, it's just money and some resources. Let them continue. We'll continue. There weren't a lot of commander-level monsters in the county to begin with. Every one of them was surrounded by a large number of soldiers. Although the tiger-piercing squad was very strong, it became more and more difficult for them to kill the soldiers. Until the 7th beginner-level beast general, Chu Cheng yelled, "Captain Shen, let's go somewhere else. It's hard to drive away the beginner-level beast generals here." Chapter 9. Team Rose didn't pay any attention to Chu Cheng, but they still left County Town 0172 and returned to the military supply base. After dealing with the monster materials, Shen Hong returned to her assigned villa, looked at everyone and said, 10 days of harvest, sold for a total of 57 million. Among them, 3 low-level beast generals were sold for around 40 million, while the rest of the materials added up to less than 17 million. Then, she turned to Zhou Ying. The 7 low-level beast generals sent by the Tiger Cub squad were sold for 118 million. I'll keep them for now. Zhou Ying nodded. Okay, Sister Shen. Then, Shen Hong began to divide the money. She and Zhang Yi were general-level warriors, and they contributed the most in killing the 3 beast generals, so they each got 12 million. Zhou Ying, Zheng Ru, and the others got 4 million each. As for the beast weapon materials, Zhou Yinger had collected the most. It was mainly because everyone was giving in to her. Hence, she got close to 8 million for the beast weapon materials. In other words, this time in the wilderness, Zhou Yinger earned nearly 12 million in 10 days. As a newcomer, this was a fast way to earn money. Thank you, everyone. Zhou Ying knew that she could earn so much because everyone gave in to her. Don't mention it. Zhang Yi curled her lips. She was about to say that if it weren't for the tiger-piercing squad's gifts, they could have taken advantage of this opportunity to make more money. However, when the words were on the tip of her tongue, she thought that Zhou Yinger would blame herself if she heard them, so she didn't say it out loud. Zheng Ru didn't think too much and said directly, "Captain, with the Tiger Cub squad here, we'll be affected if we continue to hunt in other counties." Zhou Ying nodded. Sister Zheng Ru is right. How about I go back to the base city first? Shen Hong interrupted her. No need. Since the Tiger Cub squad is willing to follow us, we'll just go to District 085. Ying is a new member. Originally, I wanted to familiarize myself with her in the county first, and then go to the city to hunt. But now, the situation has changed. With the tiger-piercing squad as her bodyguards, I believe that we can familiarize ourselves with each other faster in the city. Quote. Agreed. Seconded. Zhang Yi and the others nodded. Indeed, with the tiger-piercing squad around, the pressure they faced in the city would be greatly reduced. District 085. It was the city closest to the Zhongnan Base City's southern military region's defense line. Because it was adjacent to the inner lake, and the inner lake was connected to all the major rivers. There were a lot of monsters in this city, and there were quite a few Lord-tier monsters. They occupied the bustling areas of the city and had many high-level beast generals under their command. Many newly promoted war god rank fighters liked to come to this city to train. Bang Bang, Dongcheng District, in a large amusement park. 4 mid-level beast generals attacked a dwarf figure from different directions. This figure held a saber in his hand. His footsteps were frequent, and with extremely subtle movements, he avoided the attacks again and again. For more than 10 minutes, the distance he moved was no more than a few meters. Poo-poo, and above the figure's head, there were several throwing knives floating, occasionally killing the high-level beast soldiers that ambushed him. Not bad, it's still faster to improve by killing monsters. The dwarf figure was the 3-year-old cute kid Zhou Hao. For the past few days, other than checking in at the clubhouse to obtain his spiritual power and warrior talent, he spent the rest of his time in this city, constantly killing mid-level beast generals. Through a lot of killing, he was already completely familiar with the refinement-level movement technique he got from checking in. He could even occasionally take into account the surrounding environment and avoid the attacks of the beast generals. This was a sign that he was about to step into the perfect level movement technique. Roar. Standing in the middle of the amusement park, the high-level beast general Scorpion Tail Fiend Wolf with its head held high finally couldn't hold back anymore and charged towards Zhou Hao. Poochie. Zhou Hao, who noticed the Scorpion Tail Fiend Wolf's movement from the corner of his eye, immediately used his spiritual power on the throwing knives. Shoo shoo shoo, the knives drew several beautiful arcs and killed all 4 mid-level beast generals around him. The high-level beast general Scorpion Tail Fiend Wolf had already charged over. Zhou Hao jumped ahead and dodged far away. Boom. A huge pit was created at his original position by the Fiend Wolf. Go! With a low shout from the corner of his mouth, the suspended throwing knives spun wildly and shot towards the Scorpion Tail Fiend Wolf. Facing a ferocious monster of the wolf royal family, Zhou Hao naturally wouldn't use his warrior's strength to deal with it. Although he had improved rapidly these days, his physical fitness hadn't improved and transformed again to reach the level of an advanced warlord. Pong pong pong. The Scorpion Tail Fiend Wolf's reaction speed wasn't slow. It dodged the throwing knife's attack with a horizontal dash, causing the throwing knife to heavily smash deep into the ground. Seeing this, Zhou Hao calmly stepped on his shield and quickly rose into the air. The Fiend Wolf pounced again and missed. Looking at Zhou Hao, who was flying on his shield, it roared again and again. Shoo shoo. The remaining throwing knives in his trouser pocket rose into the air again and attacked the Fiend Wolf. On the other hand, Zhou Hao, who was standing on his shield, had a natural advantage against the Fiend Wolf. After a few attacks, he took advantage of a gap in the Fiend Wolf's defense and the throwing knife pierced its head through its eyes. This is the 5th high-level beast general. Counting the other beast generals, I've earned almost 2 billion yuan in less than 10 days. The speed at which spirit readers make money is really fast. Sighing with emotion, he landed next to the Fiend Wolf's corpse and quickly collected the materials. Spirit readers weren't afraid of being besieged, and they could also step on objects to fly. In the early stages, their strength increased very quickly. Naturally, the speed at which they made money was incomparable to that of warriors. This was also the main reason why all the major forces would try to recruit warriors with the talent of spirit readers at all costs. Finished collecting, Zhou Hao carried his backpack full of bags, used the Heavenly Cycle Star's concealment technique, and quickly left on his shield. When he passed by the suburbs, he saw Team Rose, who was traveling cautiously all the way. Huh, my sister and the others also came to this city. His little face showed surprise. He quickly discovered the Tiger Cub squad that was following Team Rose closely. This Cheng guy is pretty patient, but it's best to keep this patience. Muttering, Zhou Hao shook his little head and quickly left. His sister will be taken care of by Team Rose and the Tiger Cub squad, so she won't be in danger for the time being. He can relax for a while and take care of his own business. He returned to a mansion near Mingyu district. He put all the materials from the monsters he killed in the past few days into an even bigger combat backpack. Then he concealed himself and went to a hotel room that he rented in advance in the capital city. Sitting on the sofa in the room, Zhou Hao opened his laptop and browsed the shopping mall forum. He was only 3 years old, so it wasn't convenient for him to go to the HR Alliance's shopping mall to sell materials. He could only find a reliable material buyer that wouldn't reveal the customer's information. There were quite a few such buyers on the forum, and there were about 5 or 6 of them that had good reviews. Manager Chen, I'll pick you. Glancing at Manager Chen's background information, Zhou Hao saw that he was a material agent for the Chen family, a financial group. He found his contact information and dialed his number. Around half an hour later, Manager Chen brought 2 warlord-level fighters to the hotel. He entered the room alone and his gaze quickly fell on Zhou Hao, who was wearing a full set of battle uniform. May I ask if you are Mr. Who? The corner of Manager Chen's mouth twitched. He had seen a lot of fighters that sold all kinds of materials. But today was an eye-opener for him. The person in front of him was way too short. But he was still experienced, so his voice didn't show any abnormalities. The things are in the combat backpack, you can check them yourself. Zhou Hao slightly changed his voice. Manager Chen saw that the backpack wasn't small and smiled. He immediately opened the backpack and saw all kinds of high-level beast general materials. Black-scaled blood python, blue-eyed mink, scorpion tail fiend wolf, these high-level beast generals aren't weak. Manager Chen was secretly shocked, but his attitude became even more enthusiastic. To be able to kill so many high-level warlords, this dwarf fighter in front of him was at least a beginner-level war god. He finished checking with a special electronic device. Manager Chen wiped his sweat and smiled. Mr. Who? I'll give you a total of 2.1 billion Chinese dollars for these materials, what do you think? Zhou Hao nodded. Sure. 21 Chinese dollars was a bit higher than his estimate. This Manager Chen was pretty honest. Shua. Zhou Hao's anonymous account soon received a transfer of 2.1 billion Wuxia dollars. Happy cooperation, he reached out his hand. Manager Chen smiled. Happy cooperation, if Mr. Who still wants to sell next time, you can directly find me. Saying so, he handed over his business card. When the time comes, you can directly come to the address on the business card. Sure. Chapter 10. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Mingyu District, 117 Villa. The cool moonlight shone through the window and into a room. Zhou Hao, who had just finished practicing a set of advanced channeling technique, didn't have time to wash off the sweat on his body and directly crossed his legs in a meditative posture. Soon, universal energy seeped into his body and was crazily absorbed by his thirsty cells. A few hours later, his bones creaked and his body grew taller again. The 3-year-old cute baby was now about the same size as a 5-year-old child. Zhou Hao opened his eyes. He walked to the bathroom and washed his body. Returning to his room, his little face wrinkled. Counting the days when his sister took him to the limit hall, it's already been 2 months. And after 2 months of almost non-stop check-ins, although he received a lot of spirit reader and warrior talents, his physical fitness still hasn't reached advanced warlord level. Too slow, Zhou Hao muttered to himself, somewhat dissatisfied with the speed of his strength improvement. In the following month, besides checking in, he also fought with a large number of beast generals in the wilderness. Despite working so hard, he didn't make any breakthroughs. As a genius with the system's golden finger, this is almost the same as not making any progress. Looks like I have to check in somewhere else, he thought. Everything that could be taken from the limit hall has already been taken. If he wasn't greedy for spirit reader and warrior talents, he wouldn't have insisted on checking in. But now, it seems that staying in one place and checking in is indeed very slow. Beep beep. Suddenly, the sound of a phone call came from the living room downstairs. Zhou Hao put away his thoughts and was about to go downstairs when he heard his mother, Wang Rong, quicken her steps. So mom still hasn't slept. He shook his head, knowing that his mom has been worried about his sister. He quickly went downstairs. Zhou Hao saw Wang Rong's face light up with joy. After hanging up the phone, Wang Rong couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Hao, your sister will be back tomorrow. Zhou Hao was surprised. My sister is coming back tomorrow. Yes, she's finally back. It's been a month. I'm going to clean up her room. You go back to sleep quickly. Mom will take you to the train station to pick up your sister tomorrow. Wang Rong happily turned to Zhou Ying's room. Capital's Cheng family residence. Nonsense. An angry roar came from the luxurious living room. He saw a middle-aged man in casual clothes glaring at Cheng Jin angrily. You're not young anymore. I won't stop you from pursuing girls. I even encourage you, but look at what you've done. The middle-aged man was infuriated. Do you think you can order the elite warrior squad in the family around like this? You actually let Chu Cheng lead the Tiger Cub squad to hunt down the beast generals as gifts. How could you even think of such a ridiculous thing? Cheng Jin was silent. The middle-aged man didn't let him go. Right now, our Cheng family is being laughed at by others. Immediately call back the Tiger Cub squad. Also, for the next 6 months, you're not allowed to go anywhere. You're not allowed to touch a single cent of the family's resources. Cheng Jin immediately said, Dad, give me 1 more month. I guarantee that I'll be able to pursue that Zhou Ying. You also want me to get married as soon as possible and pass on the legacy to the next generation, right? The middle-aged man glared at Cheng Jin. What? Do you really want to marry that Zhou Ying? His eyes were full of disdain. Cheng Jin nodded heavily. Seeing this, the middle-aged man was surprised. The anger on his face subsided a bit. I've read up on that Zhou Ying. With her talent and potential, I estimate that she'll be an intermediate warrior at most. If the family gives her resources, she can become an advanced warrior, but it's almost impossible for her to break through to the war god level. Saying this, he muttered to himself, you need to think about it carefully. Cheng Jin said without hesitation, Dad, I've already thought about it. I don't have any talent as a warrior. Being able to marry an advanced warrior is already pretty good. As for the war god level, they probably won't take a fancy to me. Our family's resources aren't enough either. HMPH, at least you know your limits. The middle-aged man's anger completely disappeared. Fine, I'll give you 1 more month. Don't go overboard. Dad, I understand. The The next morning at 9 a.m., Wang Rong brought Zhou Hao to the train station early. There were a lot of warriors coming and going around. Mom, sis will probably be around 11 a.m. We're early. Zhou Hao looked at the scorching sun and continued, how about we go to the HR Alliance's shopping center across the street to rest and wait? Wang Rong looked at the tall building across the street and shook his head, that place is pretty expensive. Auntie, hello, Zhou Hao was just about to say something when he heard the sound of footsteps behind him. He turned around with Wang Rong and saw a neatly dressed man walking towards them with a smile on his face. Zhou Hao narrowed his eyes, who are you? He actually recognized that this man was a direct descendant of the Cheng family, Cheng Jin. Wang Rong also had a confused look on his face. My name is Cheng Jin. I'm Zhou Ying, Er's friend. Cheng Jin walked forward and said. Hearing this, Wang Rong's eyes changed. He couldn't help but look at Cheng Jin from head to toe and secretly nodded. Young man, you look quite spirited. You're Ying Er's friend. Cheng Jin smiled. I met Zhou Ying, at the capital training camp. Wang Rong's eyes lit up. So, you're from the capital base city? Cheng Jin nodded. Yes, auntie. You and Ying Er's brother are here to pick up Ying Er, right? Zhou Hao was speechless and quickly interrupted. Cheng Jin, right. My sister has never mentioned you before. You're not pretending to be her friend and trying to cheat us of the materials, are you? Wang Rong's face changed. Cheng Jin glanced at Zhou Hao and still smiled. Little brother, don't talk nonsense. Auntie, I've known Ying Er for a long time. Then he raised his wrist and looked at his watch. Ying Er will arrive at the station at 11:37. There's still some time. Auntie, I'll treat you and little brother to a drink. Before Zhou Hao and Wang Rong could say anything, Cheng Jin said directly, I've opened a few shops in the Alliance shopping center, and you can drink for free. You don't have to pay. Wang Rong couldn't help but be tempted. That's not very good. Auntie, don't mind, I'm sure Ying Er doesn't want to see you two waiting in this hot weather. Cheng Jin smiled. Alright, then I'll have to trouble you. Wang Rong agreed after thinking for a while. Zhou Hao curled his lips. This Cheng Jin was the son of a financial group, but he still knew how to take the route of his mother. However, he didn't make a fuss and followed him into the Alliance shopping center. The shopping center was very spacious. The floor was so smooth that it reflected the clear shadows of people. Wang Rong was still a bit nervous. Cheng Jin, on the other hand, was calm and collected. He led Zhou Hao and Wang Rong all the way to the lounge area. As soon as he sat down, he enthusiastically asked Wang Rong and Zhou Hao what drinks they liked to drink, and then he personally went to get them. Wang Rong looked satisfied. Ying Er's friend is quite a good person, and it seems like his family background isn't low either. Zhou Hao couldn't help but ask, Mom, what do you want to do? Your sister isn't young anymore. If she can find a good companion, then I'll be more at ease. After all, the wilderness is dangerous, and I don't want anything to happen to your sister. Wang Rong sighed. Mom, your idea is good, but you still need my sister's approval. Of course, this matter still needs to be decided by your sister. I'm just giving her a suggestion. When Zhou Hao heard that, a smile appeared on his face. Chapter 11. On the train back to the base city, the members of Team Rose were laughing and chatting with each other. Leaving the wilderness and returning home, every one of them was completely relaxed. Even Zhang Yi, who never left her gun, didn't wipe her beloved sniper rifle, which was rare. Instead, she leaned against the seat and leisurely crossed her legs. Shen Hong concluded. We've been in the wilderness for almost a month, and we've gained a lot. Everyone's performance has been pretty good, especially Zhou Ying, Seeing that Shen Hong was talking about her, Zhou Ying, immediately perked up and listened attentively. As a newbie, you've been able to adapt in a short month and display your strength beyond your usual standards. This improvement is obvious to all of us. I'm very happy that I made the decision to invite you to join the team. Shen Hong took the lead in clapping. Clap clap. Zhang Yi, Zheng Ru, Li Min, and Cao Yingchun all laughed and clapped. Zhou Ying, Er's improvement was indeed very fast. At first, she could barely deal with a few medium-level beasts, but later on, after accumulating experience from fighting against beasts, she could easily kill high-level beasts. She could even occasionally help Zheng Ru, Li Min, and the others kill low-level beast generals. It must be known that most newbies need 3 to 4 months of training in the wilderness before they can gradually adapt. Thank you, Captain. Thank you everyone, Zhou Ying said sincerely. She knew that without everyone's help, she wouldn't have been able to adapt so quickly to the slaughter in the wilderness. Shen Hong smiled, but her expression suddenly became stern. In another 2 or 3 months, the rat horde will erupt. Every year, around this time, the base city will be attacked by a large number of monsters, so this time, we won't have much time to rest in the base city. At most, we'll have 1 month. It's best if you're mentally prepared. Hearing this, Zhang Yi and the others' smiles all disappeared. A rat tide was very scary. Even if a war god fighter was surrounded, they would still fall. And every year, there would be a rat tide in the wilderness. Usually, during rat hordes, the monsters would become restless and cause even more terrifying monster hordes. Ever since humans developed high-frequency laser cannons in 2021, the number of monster hordes attacking base cities had gradually decreased. However, until 2041, all the major base cities in the world still maintained the habit of cleaning up the wilderness in the counties around the base cities. This was to prevent monsters from triggering a beast horde. Shen Hong clapped her hands and said in a relaxed tone, "All right, don't worry. Other than the frequent beast tide attacks in the front line of the military region, there are very few beast tides in other base cities. This time, we are just doing a routine cleanup. When the time comes, we can continue with our usual hunting efficiency." Zhang Yi nodded and changed the topic. "Shall we get together for a drink tonight? I've been in the wilderness for a month. My taste buds are getting bland." Quote. Agreed. Seconded. Zheng Ru, Li Min, and Cao Yingchun all spoke. Zhou Ying also smiled and nodded. The food they ate in the wilderness was all compressed food, so it was basically tasteless. Very soon, the train entered the base city and arrived at the station. A large number of warriors walked out one after another. Team Rose was among them. Ying sis. Hearing the voice, Zhou Ying was startled. Then, following the voice, she saw Wang Rong holding Zhou Hao's hand. "Mom, brother, why are you here?" She greeted them with a face full of surprise. Before Zhou Hao could speak, the light in front of his eyes was blocked. "Haha, Xiao Hao, long time no see. Sister Shen missed you so much." The tall and muscular girl, Shen Hong, lifted Zhou Hao and hugged him. Her hand habitually pinched Zhou Hao's face. Zheng Ru and Li Min also went up to pinch his face. Wang Rong saw that Zhou Ying was fine and was very happy. "Captain Shen, thank you for taking care of Ying Shen Hong smiled and said, "Auntie, you're welcome." Zhou Ying took Zhou Hao, and her delicate nose wrinkled slightly. "You've gotten heavier again, and you've grown a lot taller. When I wasn't at home, did you pester our mother to make delicious food every day?" Zhou Hao rolled his eyes. He was too lazy to respond to Zhou Ying At this moment, Chang Jin walked over and smiled. "Ying long time no see." Zhou Ying's face suddenly changed. Her voice became cold. "Chang Jin, what are you doing here?" Swish swish. Team Rose's eyes suddenly moved to Chang Jin. "Sis, this guy wants to chase after you like mom." Zhou Hao's young voice sounded. Zhou Ying's face immediately darkened. Her head popped out. Wang Rong's face was also very awkward. "Ying don't listen to Xiao Hao's nonsense. He's your friend. He's here to pick you up." Zhou Ying put Zhou Hao down and said a few words to Shen Hong. Then, she pulled Chang Jin to the side. Shen Hong quietly led Zhou Hao and Wang Rong to the Alliance's shopping center. "Chang Jin, I told you at the capital training camp that it's impossible between us. I don't want the things you asked the Tiger Cub squad to give me. Give me an account number and I'll transfer the money to you." Zhou Ying said coldly. Chang Jin smiled. He wasn't angry at all. "Ying I know you misunderstand me, but I'm sincere to you. All right, I won't disturb you and your family." After saying that, he turned around and left without hesitation. Zhou Ying bit her lip. She really wanted to rush up and give Chang Jin a good beating, but she resisted the impulse. From the beginning to the end, Chang Jin hadn't done anything to hurt her. He had been chasing after her, and he was so shameless. She had rejected him many times, but he still persisted. She couldn't do anything about it. Due to Chang Jin's appearance, Zhou Ying wasn't in the mood to have dinner with Sister Shen and the others. She could only arrange to meet up another day. They returned to Mingyu District's Villa 117. Wang Rong followed Zhou Ying into her room. Zhou Hao, who was sitting on the sofa, quickly overheard the conversation between his mother and sister. Mom, don't talk to that Chang Jin anymore. Daughter, Chang Jin is a pretty good guy, and he seems to have a good family background. You're not young anymore. It's time for you to consider family matters. Mom, I just joined Team Rose. It's too early for this. We'll talk about it later. Anyway, just don't talk to that Chang Jin anymore. Mom is doing this for your own good. Zhou Hao chewed on the apple and shook his little head. Usually, his mother respected his sister's opinion, but this time, she didn't give in. Seeing that the two of them were about to quarrel, he hurried over and knocked on the door. Mom, I'm hungry. Anyway, daughter, think about it carefully. After saying that, Wang Rong walked out and patted Zhou Hao's head. Wait a moment, Mom will go and make some food. After Wang Rong entered the kitchen, Zhou Ying, immediately shouted, Xiao Hao, come in. Zhou Hao slipped into Zhou Ying's room. Xiao Hao, tell me honestly. What did the Cheng guy say to our mom this morning? Zhou Ying asked. Zhou Hao rolled his eyes. I'm just a kid, what would I know? Smack. A white palm appeared on Zhou Hao's butt. You little brat, you're asking for a beating, aren't you? Zhou Ying put on a stern face and pretended to be fierce. Mom, my sister hit. Zhou Hao immediately shouted. Zhou Ying reacted quickly and quickly covered Zhou Hao's mouth. Her fierce expression turned into a smile. My good little brother, my dear little brother, just say it. I'll take you to the club tomorrow. Insincere. Zhou Hao curled his lips and looked at her with disdain. Then let's go shopping and eat good food. Zhou Ying promised a lot. Zhou Hao snorted and rolled his eyes. Are you trying to coax a 3-year-old? Zhou Ying was speechless. Looking at her cute little brother, she thought to herself, aren't you a 3-year-old? Tell me your conditions. It's very simple. I want to go to the Limit Hall's headquarters. Zhou Hao said. Zhou Ying heard this and replied without thinking, okay, no problem. Wait, what do you mean by the Limit Hall's headquarters? The Limit Hall's headquarters in Hongning Base City. Chapter 12. Slap. A loud slap landed on Zhou Hao's head. Zhou Yinger put her hands on her waist and stuck out her big breasts. She put on a fierce look and said, Stinky little brother, you've really grown up. You actually made this big sister take you to the headquarters of the Limit Hall. Do you know that from Zhongnan Base City to Hongning Base City, just the plane ticket alone costs 10 million Chinese dollars? Do you want your big sister to go bankrupt? No, don't talk about going bankrupt. Even if you sold your big sister, you still wouldn't be able to afford it. Zhou Hao rubbed his head and said with his eyes rolling, Big sister, you're wrong. Zhou Ying subconsciously said, what's wrong? Zhou Hao took a step back, looked up and down at Zhou Ying and said, with big sister's face, this body, if you sell it, it should be more than 10 million yuan. Maybe the Cheng Jin can pay 100 million. You stinky bastard, you actually want to sell your big sister. See if I don't teach you a lesson today. Zhou Ying was angry, and she reached out to grab Zhou Hao's shoulder. But Zhou Hao had already slipped to the door like a slippery loach. Big sister, if you want me to help you in front of mom and stop Cheng Jin from going our mom's route, then you have to work hard and earn money. Oh right, the time limit is half a year. His cute little face was full of shrewdness, and he even opened his fingers to calculate. 2 people taking a plane is 20 million yuan, so half a year is about 3.4 million yuan a month. That's it. He slammed the door, and his young voice continued, Big sister, you can do it. I have faith in you. Inside the room, Zhou Ying's face was no longer angry. Instead, she narrowed her eyes and smiled. This little brat is running faster and faster. But soon she held her forehead and sighed, what kind of little brother did mom give birth to for me, so much pressure. Night. Dark clouds covered the sky, and there was no trace of moonlight. Wilderness 085. In the dark environment where you couldn't see your own fingers, there were bursts of roars from time to time. At this moment, stepping on the shrunken shield and concealing his presence, Zhou Hao hovered in front of a tall building. System sign in. As his voice fell, Zhou Hao's mind immediately rang with a melodious system notification. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in at Wilderness City No. 085. You have obtained perfect level movement skill. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained 2-9 series throwing knives. Ding! Congratulations to host, you have obtained a D7 level combat uniform. Ding! Congratulations to host, you have obtained A7 level Blood Shadow Blade. 4 consecutive explosions. Zhou Hao frowned. Both times he checked in the wilderness, he got movement equipment. According to this situation, he was afraid that he would get the same kind of harvest in the other wilderness. But now, only the movement technique was useful to him. As for other equipment such as sabers, throwing knives, combat uniforms, shields, and so on, he could buy them with his own money. There was no need for the system to give them to him. This broken system, it's very likely that it was affected by the crazy rewards from the first time I checked in. Zhou Hao secretly said, the first time he checked in the Land of Darkness, he got a lot of things, many of which were not in the Swallowed World. But after his reincarnation, the rewards he got were almost all from the Swallowed World. He knew that there must be a problem with this. I still have to continue to change places. After making a decision in his heart, Zhou Hao directly exposed his figure and rushed into the area occupied by a high-level beast general. The perfect level movement skill was obviously higher than the subtle level. This time he fought with the high-level beast general. He didn't even use his throwing knives and spent nearly half an hour to kill this high-level beast general. After collecting the materials, Zhou Hao didn't continue to stay and quickly left. The next day, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Ying, who was wearing a blue and white vest and revealing her smooth and white belly, opened the door of Zhou Hao's room and walked a few steps to the bedside. She pinched his face and shouted, "Hurry up and get up, don't sleep in. Sister will take you to the clubhouse to have fun." Zhou Hao had already heard Ying's footsteps. He opened his eyes speechlessly and kicked her chest. Ying quickly grabbed Zhou Hao's ankle with her palm and said with a smile, "Not bad, you actually learned how to sneak attack at such a young age. I was just testing whether you had made any progress in the wilderness." Zhou Hao curled his lips. He just kicked casually. If he used a little strength, he could have kicked Ying away. "You want to test your sister's bottom line? Wait until you're 10 years old." Ying fiercely pulled Zhou Hao and picked him up. Her big breasts instantly submerged Zhou Hao's little face. "Zhou Hao, woo-woo, haven't put on clothes yet, put on clothes." Ying slapped Zhou Hao's butt a few times and laughed, "A 3-year-old brat is still shy, but you really did grow a lot taller." Saying this, she put Zhou Hao down and urged, "Hurry up and put on clothes. Sister will wait for you outside. Don't dawdle." "Got it." Zhou Hao turned around and quickly got into bed. A few minutes later, the 6th floor of the Limit Hall. Shen Hong, Li Min, and Zheng Ru took turns hugging Zhou Hao. Ying smiled and asked, "Sister Shen, I'm going to let Xiao Hao train from now on. What do you think?" Shen Hong grabbed Zhou Hao, who wanted to slip away. Her hands were full of calluses. She touched Zhou Hao's body and said with some surprise, "Your little brother's body is really good. Although 3 years old is too early to start training, with your little brother's foundation, there shouldn't be any problems. But you can't be too hasty. Slowly train from the basics." Ying nodded, "That's what I'm thinking too. Let him learn some basic stances first. After a few years of training, he can slowly come into contact with other training movements." Shen Hong's face revealed a smile. "Ying your idea is good. Some consortiums or war gods juniors are trained from a young age. However, they have the resources to let the children soak in special nutrient solutions to strengthen their muscles and bones. Although we commoners don't have the resources, we still have to prepare some nutrients. You should know that basic stances are very tiring, especially for children who are still growing. If they don't have enough nutrients, it will harm their bodies." Ying's face was solemn. "I understand. It's good that you understand. Don't be impulsive and ruin your little brother." Shen Hong reminded her, "I have some connections. Tomorrow, I'll get your little brother some monster genetic meat that is suitable for him to absorb and has no side effects. As for herbs and the like, it'll be harder to get them." "Thank you, Sister Shen." Ying's face lit up when she heard this. Shen Hong waved her hand, "You don't have to be so polite with me. Besides, I quite like Xiao Hao. It's quite interesting to be able to watch him grow." After saying this, she paused for a moment and lowered her voice, "How do you plan to deal with Cheng Jin's matter?" The smile on Ying's face quickly disappeared. She thought about it and sighed, "I haven't thought of a solution yet." Ying halfway through her words, Ying heard a familiar voice, and her face could not help but darken. Shen Hong cast a glance at the entrance to the 6th floor. When she saw Cheng Jin walking over, she could not help but frown. Looks like this guy is bent on pestering you. Ying, don't feel pressured. Just let him pester you. These young men from consortiums usually don't have a lot of patience. I don't believe that he'll continue pestering you if he can't catch up to you after some time. Zhou Ying, bit her lip. That's all we can do for now. Chapter 13. In the blink of an eye, a month passed quietly. During this time, Zhou Hao was dragged by Zhou Ying, to the limit hall to train almost every day, doing some basic stance exercises. And in terms of food, his favorite dishes gradually turned into unpalatable genetic meat. At night, Zhou Ying, was still supervising Zhou Hao, squatting and jumping in the video room on the 2nd floor. Xiao Hao, I have to go to the wilderness tomorrow, so I can't supervise you anymore. But you can't be lazy, or else if I find out, your dream of going to the Dojo of Limits headquarters will be ruined. That afternoon, Zhou Ying, personally cooked a lot of sumptuous dishes, which she rarely did. While putting them on the table, she fiercely looked at Zhou Hao and warned him. I'm lazy. Zhou Hao raised his voice, his face full of disdain. Just those movements, I can do them in minutes, I don't even need to breathe. I say, sis, do you dare to increase the difficulty? Zhou Ying, pretty face darkened, slapping her head on Zhou Hao's forehead. Don't be so cocky, it's just some basic stance exercises. Look at how patient you are. You have to eat one bite at a time, and training has to be done step by step. Don't rush. Your sister, I, used to repeat the basic training movements for 5 or 6 years. Zhou Hao crossed his legs, reclined on the sofa with his hands behind his head, and said seriously, sis, you have to admit a fact. What fact? Zhou Ying, poured 3 bowls of rice and placed them separately. Back then, 10 of you added up couldn't compare to me, so don't use that on me. Hurry up, if you have any more difficult training methods, just tell me. Zhou Hao pointed at himself, don't worry, I can handle it. Zhou Ying, pretty face darkened even more. She stared at Zhou Hao and nodded. Indeed, when it comes to bragging, let alone your sister back then, even now, 10 of me added up can't compare to you. Wang Rong walked over at this time, listening to the conversation between the siblings, and laughed. Okay, you two stop bickering, hurry up and eat. Also, Xiao Hao, your sister is a fighter after all, she has a lot of experience in training. Don't be arrogant, you have to learn to be humble. I know, Mom. Zhou Hao had an obedient appearance. Zhou Ying, speechless and rolled her eyes. Afternoon, 3:00. Cheng Jin, who was holding a bouquet of flowers, came again. In the past month, he hadn't stopped. In addition to accompanying Zhou Ying, to train on the 6th floor of the limit hall, he also took time to go to the market with Wang Rong to buy groceries. Everyone in Mingyu district knew that there was a young master from a consortium named Cheng Jin who was pursuing Zhou Ying, Therefore, the number of people urging Zhou Ying, to consider him increased by a lot. Zhou Ying, took the flowers and casually threw them to the side. She calmly said, Cheng Jin, I still say the same thing, we are not suitable for each other. Tomorrow, please don't let the Tiger Cub squad follow us. Cheng Jin didn't care. I will continue to work hard until you agree. As for the Tiger Cub squad, my family has taken away a lot of my resources, so they won't follow you anymore. The rat tide will reach its peak in 2 months. You have to be careful when you enter the wilderness. After saying that, he turned around and left. Wait, Zhou Ying, shouted and quickly walked forward. Cheng Jin smiled and said, Ying have you changed your mind? Zhou Ying, shook her head and whispered, Cheng Jin, there are plenty of girls who are more outstanding than me. There's really no need for you to waste your time on me. My goal in life is to become a god of war and kill as many monsters as I can. You're more patient than I expected, but, I'm sorry, I won't be thinking about this. Cheng Jin's expression changed. This was the first time he heard Zhou Ying, mention her goal. He quickly adjusted his emotions. Ying with your potential and talent, it'll be very difficult for you to become a god of war. If you can get the resources from the Cheng family, you might have a chance. That's why your goal doesn't conflict with our matter. A hint of anguish appeared on Zhou Ying's lips. Cheng Jin, you still don't understand what I mean. Oh well, that's all I have to say. Looking at Zhou Ying, back as she left. Chang Jin frowned. Kyoto headquarters city, Chang family's grand hall. An ordinary-looking tall woman listened to Chang Jin's narration and said indifferently, "So, this is the reason why that Zhou Ying, rejected your pursuit for a few months." Chang Jin was a bit dispirited. "Cousin, what did I do wrong?" Chang Shuli mocked, "You were wrong from the beginning to the end." "What do you mean?" Chang Jin looked at his cousin in confusion. Chang Shuli didn't answer immediately. Instead, she asked, "Chang Jin, tell your cousin honestly. Do you really like this Zhou Ying, or do you just want to satisfy the sense of accomplishment that you got from chasing her?" Quote. Chang Jin frowned and said, "No one can escape from my grasp." "Very good." Chang Shuli snapped her fingers and stood up with a smile. "Since it's the second reason, then things are simple. To deal with a girl like Zhou Ying, you must first conquer her." Chang Jin curled his lips. "Cousin, I don't just want her body." Chang Shuli said indifferently, "Of course I understand. But if you want to conquer a girl like Zhou Ying, who has a strong will, you must first conquer her body. But to get her body, you must use some tricks. For example, in a desperate situation, you must be alone with her in a room." Chang Jin's eyes lit up. "You mean in the wilderness?" "Yes, in a desperate situation, any girl's psychological defense is very weak. In such a situation, if you take her body, not only will she not be angry, but you will also leave a deep impression on her. Then, it will be much easier to continue with your plan." Chang Shuli's expression was full of confidence. "Cousin, you have to help me," Chang Jin quickly said. Chang Shuli nodded. "Sure, I just came back from the training camp and have half a month of vacation. I will help you along the way." The next day, at dawn, Zhou Ying, went out fully armed. When she walked to the door, she looked at Zhou Hao's window and shouted, "Xiao Hao, don't forget to train." "Sister, you're too long-winded." A voice came out. Zhou Ying, smiled and slowly walked out of the villa. Whoosh! Zhou Hao blinked to the balcony on the second floor. Looking at Zhou Ying, back, he couldn't help but stretch. She finally left. Now I finally have time to go to the Dojo of Limits headquarters to sign in. Zhou Ying, has been training him this month and supervising him the whole time. He can only take time out to sleep. However, it takes more than 3 hours to go back and forth to Hongning Base City. If he is caught by Zhou Ying, checking his room, it will be hard to explain. Of course, the most important thing is that Zhou Hao is actually hesitating whether to go to the Dojo of Limits headquarters or to go to another ancient civilization base. After breakfast, Zhou Hao first went to the Dojo of Limits and stayed there for half an hour. Then he concealed his presence and went to the base city's airport. Between the various base cities, besides the disc-shaped fighter jets and auto jets, the only way is to take a large disc-shaped passenger plane at the airport. And this kind of large passenger plane costs 10 million Chinese dollars for the normal ticket and 20 million Chinese dollars for the special class cabin. Zhou Hao has the stellar cycle concealment technique, so he can go whenever he wants. The reason he mentioned it to Zhou Ying, before was to give her some motivation. The normal class cabin is very crowded. He naturally went to the special class cabin. Most of the people who can afford to sit in the special class cabin are warlords, and some of them are rich people from financial groups. Boom. After waiting for a while, the passenger plane took off. The people inside didn't feel the slightest vibration. And this kind of passenger plane has very strong defense. It can easily kill flying-type horde leader monsters. After an hour and 20 minutes of flight, the passenger plane arrived at Hongning Base City. Chapter 14. Zhou Hao left the airport. Looking at the busy streets and the smiles on the faces of the pedestrians, he couldn't help but sigh. Compared to other base cities, Hongning Base City's residents are undoubtedly more confident and secure. And all of this, clearly, it stems from their trust in the base city. After all, this base city is overseen by the world's strongest fighter, Hong. Even a beast king wouldn't dare to provoke them. After taking the subway for half an hour, he arrived at the area where the Dojo of Limits headquarters is located. Then he stepped on the shield and flew for a few minutes before standing not far from the headquarters' huge cabin door. Looking up at the huge spaceship building in front of him, Zhou Hao thought to himself, "This should be the interstellar transport ship in the universe. Who knows how Hong discovered it in the first place?" Outside the cabin door, there were rows of heavily armed soldiers standing guard. The security was tight. If it were any other fighter, they would be taken away by the soldiers just by approaching the headquarters, spaceship building. Their identity would be strictly checked and their purpose questioned. But Zhou Hao has the astral concealment technique. His entire body is like a dead object. These soldiers can't detect his figure at all. Without hesitation, he walked straight to the cabin door. There is a scanning system at the cabin door. Anyone who doesn't have the authority to enter will be killed by the ship's defense system. Although Zhou Hao is confident in the astral concealment technique, he can't help but feel uneasy when he reaches the door. After hesitating, he clenches his teeth and steps out. But at the same time, his whole body is on high alert. As soon as the blue light scans him, he will definitely retreat and run away. Luckily, the heavenly cycle stellar concealment technique is really powerful. The interstellar transport ship's system can't detect Zhou Hao's traces. He safely stepped through the cabin door. Zhou Hao immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the huge silver cabin door in front of him, he quickly walked in. He didn't stop until he stood in the inner circular corridor. System, sign in. His mind moved. The system's voice quickly sounded. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the Dojo of Limits headquarters. Reward. Black God set. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained Spirit Reader Basics. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained Destroyer. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained 3 types of plant spirits. Black Crow Root, 100 Dew Grass, Red Blood Vine. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You've gained Spirit Reader Talent plus 10. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You've gained Warrior Talent plus 10. Quote. The system exploded 6 times in a row. Moreover, whether it was the Black God set, the Spirit Reader Basics, or the Spirits of the Woods, they were all good things. As for the martial arts secret technique, Armageddon, although it was not bad and could greatly increase Zhou Hao's explosive power, it was still not as good as the secret technique of a telekinesis master. It was better than nothing. The remaining Spirit Reader talent and martial artist talent were 10 times more valuable than the limit hall in Zhongnan Base City. Zhou Hao nodded his head in satisfaction. The reward for the first check-in is indeed better, but I wonder if I'll be able to get a psychic weapon if I continue to check in here. The Dojo of Limits headquarters has a lot of good stuff. They were all looted by Hong during the Grand Nirvana period from the ruins of various ancient civilizations. And the telekinesis weapon inside is the soaring shuttle, which greatly increases a spirit reader's strength. It could be said that a spirit reader with a spirit weapon in hand is a true master. Check-in complete. He didn't rush to receive his reward, but instead left the giant spaceship building first. 2 hours later, it was 12:10 in the afternoon. Zhou Hao returned to Mingyu District's Villa 117. On the dining table were dishes steaming hot. This time was just when his mother, Wang Rong, finished cooking. Phew, good thing I'm not late. Letting out a sigh of relief, he quickly walked to the dining table. Wang Rong walked out of the kitchen, put the scarf aside, looked at Zhou Hao and smiled. Xiao Hao, hurry up and eat. If I make you a good meal today, you'll have to go back to normal tomorrow. This is what your sister told me to do, she added. Zhou Hao nodded, grabbed the food and mumbled, Mom, the gene meat isn't cheap. 1 pound is more than 10,000 Chinese dollars. Better meat is even more expensive. Let's eat sparingly. It's not easy for my sister to make money. Wang Rong laughed, you can't hide your thoughts from your mom. Worrying about your sister is fake, you don't want to eat the gene meat, right? The gene meat is really bad. I'll just go to the hall to train more. Zhou Hao suggested. No, you're still young. The more you train, the more you need nutrition. Wang Rong shook her head and refused. Okay, Mom will make some other food that you like. Zhou Hao laughed. Okay. After eating, he first went to the balcony to dry his stomach, then returned to his room to receive his reward. Boom. Suddenly, a large amount of information from Spirit Reader Basics and Destroyer flooded Zhou Hao's mind. With his experience, his face was expressionless. The 3 spirits of nature, Black Crow Root, 100 Dew Grass, and Red Blood Vine all floated in front of Zhou Hao. Each of these 3 spirit medicines can greatly increase a fighter's fitness level. However, once a fighter's fitness level reaches the peak of the advanced level War God level, using these spirits of nature will have no effect. Next was the Black God set. It appeared in the form of a black vest. Zhou Hao put the 3 spirits of nature next to him, then took off his clothes and put on the black vest. After about half a minute, his body felt like it was being pierced by needles. This was the black god set absorbing blood from his skin. Immediately after, the black vest began to vibrate and turned into a black stream of water that completely merged with Zhou Hao's body. The entire process lasted about 15 minutes. With the black god set, I won't have to be afraid of killing monsters anymore. Zhou Hao's face was filled with excitement. The black god set's defense is very strong. Even the claws of emperor-level monsters can't break it. After experiencing the wonders of the black god set, Zhou Hao's gaze fell onto the 3 spirits of nature. The 1,000-year black crow root, the 100 dew grass. I'll use the red blood vine myself. Thinking that, he took out the red blood vine. A throwing knife floated in the air. Under Zhou Hao's control, the tip of the knife lightly sliced the surface of the vine. Human blood seeped out, and there was more and more of it. The way to use the red blood vine is similar to dragon blood. Because of this, Zhou Hao quickly smeared the blood that seeped out of the vine all over his body. Boom! When the blood touched his skin, it immediately produced a burning heat. The heat quickly covered his entire body, and with a domineering heat, it crazily rampaged through Zhou Hao's meridians, bones, and blood. In less than half a minute, Zhou Hao felt like his entire body was being bitten by thousands of ants. Immediately after, waves of bone-piercing pain assaulted him. If it was a war god-level fighter, they might not be able to withstand this kind of pain. But he's different. After experiencing the pain of his soul being ripped apart, his willpower is already extraordinary. Clenching his teeth, his body couldn't stop trembling. The red blood vine's medicinal effect began to take effect. His body's cells crazily absorbed the energy. Large amounts of his genes were broken, perfected, and reformed. His bones and meridians were greatly strengthened. The golden ball in his mind was surrounded by a thick liquid like fog. It continuously released large amounts of pure spiritual force. While increasing his spiritual force, it also changed his body's genes. Under the double transformation, Zhou Hao's body fitness skyrocketed. Chapter 15. Half an hour passed. The shocking increase in his body's genes slowly came to an end. Zhou Hao, who was lying on the bed, flipped over like a carp and got off the bed. He clenched his hands into fists and felt that his body was filled with explosive power. If he faced the high-level General Black Scale Blood Python again, he was confident that even without using his spiritual force to control the throwing knives, he would be able to kill it with just his body's strength. The essence of nature's medicine is indeed magical. This time, my body's genetic fitness might have surpassed a beginner-level war god. Zhou Hao thought in his mind. Although he didn't test his strength, the mist around the golden ball in his mind had almost turned into liquid. This means that his spiritual force has at least reached the level of an advanced level war god. Whoosh! He took a few steps to the bathroom not far from his room and took a shower, washing away all the dirt on his body. Mom, I'm going to the training hall to train. After that, he shouted and left the mansion. He hid his body. Zhou Hao stepped on the shield and flew into the sky. In just 10 minutes, he arrived at the wilderness outside of the headquarters city. Boom! He didn't purposely suppress his speed anymore. His body turned into a flash of black lightning and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The sound of the explosion was like rolling thunder, echoing through the sky. Haha, awesome. After testing it a few times, Zhou Hao confirmed that his flying speed on the shield had reached about 610 meters per second. This speed definitely surpassed the limit of an advanced level war god and barely touched the bottom line of a peak war god. In other words, his body's genetic fitness might have reached the level of an intermediate level war god. Rising from the limit of an intermediate level war god to the level of an intermediate level war god, this Scarlet Vine's medicinal effect is even better than I thought, but maybe it's also related to my spiritual force talent. After landing on the roof of a tall building, the excitement on Zhou Hao's little face gradually calmed down. Although the essence of nature's medicine is magical, its medicinal effect isn't that exaggerated. The sudden increase in strength isn't that big. It's more of a subtle transformation and improvement. Because of this, Zhou Hao knew clearly that the reason why he improved so much this time was mostly due to his spiritual force. After all, the condensed spiritual force in his mind was golden and his spiritual force has touched the level of a peak war god. The golden ball still didn't shatter. Compared to before, he only lost a third of it. He sat down cross-legged. The two 9 series flying daggers hovered above Zhou Hao's head like guards. Even though I've only touched the bottom line of the War God Peak, as long as a spirit reader reaches the War God Peak, then, he'll be recognized as an invincible existence among war gods. Zhou Hao's eyes flashed. Going from an ordinary person to an invincible war god in just 3 months of signing in, this speed wasn't slow at all. But he didn't feel much pride. It had been 3 years and 3 months since he had reincarnated on Earth. After such a long time and with the system accompanying him, he only reached the peak of War God. It was a bit embarrassing to say that, although the peak of War God sounded nice, in the universe, it was only the peak of student level 9. I wonder if the situation of my original body in the land of darkness of the universe ocean has improved. Zhou Hao couldn't help but think of his original body again, and his face darkened. Although the soul-stripping technique and the reincarnation technique had helped him successfully escape from the land of darkness in universe ocean in the form of a clone, the soul-stripping technique still had a huge limitation. His soul could not be completely separated. If his true body encountered a sector beast, his clone and his true body would end up the same way. What a pity. At that time, he had no other choice. I still have to keep working hard. Sighing, he shook his little head, calmed down his emotions, and began to read the basics of Spirit Reader in his mind. This secret book was the entry-level secret technique for spirit readers. It was divided into the object control, spirit, and beast taming chapters. Among them, the object control chapter mainly explained how to increase the number of flying knives controlled by a spirit reader while maintaining the same power. This was extremely important. For example, the telekinesis weapon Soaring Shuttle was made up of more than 300 blades. To unleash its true power, one had to control more than 300 blades to exert the same power. Therefore, even if a spirit reader got a telekinesis weapon like the Soaring Shuttle, it would be very difficult to control the Soaring Shuttle without learning the basics of Spirit Reader. The Spirit chapter mainly explained how to use spirit power to attack the enemy. It included 18 types of spirit attack methods. The Beast Taming chapter used the spirit to communicate with monsters. Among these 3 chapters, it was obvious that the object control and spirit chapters greatly increased the strength of a spirit reader. The Beast Taming chapter was a bit useless. Therefore, Zhou Hao naturally chose the object control chapter as the main one, and the spirit chapter as a supplement. Military supply base. Team Rose had just finished resting. It was almost November, and the weather was getting colder. Therefore, most of the warrior squads would leave for the wilderness in the afternoon. This time, we're not going to the city. We're going to county number 0194. This county is close to the city, and there are a lot of commander-level monsters coming from the city. There's a lot of profit there. Most importantly, if there's a rat tide or beast tide, we'll have time to escape. Shen Hong, who was carrying a broad long sword, walked at the front of the team. Her voice fell into the ears of the other members of the team. Zhang Yi, who was carrying a sniper rifle, curled her lips. Captain, your idea is good, but I'm afraid the other teams are thinking the same. There are only a few counties with profit outside of the headquarter city. There are a lot of warrior squads coming this time, so they'll definitely choose county number 0194. If we go, we'll have to compete with the other teams. Zheng Ru, Li Min, and the other members couldn't help but nod. Zhang Yi's words made sense. Everyone wasn't stupid. In this dangerous month, no one would risk going to the city. Shen Hong slapped her head. I'm not good at this kind of thing. You guys discuss, where are we going? If you ask me, I think we should go to city number 085. We're familiar with the environment there. As long as we hunt on the edge, there shouldn't be any problems. The flat-chested Li Min had a soft voice. Together with her pretty good looks, she was one of Team Rose's attractions. Zheng Ru and Cao Yingchun were more introverted and didn't talk much. Zhang Yi looked at Zhou Ying, and asked, Sister Ying, what do you think? Zhou Ying, thought carefully before replying. According to the statistics, the specific period of the rat tide's occurrence in the past is between the end of November and the middle of December. There's no fixed pattern to the location of the rat tide's appearance, but it's only the end of October now. I think we can go to city number 085 to hunt first. After waiting for 10 days to half a month, we can return to the county around the military supply base. This way, we can maintain our hunting harvest, and it won't be too risky. It's safer. Hearing Zhou Ying's words, Zhang Yi immediately smiled and said, Sister Ying is really thoughtful. I agree. Li Min, Zheng Ru and Cao Yingchun also nodded in agreement. In fact, if they really wanted to consider safety, staying in the county around the military supply base was the safest choice. However, no matter which warrior team it was, they wouldn't choose this. After all, everyone was risking their lives to come out into the wilderness. If there was no harvest, it was better to just stay at home. Okay, then we'll follow Ying Er's suggestion and continue to city number 085. Shen Hong made the decision. Chapter 16. Evening. At the edge of the gloomy clouds, the afterglow of the setting sun would occasionally appear, sprinkling down on the city of Wilderness 085. On the top floor of an abandoned shopping center, Team Rose, who had rushed all the way here, were resting. Only Zhang Yi was using her sniper rifle to observe the surrounding situation. Shen Hong leaned on her broadsword, gulping down a large mouthful of water. She looked at Zhou Ying, who was eating a sugar pill, and asked, "How's Xiao Hao's training this month?" Zhou Ying, stopped eating and smiled. "Not bad, he's already completely mastered the most basic stance. He can last for more than 2 hours." Shen Hong heard and spat out the mouthful of water she just drank. Her face was filled with surprise. The basic stance was the beginning of training the body. The longer one could last, the hungrier the body's cells would be, and the more effective it would be at passively absorbing energy from the universe. Why did the number of Chinese and Indian fighters increase the most during the Grand Nirvana period? The reason was that Chinese had a tradition of practicing martial arts since ancient times. They had many stances that trained the body, allowing them to absorb energy from the universe faster, while Indian had yoga movements. But whether it was stances or yoga, they both required practice. Most beginners could only barely stand for half an hour after half a year of practicing. And Zhou Hao was too young. To be able to grasp the standard stance in a month and last for 10 minutes was already pretty good in Shen Hong's eyes, but he actually lasted for more than 2 hours. "Ying are you sure that Xiao Hao can do the standard stance for more than 2 hours?" Shen Hong couldn't help but ask. She didn't suspect that Zhou Ying was lying, but this matter was too exaggerated. She raised her voice, causing Zheng Ru, Li Min and the others to look over. They all knew that Zhou Ying was training her brother. "Sister Shen, I can't believe it myself, but Xiao Hao can stand for more than 2 hours, and his movements are very standard." Zhou Ying nodded and said, "The 10 pounds of Geno meat you gave me is almost gone. I bought another 10 pounds of normal meat from the HR market." Cao Yingchun, who had a dull personality, suddenly opened his mouth. "Sister Ying your brother has been in the stance for so long in just 1 month. I'm afraid his physical fitness has already reached the level of a junior student, or even an intermediate student. Haven't you tested his punching strength?" Zhou Ying was stunned and shook her head. "No." Shen Hong immediately said, "When we go back this time, give him a test. If his physical fitness and other data are at the level of a junior student, then your brother's talent is not bad. He is worth spending a lot of money to nurture. If he is at the level of an intermediate student, then your brother is a genius. I will apply to Headmaster Zhu to let your brother enter the Dojo of Limits training camp." Quote. "Ah, the youth training camp, will that work? My brother is only 3 years old." Zhou Ying was a bit confused. Before Shen Hong could open her mouth, Zhang Yi leaned over and said, "Why not? The younger he is, the more potential he has. In all the high schools in Jiangnan headquarter city, there are less than 100 people under the age of 15 who have reached the level of an intermediate student. Those under the age of 10 are even rarer. If your brother is confirmed to have reached the level of an intermediate student at the age of 3, Headmaster Zhu will be so excited that he won't be able to sleep." Li Min laughed. "I think there is an 80% chance of that happening. Xiao Hao is very slippery. Every time Sister Ru and I go to catch him, he runs very fast. This is not something an ordinary child can do." Zheng Ru nodded. "Ying you have to take this seriously. If your brother is really a genius, we fighters won't be able to nurture him." Zhou Ying's face became serious. "Okay, I will immediately have my brother tested when we get back." "Okay, there is no point in talking about this now, everyone should hurry up and rest. The hunt starts tomorrow. We don't have much time." Shen Hong clapped her hands and changed the topic. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The sharp sound of the 9 throwing knives cutting through the air came out from the streamers, and more than 10 pieces of glass in the surrounding buildings were shattered. Zhou Hao, who Team Rose was talking about, was standing on a shield and experimenting with the object control chapter of Spirit Reader Basics. After half a day, he could skillfully control the 9 throwing knives and exert the same level of power. Although the secret technique rewarded by signing in was directly transmitted to the mind, saving a lot of time to learn, it still required continuous practice to fully master it. This situation was like reciting ancient texts. Although the memory was engraved in the mind after reciting it, it needed to be revisited every once in a while to be able to completely recite it word by word. Boom! Suddenly, a silver moon wolf hunter jumped out from the left side of the building. It was extremely fast, and like lightning, it pounced on Zhou Hao, who was floating on a shield. Puff! Zhou Hao didn't even look at it. The moment the silver moon wolf was in front of him, he pulled out his sword and turned sideways. The blade cut through the air, and the explosive power directly cut off the silver moon wolf's head. Its body and head crashed onto the ground, splashing a large amount of blood. His body fitness level reached intermediate war god level, his spirit force reached peak war god level, and his body technique was perfect. Not to mention a high-level general silver moon wolf, even if he faced a high-level horde lord level attack, it wouldn't take much effort for him to kill it. Su su su. The 9 throwing knives quickly returned to his pockets. Zhou Hao landed on the ground and began collecting the materials from the silvermoon wolf's body. To the current him, the cost of materials from a high-level beast general was nothing. However, he was thrifty by nature. Along the way, he occasionally killed a high-level beast general, and all of them were collected into the bag formed from the Black God set. When my spirit force breaks through to the Star Traveler level, I'll be able to use the second layer of Stellar Cycle, muttered Zhang Chen. He looked at the sky and quickly left the city on his shield. The Stellar Cycle Concealment technique is a powerful support ability. The higher the level, the stronger the support ability. The first layer can hide the user, including everything within a 1-meter radius of the user. And at the second layer, the range can be expanded to 100 meters. Zhang Chen returned to Mingyu district. Zhou Hao took a shower and then obediently sat at the table and waited. At the same time, he was thinking, signing in for a month should be enough to clean out a place. I'll sign in at the Dojo of Limits headquarters for a month, then change places. There aren't many good places on Earth where he can sign in. He has already signed in at the Dojo of Limits, the headquarters, and the wilderness, so he has a rough idea of the rewards. As for the remaining places like the Thunder Dojo and the HR Alliance's shopping center, there's no point for him to sign in there after reaching peak war god level. Therefore, the only things that could help Zhou Hao were the ruins of the various ancient civilizations. Of course, the place that Zhou Hao wants to sign in the most is inside Yunmo planet's spaceship. That's the immortal level fighter Huyan Bo's spaceship, so there are a lot of treasures inside. While he was thinking, Wang Rong brought the dishes one by one. Mom, I met a fighter uncle at the dojo today. He made some medicinal wine for me and said it's good for rheumatism. You should drink more in the future and see if it has any effect. As he said that, he ran into the room and put a large jar of medicinal wine on the table. Wang Rong rubbed Zhou Hao's little head. Okay, Mom will drink more in the future. Zhou Hao opened the lid of the medicinal wine and a rich fragrance immediately flowed out. Mom, you can start drinking today. I've tasted it, it's very good. Wang Rong smelled the fragrance and felt her body relax quite a bit. The careless expression on her face couldn't help but disappear. She said in surprise, "What kind of medicinal wine is this? The smell is so refreshing, it should be very expensive." Mom, this is a gift from someone. I don't know either. Don't worry about whether it's expensive or not, hurry up and drink some. Zhou Hao urged as he poured a cup for his mother. This medicinal wine was naturally made by soaking a little 100 dew grass in water. Wang Rong took a small sip and immediately felt a warm current quickly spread to her limbs and bones. She closed her eyes and enjoyed it. Mom, is it effective? Zhou Hao asked with a smile. It's very effective. Mom feels 10 years younger. Wang Rong was surprised. She looked at her son Zhou Hao. This medicinal wine must be very precious. Take Mom tomorrow and thank him. You can't accept his gift for nothing. Zhou Hao had already expected his mother to say this. He said casually, Mom, that fighter uncle went to the wilderness. We won't see him tomorrow. Is that so? Then we'll wait for him to come back and pay him a visit. Okay. Chapter 17. Hongning Headquarter City. Dojo of Limits Headquarter, Silver White Corridor. Leisurely strolling, Zhou Hao said in his heart, System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you've obtained the Blood Shadow secret technique. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you've obtained the Spirit of Nature Millennium Black Crow Root. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, Spirit Reader Talent plus 10. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, Warrior Talent plus 10. Quote. Another quadruple explosion. Zhou Hao didn't show any surprise on his face. Aside from the first time he signed in at the Dojo of Limits headquarters and received a quadruple explosion, the rest of the 5 days were basically all quadruple explosions. The rewards didn't change much. The first was a warrior secret technique, the second was either dragon blood or spirit of nature, and the last two were spirit reader talent and warrior talent. But he didn't feel disappointed. After all, from what he saw in the past 5 days, the rewards didn't stay the same. If he continued to sign in, there might be unexpected surprises. Anyway, since he signed in at the headquarters, he had to use up all the benefits. He returned to the district at noon on time. After eating lunch, Zhou Hao went to the wilderness in the afternoon to practice the Spirit Reader Basics chapter. He kept this habit for the past 5 days. Shoo 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 shoo. The 32 9th series throwing knives were like cannonballs, quickly cutting through the air and creating bursts of sonic booms. They easily killed a low-level horde leader monster in the center of the western district. He practiced for 5 days in a row. He could now control 100 throwing knives at the same time and exert the same power. It can be said that with his current strength, he could easily defeat a star traveler who just broke through not long ago. Landing next to the horde leader monster's body, the throwing knives quickly cut the valuable materials. The 9th series throwing knives weren't cheap. He spent a lot of money to buy 30 of them. Fortunately, he kept harvesting high-level general and horde leader monster materials every day. Time to go see my sister. A thought flashed in his mind. He stepped on the shield and soared into the sky. Not far from City 085, a disc-shaped fighter quickly flew from the sky and landed next to a house in the suburbs. Soon, several figures came out of the disc-shaped fighter one after another. It was Chang Jin and the Tiger Thorn squad. Cousin, will this really work? Chang Jin asked hesitantly. Chang Shuli, who was wearing a combat uniform and had a perfect figure, raised her eyebrows. What are you afraid of? You have me and the tiger-piercing squad. What danger can you possibly face if we trigger a small rat tide? Chang Jin hurriedly said, Cousin, there's always the possibility of accidents. This month is the time when the rat tide will erupt. If a large-scale rat tide is attracted, I'll be finished. HMPH, you're as timid as a mouse. You'll never amount to anything. Chang Shuli scolded coldly, I'm an intermediate-level war god. My full power is comparable to an advanced-level war god. Even if we run into a large rat horde, I can at least last a few hours. This amount of time is enough for you to safely enter the fighter jet. What are you worried about? Chang Jin was still hesitant. But if someone finds out, I won't be able to escape. Chang Shuli said with some disappointment, you're afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind. You really disappoint me. Okay, go back. As for Zhou Ying, don't even think about getting her. As she said that, she entered the fighter jet again. As soon as Chang Jin heard Zhou Ying, he immediately gritted his teeth, okay, I'll do it. Chang Shuli's expression softened a bit, Captain Chu, protect my cousin well. Yes, Chu Cheng nodded seriously, on the roof of an abandoned shopping center. Everyone in Team Rose was resting with tired faces. Their foreheads were covered with large amounts of sweat. There were still a lot of bloodstains on their armor. It was clear that they had just gone through a high-intensity battle. Risking our lives to hunt a medium-level beast general. We almost lost our lives. Shen Hong sat on the ground without a care for her image. She gasped for air. Zhang Yi was also exhausted. Although he was a sniper, he had no choice but to throw away his sniper rifle and fight against large amounts of advanced-level beast soldiers in order to help Shen Hong and the others successfully escape. Good thing we got a good harvest. This medium-level beast general can be sold for at least 70 million. Adding on the other materials, our team earned over 100 million today. Zhou Ying, drank a big gulp of water and smiled as she caught her breath. Hearing this, Shen Hong and the others also smiled. With their team's strength, hunting low-level beast generals was relatively easy. The reason they took such a risk today was mainly because they felt that something was wrong with the environment. They wanted to make a profit before they left. Good thing they succeeded and no one was injured. We can't continue this kind of risky operation until a third warrior level member appears in our team. Shen Hong glanced at Zheng Ru, Li Min, and the others. She said in a low voice, many elite teams will continue to take risks after tasting the benefits. In the end, they will throw their lives away. Our team definitely can't follow in their footsteps. If it wasn't for this rare opportunity, I wouldn't have risked it either. Zhou Ying, and the others nodded heavily. They all understood the danger of the situation. If Zhang Yi and Shen Hong hadn't risked their lives to fight, the four of them would definitely have been seriously injured or even killed. Zhang Yi smiled, Captain, don't be so serious. Our team still has a lot of potential. Zheng Ru, Li Min, and the others aren't far from warrior level. Sister Ying is improving very quickly. I believe she will break through soon. As for brother Cao Yingchun interrupted and smiled, my potential has been exhausted long ago. But don't worry, everyone. I've saved a lot of money with Captain over the years. I should be able to break through to warrior level if I buy the gene medicine. Shen Hong clapped her hands, good. Everyone, work hard and break through to warrior level as soon as possible. When the time comes, all of us warrior level warriors can go to bigger cities to adventure and hunt. Boom boom. Suddenly, a series of noises came from not far away. Shen Hong and the others vigilantly looked towards the source of the noises. They saw a team of warriors quickly retreating towards their position. It's the Tiger Cub squad, and that young Master Cheng. Zhang Yi raised her sniper rifle and said, swish swish. Shen Hong, Zheng Ru, and Li Min couldn't help but look at Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying gently shook her head. I didn't know Cheng Jin would come to the wilderness. Captain, they seem to be in trouble. Should we help? Zhang Yi turned her head and asked. Shen Hong frowned, help if you can, but don't cause trouble. Zhang Yi made an okay gesture and then fired. Bang! The sound of the sniper rifle pierced through the air. The bullet accurately pierced a high-level beast soldier that was attacking Cheng Jin. A moment later, the Tiger Cub squad and Cheng Jin arrived at the top of the shopping mall. As soon as Zhou Ying saw Cheng Jin, she coldly said, Cheng Jin, what are you doing in the wilderness? Cheng Jin explained, Ying the situation has been a bit strange recently. There might be a rat tide. I was worried that something might happen to you, so I asked the Tiger Cub squad to come with me. Team Rose was already preparing to evacuate the city. Since you're here, don't lead the monsters here. Li Min bluntly said. If a high-level beast general attacks, the Tiger Cub squad will hold it off. You guys run first, Chu Cheng said indifferently. Li Min snorted and didn't say anything else. At this moment, Shen Hong asked, Cheng Jin, you came here personally. Did you receive some news? Cheng Jin nodded, the weather has been extremely hot recently. The rat tide will probably break out in a few days. As soon as he said this, the expressions of Zhang Yi, Zheng Ru, and the others suddenly changed. Shen Hong narrowed her eyes and looked at Cheng Jin. Seeing that his expression didn't change at all, she immediately said, if that's the case, we shouldn't delay any longer. Let's pack up and leave immediately. Zhang Yi, Cao Yingchun, and the others moved quickly. They carried the materials in their backpacks, turned around, and rushed down the shopping mall. Cheng Jin and the Tiger Cub squad followed behind them. But when they were about to rush out of the shopping mall, Cheng Jin gave Chu Cheng a look. Chu Cheng understood. He took out special hormones that looked like green fluorescent sticks and threw them into the shopping mall behind him. The special hormones emitted a scent signal. The mutant rat beasts in the underground tunnels of the 085 district began to become restless. Some high-level beast general mutant rats made ear-piercing noises. The noises quickly spread to the surrounding counties with a special energy signal. Chapter 18. Team Rose retreated quickly, but their expressions were still relaxed. After all, District 085 wasn't far from the military's supply base. Warrior-level martial artists could reach there in 4 to 5 hours if they ran at full speed. With the military's fighter jet speed, as long as they sent out a rescue signal, they would arrive within half an hour. Relax. Ying calculated that rat hordes usually break out at the end of the month. It's only the beginning of the month now, and the extreme weather has only lasted for 3 to 4 days. No matter how unlucky we are, we won't run into a rat hordes halfway. Zhang Yi said half-jokingly. Shen Hong was uneasy. She shouted, "Don't be careless. Hurry up." Zhou Ying, Zheng Ru, and Li Min were all carrying heavy combat backpacks filled with monster materials. Even if they ran at full speed, they wouldn't be able to go much faster. Chang Jin was a warrior-level martial artist. He quickly caught up to them. "Ying let me carry it for you." "No need." Zhou Ying, refused. Zhang Yi saw this and whistled. "Young Master Chang, I have a lot of things. Why don't you help me carry some of them?" Chang Jin nodded. "Sure." As he spoke, he ran over and took the heavy metal box from Zhang Yi's back. At the same time, he ordered the members of the Tiger Cub squad to help Zheng Ru, Li Min, and the others. They retreated from the northern district to the edge of the suburbs. As soon as they stepped onto the highway, they suddenly saw a large black shadow in the distance. It was rapidly moving toward them. "What's that?" Li Min asked, puzzled. Shen Hong and the others couldn't help but stop moving. Chu Cheng and the other members of the Tiger Cub squad looked at each other and saw the nervousness in each other's eyes. Zhang Yi glanced at it with her sniper rifle. Her expression changed drastically. "Not good, it's a rat hordes." Quote. "What? Rat hordes?" Quote. When Zhou Ying, Zheng Ru, and Li Min heard this, their faces instantly turned pale. Every time the rat tide erupted, a large number of warriors would die in the wilderness. Sometimes, even war gods would die. Shen Hong hurriedly snatched Zhang Yi's sniper rifle and glanced at it. Her face turned ugly. "There are at least hundreds of thousands of rat beasts, and they're heading right for us. Captain, what should we do?" Zheng Ru and Li Min panicked and looked at Shen Hong anxiously. "Turn on the positioning of your tactical communications watches and send an emergency signal to the military." Shen Hong took a deep breath and quickly calmed down. "The rat tide is extremely fast. We can't outrun them in the wilderness. The only thing we can do now is to return to the city and use the streets and buildings to limit their speed. Then, we can use the other roads in the city to escape. That way, we still have a chance of survival." Zhang Yi could not help but say, "Captain, what if there's also a rat horde in the city?" Everyone's face sank. With a bang, Shen Hong threw her backpack and shield on the ground. "Except for your weapons, quickly throw away everything on you." Bang, bang, bang. Zhou Ying, and the others hurriedly did as they were told and threw away their shields and backpacks. "Let's go." Shen Hong turned around and ran toward City No. 085. The others followed closely behind. Rumble. However, as soon as they returned to the streets of the suburbs, the ground began to shake. A large number of rat beasts emerged from the underground tunnels. "Don't jinx it." Shen Hong's face turned pale. Zhou Ying, Zheng Ru, Li Min, and the others all showed despair in their eyes. Only Chang Jin and the Tiger Cub squad remained calm. However, Shen Hong and the others did not pay attention to the expressions of the Tiger Cub squad at this time. "Let's take advantage of the fact that the rat beasts haven't completely gathered yet. Let's split up and leave it to fate. We'll save as many as we can." Shen Hong finished speaking and looked at Zhou Ying, Ying follow Chang Jin." "Sister Shen." Shen Hong interrupted him. "Chang Jin dared to take the risk and come here. He must have a backup plan." Chang Jin frowned and said, "Leader Shen, no one can be completely sure that they can escape from the rat tide." Shen Hong snorted coldly. "Don't talk nonsense with me. If you can't even guarantee Ying safety, how are you going to chase after her? All right, don't just stand there. Run for your lives." Whoosh. After she finished speaking, she took the lead and rushed toward the street with the most rat beasts. Boom, boom. Suddenly, a large number of rat beasts rushed toward Shen Hong. "Take care, everyone." Zhang Yi was the second. At the same time, he also ran toward the area with the most rat beasts. The two of them were obviously fighting for Zheng Ru, Li Min, and the others' hope. Take care, Zheng Ru, Li Min, Cao Yingchun, and the others said one after another and ran away at full speed. "Ying don't hesitate. Run, it'll be too late if you don't run now." Chang Jin grabbed Zhou Ying's arm and ran away like crazy. The members of the Tiger Thorn squad followed closely behind. Puff, puff, the rat beasts attacked them one by one, but they were all killed by the Tiger Thorn squad. "Run toward the roof of that building. Hold on for a while. The Chang family's fighter jet will come," Chang Jin shouted. Zhou Ying, thought of her brother and mother. She bit her lip and let Chang Jin grab her arm. Half a minute passed. The group rushed into the building and quickly ran up the stairs to the roof. They reached the 20th floor. Chu Cheng shouted, "Young Master Cheng, our team will try our best to block them here and buy you some time." Cheng Jin said gratefully, "Thank you." Then, he quickly ran toward the roof of the building with Zhou Ying. They ran until they reached the roof. Cheng Jin let out a sigh of relief. He knew that he was completely safe. "Ying don't worry. We'll definitely survive." Cheng Jin looked at Zhou Ying, pale face and comforted her. Zhou Ying, didn't say anything. She walked to the edge of the roof and looked down at the rat beasts that were gradually increasing in number. Tears streamed down her face. "Sister Shen, Brother Sao, Sister Ru." Cheng Jin walked forward. "Ying don't be sad. They're lucky." He took out a water bag and said, "Drink some water." Zhou Ying, didn't think about anything else. She took the water bag and took a sip. Seeing this, Cheng Jin smiled. The Cheng family's fighter jet will definitely come in a few minutes. However, 10 minutes passed. There were no fighter jets in the sky. Cheng Jin suddenly became anxious. Why aren't they here yet? Does the Cheng family want me to die? Zhou Ying, looked at the anxious Cheng Jin and felt apologetic. "Cheng Jin, I'm sorry. I dragged you into this." "Ying it's not your fault. I came here willingly," Cheng Jin hurriedly said. "Thank you." Zhou Ying, was very touched. Cheng Jin saw that the defensive look on Zhou Ying's face disappeared. He was overjoyed. He tried to put his hands on Zhou Ying's shoulders and pretended to be sad. "Ying it looks like we're going to die together this time." Zhou Ying, listened to the vibration downstairs. Her eyes gradually dimmed. "The moment I entered the wilderness, I was already prepared to die. To be able to die together with you, I have no regrets in this life." Cheng Jin said in a low voice. He didn't do anything more intimate. Instead, he stared at Zhou Ying's face and calculated in his heart. There's still half a minute before the drug takes effect. At that time, this Zhou Ying will be mine. Unfortunately, in this situation, even if I take over Zhou Ying's body, I won't be able to enjoy it to my heart's content. Half a minute passed like an eternity. Looking at Zhou Ying's slightly dazed eyes, Cheng Jin became excited. "Ying before we die, let's enjoy our last moments together." He couldn't wait to lower his head and kiss Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying slowly closed her eyes. Smack. Just when Cheng Jin's lips were 1 centimeter away from Zhou Ying's lips, a soft sound was heard. Zhou Ying instantly lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Cheng Jin, Chapter 19. I didn't use any knockout powder. Cheng Jin looked at Zhou Ying, who had fallen to the ground. His face was filled with confusion and helplessness. He even forgot to help Zhou Ying up. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure slowly appeared. Cheng Jin was startled. He staggered backward and sat on the ground. He stared at the dwarf in black tights and stammered as if he had seen a ghost. Who are you?" Under Zhou Hao's control, the black god suit that only covered his nose and eyes quickly disappeared, revealing his cute little face. Cheng Jin was dumbfounded. His brain directly short-circuited. His brain cells, which were used to think and remember things, had never imagined that he would see Zhou Ying's 3-year-old brother on the rooftop of a skyscraper in Wilderness No. 085, Zhou Hao. This was even more inconceivable than his cousin dancing naked in front of a monster. Zhou Hao stepped in front of Cheng Jin, who was sitting on the ground. He shook his head and sighed. "Why didn't you just be a stuffing dog? Why did you have to court death?" You, Cheng Jin finally came back to his senses. He stared at Zhou Hao and stuttered, unable to say anything. "Some people are destined to be unattainable, no matter how hard you try." After saying that, Zhou Hao turned around. He didn't even look at Cheng Jin. He picked up Zhou Ying and stepped on the shield as he soared into the sky. Seeing this scene, Cheng Jin's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His mouth formed an O shape. Puff. A cold light descended from the sky and directly pierced through his head. At this moment, his expression completely froze. Inside the building's staircase, boom boom boom. The tide-like rat beasts crazily attacked the tiger-piercing squad, shattering the staircase. However, in front of the tiger-piercing squad was an enchanting woman. She held a long spear and wantonly killed the rat beasts that continuously attacked them. So this is a war god elite. Chu Cheng and the others' eyes burned with passion. their hearts yearning for a war god elite even more. Puff, puff, suddenly, a cold luster penetrated through the cement floor of the building and pierced through the head of the member of the Tiger Cub squad. Chang Shuli's eyes suddenly swept towards the location of the flying dagger, and all the hair on her body stood on end. Puff, however, the flying dagger was too fast. Chang Shuli didn't even have the time to react before the tip of the knife drilled into her temple in a beautiful arc. Her brain instantly burst open, and Chang Shuli's enchanting body collapsed with a loud bang. A large number of rat beasts drowned their corpses. Until her death, Chang Shuli would never have thought that she would offend the invincible war god spirit reader by just casually helping her cousin once. On a bustling street in the south of District 085. On the rooftop of the bank building, Zhou Hao, who was carrying Zhou Ying, slowly descended and placed his sister beside the other members of Team Rose. He had already arrived at District 085 as soon as he discovered the rat tide. At that time, he didn't immediately follow Zhou Ying, mainly because he went to save Shen Hong and the others. After all, Zhou Ying, wasn't in any danger at that time. Moreover, with his speed, he could return in less than 10 seconds. Boom! The streets around the bank were now filled with a large number of rat beasts. Zhou Hao looked into the distance, and the periphery of the city was even darker. His small face scrunched up. This level of rat tide had already exceeded level 3. He glanced at his communications wristwatch. It had already been more than 10 minutes since he saved Shen Hong and the others and used their communications wristwatches to send out an emergency signal for help. According to the speed of the military supply base's fighter jets, they should be arriving soon. I should be able to make it. Zhou Hao glanced at Shen Hong, Zhang Yi, and the others, who had been gently knocked out by him. Then, he looked at Zhou Ying, and decided to wait. Time ticked by. There were more and more rat beasts on the streets. Some of the rat beasts seemed to have sensed the aura of Zhou Ying, and the others and rushed madly to the bank building. However, they were easily killed by the flying daggers controlled by Zhou Hao. But with the death of the rat beasts, the high-level rat beast leader discovered Zhou Hao and immediately let out a burst of sharp noises. Rumble! Suddenly, an endless tide of rat beasts rushed to the bank building from all directions. This is troublesome. Zhou Hao shook his small head and simply stopped killing quietly. 32-9 series and 16-7 series flying daggers instantly flew out of his trouser pocket. 48 flying daggers were suspended around him. Go! With a low roar, one by one, the flying daggers shot out like lightning, forming a diameter of 100 meters with Zhou Hao as the center, crazily killing the rat beasts. Puff, puff, the 48 flying daggers were like a metal storm, spinning and wantonly killing the countless rat beasts that were rushing from all directions. Squeak! The sharp noises became more frequent. The rat tide went crazy. Millions of rat beasts rushed to the bank building. However, as soon as they reached the edge of the building, they were pierced by the high-speed rotating flying daggers. In just 5 or 6 minutes, layers of rat beast corpses piled up around the bank building, and they were still rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is crazy. Zhou Hao stood on the edge of the rooftop of the building, looking at the rat beast corpses that were almost half the height of the building. His face was calm. Boom! The spiritual mind power in his sea of consciousness completely erupted. The flying daggers made sonic booms, and the glass of the bank building shattered directly. Pieces of glass quickly floated up, and then like the flying daggers, formed a circular storm. Puff, puff, the rat beasts were like moths to a flame, and the corpses piled up even faster. Zhou Hao controlled more than 200 pieces of glass and felt that his control of the flying daggers was a little unstable. He understood that this should be the limit of his spiritual mind power now. It seems that it will take another 10 days to half a month to completely master the control chapter of Spirit Reader Basics. He looked at the increasing number of rat beasts and muttered softly. The more objects a spirit reader controls, the lower the power. Fortunately, these rat beasts were not strong, so he did not have to maintain the maximum power. Of course, the reason why Zhou Hao dared to do this was mainly because the amount of his spiritual mind power was too huge. After reaching the peak of the war god level, 2/3 of the golden ball in his sea of consciousness still remained solid. An endless supply of spiritual fog was replenished. He did not have to worry about the consumption of spiritual mind power at all. 20 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The rat beast corpses piled up around the rooftop of the building were hundreds of thousands. High in the sky at the edge of 085 City. In the military fighter jet. The pilot looked at the densely packed rat beasts in the city, and his scalp went numb. Reporting to the base, we have arrived at the 085 suburb. The situation in the rat-tide area is very serious, do we continue the rescue? The base quickly replied, the emergency signal is still ongoing, continue the rescue. The pilot said, yes. Boom. The fighter jet rushed into the city and roared. A large number of rat beasts on the street looked up at the fighter jet and squeaked. As the fighter jet approached the location of the rescue signal, hundreds of thousands of rat beast corpses formed a circle and surrounded a rooftop building. Countless rat beasts climbed up the rat beast corpses and rushed up, but they were constantly smashed by the metal storm. Such a scene gradually entered the fighter jet's line of sight. The pilot was suddenly stunned. Oh my god, how many rat beasts have we killed? 03, have we arrived at the rescue location? The constant urging sound in the headset pulled the pilot back from the shock. The pilot hurriedly said, reporting to the base, we have arrived at the target location. The anxious voice of the base personnel sounded, 03, is the target alive? The fighter jet pilot did not respond immediately. Instead, he first sent the scene in front of him back to the base and added a sentence, the target is not dead. Chapter 20. 5 hours later, in the military supply base. Shen Hong and the other members of Team Rose woke up one after another. Ying was the last to wake up. Her cold face still had traces of delirium on it until her eyes vaguely saw Shen Hong, Zhang Yi, and the others. She quivered and widened her eyes. Sister Shen, Brother Zhang, Sister Ru, you all. Shen Hong, Zhang Yi, Zheng Ru, and the others said in unison, we're not dead. Ying looked around. Before she could speak, Zhang Yi said directly, this is the villa in the military supply base. Hearing this, Ying was stunned for a moment, then said carefully, so, we're saved. Shen Hong and the others nodded. What happened? Ying's mouth opened slightly, but she still asked. Shen Hong, Zhang Yi, and the others shook their heads. Ying don't ask. We're just like you. We're still in a daze. We don't know what happened. Shen Hong said with a bitter smile. Zhang Yi casually put the sniper rifle behind her back and put her hands behind her head. She said casually, no matter what, it's fine as long as we're alive. Who cares who saved us? Thud thud thud. At this moment, footsteps were heard. Soon, a few soldiers walked into the living room. One of them was a colonel. He glanced at Shen Hong and the others, and a smile appeared on his face. Looks like you're all fine. The members of the Rose Squad stood up in unison and saluted. The colonel waved his hand. No need to be so polite, Captain Shen. I came here from the capital military district mainly to ask you guys something. Shen Hong immediately said, Chief Chu, please go ahead. The colonel wasn't surprised that Shen Hong recognized him. His expression became slightly more serious. Captain Shen, what's your relationship with the powerhouse who saved you? When Shen Hong heard this, she couldn't help but exclaim, Chief Chu, to be honest, our entire team is still in a daze. We have no idea what happened. Chief Chu stared at Shen Hong. Seeing that she did not seem to be lying, he sighed. If that's the case, you don't know anything else about this powerhouse. Shen Hong could not help but ask, Chief Chu, what happened after we fainted? Did the rat tide retreat? Chief Chu turned sideways and gestured to the soldiers on both sides. 2 soldiers stepped forward and handed the photos to Shen Hong and the others. The photo was taken by the military's fighter jet at the bank building. This is the expert who saved us. Shen Hong, Zhang Yi, and the others were all shocked. In the photo, there were piles of rat beasts around the building. Just looking at them made them tremble. Chief Chu said solemnly, this is the footage taken by the fighter jet when it was heading to Wilderness number 85. It's an absolute secret. Chief Shen, please don't leak it. Understood. Shen Hong and the others nodded. Chief Chu then continued, after careful research, the expert in the photo is a war god level spirit reader. Moreover, there's an 80% chance that his spirit reader has reached the peak of war god level. Peak of war god level spirit reader. The publicly recognized invincible war god. Such an invincible expert saved us. Shen Hong, Zhang Yi, and the others were all dumbfounded. Invincible war god. The number of such experts on Earth was even fewer than the number of counselors surpassing war god. They never thought that the person who saved them would be such a person. Chief Chu waved his hand. The two soldiers immediately took back the photos in Shen Hong and the other's hands. Such an invincible war god level existence. If we have information about him, it will be of great help to our Wuxia. If any of you remember anything, please inform me. I thank you on behalf of the Wuxia military, Chief Chu said as he bowed to Shen Hong and the others. Shen Hong, Zhou Ying, and the others jumped in fright and hurriedly waved their hands. Chief Chu, you're exaggerating. Chief Chu smiled. Of course, this expert might have passed by and saved you along the way. But no matter what the situation is, remember to keep it a secret. Yes, Chief Chu, we'll keep it a secret. Shen Hong and the others had serious expressions. Chief Chu nodded and then turned around to leave with the two soldiers. Chief Chu, Zhou Ying, suddenly shouted. Oh, Chief Chu came back to his senses and asked expectantly, what is it? Zhou Ying, hesitated and asked, may I ask if Chang Jin and the Tiger Thorn squad were saved? Chief Chu was stunned and narrowed his eyes. Are you saying that the Tiger Thorn squad and the Cheng family's descendant were also in Wilderness Area 085? Zhou Ying, heard the strangeness in Chief Chu's words, but she didn't think much of it and nodded, yes. Before I fainted, I was on the rooftop of a building with Cheng Jin. The Tiger Thorn squad was fighting the rat beasts downstairs to buy us a chance to survive. Chief Chu looked at Shen Hong. Captain Shen, this is. Shen Hong quickly explained, she's Zhou Ying, a member of Team Rose. Zhou Ying, I'll have to trouble you to come with me. We have some questions that we need to clarify regarding the Cheng family's descendants and the tiger-slaying squad, Chief Chu said slowly. Sure, Zhou Ying, nodded. Shen Hong couldn't help but say, Chief Chu. Chief Chu smiled, don't worry. It's just a routine question. Nothing will happen. Soon, Chief Chu left with Zhou Ying, and two soldiers. Zhang Yi looked at their backs and said with a frown, Captain, Chief Chu's reaction just now was obviously a little strange. Shen Hong wasn't stupid, naturally, she could tell. However, Chief Chu was a colonel and a god of war. The only reason he spoke to them with such an attitude was because of the invincible god of war who had saved them. Therefore, even if she guessed that Chief Chu might cause trouble for Zhou Ying, she couldn't stop him. Wait, at least before they figure out the invincible god of war's identity, they won't do anything to Ying. Zheng Ru, Li Min, and Cao Yingchun nodded. However, not long after. Zhou Ying, returned. Ying, Shen Hong and the others hurried forward. What did Chief Chu ask you? He didn't blame you, did he? Zheng Ru and Li Min all asked. Zhou Ying, shook her head. She looked at Shen Hong, Zhang Yi and the others and bowed. Captain, Brother Zhang, Sister Ru, I'm sorry. I've dragged you all down. Ying, what are you doing? Shen Hong didn't understand. Zhang Yi and the others were also confused. Zhou Ying, clenched her fists and said while gritting her teeth, this rat tide might be Cheng Jin's doing. What, Cheng Jin's doing? Sister Ying, do you have evidence? Shen Hong, Zhang Yi, and the other four turned pale with fright. They were well aware of the serious consequences of this matter. Once it was confirmed that Cheng Jin had caused the rat tide, the entire Cheng family would face the questioning of all the martial artists. It must be known that the Cheng family is one of the 12 financial groups of the Our Alliance in the Wuxia region. They have a deep foundation. Before their family collapses, they will definitely investigate the source. Zhou Ying, nodded heavily and said with an ugly expression, although I don't have evidence, from what Chief Chu asked just now, the rat tide didn't erupt for no reason. Moreover, the military definitely has some clues. At that moment, she recounted how Chief Chu had asked her about her relationship with Cheng Jin, as well as how she had entered District No. 085. After listening, Shen Hong, Zhang Yi and the other members of Team Rose all had serious expressions. Chapter 21. Younger sister Ying, if it was really Cheng Jin who triggered the beast horde, then what is his motive for doing this? If it was purely to gain your favor, then isn't it a bit too dangerous? When the rat horde erupts, even a war god expert wouldn't have the confidence to easily escape. Zhang Yi asked the question in her heart. Zheng Ru couldn't help but nod. At the same time, she added, there's one more thing I'm curious about. According to Ying, before you fainted, You were in the same building as Chang Jin and the tiger-slaying squad. Then why did the invincible war god save only you and not Chang Jin and the tiger-slaying squad? Zhang Yi and Zheng Ru said this. Zhou Ying, froze. Shen Hong, Li Min, and Cao Yingchun also frowned. Indeed, there were indeed problems with these 2 points. Perhaps the invincible warlord knew that it was Chang Jin and the tiger-slaying squad who triggered the beast tide, so he didn't save them and allowed them to be drowned by the rat tide. Cao Yingchun thought for a moment and said, as for Chang Jin's motive for doing this, I haven't figured it out yet, but one thing is for sure. He's definitely coming for Sister Ying, Shen Hong nodded. Brother Cao's words make sense, but right now, we shouldn't be thinking about Chang Jin's goal, but the consequences of this matter. After she said this, everyone's expressions became serious again. Although Team Rose had some reputation in Mingyu district, it was nothing compared to the Cheng family, one of the 12 financial groups. Even if the military found out that the Cheng family was the one who triggered the beast tide, they might not be able to do anything about it. On the other hand, there was an 80% chance that Team Rose would be targeted by the Cheng family. I'm sorry, Zhou Yinger apologized again, but just as she opened her mouth, she was interrupted by Shen Hong. Yinger, remember who you are. If you do this again, don't blame me for not acknowledging you as my sister. Zhou Ying, was touched. She didn't expect Sister Shen to still acknowledge her as a member of Team Rose despite the immense pressure from the Cheng family. Zhang Yi snorted. What's there to be afraid of? We'll deal with whatever comes our way. The Cheng family may be strong, but if they want to deal with Team Rose, they won't dare to do it openly. At most, they'll do it in the wilderness. If worst comes to worst, we'll just hunt around the military supply base. That's right, Zhang Yi is right. Everyone, don't worry too much. Moreover, the invincible battle god who saved us probably knows that the Cheng clan caused the beast tide. He must be furious about this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have only saved Ying. Therefore, the Cheng clan might not have the strength to deal with us. Shen Hong said in a low voice. Zheng Ru, Li Min, and the others all nodded. Shen Hong's analysis made sense. Although the Cheng clan was strong, if they were to face the wrath of an invincible battle god, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Alright, don't frown. We're already very lucky to have survived the beast tide. Let's celebrate when we get back to the base city. Also, before the beast tide incident is completely resolved, our team will temporarily rest and reorganize in the base city. Shen Hong clapped her hands. At the entrance of the train station, Wang Rong looked around at the people coming and going. He couldn't hide the anxiety on his face. Zhou Hao yawned and said, Mom, didn't you call? Sister is fine. Don't worry about her. Wang Rong sighed. That was a beast tide. Many people in the community said that a beast tide outbreak would kill many people. Although your sister answered the phone, she didn't say anything about whether she was injured or whether it was serious. How can I not worry? Zhou Hao didn't say anything else. Of course, he knew that his sister was fine. After all, he had personally sent her to the fighter jet. Not long after, a train arrived at the station. Many warriors walked out of the train. Nearly half of them were severely injured and had to be supported by their teammates to move. The rest of the family members who had come to welcome them all started crying. Don't cry, I'm fine. We're already very lucky to have survived the beast tide. I'm just missing a leg. It's not a big deal. I'll take advantage of my injury to keep you company. Son, although Dad lost his arm, I'll be able to keep you company in the future. For a moment, the atmosphere at the entrance of the station was sad. When Wang Rong saw this, the anxiety on his face became even stronger. His heart was in his mouth. Soon, the members of Team Rose walked out. Mom. Xiao Hao. When Zhou Ying, saw Zhou Hao and Wang Rong, she hurriedly went up to them. Wang Rong also rushed up anxiously. She looked at Zhou Ying, from head to toe, her hands constantly touching her. When she saw that her daughter was not missing an arm or a leg, she immediately heaved a sigh of relief. With tears in her eyes, she said, It's good that you're fine. It's good that you're fine. Shen Hong and the others had a heavy heart. They went up to greet Wang Rong and left. Back at Mingyu district, when the family members of many warriors saw that Zhou Ying, was unharmed, they all went up to greet her. Ying, you're back. The beast tide broke out suddenly this time. Many warrior teams were injured. 4 or 5 teams in our district didn't come back. Sigh, Sister Wang, your family's Ying is really lucky to be able to come back alive. Shen Hong and the others are back too. None of them are injured. As expected of Team Rose. I'm even thinking of asking my family to consider joining Team Rose. Wang Rong also replied, yeah, she's lucky. Yes, she's really lucky. I'll go back and pray to the gods and thank them for taking care of my daughter. Zhou Hao pursed her lips as she listened. When they entered the living room, Wang Rong couldn't help but say, daughter, stay for a few more days this time. Don't go to the wilderness anymore. When Mom heard about the beast tide, she was so scared that she couldn't walk. Zhou Ying hurriedly nodded. Mom, don't worry, I'll stay longer this time. I probably won't go to the wilderness before the new year. Hearing this, Wang Rong was finally relieved. Ying go take a shower first. Mom will go to the supermarket to buy some ingredients. I'll treat you today to get rid of the bad luck. With that, she left the living room. Zhou Ying took off her combat uniform, revealing a yellow vest. She also took off her pants, leaving only her shorts on. Her long, straight legs were exposed to the air. Sister, can you be more careful? There's another person here. Zhou Hao crossed his arms and sat on the sofa. Zhou Ying didn't even look at Zhou Hao. You're only 3 years old. What do you know? Go peel an apple for me. I'll eat it after I take a shower. As she spoke, she walked into the bathroom. Soon, the sound of water splashing could be heard. Oh no, I forgot to bring a change of clothes. Xiao Hao, go to my room. He only heard half of it. Zhou Hao immediately shouted, you really don't treat me like a human. Take it yourself. I'll go upstairs. Whoosh. He quickly rushed to the second floor. After Zhou Ying heard the noise, she muttered, he's only 3 years old and he's already so smart. How can I bully him when he grows up? After a while, after taking a shower and changing into clean clothes, Zhou Ying sat on the sofa and ate an apple. Zhou Hao came down again and sat next to her. Sister, you're really not going to the wilderness before the new year? Yes, I'll stay at home for 2 or 3 months and properly train you. Zhou Ying crossed her legs and lazily stretched on the sofa. It's still more comfortable at home. It's relaxed and free. Zhou Hao muttered, if you don't go to the wilderness, how are you going to make money? I still want to go to the Dojo of Limits headquarters. Bang! A loud and clear sound rang out in the air. Zhou Ying angrily said, you stinking brat. I almost lost my life in the rat tide and you still want me to go to the wilderness. You don't know how to feel sorry for me at all. Zhou Hao rubbed his head, I was wrong. Sister, that's right, why didn't the Cheng Jin pick you up this time? He won't come back in the future. Zhou Ying suddenly frowned. The corner of her eyes revealed a hint of sadness. Chapter 22. 2 days later, on the 6th floor of the Limit Hall. As soon as Zhou Ying appeared with Zhou Hao, Zheng Ru and Li Min ran over to pinch his cheeks. Shen Hong grabbed Zhou Hao and held him in her arms. This little guy is growing fast. A 3-year-old is almost as tall as a 5-year-old. If he continues to grow, he won't be cute anymore. Zhou Ying smiled, he ate all the genetic meat at home. It's normal for him to grow fast. He can eat quite a lot. Shen Hong pinched Zhou Hao's cheeks and asked, Ying when are you going to test your brother? In a while, when the rat tide is completely over. Zhou Ying sighed. Shen Hong put Zhou Hao down and let Li Min play with him. Then she said, Ying are you worried that once Xiao Hao enters the youth training camp, the Cheng family will secretly harm Xiao Hao? Yes, the Limit Hall's normal training camp is in Kyoto, and so is the youth training camp. The Cheng family in Kyoto has been running it for many years. If they want to do something, I can't stop them. Zhou Ying shook her head. That's fine. Shen Hong pondered for a moment. Now is not the right time to let Xiao Hao go to the youth training camp. Last night, Commander Chu called me and told Team Rose to be careful and not go out. Zhou Ying was shocked. The military is going to make a move against the Cheng family. Shen Hong waved her hand, not so fast. Even if the military has evidence, they can't directly make a move against the Cheng family. They have to at least go through the process on the surface. Won't this give the Cheng family too much time to maneuver? Zhou Ying frowned. It can't be helped. After all, the Cheng family is one of the 12 consortiums. There are too many interests involved in making a move against them. Moreover, this time, we might only be able to make the Chang family move a little. Shen Hong sighed. She knew that the interests of these consortiums were intertwined. Even if there was conclusive evidence, it would be difficult for the Chang family to fall. Zhou Ying fell silent. After a long pause, she said, if the Chang family knows the cause of Chang Jin's death, they probably won't let Team Rose go. Shen Hong was silent. With the Chang family's influence, they would definitely make a move against Team Rose for the sake of their reputation. Sister Shen, what should we do? Zhou Ying's body trembled slightly. She was only a high-level warrior, and she was simply unable to deal with a giant crocodile like the Chang family. Take it one step at a time. Shen Hong said in a low voice, if the situation is really bad, Team Rose will stay in the base city forever. As long as we stay in the base city, the Chang family won't dare to make a move. Then, she glanced at Zhou Hao, who was standing not far away. If Xiao Hao is talented and has the potential to become a god of war, Team Rose will still have hope. Bang. Commander Chu slammed his fist on the table. He glared at the man in front of him like an angry tiger. The rat tide is such a big deal. Hundreds of warrior teams were either crippled or destroyed. Do you think we can just let it go for a measly 10 billion yuan? The man frowned. Commander Chu, the Chang family has already received the punishment they deserve. Chang Shuli, the god of war instructor of the elite training camp, died in the rat tide. Chang Jin, a direct descendant of the Chang family, is also dead. And the Tiger Thorn team. Commander Chu interrupted sharply, they deserved it. If it were me, I wouldn't have saved them either. I would have let them die in the rat tide that they caused. The man sighed. The Chang family agreed that they would be responsible for all the compensation for the injured or destroyed warrior teams and their families. If we continued to investigate, we wouldn't be able to find any evidence. Even if we did, we would have to arrest the head of the Chang family through the normal procedure. This would take a long time. The Chang family could have gone to the councilman and asked him to step in. So, in the end, the Chang family only received some light punishment. Commander Chu was so angry that his veins were bulging. He glared at the man. After a while, he slumped into his chair. The consortium is a cancer. The man shook his head. It's reasonable that they exist. The HR Alliance's consortium allows many warriors to have access to all kinds of secret techniques and equipment. As long as they don't cross the bottom line, it's hard to overthrow them. What about Councilman Jia? What's his attitude? Commander Chu asked. He's as angry as you are. It was Councilman Zhu who personally persuaded the Chang family to pay 10 billion. Otherwise, do you think the Chang family would have agreed so easily? The man laughed at himself. Commander Chu, you don't have any solid evidence. Commander Chu clenched his teeth. The rat tide destroyed all the evidence. So don't investigate this anymore. Also, pay attention to Team Rose. Don't let the Chang family deal with them. The man reminded. Kyoto headquarters city. The large passenger plane slowly landed. Many rich and powerful warriors walked out. Among them, there was a short figure. The moment he left the plane, he stepped on a shield and flew up. It was Zhou Hao. In the Dojo of Limits, from the conversation between his sister and Shen Hong, he could tell that they were facing a lot of pressure. Originally, after killing Chang Jin, the Tiger Thrusting Squad, and a female warrior of the Chang family, he was planning to deal with the Chang family later. But now, he came early. The Chang family's mansion was brightly lit. When Zhou Hao landed in the courtyard, many members of the Chang family were discussing in the meeting room. Chang Jin secretly colluded with Chang Shuli to cause the beast tide, which brought a lot of losses to the Chang family. I think Chang Jin's father can no longer be the head of the family. Agreed. Seconded. No objections. Soon, Chang Jin's father was removed from his position as the head of the family. Great-grandfather Chang snorted. I've said it before, if we don't discipline the younger generation well, we'll cause a lot of trouble. The Chang family must remember this lesson and strictly control the younger generation in the future. We can't let them cause trouble outside. Also, this matter has been investigated. The cause was that bastard Chang Jin fell in love with a girl and did such a ridiculous thing. The Chang family can't suffer this loss for nothing. Someone has to pay the price. So, find the right time to get rid of everything related to this girl. Tap tap. At this time, footsteps came from outside the living room. Swish swish swish. Many members of the Chang family subconsciously looked at the door of the meeting room. No one was allowed to disturb the Chang family's meeting. However, when they saw the figure of a 5-year-old child at the door, they were all stunned. Whose child is this? Great-grandfather Cheng frowned and glanced at the other members of the Cheng family. Father, he's Zhou Ying, Er's younger brother, Zhou Hao. Cheng Jin's father said with a shocked face. As soon as this was said, the meeting room was in an uproar. What? Zhou Ying, Er's younger brother? Quote, the younger brother of the girl Cheng Jin fell in love with. Isn't he 3 years old? Why is he in our Cheng family? Everyone was shocked. Great-grandfather Cheng stared at Zhou Hao, his mind working quickly. The events of Cheng Jin, Cheng Shuli, and the beast tide kept surging in his mind. As if he had connected the dots, his turbid pupils suddenly shrank and his whole body trembled. Are you the invincible god of war who saved Team Rose? As soon as he finished speaking, the entire meeting room was silent. Chapter 23. Zhou Hao took a step forward. The figure of a 5-year-old child came directly in front of Old Master Cheng. Congratulations, you got it right, Zhou Hao smiled. As he took a step forward, a large amount of spiritual force instantly covered the entire conference room. Throwing knives shot out one after another. The throwing knives drew streaks of light as they drew an irregular pattern in the conference room. Puff puff puff. Blood kept spilling out of the pattern as if it was a red flower. Too bad there's no reward. As he finished speaking, the only sound left in the conference room was Elder Cheng's heavy breathing. Elder Cheng ignored the throwing knives aimed at him. His muddy eyes stared at the child in front of him as he sighed, my Cheng family still fell into the hands of the younger generation. Puff. Blood splattered everywhere. Shoo shoo shoo. The throwing knives retreated back into Zhou Hao's pocket as his figure slowly disappeared. Nighttime. The news of the Cheng family's 3 generations of direct descendants and side family members all dying in the conference room was like a bomb that caused a huge commotion among the upper echelons of the capital city. The heads of the Wang family, Shu family, Zhu family, Li family, and the rest of the 12 financial groups all came to the Cheng family's conference room. The leaders of the military and the government were all gathered here as well. No one touched the scene, right? Councilman Zhu asked coldly. No one touched it. As soon as we received the news, we sealed off the conference room. The head of the special department quickly said, also, we've carefully inspected the scene. There are no signs of fighting in the conference room. All the tables and chairs are in perfect condition. All the victims were killed by 9 series throwing knives. When the other heads of the financial groups heard this, they all couldn't help but gasp. Are there any surveillance cameras? Councilman Zhu asked again. This is where the Cheng family gathers. There are no surveillance cameras, the head of the special department replied. Councilman Zhu closed his eyes and then slowly opened them. Judging from the position of the bodies, they were killed in an extremely short amount of time. The spirit reader who did it is at least an advanced level war god. There's no need to investigate. Apart from the invincible war god who appeared during the rat tide, there's no one else. Councilman Jia walked out and smiled faintly. The Cheng family started the rat tide, and you chose to keep the peace. Now, someone has taken revenge for the dead martial artist teams. If you're willing to find the culprit and seek justice for the Cheng family, then please do so. At this point, he looked at the other family heads of the 12 consortiums and said with a smile, let me remind you, even I don't have the confidence to deal with a peak warlord spirit reader. The heads of the Wang family, Shu family, and other financial groups looked at each other. Soon, the Wang family head took the lead and said, Councilman Zhu, Councilman Jia, the Cheng family has only themselves to blame for causing the rat tide. Previously, we pleaded on their behalf only because of our past relationship. We had no intention of hiding the truth. Now that the Cheng family has been annihilated, I think it's time to announce the truth to the public and give justice to the small teams of warriors who died in the rat tide. Seconded. Agreed. The Shu family, Li family, and other family heads voiced their opinions one after another. If the Cheng family still had a main descendant left, they wouldn't be so heartless. After all, protecting the Cheng family was equivalent to protecting their own interests. However, now that the Cheng family was almost annihilated, there was no point in continuing to protect them. Moreover, the culprit was an invincible war god. If they had known that the Cheng family had offended an invincible war god, they wouldn't have pleaded on their behalf. Councilman Jia laughed coldly. He had already seen through these financial groups. Councilman Zhu, what do you think? Councilman Zhu sighed. Announce it. The next morning, the sky had just started to brighten when Zhou Hao heard Shen Hong's shout from outside. Soon, his sister woke up and rushed outside the villa. Ying good news, good news. Shen Hong couldn't suppress her excitement. Sister Shen, what's the good news? Zhou Ying hurriedly asked. Shen Hong laughed and said, the Cheng family has committed many crimes and was almost annihilated by a mysterious powerhouse. Moreover, the military has already announced the matter of Cheng Jin triggering the rat tide. This matter has aroused the anger of all the martial artists. Hurry and go to the limit home. The forum is about to explode. Zhou Ying hurriedly followed Shen Hong back to the bedroom. She opened her laptop and logged into the limit home. As expected, the forum was full of posts denouncing the Cheng family. After roughly browsing through a few important posts, Zhou Ying instantly felt the pressure in her heart lighten. Sister Shen, now our team Rose is completely fine. Shen Hong laughed loudly. It's said that a powerful spirit reader was involved. I suspect that it's very likely the powerhouse that saved us. Zhou Ying also nodded repeatedly. At this point in time, only that powerhouse could do such a thing that almost annihilated an entire family. Let's go. Let's call old Cao, Zhang Yi and the others and celebrate. Shen Hong immediately pulled Zhou Ying and walked out. Zhou Hao looked through the window at Shen Hong and Zhou Ying excitedly leaving. He couldn't help but smile. More than an hour later, he arrived at the Dojo of Limits headquarters. System, checking in. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You've obtained the 9-stage Thunder Blade secret technique. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You've obtained an Emperor-level auto jet. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You've obtained Spirit Reader Talent plus 10. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You've obtained Warrior Talent plus 10. Quote. Zhou Hao's face revealed a look of surprise. The reward for this check-in was actually an auto jet. Although the value of an Emperor-level auto jet is relatively low, for the current him, it's very useful. After all, to go back and forth from Zhongnan to Hongning, he has to take a large passenger plane, which takes 3 to 4 hours. With the Emperor-level auto jet, he can shorten the time by at least 2 hours. And most importantly, with the auto jet, he can go to more places. First, I'll buy a villa in Hongning base city. Then, I'll find time to go to the Australian continent. Zhou Hao's small face flashed as he thought. He's very efficient. It didn't take long for him to own a villa in Hongning base city. After all, no matter what era, as long as you have money, you can get anything done. Boom. That morning, he directly took the Emperor-level auto jet and returned to the villa he bought in Zhongnan base city in less than half an hour. Then, he concealed himself and returned to Mingyu district. His sister hasn't returned yet. He went to the training hall on the second floor and began to practice the guidance technique. After continuously checking in at the Dojo of Limits headquarters, his warrior talent increased very quickly. After finishing the guidance technique, his absorption of energy from the universe increased by tens of times. At this speed, in a few days, my body fitness should be able to reach advanced level war god. Zhou Hao muttered, but in his mind, he was thinking about finding the Misty Island in the Australian continent. With his spirit reader talent, once he gets to the Misty Island, it's very likely that he'll attract the attention of Babida, the AI in Yunmo planet's spaceship. Then, should I become his disciple or not? His small face suddenly became conflicted. Chapter 24. Nighttime. The sky was bright. An auto jet flew from Zhongnan City towards Australia. Inside the jet, Zhou Hao's face was still conflicted. There were many good things in the Yunmo planet ship. Whether it was the Muya crystal or the cloud contact vine, or the various powerful techniques collected by the Yunmo planet, they were all very precious to him. But to sign in and get these things, he had to enter the Yunmo planet ship. And once he entered the ship, with his spirit reader talent, Babida would definitely perform the apprenticeship ceremony. This was also the main reason why he was conflicted. After all, with the sign-in system, he did not need to be the disciple of the Yunmo planet master Hu Yanbo. But if he wanted to enter the Yunmo planet ship to sign in, he would have to be the disciple. Of course, to be the disciple of a dead immortal, Zhou Hao, was not that hard to accept. The key point was, once he became the disciple, Babida would accompany him for a long time. When that time comes, the secret of the system would be exposed. So Zhou Hao's real dilemma was how to enter the Yunmo planet ship to sign in without being the disciple. After an hour, they arrived at Australia. After so long, Zhou Hao still could not come up with a perfect plan. Let's find the Misty Island first. As for signing in, I'll have to take it one step at a time. His little head shook, trying to suppress the distracting thoughts in his mind. He focused on scanning the ship's screen. The Australian continent was very vast, and it was not easy to accurately find a relatively small foggy island. But Zhou Hao was very patient. He started from the edge of the Australian continent, scanning step by step. As long as it was a lake, he would scan more carefully. He would even leave the jet and land on top of the lake, using his spirit reading power to search. One had to know, it was 2041, the Misty Island might not have formed yet. So Zhou Hao was already mentally prepared that he would not be able to find it. And he did not panic, the Misty Island would appear sooner or later. So time slowly passed as he searched night after night. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. 2042 Chinese New Year had arrived. Early in the morning, Ying brought Zhou Hao to visit almost every villa in the Mingyu district. Other than Zhou Hao receiving a lot of red packets, she also gave out close to 100,000 Chinese dollars. They arrived at Shen Hong's villa. Before he reached the door, Shen Hong's tall and strong figure blocked the entire door. Alright, you don't have to give Big Sis New Year's greetings, lest Big Sis finds out that she's 1 year older. Shen Hong laughed and stepped forward to pick up Zhou Hao. Her fingers habitually pinched his cheeks, and at the same time, she gave him a big red packet. Zhou Hao rolled his eyes. After needing your face for so long, I won't do it if you don't give me at least 100,000 coins. As he spoke, he tore open the big red packet. There was no brand new Chinese currency inside. Instead, there were 2 very thin pieces of paper. Large passenger tickets. Zhou Hao was stunned. How is it? Haha, I've heard from Ying that you wanted to go to the Dojo of Limits headquarters. You'll get your wish this afternoon. Shen Hong laughed. Zhou Ying immediately said, Sister Shen, this is too extravagant. Zhou Hao's little face immediately brimmed with a cute smile. Not bad, I didn't let you pinch my face for nothing. Bang, a timely head knock sounded. Xiao Hao, why aren't you thanking your sister Shen? Zhou Ying glared at Zhou Hao. Shen Hong waved her hand, no need to be so polite with me. Oh right, Ying last time in the wilderness, we said that we were going to test Xiao Hao's physical fitness. It's already been 3 months. Don't forget to come to the Dojo of Limits tomorrow. Zhou Ying nodded, don't worry, I won't forget. The pressure from the Cheng family scattered her energy. Although the Cheng family was quickly exterminated by that mysterious expert, Zhou Ying finally decided to continue training for a few more months before giving Zhou Hao the test. After all, Zhou Hao was too young. Training for a while longer wasn't a bad thing. Sister Shen, let's talk tonight. I'll go to Brother Zhang's house to give New Year's greetings. Okay, you guys go. After that, Zhou Ying took Zhou Hao to visit Zhang Yi, Cao Yingchun, Li Min, Zheng Ru and the others. In the afternoon, they took a large passenger plane with Zhou Hao to Hong Ning Base City. On the day of the New Year, the Dojo of Limits headquarters rarely opened for half a day. All fighters could enter. It was also because of this that Shen Hong bought the plane tickets in advance. Walking along the main corridor of the starship, Zhou Hao also checked in. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you've obtained the advanced version of the Spirit Reader Weapon Soaring Shuttle. Quote. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you've obtained the Ancient Gravity Room. Quote. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Spirit Reader Talent plus 10. Quote. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you've obtained Warrior Talent plus 10. Quote. Hearing the sound, his little face couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. Originally he thought it would be a boring secret technique, spirit of nature etc. But after checking in during the New Year, he actually got a spirit weapon and a gravity room. Could it be the system's New Year's red packet? Zhou Hao muttered, but he was very happy in his heart. After signing in for more than 3 months in a row, he finally got a top-grade item. And with the Spirit Weapon Soaring Shuttle, and an advanced version at that, he can finally be called a controller. After walking around, Zhou Ying pulled Zhou Hao out of the Dojo of Limits headquarters. Just as they reached the door, 2 auto jets landed. Representative Lu and another masked man of the Dojo of Limits walked out. It's Investigator Lu and Representative Iceberg. I finally saw a fighter surpassing the War God level. It wasn't a waste to take the large passenger plane here. I don't know when I'll be able to become such a super fighter. Including Zhou Yinger, all the fighters were excited as if they saw their idol. After leaving the Dojo of Limits headquarters, Zhou Hao looked at Zhou Yinger, whose face was still filled with excitement, and curled his lips. Sis, it's just 2 representatives, what's there to be excited about? Bang! The familiar clear sound of a head being crushed rang out. Zhou Yinger even pinched Zhou Hao's ear. Stinky brother, what do you know? They're fighters surpassing the war god level, existences that can kill emperor level monsters. They're the pillars of humanity on Earth. Without them, all the headquarter cities would have been destroyed by monsters a long time ago. You have to at least show them some respect. Zhou Hao said unhappily. If I become a representative in the future, won't you have to show me some respect? Go away, stop bragging in front of Sis. Sis admits that your talent isn't bad, but you can't bite off more than you can chew. If you can become a war god level fighter in this life, Sis will be very happy. Zhou Yinger rubbed her brother's little head, her eyes sparkling with expectation. Nighttime. Stars dotted the sky. On the eve of the new year, Zhou Hao didn't search for Misty Island like before. Instead, he came to the wilderness area of Zhongnan headquarter city. He sat cross-legged on the rooftop of a skyscraper and received the advanced version of the soaring shuttle that he signed in today. As he received it, a large amount of information flowed into his brain with a boom. This advanced version of the soaring shuttle, other than having a weapon that matches the appearance of the soaring shuttle, it also has the compatible secret technique, Soaring Heavens. And what the information flow conveyed was the Soaring Heavens secret technique. Compared to the original Soaring Heavens secret technique, this advanced version has an additional final form besides the 3 major forms. After skimming through it, Zhou Hao's spiritual force enveloped the spirit weapon floating in front of him. This advanced version of the soaring shuttle has 1008 blades. The surface of the blades also has complex engravings. Clearly, just from the number and engravings, you can see that it's more difficult to control the advanced version of the soaring shuttle than the original version. But Zhou Hao's little face didn't change at all. After all, the more difficult it is, the more powerful it is. Moreover, in terms of spirit reader talent, he who has continuously signed in at the Dojo of Limits headquarters isn't any weaker than some of the races in the universe with spirit reader talent. Chapter 25. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The 1008 curved blades as thin as cicadas' wings floated around Zhou Hao like dense raindrops. Each blade had a complex secret pattern on its surface. The 4 forms are divided into 2 attack forms and 2 defense forms. The attack form is the first form, Tornado Demon Dragon Drill, and the final form, Peacock Spreading Tail. The defense form is the second form, Sword Shield, and the third form, Cage. Zhou Hao muttered as he recalled the advanced version of the Sky Evasion secret technique. It was different from the original version. In the advanced version of the Sky Evasion secret technique, apart from the first form, Tornado Demon Dragon Drill, which was somewhat similar to the Mountain Drill, the other 3 forms were completely different in terms of control and execution steps. At the same time, the corresponding amplitude of the control of the psychic power was naturally different. The first form required a psychic power amplitude of 21. The second form required an amplitude of 36. The third form required an amplitude of 54. The final form of the fourth form required even higher requirements, requiring a psychic power amplitude of 72. The so-called spiritual force amplitude was the amount of power that could be used to control a concealed weapon to achieve the same level of power. After Zhou Hao had completely grasped the control chapter of Spirit Reader Basics, his amplitude had long since exceeded 72. Therefore, he only needed to practice a little to be able to quickly display the advanced version of the soaring shuttle's full form. Chi. Soon, the curved blades under the control of a huge psychic power converged into the form of a demonic dragon in the blink of an eye. Zhou Hao divided 21 strands of psychic power and quickly extended them along the secret pattern on each blade. In an instant, the surface of the demonic dragon form of the Sky Evasion shuttle flashed with 21 golden secret patterns just like the original version. As the golden secret patterns lit up and spun quickly, they extended a circle around the demonic dragon. The demonic dragon form of the Sky Evasion shuttle was like a tornado, spinning wildly, and soon a huge tearing force was produced around it. Go! With a low shout from his mouth, the spinning demonic dragon instantly turned into a golden light, penetrating a high-rise building not far away, creating a circular passage with a diameter of 3 meters. Boom boom boom. In less than a few seconds, the circular passageway shattered and the entire building collapsed. This tornado demon dragon drill not only has an extremely strong penetrating power, but it also has an increased tearing power. It's probably very lethal to those planetary states and even star states with extremely strong life force. Zhou Hao was very satisfied upon seeing this scene. Next, he displayed the remaining 3 forms. Especially the final form of the peacock spreading its tail, its lethality was simply astonishing. Zhou Hao even suspected that with his current War God limit spiritual force, he might be able to instantly kill a Star Traveler level 4 or 5 council member. Since his sister had spent the night at Shen Hong's place, he spent the entire night in the wilderness testing out how to control the advanced version of the soaring shuttle. After all, practice makes perfect. Although signing in would allow one to directly master the sky evasion secret technique, this kind of secret technique was just like a theoretical course. When one fully mastered it, one would also make mistakes when using it. For 4 or 5 days in a row, Huasha's major headquarter cities were immersed in the joy of celebrating the new year. Zhou Hao would visit with his sister during the day and run to the wilderness to practice the advanced version of the soaring shuttle at night. He also took an auto jet to the Dojo of Limits headquarters to sign in. His days were very fulfilling. February 15, 2042. Zhou Ying, who had passed the new year, pulled Zhou Hao to the 6th floor of the Dojo of Limits in Mingyu district early in the morning. The other members of Team Rose were all there. Ying, seeing Zhou Ying, and Zhou Hao come over, they all went up to greet them. Shen Hong's gaze quickly turned to Zhou Hao and grabbed him into her arms. This time, she didn't pinch his face, but said seriously, "Xiao Hao, later you test your physical fitness. Do well, don't be nervous." Zhou Hao couldn't help but look at Zhou Ying, and said in surprise, "Sis, why didn't you mention this to me yesterday? Your sister was afraid that you would be nervous." Zhang Yi said with a smile. "Oh, is there something different about the test this time?" Zhou Hao raised his eyebrows and showed a puzzled expression. "It's just a test, but she made it seem like a battlefield." Zhou Ying, hurriedly said, "It's just a normal test. Sister Shen, let Xiao Hao warm up first." Shen Hong nodded and put Zhou Hao down. Not long after, 4 or 5 boys and girls came in from the entrance of the 6th floor. They were generally 6 or 7 years older than Zhou Hao. In less than a minute, Master Zhu and a middle-aged man with a cross-shaped scar on the left side of his face walked in. Master Zhu, Instructor Fei. The members of Team Rose saw the two and hurriedly went up to greet them. Dojo Master Zhu and Instructor Fei nodded lightly. Their gazes simultaneously shifted to Zhou Hao, who was warming up. "So young," Instructor Fei frowned. "Instructor Fei, don't be fooled by this little guy's age. He can already maintain his basic pole standing for more than 3 hours. He usually consumes 1 or 2 pounds of geno meat a day," Zhou Ying, hurriedly said. Master Zhu laughed. "Old Fei, this is someone from our Mingyu district. We haven't tested him yet. This time, we'll take this opportunity to see if he meets the requirements for the training camp." Instructor Fei suddenly understood. "Okay, then let's test him together." He clapped his hands. "Come here, everyone." Xiao Hao, Zhou Ying, shouted and pointed in front of Instructor Fei. At this time, the other 5 boys and girls had quickly gathered in front of Instructor Fei, their bodies straight and upright. Zhou Hao also hurriedly stood at the far right of the group. "You are the most talented children in the entire Zhongnan base city. This test is mainly to see if you meet the requirements for the training camp. So, in a moment, do your best. Don't be nervous, you're all still young. Even if you fail this time, it won't be a big deal," Instructor Fei said gently. "Okay, let's start from the left." As he spoke, he looked at the older boy on the left. The boy's face was calm, without a trace of nervousness. He immediately walked over to the punching machine, bent his body, and smashed his fist onto the punching target on the machine. Bang! The punching machine's screen showed the number, 621 kilograms. Instructor Fei shook his head inwardly. The boy's punching force exceeded 600 kilograms, barely reaching the intermediate level. But this boy wasn't young. If he could reach the minimum punching force of an advanced student, he could enter the training camp. The boy noticed Instructor Fei's reaction, and his eyes became gloomy. Next was a 13-year-old girl. Her punching force wasn't stable. In the end, Her punching force didn't even reach 400 kilograms, which made Instructor Fei frown. The other 3 boys took the test one after another, and none of them met Instructor Fei's requirements. Last one left. Zhou Hao, go take the test. Instructor Zhu's face was ugly. These boys and girls were all recommended by other warriors in Zhongnan City, and none of them met the requirements. He felt embarrassed. Xiao Hao, don't be nervous. Zhou Ying, couldn't help but remind him. Good luck. Shen Hong and the others encouraged Zhou Hao. Instructor Fei and Instructor Zhu didn't really care about Zhou Hao's performance. After all, he was too young. At such a young age, it didn't matter if he failed a few times. Zhou Hao stood on the punching machine. His head was at the same level as the punching target. Lower the target, Instructor Zhu yelled. Whoosh. The punching target was lowered to Zhou Hao's waist. I'd better show off a little. Otherwise, I'll have to be careful when helping my sister improve her strength in the future. With this thought, he punched the target casually. His movements weren't standard at all. Instructor Fei and Instructor Zhu's expressions didn't change at all. Shen Hong whispered, Ying didn't you teach Xiao Hao the most basic movements? Zhou Ying said embarrassedly, Xiao Hao is usually too smart. I taught him a few times, and I thought he had already grasped it. Shen Hong was completely speechless. What's his punching force? Instructor Zhu asked casually. The staff standing next to the punching machine immediately replied, Instructor, his punching force is 1310 kilograms. Instructor Zhu was stunned. He thought he had misheard. He couldn't help but ask again, did you not eat? Louder, what's his punching force? Chapter 26, Hall Master, the punching force screen shows 1310 kilogram. This staff member was afraid of angering Hall Master Zhu, so he shouted at the top of his lungs. His voice spread throughout the entire 6th floor of the hall. What? 1,310 kilograms, how is this possible? Hall Master Zhu's face went blank. Then, he flashed over at the fastest speed in his life. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In almost an instant, Instructor Fei and the other members of Team Rose stepped in front of the punching force tester. Their eyes were glued to the screen. 1310 kilogram, Zhou Ying, said word by word. Instructor Fei, Hall Master Zhu, Shen Hong, and the other members of Team Rose couldn't help but rub their eyes. It wasn't that they didn't want to believe their eyes, but that the result was too exaggerated. After all, the test was for a 4-year-old child. Even the descendants of the god of war with excellent genes would be considered true geniuses if they could reach the level of a martial artist before the age of 10. As for reaching the level of a martial artist at the age of 4, ever since the Grand Nirvana, there had only been one such case in the entire world. That was the descendant of the world's strongest, Hong. At that time, it caused a huge commotion. But now, Hall Master Zhu never thought that such a child would be born in Mingyu District. What's your name? Instructor Fei crouched down. His tone was extremely gentle. Zhou Hao. A childlike voice sounded. Instructor Fei smiled. I'll call you Xiao Hao. How about you hit the target again? Zhou Hao blinked. He looked at Zhou Ying. Sis, did I use too much strength just now? Should I restrain myself? Zhou Ying, held back the surprise in her heart. She hurriedly went forward and also crouched down. She rubbed Zhou Hao's little head. Xiao Hao, you don't need to restrain yourself. Just do your best. I really don't need to restrain myself. Zhou Hao asked. No need, hit it with all your strength. If you break it, Uncle will pay for it. Instructor Fei hurriedly said. Zhou Hao's little face gradually turned serious. He pretended to blush and used all his strength to hit the target. His movements this time were also not standard. However, the punching target shook violently, emitting a muffled sound like that of a drum. Instructor Fei, the members of the Rose Squad, Zhou Yinger, and the others all held their breaths as they looked at the screen of the tester. The numbers climbed crazily. Finally, it stopped at 10,121 kilogram. At this moment, the entire 6th floor of the limit hall was so quiet that only the sound of heavy breathing could be heard. According to the data of the Physical Fitness Index, 8,000 kg to 16,000 kg was within the range of a beginner warlord's fist strength. However, the 10,121 kg displayed on the screen clearly exceeded the bottom line of a beginner warlord. In other words, Zhou Hao was a 4-year-old child, but his fist strength had reached the level of a beginner warlord. Seeing that everyone around him was in a daze and not saying anything, Zhou Hao teased, Sister, are you the one who told me not to restrain myself? His voice completely broke the silence in the hall. Only then did Instructor Fei and the others come back to their senses one by one. Ying carry Xiao Hao to the side. Suddenly, Instructor Zhu said in a low voice. Zhou Ying was so excited that she couldn't calm down. For a moment, she didn't understand the meaning of Instructor Zhu's words. Shen Hong understood and stepped forward to carry Zhou Hao away. Instructor Zhu looked towards Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, go test the punching strength tester. Hearing this, the others finally understood. Instructor Zhu was worried that the punching strength tester was broken. Zhang Yi hastily walked forward. She arched her body and heavily smashed the punching target with a shout. The screen quickly displayed a number, 13,160 kg. The tester isn't broken. Seeing Instructor Zhu look over, Zhang Yi said with a serious expression. As soon as she finished speaking, Instructor Zhu and Instructor Fei's gazes intertwined. A 4-year-old beginner warlord. The two of them could see the uncontrollable excitement, and ecstasy in each other's eyes. They clearly knew what this meant. Only 4 years old and already a beginner warlord in terms of fitness. This is even more of a genius than the world's strongest fighter, Hong's descendant. And with this kind of excellent genetic constitution, with a bit of training, reaching the war god level wouldn't be a problem at all. Even surpassing the war god level would be highly possible. Instructor Fei didn't hesitate and directly opened his tactical communications watch to send a message. Seeing this, Instructor Zhu's eyes almost popped out. Old Fei, what are you doing? Of course I'm notifying the Chinese military's representative Jia. Such an excellent genius that can be called a monster should naturally be sent to the Chinese military for training. Instructor Fei said as his hands didn't stop moving. Bullshit, he's from the Dojo of Limits. Instructor Zhu roared. At the same time, his hands didn't slow down. He directly dialed the number of Zhongnan headquarters city's Dojo of Limits investigator. Soon, a low voice sounded. Hello. Instructor Zhu anxiously roared. Investigator Wang, I'm Yangzhou City's Dojo of Limits Zhu Shi. Just now, a 4-year-old beginner warlord was born in the Mingyu sector. Please immediately notify the dojo's dojo master Hong. Quote. Investigator Wang on the phone clearly froze for a moment. What? Zhu Shi, you're saying that a 4-year-old beginner warlord was born in the Mingyu sector? Quote. Yes, time is of the essence. I'm afraid that Representative Jia from the military will arrive soon. We can't let the military get here first. Instructor Zhu was as anxious as an ant in a pot of boiling oil. Zhu Shi, you can't joke about this. After our dojo master broke through to the representative level, his daughter only reached the fighter level at the age of 4. Investigator Wang couldn't help but remind him. Instructor Zhu saw that Instructor Fei had already finished sending the message and became even more anxious. I'm willing to swear on my reputation as the dojo's dojo master that this is absolutely true. Voila. Hearing this, Investigator Wang immediately stood up. Okay, I'll immediately notify the dojo master. Remember, no matter what, we can't let the military take this genius away. Hanging up the phone, Instructor Zhu hurriedly gave Shen Hong a look. Instructor Fei's movements were even faster. He took a step forward and stood beside Zhou Hao. He half squatted down and said with a smile, Xiao Hao, your performance just now was pretty good. Someone will come and pick you up later. When the time comes, follow uncle to a very good place. When you get there, you'll have all kinds of delicious food and fun things to do. Instructor Zhu also took a step forward and stuck out his butt, pushing Instructor Fei to the side and saying, Xiao Hao, don't listen to this guy. The military is notoriously strict. If you follow him, you'll suffer a lot. It's better to follow Uncle Zhu to the Dojo of Limits headquarters. When you get there, you can do whatever you want without any restrictions. Instructor Fei immediately said, Surnamed Zhu, don't slander me. Our military is indeed strict, but that's only for ordinary people. How can a genius like Xiao Hao be the same as ordinary people? The two of them exposed each other's shortcomings one after another. In the end, they were so angry that they went bare-armed and started tearing at each other like children fighting. Shen Hong and the other members of Team Rose looked at each other in dismay. Boom! At this moment, the entrance to the 6th floor was blasted open. A large bear-like figure appeared. As soon as he entered, he anxiously roared, Where is that genius? Dojo Master Zhu and Instructor Fei looked at each other and said in unison, Oh no, even the Thunder Dojo knows about it. Chapter 27, Hong Ning Headquarter City. In a quiet room inside a giant starship. Hong looked at the number on his communicator and smiled. He picked it up and said, "Lazy, you can't sit still anymore." The bald thunder god's voice quickly sounded, "Big brother, a 4-year-old beginner-level warlord, I don't believe you can sit still." Hong laughed, "Compared to you, I'm more patient. At least you called me first." Okay, you're patient." Thunder god was speechless and then sighed, "It's been 20 years since the Great Nirvana. Our Earth has finally given birth to a true genetic prodigy." Hong nodded and said in a low voice, "The younger he is, the more potential he has. To be able to become a beginner-level warlord at 4 years old, he's quite outstanding in the universe. If raised well, this child might be able to break through to the Star Traveler level and even lead our Earth out." Thunder God laughed, "Looks like Big Brother is interested. What, you want to take him as a disciple?" Quote, "Take him as a disciple? Lazy, you know my personality. I'm not good at taking in disciples. Also, I don't plan on going this time either," Hong said calmly. Thunder God was surprised, "Big brother, are you going to let him enter my Thunder Dojo?" "That's not like you." Quote. Hong laughed, "Of course not. You shouldn't go this time either. This child is still too young. If the two strongest people on Earth show up together, it won't be a good thing. It's easy for him to become arrogant. I think we should let the people below fight for him." "Big brother, you're really thoughtful. Okay, I'll leave it to the people below." The news of a 4-year-old beginner-level warlord appearing in Yangzhou City's Limit Dojo spread like wildfire across the world. In less than an hour, the Dojo of Limits, Thunder Dojo, China's military, HR alliance, and important people from the 5 strongest countries all arrived. Zhu Shi and instructor Fei looked at the increasing number of people on the 6th floor of the dojo and their faces darkened. They knew in their hearts that when the Thunder Dojo received the news, this matter couldn't be hidden anymore. However, they didn't expect that the people sent by the major factions would be at least advanced-level war gods. Zhou Ying hugged her little brother, Zhou Hao, tightly. She had always thought that her little brother was very outstanding, but she did not expect that her little brother, who was only 4 years old, had already surpassed her, his sister. Shen Hong and the other members of Team Rose stayed beside Zhou Ying. With so many big shots crowded on the 6th floor, they even tried their best to control their breathing. As for the few young men and women who had participated in the test, they had already been taken out by the hall staff. Outside the clubhouse, auto jets filled the entire lawn, but there were still fighter jets descending from the sky. Council member Ice Mountain glanced at Investigator Lu. The latter understood and was the first to break the silence on the 6th floor. "Everyone has pretty much arrived. I think it's time to discuss the results. This is Zhou Hao. He is a young genius from the Mingyu district where my family lives in the Dojo of Limits. His strength as a beginner-level warlord was also tested in my Dojo of Limits." "So," Patrol Inspector Zhao from the Thunder Dojo sneered and interrupted, "So what? Don't tell me that no matter who it is, as long as they were born and tested in your Dojo of Limits, they should belong to your Dojo of Limits." Quote, "What a joke." Jia Yi from the military couldn't help but speak up, "Council member Lu, please watch your words. To be honest, the young genius Zhou Hao is a Chinese. He should be trained by the military." A financial group representative from the HR alliance smiled and said, "Council member Jia, although the world is still divided into countries, after the Grand Nirvana, humans have long since become one in front of monsters. So using nationality to restrict them is a bit excessive. That's right, I think that the young genius Zhou Hao is the most suitable to join our HR alliance. After all, his genes and bones are excellent. What he lacks is training resources. In this aspect, our HR alliance can provide him with all the training resources we can to help him grow quickly." Another financial group representative yelled. Investigator Lu snorted coldly, "Does your HR alliance know how to train geniuses? There are 2 elite training camps in the world. One is in Hongning City where my Dojo of Limits headquarters is located. The other is in the Thunder Dojo. What does your HR alliance have? You only know how to rope them in with money." Quote, "Haha, that's right, Lu He, although I don't like you, your words are very much to my liking." Investigator Zhao laughed loudly, "The HR alliance and other factions should all step aside. The young genius Zhou Hao can only be trained by my Thunder Dojo." "Bullshit. How many advanced level war gods has your Thunder Dojo trained?" Lu He said without any trace of politeness. Investigator Zhao angrily glared, your Dojo of Limits isn't any better. As the two spoke, they began to argue. One voice louder than the other. Jia Yi coldly shouted, enough. Don't scare Zhou Hao, he's only 4 years old. Lu He and Investigator Zhao immediately shut their mouths. I think we won't be able to come to a conclusion even if we keep arguing like this. Why don't we all state our conditions and let the little genius Zhou Hao decide for himself? A Chinese financial group from the HR Alliance suggested. The representatives from the 5 countries shook their heads. Zhou Hao is only 4 years old. What kind of decision can he make? Someone couldn't help but say, isn't there still his sister? Shua. Quite a few representatives, eyes lit up as ideas flooded their minds. As for the representatives from the factions that wanted to get Zhou Hao's sister, Zhou Ying, they all silently scolded this guy for being too talkative. Investigator Zhao of the Thunder Dojo was impatient. He was the first to shout out, if the young genius joins my Thunder Dojo, he can directly enter the Thunder Dojo's global elite training camp. He can enjoy all kinds of training resources for free. Some important resources like Thunder Stream will be given priority. The duration will be increased by an hour every day. Speaking to here, he looked towards Zhou Ying, the young genius's sister can also enter the elite training camp. Wah! As soon as these words were spoken, the hall instantly went into an uproar. Quite a few representatives looked towards Investigator Zhao. They didn't think that the Thunder Dojo would be so willing to pay such a high price. They even allowed Zhou Ying, to enter the elite training camp. Investigator Lu of the Dojo of Limits was anxious as he hurriedly said, my Dojo of Limits conditions are even better. Other than the conditions that the Thunder Dojo promised, the young genius can return home once a month. Other than that, Zhou Ying, can also enter the elite training camp and enjoy a certain amount of training resources. Fuck, Lu He, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Investigator Zhao angrily glared. He could clearly see that Zhou Hao's little face was a bit moved. A representative from the European Union Financial Group from the HR Alliance also couldn't sit still as he said, if the young genius joins our HR Alliance, not only will he be able to enter the global elite training camp, he will also be able to receive pointers from our representatives. Other than that, any training resources will be given priority. Your sister, Zhou Ying, will also receive the same treatment. Moreover, we will specially build a villa around the training camp for your mother to live in. As Instructor Fei listened, the anxiety on his face became more and more intense. He continuously gave Jia Yi a look. Jia Yi shook his head, you guys aren't training Zhou Hao, you're harming him. Talent only represents potential. How can one grow without suffering? I can't just stand by and watch you destroy a genius. Quote. Zhou Hao must belong to our military. Chapter 28. Zhou Hao could not help but sigh as he looked at the group of representatives who had started arguing again. This was the treatment of a genius. Fortunately, he had only shown a little bit of his martial talent. If he had shown that he was a telekinesis master, he was afraid that this group of representatives would not care about their image and start fighting. At this time, Zhou Ying, suddenly squatted down and looked at Zhou Hao seriously. Xiao Hao, this is a big decision in your life. Big sister hopes that you can decide for yourself which faction you want to join. Remember, don't let anything affect you. The surrounding representatives of the various factions all had astonishing hearing and naturally heard Zhou Yinger's voice. Thus, the entire 6th floor of the guild hall quickly quieted down and all of their gazes turned to look at the 4-year-old child, Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao raised his head and looked at Zhou Ying, His young voice sounded, big sister, can't I choose both? The group of representatives were all speechless. But children's words carry no harm, so they didn't really care. You can only choose one. Zhou Ying, smiled and rubbed her brother's head. Okay then. Zhou Hao shook his little head and looked at the surrounding representatives. Then he quickly walked towards a European Union representative from the HR Alliance. The European Union representative's face was filled with excitement. He carefully said, little genius, do you want to join our HR Alliance? Zhou Hao didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked, you just said that if I join the HR Alliance, my sister can also enjoy the same training resources, right? The European Union representative's expression froze. He awkwardly said, I'll have to ask for permission first. Okay. Zhou Hao nodded. Then, he looked at the representatives of the other forces and said in a childish voice, if any of you can let my sister enjoy the same cultivation resources, I will join you. If you need my permission, please do so as soon as possible. Hearing this, quite a few representatives frowned. They were interested in Zhou Hao's genetic training talent. As for Zhou Ying, they already knew about her before they came. She didn't even reach the standard of the capital's training camp, which meant that her genetic talent was quite average. In this kind of situation, if the same amount of cultivation resources were used, at most the latter would only be able to reach the war god level. The price was a bit too high. However, considering Zhou Hao, they still called their superiors to ask for instructions. Very soon, the entire 6th floor of the clubhouse became noisy, and the sound of phone calls could be heard everywhere. I'm sorry. After a while, the representatives sighed and shook their heads. There was nothing they could do. Adding the same training resources as Zhou Hao in the Dojo of Limits Global Elite Training Camp would cost too much. They couldn't afford it. Investigator Lu and Investigator Zhao of the Dojo of Limits and the Thunder Dojo didn't ask for permission because they knew the personalities of the two dojo heads. They basically wouldn't agree. Zhou Hao's gaze finally fell on the European Union representative who asked the first question. Little genius, we've spoken to Speaker Isadora. She can agree to your request, but she has a condition. The European Union Financial Group representative looked at Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao's eyes slightly brightened. What condition? Please say it. The European Union representative smiled and said, as long as the little genius can break through to advanced level warlord within a year, and can choose any secret technique worth 50 billion or more to train to the 3rd level, then your sister can enjoy the same training resources for an unlimited amount of time. When the other representatives heard this, they all regretted it. Why didn't they think of such a condition? Investigator Lu of the Dojo of Limits couldn't help but speak up. Little genius, we can give you 2 years. Investigator Zhao also spoke up. We can give you 3 years. The other representatives all spoke up. The European Union representative who spoke first, which was the representative of the Isadora Family Financial Group, had an ugly expression on his face. But at this moment, Zhou Hao smiled and extended his tender little hand. I choose to join the HR Alliance. The Isadora Family Financial Group representative's expression froze, then became excited. He extended his hand and shook Zhou Hao's hand. We welcome the little genius to join us. In the silent room of the giant starship, Thunder God's curses could be heard from Hong's communications wristwatch. This old Zhao is too unreliable. He actually lost to the Isadora family. Could it be that my Thunder Dojo lacks one person's training resources? Hong laughed. All right, stop cursing. My Dojo of Limits didn't succeed either, right? Thunder God curled his lips. How can that be the same? Didn't Zhou Hao still enter your Dojo of Limits elite training camp in the end? Maybe he'll even take you as his master in the end. Quote. Not necessarily. Judging from his choice this time, this little genius Zhou Hao is very subjective. I'm looking forward to seeing if he can meet Isadora's conditions within a year, Hong said with a smile. The God of Thunder muttered to himself, with a large amount of cultivation resources, it won't be difficult for him to become an advanced warlord within a year. The only difficult part is the cultivation of the secret technique. This is a test of comprehension and endurance. Zhou Hao is still too young after all. Hong slowly said, we'll see when the time comes. I hope this little guy can give us a surprise. Mingyu District. In front of Villa 117. The representative of the Isadora Family Financial Group smiled and said, Little genius, Miss Zhou Ying, we hope you can settle this matter as soon as possible. Also, do you need us to build a villa next to the elite training camp for your mother to live in? Before Zhou Ying, could speak, Zhou Hao replied, I'll give you an answer in half a month. The representative of the Isadora family nodded, all right, I'll come back in half a month. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the fighter jet on the lawn. Boom. Soon, the fighter jet left. Bang. As soon as the fighter jet disappeared, Zhou Hao's head popped. Sis, why did you flick my head again? Zhou Hao touched his head with an innocent face. Zhou Ying, said in a bad mood, who told you to take the initiative and drag your sister into the elite training camp? Zhou Hao laughed. I just can't bear to part with my sister. HMPH, at least you have some conscience. But what if no one agrees? Although Zhou Yinger snorted coldly, her heart felt warm. Back then on the 6th floor of the guild hall, when Zhou Hao made that kind of request, she had wanted to go up and stop him, but in the end, she forcibly suppressed that thought. Because she wanted her brother to have complete autonomy. Of course, no one will join. Zhou Hao replied without thinking. Bang! Another head popped. Zhou Ying, put her hands on her waist. Nonsense, do you want to delay your future because of your sister? Don't do this again, do you hear me? Also, don't feel any pressure this year. Even if you can't meet the requirements, it's fine as long as your sister comes back. Compared to the training camp, your sister still prefers to go to the wilderness. Quote. I know, I won't do it again. Zhou Hao touched his stomach. I'm hungry. Zhou Ying, smiled. I'm happy today, your sister will personally cook. Chapter 29. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. At night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. In the wilderness outside of Zhongnan headquarter city, on the roof of an abandoned skyscraper, Zhou Hao was controlling 1008 extremely thin curved blades, skillfully using his spiritual force to condense them into the various forms of the advanced version of the soaring shuttle. Perhaps a tornado demon dragon, or a thick sword shield, or a dense cage, or a peacock spreading its tail. He could switch between each form with ease. Shoo shoo shoo. After practicing for an entire hour, the blades finally condensed back into the soaring shuttle's form. He sat cross-legged on the roof. His little face sunk into deep thought. His spiritual force strength has already reached the limit of the war god level, and now that he can skillfully control the soaring shuttle, logically he should be able to break through to the Star Traveler level, but until now he still hasn't felt the opportunity to break through. Since my spiritual force is enough, then I still can't break through, the only problem is my consciousness. Zhou Hao's eyebrows were tightly locked. From the war god level to the Star Traveler level, even in the universe it's not a small threshold, and the stronger one's spiritual force talent is, the harder it is to break through. He was very clear about this. Because of this, he put most of his energy into increasing his spiritual force. Until now, his spiritual force couldn't increase at all. If it was another spirit reader, they would probably be lost at this moment, not knowing how to continue increasing and break through to the Star Traveler level. But Zhou Hao is different. He knows the direction a spirit reader should take to break through to the Star Traveler level. 1 is spiritual force, 2 is consciousness, both are indispensable. But, spirit reader basics, doesn't have a detailed way to train consciousness. Currently there are 2 ways. 1 is to sign in at Archaeological Ruin number 9, if I can get, basics 312 styles, then I can get the method to strengthen my consciousness. The other is to continue searching for the Misty Island, Zhou Hao thought to himself. 2 ways. The first way is to go to Archaeological Ruin number 9, it's the easiest and most direct way, but it's already been taken over by the Dojo of Limits. If you want to go in you must have an identity, and also get Hong's approval, it's a bit troublesome. The second way is a bit more time consuming. He searched for 3 months before and still couldn't find the location of the Misty Island. After a moment of hesitation, he finally decided to continue searching for the Misty Island. If he can't find it within 2 months, then it won't be too late to go to Archaeological Ruin number 9. The next morning, Zhou Hao took his auto jet to the Dojo of Limits headquarters to sign in. Ding! Congratulations, you've obtained a spatial watch. Quote. Ding! Congratulations, for obtaining the Black God set. Quote. Ding! Congratulations, Spirit Reader Talent plus 10. Quote. Ding! Congratulations, Warrior Talent plus 10. Quote. He raised his eyebrows. It has been more than 20 days since the unexpected surprise of the new year, and there is finally a new reward. Not bad, Hong has really collected a lot of things. I can continue to collect wool. Forget about the Black God set. He already had it the first time he signed in. As for the spatial wristwatch, it was something he urgently needed. After receiving the reward, Zhou Hao used his spiritual power to scan the space watch. The space was not big, only about 100 square meters. It could barely fit the auto jet. I'll just make do with it, he muttered and quickly left in the fighter jet. Mingyu District. Wang Rong came back from grocery shopping. Along the way, many familiar neighbors greeted her. In this half a month, all the family members of the fighters in the district knew that Wang Rong's son, Zhou Hao, became a beginner warlord at the age of 4 and joined the HR Alliance. Soon, he will go to the Dojo of Limits Global Elite Training Camp. Because of this, more and more people greeted her every day. Everyone knows that Wang Rong's family is going to be rich. Sister Rong, a fighter jet landed on your lawn. It should be someone who came to pick up your son. Quickly go back. When she was about to reach the mansion, a neighbor shouted. Wang Rong couldn't help but quicken her steps. Outside the mansion. As expected, she saw the disc-shaped fighter jet parked on the lawn. Her heart skipped a beat. She was happy that her son was so outstanding, but she was also worried. After all, her son is only 4 years old. She heard that the global elite training camp is very far away, and once you enter, you can only come back once every 1 or 2 years. Hello Auntie Wang, I'm the representative who came to pick up Zhou Hao and Zhou Ying, to the elite training camp. A young man wearing a suit and leather shoes smiled as he went up to greet them. Wang Rong's face slightly changed. She couldn't help but ask, "You're leaving today?" The young man nodded, "Yes, but don't worry Auntie Wang, you can also come with us." Zhou Ying, pulled Zhou Hao out of the living room. "Mom, have you thought about it? Do you want to come with us?" Zhou Ying, asked. Wang Rong was hesitant, she still couldn't make a decision. She's already lived in Mingyu district for a few years. She doesn't want to move to a new place, but she's also worried about her children. Zhou Hao looked and casually said, "Mom, if you don't want to go, then don't go. Sis and I can only come back once a month anyways." Wang Rong was stunned. "Didn't you say that you can only come back once every 1 or 2 years? The young man smiled and said, "Auntie Wang, that's under normal circumstances. Your son's talent is outstanding, so he has special treatment and can come back once a month." Hee, Mom, what do you think of this surprise? Zhou Hao said with a smile. Wang Rong immediately smiled. "Good, that's good. Mom is used to living in this district, I don't want to change places. Ying you go with Xiao Hao and take good care of him." Zhou Ying, nodded, "Don't worry, I'll take good care of my brother." Wang Rong immediately instructed Zhou Ying, a few more things, then hurriedly packed her things. "I don't know what the weather is like there, you should bring a few more summer and winter clothes, and also your favorite snacks, oh right, bring a few toys too." Zhou Hao was speechless. "Mom, it's not like we're moving, why are you stuffing me with so many things?" Wang Rong said exasperatedly, "Bring more things in case of emergencies. After all, Xiao Hao, it's your first time going so far away. Alright, the fighter jet is so big, you can bring it with you." As she said that, she began to pack for Zhou Ying, food, drinks, and all kinds of things. After packing for half an hour, Wang Rong finally let Zhou Hao and Zhou Ying, leave the villa. The members of Team Rose were all waiting outside. "Xiao Hao, Ying do your best, don't embarrass our Mingyu district." The tall and burly Shen Hong laughed. Zhou Ying, went forward one by one to hug Shen Hong, Zhang Yi, Li Min, Zheng Ru, and Cao Yingchun. After some small talk, her eyes were red as she pulled Zhou Hao onto the fighter jet. Wang Rong stood beside the fighter jet with tears in her eyes. "Ying you must take good care of your brother, don't let him be bullied." Zhou Ying, waved, "Mom, I will." Zhou Hao also waved, "We'll be back in a month." Boom. The fighter jet started and quickly flew into the sky. The figures of Wang Rong and the members of Team Rose became smaller and smaller until they disappeared. Chapter 30, Hongning Base City, in front of the International Elite Training Camp. A disc-shaped fighter jet slowly landed. Soon, Zhou Hao and Zhou Ying, as well as the representative of the Isadora Foundation, got off the jet. "Little prodigy, Miss Ying my duty is to escort the two of you to the training camp. I will wait for you here in a month and then send you to Zhongnan Base City." As the representative spoke, the smile on his face disappeared and his expression became serious. "Little prodigy, this is the International Elite Training Camp. Everyone who can enter is a prodigy. You are too young. Although your potential is extraordinary, your strength is lower than any of the members here. So you have to be humble. Our chairman has already arranged a teacher for you. He will come to pick you up later." Zhou Ying, hurriedly bowed and said, "Thank you for escorting us here." The representative's smile returned to his face. "Miss Ying is too polite." Then he turned around and took off Zhou Hao and Zhou Ying's luggage. "See you two in a month." The representative waved his hand and left in the jet. Zhou Ying, patted Zhou Hao's little head and said, "Don't be arrogant. There are many prodigies here." Zhou Hao shrugged. "Sister, I haven't started to be arrogant yet." The two of them waited for a while. No one came out of the training camp. Zhou Hao frowned. "Where is he? Why isn't he here yet? Quote. Zhou Ying, couldn't help but say, be patient. This is the elite training camp. Every teacher is busy. Let's continue to wait. Time slowly passed. The teacher that the representative mentioned still didn't come out. Zhou Hao sat on the suitcase with his arms crossed and his eyes narrowed. Zhou Ying, walked back and forth, her eyes looking at the training camp's gate from time to time. At dusk, the light reflected Zhou Hao and Zhou Ying, long shadows. Zhou Yinger's willowy eyebrows creased for the first time. Another half an hour passed. Many of the training camp members who went out to fight monsters came back one after another. Are you Chinese? A Chinese member of the training camp asked. Zhou Ying, quickly nodded. We're from Jiangnan Base City. Then, are you the new recruits this time? Why didn't anyone bring you in for the test? The 3 Chinese members who walked over were puzzled. Normally, new recruits would be led to the 9 Grand Floors Tower of Trials to undergo trials. Only after passing the trials would they be officially accepted into the elite training camp. Zhou Yinger's pretty face revealed an awkward expression. We directly joined the Isadona family financial group. Then, their representative brought us here. They said that a teacher was in charge of picking us up, but that teacher hasn't arrived yet. One of the girls suddenly understood. What's the name of the teacher who picked you up? She didn't finish her sentence. A man in a loose white training suit walked over quickly and said apologetically, sorry. I was teaching a few students saber techniques and almost forgot to come and pick you up. When the 3 Chinese members saw the man, they shouted, Mr. Shaw. Don't mind him, Mr. Shaw is often like this. Sometimes, when he's focused, he forgets everything, the girl who wanted to help explained with a smile. Zhou Ying, quickly waved her hand. It's okay, we didn't wait long. Sha Jing shook his head and said with shame, it's my fault. I'll treat you to a meal tomorrow. Come, follow me to the dormitory. Zhou Hao observed Mr. Sha's expression. Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, he felt relieved. He stood up and followed behind with his suitcase. Sha Jing also helped to carry some luggage. The 3 Chinese members also enthusiastically helped. After entering the training camp, Zhou Hao and Zhou Ying immediately saw a huge black dragon statue that was almost 50 meters tall. Its eyes revealed a terrifying dark aura that enveloped the 2 of them. Zhou Ying was so scared that her face turned pale. Zhou Hao, on the other hand, wasn't affected at all. The eyes of this black dragon statue came from an SS-grade Emperor-level black dragon. It was personally killed by the Dojo of Limits number 1 expert Hong. Every new member of the training camp will be shocked by this statue. Wang Ning, the first daughter of the Chinese financial group Wang family, said with a smile. Zhou Ying was shocked. The eyes of an Emperor-level monster. A man on the side revealed a look of worship. Dojo Master Hong is an expert surpassing the war god level. He killed many Emperor-level monsters. This black dragon is only one of them. Sha Jing, who was walking in front, said casually, you guys work hard and strive to become experts like Dojo Master Hong in the future. As they talked, they walked around the black dragon statue and walked towards the dormitory area. While walking, Wang Ning and the other 2 Chinese introduced the ranking of the 9 grand floors and the black dragon statue's scales to Zhou Hao and Zhou Ying. When they arrived at the dormitory area, the 3 of them left. You guys have to work hard. After you pass the test and officially join the training camp, we'll celebrate together. Zhou Ying looked at their backs and couldn't help but say, I didn't think the elite training camp's atmosphere would be so good. Everyone is so enthusiastic. The elite training camp's members come from all over the world. As Chinese, they will naturally stick together. You guys are also Chinese, so it's normal for them to be enthusiastic. Sha Jing said as he opened the door of the 2 dormitory rooms and put in the luggage in his hands. He looked at Zhou Hao and Zhou Ying. You guys will stay here tonight. Tomorrow, after I take you to the test, we'll go to the members' dormitory. Zhou Ying's heart tightened. Teacher Sha, may I ask if we pass the test? Sha Jing directly cut her off. Don't worry, your situation is special. This is just a routine test to get an understanding of your strength. Even if you don't pass, you won't be sent back. At this point, his tone suddenly changed, but don't feel relaxed. The competition in the global elite training camp is very fierce. Although Speaker Isadora thinks highly of Zhou Hao's potential, if your performance is too poor, She will also cancel the benefits she previously promised you. Teacher Sha, we understand. Zhou Ying, nodded heavily. She clenched her fists, secretly telling herself that she had to work harder. Sha Jing saw Zhou Hao's indifference and couldn't help but remind him, Zhou Hao, your sister's talent is actually average, so whether she can enjoy the same resources will depend on your performance. A good body and genetic talent don't mean everything, especially in the elite training camp. The ranking is everything. Zhou Hao nodded. Understood. Sha Jing didn't say anything else and quickly left the dormitory. Xiao Hao, don't feel pressured. Zhou Ying, comforted. Sister, you worry too much. I don't feel pressured at all. You, on the other hand, don't worry. Since you've entered the elite training camp, I won't let anyone chase you away. Zhou Hao's small face was full of seriousness. Zhou Ying, kissed Zhou Hao's forehead. Brother still knows how to care for me. Rumble. Zhou Hao's stomach failed to live up to his expectations and growled. Zhou Ying, laughed. Fortunately, our mother gave us a lot of food before we left. Otherwise, both of us would have to go hungry tonight. Zhou Hao sat on the edge of the bed and rubbed his stomach. That Sha something is too unreliable. She made us wait for so long and didn't even invite us to dinner tonight. She still has to wait until tomorrow. Alright, don't complain. Didn't you hear Wang Ning say that Teacher Sha is very focused when teaching students? This is a good thing. Zhou Ying, said as she took out a big bag of snacks from the salutation box. Zhou Hao's gaze swept across the quaint room. Soon, he saw the phone. He stood up and walked to the phone. There was an introduction beside it. Sister, don't eat snacks. Call here and there will be people who will deliver food. Zhou Ying, walked over and was surprised. It really is. After a while, a large table of sumptuous dishes was laid out. After eating, Zhou Hao burped. The taste is not bad. Zhou Ying, also praised. As expected of the elite training camp. The food is so good. The next afternoon, Sha Jing didn't forget to invite them to dinner. After dinner, he brought Zhou Hao and his sister to the 9 floors pavilion. All the members of the elite training camp spend most of their time in the 9 floors pavilion except for sleeping. There is the training tower, the gravity room, the challenge room and other training areas. This time, you are going to the training tower. Sha Jing kept introducing the 9 floors pavilion while they were in the elevator. They reached the 9th floor. When they walked out of the elevator, Zhou Hao and Zhou Ying, saw a spacious hall. There were cushions in the hall. Some men and women were sitting casually. Some were Chinese, some were black and some were white. When they saw Sha Jing, they greeted him. Teacher Sha, these two are? A white man asked. They are new members of the training camp. I'm bringing them for the test, Sha Jing said casually. When the people who were sitting heard this, they were surprised. Teacher Sha, you are personally bringing them? Yes, they will be my students in the future. When he said this, these people were even more surprised. I know, these two should be Huasha Zhongnan City's Zhou Hao and Zhou Ying, A well-informed person shouted. Only then did the others come to their senses. Their gazes shifted to Zhou Hao in unison. Tisk tisk, a 4-year-old beginner warlord. That's amazing. It's just that his genetic fitness is strong. It's not like his battle ability amplitude or his sword skills are high. Let's wait until he completes the conditions set by the HR Alliance's chairman. A kid who hasn't grown hair yet. I bet he won't be able to complete it. Just watch, it won't be long before they go back with their tails between their legs. Zhou Hao listened to these people's undisguised discussions. His expression didn't change at all. Zhou Ying, covered Zhou Hao's ears. When they reached the innermost part of the hall, there was a passage. On both sides of the passage were rooms. Sha Jing brought the two of them into the passage and walked towards the innermost room. Don't take it to heart. I've said it before, the competition in the training camp is fierce. The HR Alliance's chairman agreed to give the two of you the same resources, but he will have to pay a price to restrict other members from using things like the gravity room and the Tower of Trials. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't want to see you. Thank you Teacher Sha, we understand. Zhou Ying, had experienced this before, so she didn't mind. Chapter 31. There were 2 sofas in the room and a blue helmet was placed on each sofa. Zhou Hao knew what the helmet was for. Zhou Yinger's face was filled with curiosity. Sha Jing sat on the sofa on the left and gestured for Zhou Hao to sit on the sofa on the right. He smiled and explained, the Tower of Trials is a virtual space that is extremely realistic. This blue helmet is a virtual helmet that connects to the virtual space. Once you put it on, you can enter the virtual space of the Tower of Trials. However, only one person can enter the Tower of Trials at a time. Therefore, the competition among the training camp members is extremely fierce. Virtual helmet. Ying, eyes widened. Yes, it's a virtual helmet. Yes, a virtual reality helmet. Don't be surprised. We humans on Earth have yet to invent such advanced technology. What we use is only the technology of ancient civilizations that have been excavated. Things like the gravity room and the challenge room are actually the technology of ancient civilizations. We humans still have a long way to go. Let's get sidetracked. Which one of you will go first? Sha Jing looked at Zhou Hao and Zhou Yinger. Zhou Hao immediately said, my sister will go first. It doesn't matter who goes first. Ying put on the helmet first. Sha Jing said as he put on the blue helmet. Zhou Ying was a little nervous. She hurriedly put on the helmet as well. Whoosh, she felt dizzy. Then, she appeared in a boundless land. The surface of the land was as smooth as a mirror and the sky was a beautiful starry sky. What a magical virtual space. Zhou Ying couldn't help but sigh. Sha Jing laughed. This is my first time here. Just like you, the ancient civilization technology is really too advanced. It can actually create such a sci-fi space. Do you see that tall tower in the distance? That's the Tower of Trials. Later, you will have to enter the first level of the Tower of Trials. You will start from the lowest level, level A. Zhou Ying nodded, but soon she exclaimed softly, Teacher, my power. The people in the training tower are mentally simulated. Their physical fitness is that of a beginner warlord. They have a punching force of 10,000 kilograms and a speed of 150 meters per second. Everyone who comes in, including me and Hall Master Hong, is the same. Therefore, the training tower can test a person's true combat strength. Combat strength is also the main indicator that distinguishes geniuses. As Sha Jing spoke, he led Zhou Yinger to the entrance of the training tower. There were 2 stone pillars erected on the left and right sides of the tall entrance. Zhou Ying and Sha Jing's information were displayed on the stone pillars. Zhou Ying's trial level was naturally 0, and Sha Jing's trial level was 3.4. Sha Jing didn't explain too much to Zhou Ying and said directly, go in. Don't feel too pressured. Okay, teacher. Zhou Ying quickly walked into the first level of the Tower of Trials. Sha Jing looked at her and shook his head gently. He had seen Zhou Ying's file. Although her talent was better than her peers, she was still far from being a genius. She was only an advanced level warrior at the age of 21. If it weren't for Zhou Hao's extraordinary potential, Zhou Ying wouldn't have been able to enter the elite training camp with her strength. In less than 5 minutes, Zhou Ying failed and was eliminated from the Tower of Trials. It's okay. It's the same for all new members of the training camp. Sha Jing comforted Zhou Ying when he saw her dejected expression. Zhou Ying nodded. Although she was mentally prepared, she still felt dejected to be eliminated so quickly. Zhou Hao, it's your turn. Swoosh. The 2 of them entered the training space. This time, Sha Jing explained more. Zhou Hao, points are extremely important in the training camp. Before you came, you should have seen the ranking displayed on the scale of the Black Dragon sculpture. The higher the ranking, the more resources you will receive. Although you are valued by Speaker Isadora, you are no different from the other members. Therefore, you must work hard to get to the top. Speaker Isadora gave you a year's time, but I'll only give you 3 months. Normally, when a newcomer enters the camp, the impact of the first month's ranking can actually reveal their future potential. You're still young and haven't cultivated any secret techniques, so I can give you 2 more months. Zhou Hao nodded casually. Teacher Sha, I understand. Is there anything else you need me to say? No. Sha Jing shook his head. He sighed in his heart. He was still too young. Attitude was secondary. The key was that he didn't realize the pressure he was facing. At this moment, an electronic voice resounded in the virtual space. Zhou Hao, please choose your combat uniform and weapon. In front of Zhou Hao's eyes, various series of combat uniforms, shields, and blades appeared. For example, the blades were divided into 3 series: Blood Shadow, Crimson Shadow, and Phantom Shadow. As for the shield series, there were even more, each representing a different faction. He randomly chose one. Sha Jing's voice resounded again. Zhou Hao, this is the first level A-level test. It is the lowest level test. You haven't practiced your blade skills, movement skills, etc. You just need to use your own strength. Understood, Zhou Hao said as he stepped into the dark entrance. Wah! The environment suddenly changed. The original silver earth disappeared and turned into an endless grassland. The electronic voice quickly resounded. A-level test, please kill 50 low-level commander-level bulls in 20 minutes. If you die midway, you will fail the test. If you don't kill 50 bulls in 20 minutes, you will also fail. Quote. This is your first time entering the Tower of Trials. You have 5 minutes to prepare. Zhou Hao moved his body. His expression was very relaxed. Although he focused on spiritual force training, his martial arts strength didn't fall behind by much. After all, he had already received hundreds of secret manuals from signing in. The top secret manuals from Earth, such as the Ninefold Thunder Blade and Destroyer, were already engraved in his mind. Chi. He gently turned his wrist and his blade brought out layers of illusions as if lightning was flashing. I'll use the Ninefold Thunder Blade. I'll show a bit first, the third stage. His eyes flashed. Since he decided to pretend to be a genius, he naturally had to show off a bit. Although the Ninefold Thunder Blade was very hard to learn, there were many martial artists who practiced this technique. There were also many videos of martial artists using the Ninefold Thunder Blade to kill monsters. Of course, the real Ninefold Thunder Blade was forbidden from being leaked. 5 minutes of preparation time passed in a flash. Rumble. In an instant, 53-meter-tall bulls appeared on the grassland. Their red eyes stared at Zhou Hao in unison, and then they all rushed towards him. The ground shook. Moo. Low-level commander-level raging bulls were extremely fast. They covered a distance of 100 meters in a matter of seconds. Their curved and sharp horns fiercely stabbed towards Zhou Hao, who was standing motionlessly in his original position. Shua. Just as the horns were about to pierce Zhou Hao's body, his footsteps were as light as a piece of paper. Then, his blade slashed out like lightning. A blade mark appeared on the neck of the bull that attacked first. Poo. Zhou Hao's figure constantly flashed. Every time he narrowly brushed past the bull's horn, it was as if he was dancing on the tip of a blade. He shuttled back and forth between the 50 bulls. At the same time, every time he flashed, his blade would accurately cut through the bull's neck, causing them to fall down one by one. His movement technique had already reached the perfect level. He had complete control of his surroundings. Even if he only used the third stage of the Thunder Blade, it was still easy for him to face 50 low-level commander rank bulls. In a short 3 to 4 minutes, the grassland was filled with bull corpses. Beep. Used 3 minutes and 20 seconds to kill all 50 bulls. Level A test passed. Congratulations, student Zhou Hao. The electronic voice sounded in the virtual space. Chapter 32. Outside the tower. Sha Jing didn't leave. Instead, he was waiting for Zhou Hao's results. As a teacher who had taught 2 batches of elite training camp students and had been a teacher for almost 10 years, he really wanted to teach a representative that surpassed the war god level. Because of this, when he heard that a 4-year-old beginner-level warlord appeared in Zhongnan headquarters city, he volunteered to teach him. After a short moment of contact, although he was disappointed in Zhou Hao, he didn't lose confidence. After all, Zhou Hao was only 4 years old. He was still like an unpolished jade that hadn't been polished. As long as he was taught well, he would have a high chance of breaking through the war god level. A 4-year-old child, I can't expect too much. It seems like this child cares a lot about his sister. I can start from there. Sha Jing muttered. He was also thinking about how to guide Zhou Hao to train himself. Just as he was muttering to himself, an electronic voice sounded in the virtual space. Hearing this, Sha Jing couldn't help but shake his head. It's only been 3 minutes. This child's performance is even worse than his sister's. Sigh, whatever. After all, he hasn't come into contact with any movement techniques or secret attack techniques. It's normal for him to be eliminated so quickly. Congratulations, student Zhou Hao, for passing the A-level test. However, after hearing the voice behind him, Sha Jing was completely stunned. Shua. Because it was a reserve member test, Zhou Hao couldn't continue to stay in the tower after passing it. Thus, he quickly appeared outside the tower. You, Sha Jing was so shocked that he couldn't say anything. Teacher Sha, what do you want to say? Zhou Hao's expression was calm. Sha Jing came back to his senses and stared at Zhou Hao. You passed the test. Zhou Hao nodded. You used 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Zhou Hao nodded again. Pa. Sha Jing slapped his thigh and immediately said, come with me to the training space first. Shua. After the two people's consciousness left, he quickly took out his phone and made a call. Teacher Sha, what's the matter? Director Zheng, I would like to apply for an hour in the Tower of Trials, Sha Jing said in a low voice. Director Zheng, who was in charge of the allocation of resources and time in the Tower of Trials, frowned when he heard this. Teacher Sha, this should be the time for the preparatory members test. Let me see. Today is Zhou Hao and Zhou Ying. They each have half an hour to take the test. If you apply for an hour now, it's already over the time limit. Sha Jing said again, the extra 10 minutes will be deducted from my quota. Director Zheng hesitated for a moment. All right, just this once. Next time, please report in advance, Teacher Sha. Thank you. He hung up the phone. Sha Jing took a deep breath, looked at Zhou Hao, and said seriously, put on the helmet. You now have 1 hour to complete the trial. Starting from the first level, level B, you have to do your best to complete the trial. If, and I mean if, you can complete the level B, then you can proceed to the next level. Understand? Zhou Hao nodded. Understood. Sha Jing said slowly, I won't go in with you this time. Zhou Hao immediately put on the blue helmet. After his consciousness entered the Tower of Trials, Zhou Ying, whose palms were sweating, hurriedly asked, Teacher Sha, did my brother pass the trial? Sha Jing didn't answer this question. Instead, he asked word by word, Zhou Ying, are you sure your brother hasn't undergone any training in body movement or swordsmanship? Zhou Ying, was stunned, then shook her head. No, I only let Xiao Hao train in the basic stance. He's too young, so I didn't even dare to teach him basic body movement. Sha Jing asked again, then, did your brother buy martial arts manuals? I don't think so. Zhou Yinger hesitated. That was the first time he tested his physical fitness at the clubhouse. Before that, he had never left Mingyu district, nor did he buy anything. Plus, my brother is so young, he can't open a bank account. Sha Jing suddenly smiled. He didn't doubt Zhou Ying's words. After all, in China, other than the HR Alliance's Warrior Market Forum, the House of Limits, and the House of Thunder and Lightning, there was no other way to buy martial arts manuals. These 3 channels all required one's strength and identity to register. Moreover, even if Zhou Hao did buy a manual, but at his age, to be able to train to the first level of any manual was already very good. Teacher Sha, my brother, Zhou Ying, couldn't help but ask again. Sha Jing interrupted her and smiled, don't worry, your brother has already passed the A-level trial. He also used 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Zhou Ying's eyes widened. What? Killed 50 low-level commander-level bulls in 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Quote. Yes. Sha Jing's voice was filled with excitement. The A-level trial of the first level isn't much. Everyone in the elite training camp can pass it. But to kill a commander-level bull in 4 seconds on average, only the top 50 people in the entire training camp can do that. So it's very likely that your brother is extremely talented in movement and attack. Tower of Trials space. Even with his perfect level movement technique, Zhou Hao was still able to walk through the encirclement of 100 commander-level bulls as if he was taking a stroll in the park. Poo. The bulls kept falling. The same 3 stages of the Ninefold Thunder Blade were being used to their fullest potential. This was very normal. Even if he hadn't used the Ninefold Thunder Blade before, he had already grasped all 9 stages of the secret manual. Using the 3rd stage was as simple as a high school student doing elementary school math. At first, he was a bit shaky, but as he continued to use it, he became more and more familiar with it. The Ninefold Thunder Blade was the same as Armageddon, both focused on speed. The process of using it could only be described with one word: fast. He was as fast as lightning. Combined with Zhou Hao's movement technique, killing the bull was as easy as harvesting wheat. Beep. Used 10 minutes and 35 seconds, B-level trial passed. Student Zhou Hao, would you like to proceed to the C-level trial? Quote. Yes. Zhou Hao replied without hesitation. Level C test, kill 200 raging bulls within 50 minutes. Among the raging bull monsters, there are 190 low-level beast generals and 10 mid-level beast generals. Before the test begins, You have 5 minutes to prepare. I wish you the best. The electronically synthesized voice spread out. 5 minutes quickly passed by. There were immediately 200 more bulls on the grassland. The sea-level trial was the most difficult trial on each level. For example, on the first floor, the 190 low-level general raging bulls weren't a threat. Instead, the 10 medium-level general raging bulls were a huge threat. They could command the low-level general raging bulls to attack in a more organized manner, causing the overall raging bull strength to double. Zhou Hao raised the saber in his hand and took the lead to charge into the herd. Moo! The 10 medium-level commanders in the middle of the bulls let out a roar. The 190 bulls immediately formed a triangle and charged towards Zhou Hao. 20 minutes passed. The grassland was littered with bull corpses. Beep. Use 21 minutes and 12 seconds, sea-level trial passed. Congratulations, student Zhou Hao, would you like to proceed to the next level trial? Quote. Yes. Zhou Hao frowned. His perfect level movement technique combined with the third stage of the Thunder Blade was almost injured on the first level of the sea-level trial. He had underestimated the Tower of Trials. Chapter 33. Noon. Close to 1:00 a lot of students came to the spacious hall on the top floor of the Ninchong building. There were students from the European Union, Russia, America, and China. Because according to the training camp rules, the Tower of Trials would open after 1:00. Many students who didn't have classes or couldn't go out to hunt monsters would line up in the hall in advance. What's going on? Teacher Xia brought those 2 people from China in for an hour. Why haven't they come out yet? Some students kept looking at their communication watches and frowned. Some students from the European Union immediately sneered, Chinese people are so slow. Many Chinese students glared at them. The competition in the training camp was fierce. The Chinese and European factions had always been at odds with each other. The main reason was that the European faction often bullied the Chinese newcomers. Johnny, use your pig brain to think. Teacher Xia brought these 2 people here to take the test. If I remember correctly, one of them just became a beginner warlord and the other is only an advanced warlord. With their strength, they should have come out a long time ago. But since an hour has passed and they still haven't come out, it means that they passed the A-level test and are taking the B-level test. That's why they are delayed. Among the Chinese students, a girl softly said. She was Wang Ning, who helped Zhou Hao and the others before. As soon as she said that, not only did the European students laugh, but the other students from the African Union, Russia, and America also laughed. Wang Ning, you're ranked in the top 80. You've been in the training camp for more than a year. You actually think that the siblings can pass the A-level test? I think you're the one with a pig brain. One of Johnny's friends sneered. Wang Ning still wanted to argue, but she was pulled back by her friend. Don't argue with them, it's meaningless. Yeah, we saw Ying and her brother last night. They are indeed not strong. I think Teacher Xia let them use this hour to train their strength. That's right. Plus, the siblings have already joined the HR Alliance. Even if they can't pass the test, they will be specially recruited. We don't have to worry. Hearing her friend's words, Wang Ning coldly snorted and didn't continue to argue with Johnny and the others. 1:00 quickly passed. The students at the front of the line couldn't wait any longer and directly walked to the innermost passage. Johnny and the other students wanted to watch the show, so they followed. Let's go too. Don't let them bully Ying and her brother. Wang Ning and the others immediately followed. A short while later, the door to the room at the end of the corridor was filled with students. What are you doing? Xia Jing scolded. Teacher Xia, it's my turn for the 1 to 2 hour trial. Now that the time has passed, they should be leaving the trial space right. The one who spoke was a student from Russia. Xia Jing then looked at the time. It's indeed over. I've already applied for an extension of 10 minutes from Director Zheng. Today's trial tower will be extended to 10 a.m. You don't have to worry. The Russian student nodded. All right, I'll wait here. Xia Jing looked at the other students. Johnny and the others immediately said, we'll wait here too. Xia Jing frowned but didn't say anything. After all, the training camp didn't stipulate that they had to line up in the hall. 10 minutes slowly passed. Xia Jing and Ying became nervous at the same time. At 1:10 p.m., Zhou Hao, who was wearing a blue helmet, immediately opened his eyes. How is it? Did you pass the B-level test on the first floor? Xia Jing stared at Zhou Hao impatiently and asked. The group of students at the door were stunned when they heard this. What? This 4-year-old kid actually passed the A-level test. Quote. Didn't they say that he's only a beginner warlord and hasn't practiced movement techniques and other secret manuals? Many students whispered among themselves. Wang Ning, Yang Kuo, and the other Wuxia members were also surprised. When they first joined the training camp, it also took them a while to pass the A-level test. In the room, Zhou Hao stood up from the sofa and stretched his body before replying, I passed. Sha Jing's eyes immediately lit up. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and tried to sound calm as he said, so, you failed the C-level test. That's normal. If you can pass the B-level test, it means that you have some talent in movement techniques and swordsmanship. Zhou Hao raised his head and said in a childish voice, the C-level test on the second floor is indeed a bit difficult, but it's mainly because the time is too short. Give me more time and I should be able to pass it. The limit of the third layer of the ninefold thunder blade was actually the A-level test on the second floor. However, with the perfect movement technique and the reaction speed of a warlord, he forcibly passed the B-level test. In the end, due to the lack of time, he only had time to kill 100 beginner desert beast general iron scorpions in the C-level test before he was directly kicked out of the trial space. Sha Jing was stunned. Wait, did you just say that you failed the C-level test on the second floor? Yes. Zhou Hao blinked his eyes with a cute expression on his face. Tell me, what's the C-level test on the second floor? Sha Jing's voice trembled. Zhou Hao immediately told him the difficulty of the test. After he finished speaking, the whole room and the corridor outside were so silent that you could hear a pin drop. Sha Jing was stunned, so were Johnny, Wang Ning, and the other students. Ever since the establishment of the training camp, there has never been a case of someone passing the B-level test on the first time they entered the International Elite Training Camp. Even the super genius from the European Union who charged into the top 100 in his first month of training only passed the C-level test on the first floor when he entered the training camp. But now, this record has been broken. A 4-year-old kid from Zhongnan headquarters city actually passed the B-level test on his first try. This kind of result was simply unimaginable. However, no one would suspect that Zhou Hao was lying. Because this kind of thing is too easy to expose. After all, not only can the stone pillars on the left and right of the entrance of the trial tower easily display the results of the trial tower, Director Zheng, who is in charge of the trial tower, can also easily check the results. Haha, Zhou Hao, you're a genius, a real genius. Sha Jing recovered from his stupor and could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart. He laughed out loud. Having been in the training camp for 10 years, he knew very well that in order to pass the B-level test on the second floor of the trial tower, one must at least have a fist strength level of 2.5 and above. One must also have a body movement technique of the refinement level or even a perfect body movement technique. One must also have learned any secret manual worth more than 10 billion and reach the third level at the very least. Otherwise, one would not be able to pass. Among the 200 students in the elite training camp today, more than half of them did not meet this requirement. In other words, Zhou Hao could be ranked in the top 100 just based on his combat ability amplitude alone. If Zhou Hao had entered the training camp for a year and reached this level, Sha Jing would not feel excited at all. But the point was, Zhou Hao had just entered the training camp and he was only 4 years old. Chapter 34. In less than a few minutes, Zhou Hao's results from the Tower of Trial spread like a hurricane. The Dojo of Limits, the Thunder Dojo, the HR Alliance, the 5 strong countries, the headquarter cities, and many other forces received this shocking news at first notice. Many strong fighters, including representatives, thought that it was impossible. But after it was confirmed, they were just as shocked as Sha Jing. Since the Grand Nirvana, it's not like there haven't been any geniuses on Earth, but it's the first time they've seen someone like Zhou Hao, who not only has a physical fitness level, but also movement and blade skills are just as abnormal. Immediately head to Hongning headquarter city, the global elite training camp headquarters. After all the factions reacted, they once again sent representatives to the training camp as fast as they could. Before, when Zhou Hao tested his physical fitness level, they only thought that Zhou Hao had a chance of breaking through to the war god level. But now, after the results of the Tower of Trials came out, all the factions agreed that Zhou Hao will definitely surpass the war god level. He might even reach the level of Hong and Thunder God. In the quiet room of the giant starship, after Hong received the news, he was also shocked. He's been in contact with many ancient ruins and naturally knows that there are countless geniuses in the universe. Therefore, he didn't have much of a reaction towards Zhou Hao before, even now he's just shocked. Shocked that such a genius appeared on Earth. Very quickly, Thunder God called, "Big brother, this kid Zhou Hao is incredible. You and I both know that physical fitness can be improved by relying on treasures. Only movement and blade skills require comprehension and experience. This kid is only 4 years old, even if he's been in contact with secret manuals in this area, his performance is still a bit too scary." Hong was a lot calmer. What's so scary about that? The Grand Nirvana has passed for almost 20 years. It's time for a genius to appear on Earth. Yes, it's time for a genius to appear. Thunder God rubbed his bald head. "Big brother, what are you planning to do?" Hong said casually, "Everything will be up to fate. What's mine, no one can take it away from me. However, this kid is still too young, so I'll let him train in the training camp for a while. As for the others, don't disturb me." Thunder God was surprised. "Big brother, you're going to step in? It's rare for a genius to appear on Earth, I can't let these guys ruin it." After saying that, Hong began to make a call. Europe, HR Alliance Headquarters Building. The silver-haired Chancellor Isadora sat quietly in her chair. A middle-aged man next to him smiled and said, "Speaker, you have the foresight and decisiveness. This Zhou Hao will definitely be another counselor in the future." A smile appeared on the silver-haired old woman's face. "This child is even more outstanding than I expected. It seems that the conditions I gave him before were still too easy. Do you think we should increase the difficulty?" The middle-aged man asked cautiously. "Increasing the difficulty now? Do you think that he's not suitable to stay in our HR alliance?" Chairman Isadora shook her walking stick. The middle-aged man's forehead was immediately covered in sweat. "Speaker, I didn't mean that." Isadora snorted. "Remove the restrictions. From now on, Zhou Hao and his sister will always enjoy the same treatment. No matter what price we have to pay, we have to let this little kid feel the sincerity of the Isadora family." Yes, the global elite training camp. The appearance of the world's strongest man, Hong, caused many forces to retreat without success. They could only influence Zhou Hao through the members of the training camp. In the training camp, exiting the 9 grand floors, Sha Jing's excited mood gradually calmed down. He brought Zhou Hao and Zhou Ying to the group of buildings where the students lived. This group of buildings takes up a lot of space. Every small courtyard and loft is built according to the ancient style. You can name your loft however you want. Of course, most Chinese students will name their lofts after the headquarters city they grew up in. Currently, no one from Zhongnan headquarters city has entered the training camp, so the task of naming will be handed over to you," Sha Jing said as he led Zhou Hao and his sister to a small courtyard of a loft. "Let's call it Zhongnan Pavilion." Zhou Ying smiled. "Agreed." Zhou Hao nodded. Sha Jing laughed. "Okay, I'll arrange for the logistics to make a plaque for this loft and hang it on the door." Walking into the loft courtyard, looking around, there were a total of 4 lofts. Each loft had a basement, living room, dining room, training hall, and other rooms. "Ying Zhou Hao, congratulations." At this moment, Wang Ning, Yang Kuo, and the others waved and shouted from the 3rd floor of the loft next to them. Sha Jing said, "Next to you is the capital loft. Wang Ning and the others live there. Usually, when a Chinese newbie passes the test, they will hold a welcome wind banquet. You can go to the banquet after resting for a while." As he spoke, Sha Jing's wristwatch vibrated. He looked down and hung up. He said helplessly, "This is the 31st call. Zhou Hao, your performance is too outstanding. Many forces can't sit still. They will definitely try to rope you in through other students. Remember, don't agree to other people's conditions easily. Be patient and train well first." "I understand," Zhou Hao replied. Sha Jing smiled. "You can choose your loft first. There are still 10 days until April. Tomorrow, I will officially start teaching you siblings. When April comes, you will have to go out and hunt monsters according to the odd pair ranking. So use these 10 days to train yourselves well." Zhou Ying nodded vigorously. "Yes, Teacher Sha." After Sha Jing left, Zhou Hao smiled and walked to Zhou Ying. Sis, you don't have to worry anymore." Zhou Ying still hadn't calmed down. But when she saw her brother's expression, She put her hands on her waist. Little brother, tell me honestly. Did you secretly learn from me? No, I just watched some videos of martial artists hunting monsters. Zhou Hao replied, sis, this place is so big. I'm scared at night, I want to sleep with you. Pa, a loud slap was heard. Zhou Ying, said unhappily, how old are you? You still want to sleep with me? Aren't you ashamed? Alright, hurry up and choose a loft. I will make your bed later. Also, you should change your clothes. Remember to change at night. Quote. After she finished speaking, she went straight to the loft on the left. Zhou Hao sighed, looking at Zhou Ying's back. He was a bit worried about how to secretly increase his sister's strength. Especially the ancient civilization gravity room. This thing was the most efficient at increasing strength, but it was too conspicuous. As for essence of nature, he didn't dare to give it to Zhou Ying when he was at home. The main reason was that essence of nature wasn't weak. Even if it was diluted, with Zhou Ying's strength, she could easily sense it. Forget it, I'll start with essence of nature first. Zhou Hao muttered. He performed well this time, so it was reasonable for the HR Alliance to give him some essence of nature. In the evening, Wang Ning, Yang Kuo, and the other students who lived in the Capitol building came to invite Zhou Hao and his sister. Since it was a welcome banquet for themselves, the two naturally couldn't refuse. Chapter 35, 8:30 p.m., Attic Hall. Even though the style of the building was imitating ancient times, tonight's Ying Feng banquet had a modern feel. All the tableware was set up according to Zhongnan headquarters city's customs. The hall was packed with people. Almost all the Chinese members of the training camp were present. Some members from Russia, America, and India who had good relationships with the Chinese members all wanted to get in, but were politely rejected. And with the arrival of Zhou Hao and Zhou Ying, the atmosphere in the hall gradually increased. Many Chinese members walked up to greet Zhou Hao and Zhou Ying, and introduced each other. This is senior brother Chong Zicheng, currently 7th on the Black Dragon ranking. This is Zhu Zan, 3rd on the Black Dragon ranking. Wang Ning and Yang Kuo, who had met Zhou Ying and her brother a few times, kept introducing their seniors to them. No matter if it was Chong Zicheng or Zhu Zan, they were all very enthusiastic. Even though Zhou Ying's strength was only that of a high-rank martial artist, as the top 10 geniuses of the rankings, they did not put on any airs, nor did they have any arrogance in their actions. They were very approachable. As for the reason, everyone present was well aware of it. After all, with the potential that Zhou Ying's little brother showed, he was destined to become one of the strongest war gods in the future. Many of the teachers in the training camp, representatives, and other important figures had concluded that Zhou Hao had a high chance of becoming a war god. Therefore, in front of such an abnormal genius sister, of course they didn't dare to put on airs. Moreover, the forces behind them were calling them like crazy, telling them to try and rope in Zhou Hao. Thank you seniors, we're new here, please take care of us in the future. While Donghua was talking, Zhou Ying, who had drunk a lot of wine, had a red flush on her face. However, she still responded politely. We're all from China, of course we should take care of each other. Yeah, if junior sister Ying has anything you don't understand, you can come and ask us. Everyone responded with a smile. Wang Ning and Yang Kuo helped. Okay, junior sister Ying drank a lot tonight, so we can't toast anymore. Let's eat, let's eat. Zhongnan Pagoda, Zhou Ying's room. Wang Ning and several other women helped the drunk Zhou Ying onto the bed. Xiao Hao, take good care of your sister. We'll be leaving first. Before leaving, they reminded him. I'll send you off. Zhou Hao walked them to the door of the attic. When he returned, he shook his head helplessly when he saw Zhou Ying fast asleep on the bed. He waited for a while in the room. When he saw that Zhou Ying was fast asleep, he cast astral concealment and left the training camp. Whoosh! The fighter jet started up and quickly flew towards the Australian mainland. Pretending to be a genius and entering the training camp, Zhou Hao only wanted to create a good training environment for his sister. He himself had already reached the limit of the war god level, so he didn't need to stay in the training camp. More than half an hour passed. They arrived at the Australian mainland. There's still 1/5 of the area left. Let's continue. Zhou Hao began his carpet search again. For several days in a row. During the day, he stayed at the 9 grand floors and learned blade techniques from Sha Jing. At night, he flew to the Australian mainland. At the same time, during dinner, he secretly let Zhou Ying drink hot water soaked in the essence of nature. A week passed. At 10:00 at night, Zhou Hao flew his auto jet to the Australian mainland. Not long after searching, he saw several fighter jets flying by not far away. Such a commotion immediately attracted his attention. Keep up. Zhou Hao ordered the AI system to keep up with the fighter jets. After flying for about 5 minutes, he saw a wide lake. The lake wasn't covered in fog, but the island in the middle of the lake was covered in fog. Misty Island. Zhou Hao's small face immediately showed excitement. Hard work pays off. He finally found the location of Yunmo planet's spaceship. Although he found it with others, he still found it. And looking at the fighter jets around the lake, it seemed like someone had discovered the strangeness of the Misty Island. Wah! The fighter jet opened. Zhou Hao walked out. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Numerous powerful gazes swept over. Zhou Hao, whose whole body was covered in the black god set, immediately released his spiritual force. When these gazes felt Zhou Hao's terrifying spiritual force, they were all shocked. But soon, their eyes looked into the distance. A triangular fighter jet slowly floated, and a figure walked out. When this figure appeared, the whole world was overshadowed, as if there was only one person left in the world. Dojo of Limits Master Hong. I didn't expect this Hong to come so quickly. Essence of Nature appeared on the Misty Island. It was said that a war god team from the Dojo of Limits discovered it. It was still Chinese New Year at that time. This Hong must have been watching this place for a long time. At first, it was only 1 or 2. But in less than a month, a large amount of Essence of Nature appeared on the lake. The island in the middle is also covered in fog. It must be extraordinary. Before and after the Grand Nirvana period, many ruins of ancient civilizations appeared on Earth. The movements were not small. This time, this lake might be one of them. Hong's appearance made all the war god representatives restless. Zhou Hao stood on the upgraded version of the soaring shuttle, floating in the air. He listened attentively, and was more and more certain that this lake was the Misty Island. And the essence of nature on the island, needless to say, must have been created by Babida using the Muya crystals. He laughed in his heart. Looks like Babida has noticed me. Babida's mission on Earth was to find a successor for the Yunmo planet's bloodline. The Yunmo planet's bloodline was mainly a controller's inheritance. Someone like Zhou Hao who had a rare talent as a spirit reader would definitely not be able to hide from Babida. But Babida had no way to leave the Yunmo planet ship, and could only use this method to attract Hong. Boom! Hong glanced around, and directly rushed to the center of the island covered in fog. But just as he arrived above the island, a 1,000-meter-long vine tentacle whipped towards him like lightning. Zhou Hao stared at it. Damn, the cloud contact vine was released just like that. Babida is too impatient. Quote. After waiting for 50,000 years, of course Babida was impatient. After all, Zhou Hao's talent as a spirit reader, after a period of continuous check-ins, had already reached the level of some of the universe's most talented controllers. It was not easy to find such a genius spirit reader on Earth. How could it not be impatient? Haha, it's actually a rare plant in the universe, the cloud contact vine, good timing. Hong was also a knowledgeable person. Seeing this 1,000-meter-long vine, he quickly recognized it as the cloud contact vine, and his eyes lit up with excitement. His body immediately emitted a black light, and while Hong was fighting with the cloud contact vine, fighter jets flew over one after another. God of Thunder, Isadora and the other chairmen arrived one after another. Zhou Hao took advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was on Hong and the cloud contact vine to quickly fly to the edge of the lake. He hadn't signed in yet today, so he quickly shouted in his mind, "System, sign in." Ding! Congratulations to the host for checking in on Earth's Misty Island. You have received a cloud contact vine seedling. Quote. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have received a Muya crystal. Quote. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have received a 10,000-year willow heart. Quote. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have received a 1,000-year willow heart. Quote. Quadruple explosion. Zhou Hao's face lit up with joy. As expected of Misty Island, the first time he checked in, he got a cloud contact vine and a Muya crystal. This was good stuff. Chapter 36. Boom boom boom. Even though the cloud contact vine was still in its seedling stage, its power was still terrifying. Its 1,000-meter-long vines howled as it fought against Hong who was covered in black light. While the other counselors were watching, an electric eel with a terrifying aura leapt out of the lake. This electric eel was no shorter than the cloud scraper vine, and as soon as it appeared, it was surrounded by a large amount of lightning as it bit at Hong. It's the Emperor-level monster sky-swallowing eel. Thunder God and the other councilmen were shocked. Some even reminded Hong to be careful. However, Hong was still the strongest person in the world. Although he was only at stage 1 domain realm, his strength was still ridiculously strong. When the electric eel attacked him at lightning speed, the long spear in his hand instantly spun and pierced towards the electric eel with a black light. Pooh! With just one attack, it pierced through the head of the Emperor-level monster sky-swallowing eel. Its 1,000-meter-long body crashed into the lake, creating huge waves. After a while, when the cloud contact vine's attack weakened, a whirlpool suddenly appeared in the lake. An 8-clawed tentacle quickly extended from the whirlpool towards Hong. Another Emperor-level monster. What's the secret of this lake? Why did 2 Emperor-level monsters appear at once? In the terrifying plant life form. Quote. Many councilmen were shocked. However, their eyes were filled with greed. No one was an idiot. The lake was so strange, there must be treasures inside. However, the plant life form was too strong. Even Hong couldn't take it down, so they didn't dare to rush in. Another half an hour passed. Hong retreated from the center island. He frowned. It was obvious that the cloud contact vine was hard to deal with. Adding on the constant attacks from the Emperor-level monsters, it wasn't easy for him to take down the cloud contact vine. Big brother, the cloud contact vine actually appeared on Earth. You're rich now. Thunder God was envious. The cloud contact vine was discovered by Hong first. He wouldn't go up and fight with Hong for it. Hong shook his head. This lake is a bit strange. There are many Emperor-level monsters here. It'll be hard for me to deal with the cloud contact vine. Leicester needs your help. Thunder God smiled. No problem. I haven't exercised in a long time. Let's wait for the light to get better. I need to recover. As Hong spoke, he looked at the other representatives. Seeing that they were tempted, he couldn't help but say, if any of you want to go in, feel free to go. The other counselors were tempted, but most of them didn't move. Only the third and fourth speakers rushed forward. But soon, they were forced back by the vines. Thunder God sneered, if you don't have the strength, then put away your greed. Awkwardness appeared on the faces of the representatives. Seeing this, Zhou Hao shook his head and returned to the fighter plane to leave the Misty Island. He had finished signing in today, so staying here would be a waste of time. Moreover, if he didn't deal with the cloud contact vine, he wouldn't be able to enter the Misty Island. However, even if the cloud contact vine was taken care of, with Babata's personality, he would not simply release the Muya crystals for the representatives of Earth to fight over. After all, Babata's target was not the representatives of Earth. Elite training camp, in a room on the 3rd floor of the Nine Chong building. In the spacious training hall, Sha Jing, who was dressed in loose martial arts attire, attacked with his saber technique like waves. Whistling sounds could be heard in the air from time to time. Saber light flashed, and his force was transmitted layer by layer. Zhou Ying, stared unblinkingly. Zhou Hao, on the other hand, was bored to death as he sat on the ground. His mind was filled with thoughts on how to sign in inside the Yunmo planet ship. Although the cloud contact vine and the Muya crystal were good stuff, they could not compare to the secret techniques of the Yunmo planet. A flash of saber light flashed. Sha Jing sheathed his saber. His breathing was steady and strong, not at all affected by the exquisite saber technique. Zhou Ying, Zhou Hao, the saber technique I just used was only at the 2nd level. Most of the members of the training camp are at this level. If you have anything you don't understand, just tell me, I will guide you step by step. While speaking, he looked at Zhou Ying, and Zhou Hao. Zhou Ying, was fully focused, and her performance satisfied Sha Jing. But Zhou Hao looked absent-minded. Sha Jing was speechless. Zhou Hao, Teacher Sha, what's wrong? Zhou Hao came back to his senses. Sha Jing's face darkened. Come and practice the saber technique I just used. Zhou Hao stepped forward and took a normal saber from Zhou Ying, and began to practice. On the 2nd day of Sha Jing's teaching, he had already signed in here and received the perfect level saber technique, spear technique and other weapon techniques. So when he used the saber technique, he became more and more familiar with it. In the end, he was like a master who had studied saber techniques for decades. His movements were flawless. Sha Jing's face was blank. Even when Zhou Hao sheathed his saber, he was still in a daze. "Teacher Sha," Zhou Hao called out a few times. Only then did Sha Jing react. He looked at Zhou Hao as a deep sense of helplessness gushed out from his heart. He had studied the saber technique for dozens of years and had barely reached the advanced stage. However, after teaching Zhou Hao for a few days, the latter had already comprehended it to perfection. Comparing the two, he couldn't help but feel that he had wasted more than 10 years practicing saber techniques. "Zhou Hao, from today onwards, you can do whatever you want. I won't restrict you." Sha Jing finally understood what it meant to be a true genius. Zhou Hao scratched his head. "Teacher, that's not very good." Sha Jing's face was bitter. "With your talent, you don't have to adhere to my teachings." "All right." Sha Jing looked at Zhou Ying, his expression returning to normal. At least not everyone was as abnormal as Zhou Hao. "Zhou Ying, in the future, you will have to come to my class for an extra hour. Your talent is average, you have to work harder." "Yes, Teacher Sha." Zhou Ying's face was full of seriousness. Zhou Hao stayed in the room for a while before returning to Zhongnan Pagoda. Since Teacher Sha had already said that he didn't have to come to class, he was happy to be free. He used stellar cycle concealment and quickly left the training camp. Once again, he arrived at Misty Island. The surroundings of the lake had completely changed. Many of the powers of Earth had set up camp here. Compared to last night, the number of War God level fighters had almost doubled. Almost all of the Earth's counselors had also rushed over. Other than that, the fog on the island in the middle of the lake had completely disappeared. The surface of the island was bare, without any vegetation. Obviously the cloud contact vine had been taken away by Hong. Zhou Hao wasn't in a rush to sign in. Instead, he stopped at the edge of the lake. "A beast emperor has been born in Misty Island's lake. All War God level fighters should not rashly explore the lake." An electronic voice sounded at the edge of the lake, reminding the War God level fighters that didn't care about their lives. Zhou Hao was shocked. He didn't think that in just one night, a beast emperor level monster would appear on Misty Island. Looks like Babata really put in a lot of effort. There was no sign of Hong or Thunder God around Misty Island. Staying at the edge, he had no way to enter the lake. He might as well sign in. "Ding, congratulations to the host. You have received 1 Muya crystal." "Ding, congratulations to the host. You have received 10,000 year willow heart." "Ding, congratulations to the host. You have received 1,000 year willow heart." Triple explosion. Zhou Hao's expression didn't change. He knew that based on this situation, he would probably get these 3 things from now on. Chapter 37, Deep Under Misty Island. Inside the Yunmo ship that was simulated as a solid rock. The AI demon Babata looked at the simulation of Misty Island's environment in the hall, his blood-red eyes staring at a figure in the image, his face flashing with excitement. 50,000 years, finally, I found a spirit reader on Earth that is suitable to inherit Master's legacy. Only 4 years old, a mind expanse of 35, even in the vast universe, he can barely be considered a spirit reader genius. Quote, "I must let him become Master's disciple. Whether or not Yunmo planet can return to the universe, it all depends on him." The excited Babata released Muya crystals from the Yunmo ship. These crystals flowed through the underground river and slowly floated up. Some of the water monsters in the river, upon smelling the rice, went crazy. One by one, the monsters started killing each other, fighting for the Muya crystals. Even the monster that evolved into a beast emperor dived underground from the lake, but its body was too big, it was snatched away by the other high-level leader monsters. Boom boom. In order to attract a genius like Zhou Hao, Babata didn't hesitate to release Muya crystals, causing the water monsters on Misty Island to go crazy. And the various factions that had been scanning Misty Island quickly discovered that a few of the water monsters' life signs were rapidly becoming stronger. Report immediately, 3 more Emperor-level monsters have appeared under Misty Island. The number of Emperor-level monsters has increased, one of them is about to evolve into a Beast Emperor. My god, the monster that evolved into a Beast Emperor is now fighting with the other monsters. There must be treasure under Misty Island, these monsters seem to be fighting fiercely for it. The Dojo of Limits, Thunder Dojo, HR Alliance and other factions were the first to notice the changes in Misty Island, and immediately reported the news. Hong, who had just signed a contract with the Cloud Contact Vine, and was preparing to get used to it for a few days, could no longer sit still, and once again came to Misty Island with Thunder God. The lake continued to churn, waves rising to the sky. One by one, representatives floated above Misty Island, their eyes greedily staring at the lake. In just half a day, 3 to 4 Emperor-level monsters had appeared. Anyone could guess that Misty Island must contain some unknown treasure. It could very well be an undiscovered ancient ruin. Why were Hong and Thunder God so strong? It was because they had discovered many ruins of ancient civilizations during the Grand Nirvana period. Especially Hong, he had obtained a starship and was even able to manufacture auto jets. He had established a dojo and became the #1 power in the world. Therefore, all the counselors coveted the ancient civilization ruins. Hong naturally noticed the restlessness of the counselors. He looked at the Misty Island and slowly said, "Wait for one more day. I will personally kill the Beast Emperor." 2 days was enough for him to familiarize himself with the cloud contact vine. The eyes of many counselors, including the third counselor, the Ice Emperor Hammerson, flickered slightly. They knew that Hong was reminding them not to act rashly. In fact, if Hong and Thor didn't make a move, none of them would dare to enter the lake to fight the Beast Emperor. After all, the only person in the world who could suppress the Beast Emperor was Hong. Standing at the edge of the lake, Zhou Hao looked at the representatives floating above the Misty Island and couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Babado was so impatient to lead him to the Yunmo planet's spaceship, but how could he not want to sign in inside the Yunmo planet's spaceship? The night passed quickly. As dawn came, from the camps around the lake, representatives rushed out one after another. There were close to 30 of them. Thor and Hong were among them. "Big brother, are you confident?" Thor's face was filled with worry. The Beast Emperor wasn't an Emperor-level monster and had the advantage of the environment. It was very hard to kill them. Like the 2 Beast Emperors in the ocean, if they hid in the ocean and didn't come out, Hong and he couldn't do anything to them. Hong lightly shook his head. "No, I did get the cloud contact vine. However, the time was too short. I didn't have time to familiarize myself with its attacks. Not only will my battle strength not increase, it will also be affected." Hearing this, Thor hurriedly said, "Then let's wait. We're not in a hurry. The ones who are anxious are the 5 great countries and the HR Alliance. We still have to try. I'm worried that if we drag this on for too long, the number of Emperor-level monsters under the lake will increase again. There might even be a second Beast Emperor. At that time, it'll be very difficult for us to find treasures underground." Hong touched the vine wrapped around his arm. His eyes flashed with helplessness. "Lei Zi, if necessary, I'll need your help." Thor heavily nodded. "I understand. An underground Beast Emperor and several Emperor-level monsters. There are too many variables. Even the strongest fighter in the world, Hong, doesn't have the slightest bit of confidence." "Everyone back off," Thor coldly said. Quite a few council members quickly backed off. They knew that a battle between Hong and the Beast Emperor would cause a lot of commotion. The War God-level fighters stationed around the lake also hastily retreated far away. A few dozen seconds later, only Thor and Hong were left on the Misty Isle. Boom! As the light started to brighten, Hong turned into a black shadow and charged into the lake. A layer of ripples appeared on the surface of the lake. Hong, whose body was covered in the black god set, was already 300 meters below the surface. Half a minute later, Hong was fighting with a shrimp-like Beast Emperor. The countless tentacles on the Beast Emperor's head were crazily waving. Its speed was shockingly fast. Even though it was 2,000 meters below the surface of the lake, its waving tentacles still caused the lake to churn. Hong's speed was also very fast. Sometimes he would stick to the surface of the tentacles, sometimes he would land on the rocks at the edge of the lake. But his target was the Beast Emperor's hard skull. All the council members stared at the screen of their watches. The 2 dots representing Hong and the Beast Emperor were moving very fast. Rumble. The ground around the lake shook. Zhou Hao floated in the air, silently waiting. A few moments later, Hong rushed out of the lake in a sorry state. At the same time, white tentacles followed closely behind. Seeing this, Thor, who was floating in the air, rushed over. The battle blade in his hand turned into layers of illusions, cutting off the tentacles chasing Hong. Then he followed Hong out of the lake. Failed. That Beast Emperor's life force has weakened a lot. But Hong is also injured. Unfortunately, being underground will affect Hong's performance. All the council members shook their heads in disappointment. If the Beast Emperor doesn't die, they won't be able to go underground to look for treasures. But the only one who could kill the Beast Emperor was Hong. Zhou Hao also frowned, but soon he felt relieved. It was only the year 2042. Hong's domain was only at the first stage. Without fully adapting to the cloud contact vine, it was normal for him to not be able to kill the Beast Emperor. Thor looked at the sorry state Hong was in and hurriedly asked, "Big brother, how are you? Are your injuries serious?" Hong waved his hand, "It's not serious. I'll be able to recover in a few days. This time I fought with the Beast Emperor and understood its strength. I'll come back after a while. That's all we can do now. You recover first. If you can't do it, I'll join hands with you." Thor sighed. "All right." Hong nodded. Inside the Yunmo planet ship, Babata was furious. This is too useless. He can't even take care of a monster. At the same time, he regretted catalyzing the Beast Emperor too early. Chapter 38, Training Camp, Zhongnan Pagoda. Basement. Zhou Hao had already placed the gravity room here. After returning from Misty Island, he focused on using the Muya crystals to train. If the Beast King didn't die, he wouldn't be able to enter the Yunmo planet ship to sign in. And archaeological ruin number 9 probably hadn't opened yet. Even if he went to the Amazon region, he wouldn't be able to find it. So he could only continue to wait. Boom. The pure life energy of the Muya crystals was quickly absorbed by his hungry cells. His body's genes continued to strengthen. His already advanced war god level fitness was once again pushing his body to the limit. Compared to the essence of nature, the rate at which the body absorbed the Muya crystals was undoubtedly higher. Some advanced war god level fighters could rely on the crystals to break through to the Star Traveler level with a high success rate. Zhou Hao's fighter talent had already reached the initial level of spirit reading talent. With the help of the gravity room, his absorption rate was tens of times higher than other fighters. In a short 1 to 2 hours, he could clearly feel his body improving. Only when his cells were saturated did he stop training. At this rate, in less than a month, my body should be able to break through to the Star Traveler level. Zhou Hao's face was calm. Although a Star Traveler level couldn't compare to a spirit reader, it was still a Star Traveler level. It was still a great help to his overall strength. The simplest point was that his explosive speed would increase significantly. "I've already waited a few months, I don't mind waiting a few more." He was still very patient. After all, the Yunmo planet ship couldn't run away. And so in the following days, he only went to Misty Island to sign in once every other day. He didn't care about the essence of nature or the 10,000-year willow heart, but the Muya crystals were still very precious. However, a fighter's talent was just as important as a spirit reader's talent. So he could only switch between the Dojo of Limits headquarters and Misty Island. In the blink of an eye, it was April 1st. As Ying was ranked 183rd last month, she had to be like the other students in the training camp's designated city to hunt monsters and earn points to break through to the Black Dragon leaderboard. "Sis, there are a lot of low-level commander-level monsters in #1001 city. Middle-level commander-level monsters can also be seen everywhere. When you enter, you have to be careful and do your best. Don't worry about your results. Even if you rank last, you can still enjoy the same resources as me," Zhou Hao said seriously. Ying patted her chest. "Don't worry, your sister isn't weak. Plus, I'm wearing an SS-grade combat suit, so I won't be in any danger. Fighting against commander-level monsters in the wilderness is the best way to practice your sword skills. I've been learning from Ms. Xia for over 10 days, so I have to try it out myself." Zhou Hao said helplessly, "All right, but you have to promise me that you won't take any risks." "All right." She watched Ying leave. Xia Jing stood beside Zhou Hao unknowingly. "Although your sister's talent is average, she's really hardworking. She's also someone who doesn't like to admit defeat, so don't worry. Let her try on her own." Zhou Hao paused and looked up at Xia Jing. "You can't take care of her for the rest of her life." Xia Jing smiled. "Ms. Xia, I don't understand all these principles that you're telling me." Zhou Hao curled his lips and returned to Zhongnan Pagoda. He concealed himself and immediately chased after Ying. After a day of fighting, Zhou Hao could see that Ying's strength had improved a lot compared to when she was in the wilderness of Zhongnan headquarters city. Plus, the spirits of nature in the past 10 days had also taken effect. Her fitness level had already reached the level of a low-level warlord. Ms. Xia still has some skill. Zhou Hao, who was floating in the air, looked at Ying, who had cleanly killed a low-level warlord, and nodded. There was a big difference between having a warlord-level teacher teaching and learning on your own. Although he was very strong, if he were to teach Zhou Ying, himself, the results might not be as good as Sha Jing's. He secretly followed them for a day. No one dared to disturb Zhou Ying, which made Zhou Hao feel relieved. He returned to the training camp at around 6 o'clock in the evening and went to Juchong building. Around 11 o'clock in the evening, Zhou Ying, dragged her tired body back to the training camp. As soon as she returned, she hurriedly looked at the Black Dragon ranking. Compared to March, she had improved by 1 rank. Zhou Hao walked to Zhou Ying, and smiled. Sister, how does it feel to surpass me? He hadn't hunted a monster yet, so his ranking was naturally at the bottom. It feels great, even my genius brother is below me. Zhou Ying, raised her head proudly. Let's go, it's my treat today, I'll let you eat to your heart's content. The next day, April 2nd, it was Zhou Hao's turn to go out and hunt monsters on the same day. Many students in the elite training camp were secretly paying attention. Although it was only the second day of the month, they all wanted to know what rank a genius like Zhou Hao could reach in his first attempt at the ranking. Zhou Ying, knew that Zhou Hao was strong, but she was still worried. In her memory, this was her brother's first time fighting monsters in the wild. Xiao Hao, your saber technique is strong, and your movement is not bad, but fighting monsters in the real world is different from fighting in the Tower of Trials. Remember, don't show off. Take care of your safety first. Sha Jing also hurriedly said, your sister is right. Don't be careless. Zhou Hao casually waved his hand. Sister, Teacher Sha, don't worry. In the entire 1001 city, the highest level is only a low-level lord. If I don't provoke them, I'll be fine. As he spoke, he turned around and followed the other students. Looking at Zhou Hao's short back, Sha Jing could not help but sigh. I've never seen a genius like your brother. His saber technique is easy to understand. His movement and ninefold thunder blade are also better than most students. In terms of comprehension, he's really a monster. Zhou Ying, listened to Teacher Sha's words and was very happy. She could not help but ask, Teacher Sha, what rank do you think my brother can reach? It's hard to say. He'll definitely be in the top 100, but it's basically impossible for him to be in the top 50. His level in the Tower of Trials is still a little low. Sha Jing shook his head. Zhou Ying nodded gently, she thought so too. The points on the Black Dragon ranking were obtained by multiplying the battle points obtained from hunting monsters by the combat strength amplitude. For example, the top 50 students each had a combat strength amplitude of more than 6, and their physical fitness had reached the advanced warlord level. Her brother had just arrived. It was already very good for him to be in the top 100. In fact, many teachers and students in the training camp also felt that Zhou Hao could only reach the top 100. Time passed little by little. It was past 11 o'clock at night that the students returned one after another. The Black Dragon ranking points determined everyone's resource allocation. Therefore, every student would try their best to hunt monsters. Very few of them would return early. Seeing many students from the odd days surrounding the Black Dragon statue, the returning students ignored their fatigue and walked over. Another one has rushed in. Zhou Hao's efficiency in killing monsters at night is too high. Yeah, it's only been 20 minutes since 11 o'clock, and this little guy has already surpassed 10 students. Zhou Hao's ranking did not change at all in the morning. It means that he rested for the whole morning. Hearing the discussions of the surrounding students, the students who had just returned from the hunting area, including Zhu Zan, who ranked 4th last month, and Chong Zicheng, who ranked 10th, quickly squeezed in. Chapter 39. The scales of the Black Dragon sculpture had a fine electronic screen. And the electronic screen showed every student's number and ranking. Usually at the beginning of the month, people wouldn't care about the ranking. Only at the end of the month, when the ranking calculation stopped, many students would come to the Black Dragon sculpture to check their ranking. Usually at this time, it would be very lively. All the major powers in the world would also send many groups to record the ranking. But today was different. The 4-year-old Zhou Hao's insane trial results made many students curious about his efficiency in killing monsters. Because of this, there was a crowded scene in front of the Black Dragon sculpture. Zhu Zan and Chong Zicheng squeezed to the front with great difficulty, but before they could see Zhou Hao's ranking, they heard a student from the European Union exclaim, Oh my god, the first day of hunting monsters and he's already in the top 3. How is this possible? Top 3. Zhu Zan and Chong Zicheng's eyes met, they could see the shock in each other's eyes. They hurriedly looked at the scales at the end of the black dragon sculpture. They saw Zhou Hao's information displayed on the electronic screen. Zhou Hao, number 2, number 317200. Didn't Zhou Hao stop at the second level of the Tower of Trials? That means his Tower of Trials score is 2.6. His fist strength level is at most 3 times, and his combat ability amplitude is the Tower of Trials score x his strength level. His combat ability amplitude is at most 8. How could he make it into the top 3? A student who just came back from a hunt questioned. In reality, Zhu Zan, Chong Zicheng and the other students in the top 20 were also very confused. It must be known that to be able to enter the top 20, their basic combat ability amplitude is over 12. The two of them have almost reached the excellent combat ability amplitude of 16. And the results of hunting monsters are basically the same. At most, they would be separated by 3 or 4 middle-level commanders, or 1 or 2 high-level commanders. As for low-level horde leader-level monsters, if you kill more than 2 of them, you'll meet the War God requirement. According to the training camp's rules, once you reach the War God level, you must leave. Because of this, no one would be stupid enough to hunt horde leader-level monsters. Therefore, when many students saw Zhou Hao's ranking, they were shocked and puzzled. Brother, that's old history. We, the odd-numbered students, have been keeping an eye on the rankings. When we noticed that there was something wrong with Zhou Hao's ranking, someone went to ask the teacher. Guess what the result was? Last night, Zhou Hao entered the 9 grand floors and took the Tower of Trials test. He went from the 2nd floor's C grade test to the 5th floor's B grade test. As soon as he said this, a series of gasps could be heard in front of the black dragon statue. The spectating students with odd numbers at the end of last month's ranking were already shocked. When they saw the reactions of the students with even numbers, they all smiled bitterly and shook their heads. To be able to join the global elite training camp, each and every one of them was a genius. Even if their ranking was low, they were not convinced. But this time, they were completely convinced by the 4-year-old Zhou Hao. He had been in the training camp for less than half a month. Rushing to the 5th level of the Tower of Trials was simply unheard of. Even Hong's first attempt at the Tower of Trials was not so fast. This was no longer a pervert, but a monster. Facing a monster-level genius, how could they not be convinced? Zhou Hao has surpassed the genius of America, Jonas, and is ranked first. That genius of America, Jonas, has been ranked first for 7 months in a row. He was 2 more times away from receiving a portion of dragon blood worth 80 billion. He could also choose Thor or Hong as his teacher. Unfortunately, he was ended by this Zhou Hao who came out of nowhere. This is normal. Jonas's Tower of Trials results stopped at the 4th level of the C-level test. If Zhou Hao had not rested for the entire morning and only started hunting in the afternoon, Jonas would have been surpassed long ago. If your Tower of Trials score exceeds 5, you can obtain the position of Inspector of the Dojo of Limits, as well as Dragon Blood and other rewards. With Zhou Hao's performance, these resources are nothing. The most important thing is his sister, Zhou Ying, Zhou Hao is ranked first, which means that Zhou Ying, can also obtain the same training resources. When Zhou Hao's ranking increased by 1 and reached first place, many students sighed. But when they heard someone mention Zhou Ying, the black dragon statue suddenly became silent. Of course, they knew Zhou Ying's information. She had been in the training camp for more than 10 days and couldn't even pass the first level of the A-level test. But this kind of student with ordinary talent could not only come to the training camp, but if Zhou Hao's ranking persisted until the end of the month, then next month, Zhou Ying would undoubtedly enjoy all the training benefits of being ranked first. Whether it was the gravity room or the Tower of Trials, she could stay for 90 hours. When they thought of this, all the students' eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. Giant starship, quiet room. Hong, who was recovering from his injuries, quickly received news from the training camp. He made it to the 5th level of the Tower of Trials. His face showed shock for the first time. Thunder God, who had a rather impatient temperament, quickly called. Big brother, don't fight with me this time. I must take this kid as my disciple. Thor shouted the moment he opened his mouth. The first time he and Hong tried the Tower of Trials, they used a full 2 to 3 months to reach the 5th level. At that time, they were already star travelers. Hong took a deep breath and slowly recovered from the shock. Lizzie, do you think we still have a chance to become this kid's teacher? Thor was stunned but quickly understood. Big brother, you're saying that this kid got the inheritance of the ancient civilization ruins? Yes, that's the only explanation. Otherwise, how could a 4-year-old kid reach this level without anyone teaching him? Hong calmly shook his head. Thor laughed. That's true, but I still want to try. What if I succeed? Hong said helplessly, up to you. I don't have the energy to teach a disciple now. Okay, you rest first. I'll go take a look at this kid. Thor couldn't sit still anymore. 3rd of April. The sky had just begun to brighten. Many odd-numbered students began to leave their dorms and walk towards the training camp gate, preparing to go to City 1001 to hunt monsters. Last night, Zhou Hao getting first place had a huge impact on them, but no one was truly affected. The next day, they still did what they were supposed to do. Boom, 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 one after another, auto jets flew over from the horizon and hovered above the training camp. Soon, representatives and experts walked out of the cabin doors. It's Representative Jia from China's military. Oh my god, it's the HR Alliance's chairman. America's third chairman, the Ice Emperor. Quote. The students who had just walked to the entrance were stunned when they saw the big shots descending one after another. However, very quickly, another fighter jet with the symbol of the Thunder Dojo flew over, and a bald mixed blood warrior stepped out of the cabin door. It's the second chairman, Thor. The students were stunned. They couldn't believe their eyes. They actually saw so many representatives at the same time in the training camp. Yo, you're all here early. Thor flashed and landed at the gate. He looked at Jia Yi, Isadora, the Ice Emperor, and the other representatives and joked. Hammerson smiled faintly. Didn't martial arts club master Lei come early as well? Thor shrugged. There's only one Zhou Hao. If you all want to take a disciple, you'll have to rely on your own abilities. Jia Yi, Isadora, and the other representatives' expressions changed. Chapter 40. In terms of teaching disciples, Hong of the Extreme Martial Arts School was second to none. He had the most counselor-level experts under his command, and his bodyguards like Iceberg and Allure were all very strong. Other than that, there was the Thunder Dojo. Therefore, the counselors had no advantage when competing with the two chairmen. Why didn't the first chairman come? Ice Emperor Hammerson asked with a gloomy face. Compared to the other chairman, he had the least advantage. Zhou Hao was a Chinese citizen, so his first choice would be the strongest teacher or someone with the same skin color as him. However, he had no advantage in either. However, Zhou Hao's performance was too absurd. The American government kept begging him to take Zhou Hao as a disciple. Therefore, even though he knew the chances of success were low, he still came. Thunder God smiled. If the first chairman comes, you won't have a chance at all. Hearing this, the group of counselors went silent. They knew that Thunder God wasn't lying. With Hong's power, he would definitely take Zhou Hao as a disciple. The title of number 1 in the world was very attractive to these prodigies. Plus, the Dojo of Limits had the most cultivation resources in the world. For example, the ancient gravity room, trial tower, challenge room, etc. They were all taken by Hong from ruins during the Grand Nirvana period. As long as the prodigies weren't stupid, they would all choose Hong as their teacher. Even the core heirs of the Our Alliance would make the same choice. Ice Emperor grasped the other meaning of Thunder God's words, so, the first chairman doesn't plan on coming. Thunder God ignored Hammerson and walked straight to the training camp gate. At this moment, many students at the gate were excited. Hong and Thunder God were the idols of every student. To be able to see their idols with their own eyes, if it wasn't for the fact that there were so many counselors, they would have gone crazy already. Zhou Ying, beside Zhou Hao was also very excited. Xiao Hao, Thunder God is coming towards us. Seeing Thunder God's gaze move over, Zhou Ying, was very nervous. Her hand that grabbed Xiao Hao was sweating. Zhou Hao rolled his eyes speechlessly. He couldn't understand Zhou Ying, reaction. It was just a planetary state, what was there to be excited about? Thunder God's pace was not fast, but in a few seconds, he had crossed 100 meters and stood in front of Zhou Hao and Zhou Ying, A gentle smile appeared on his mixed Chinese-Indian face. Zhou Hao, are you willing to become my disciple? Other counselors like Jia Yi, Isadora, and the Ice Empress could only watch. Thunder God had said that they would compete for Zhou Hao based on their own ability. In fact, they all knew that their chances were very small, unless Zhou Hao refused. But this possibility, you can't teach me. Zhou Hao's words were unexpected. Not only were Jia Yi and the other counselors stunned, but even Thor was rooted to the spot. The surrounding trainees widened their eyes. They couldn't imagine that Zhou Hao would not only refuse to become Thor's disciple, but also say such arrogant words. Thunder God was the second strongest person in the world, and it was said that his body's genetic strength surpassed Hong's. How could such a person not be able to teach a 4-year-old kid? All the trainees thought that Zhou Hao was crazy. But soon, Zhou Hao spoke again. You can teach my sister. Thunder God smiled. Your sister's talent is average, and her current strength is a bit low. She can't become my disciple yet, but if you can be my disciple, then I can accept your sister as an in-name disciple. He looked at Zhou Hao. This was the biggest condition he could offer. Zhou Ying, Er's eyes dimmed, and she pursed her lips. But she knew her limits and didn't feel too disappointed. After all, there were only a handful of geniuses in the world who could become Thunder God's disciple. Zhou Hao shook his head. I won't be your disciple. Seeing Zhou Hao so determined, Thunder God couldn't help but recall what Hong had said before. A genius like Zhou Hao must have obtained the inheritance of the ancient civilization ruins. Although he vaguely guessed that this was the reason, he still couldn't help but ask, why? Zhou Hao's tender voice rang out. It's not convenient to talk here. Take me to the wilderness. Okay. Thunder God immediately grabbed Zhou Hao's shoulder and soared into the sky. After the two left, the trainees in the training camp were in an uproar. This Zhou Hao is too arrogant. He didn't even take Thunder God seriously. I think what Zhou Hao said is true. Thunder God is only at the 5th level of the Tower of Trials. He's about the same as Zhou Hao. The only difference between the two of them is their genetic fitness. The one who is stronger is the teacher. No matter what, Thunder God has the qualifications to teach Zhou Hao. In the end, this Zhou Hao is still too young. He doesn't know who he is just because he has some talent. The trainees were furious. Thunder God was their idol. Zhou Hao's rejection of Thunder God's disciple was undoubtedly an insult to Thunder God. Naturally, most of the trainees couldn't stand it. Jia Yi, the Frost Emperor, and the other representatives were all speechless. They also felt that this kid Zhou Hao was a bit arrogant. However, when they thought about his age, they felt a bit more at ease. I wonder why Zhou Hao rejected Thunder God. Let's just wait. Outside of Hongning headquarters city, the wilderness. Two figures landed on the rooftop of an abandoned skyscraper. Thunder God smiled and said, Little brat, can you tell me the reason now? Zhou Hao still shook his head. Thunder God frowned. However, immediately after, his eyes widened. He saw the 4-year-old kid Zhou Hao standing in front of him suddenly explode with powerful spiritual force. The purity and strength of this spiritual force had already surpassed that of an advanced level war god. Thunder God felt like his brain wasn't enough. A 4-year-old kid was an invincible war god spirit reader. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Shua. Zhou Hao suddenly retreated and stood on the other side of Tian. Thunder God, fight with me. As long as you can beat me, I'll take you as my master. Zhou Hao's childish voice traveled out. Thunder God was completely speechless. Zhou Hao, I don't want to bully a 4-year-old child like you. I admit that you've really shocked me. You're only 4 years old, but your psychic power has already reached such a level. Your strength has already surpassed most of the powerhouses on Earth, but you're still not my opponent. As he finished speaking, he stopped abruptly. His gaze became serious as he looked at the gradually increasing number of curved blades around Zhou Hao. With his eyesight, he quickly realized that the number of blades had reached 1008. To be able to control so many blades so stably, even India's #1 spirit reader, Easter, couldn't do it. Zhou Hao's expression was calm. His powerful spiritual force was used on every curved blade of the upgraded version of the soaring shuttle, causing the blades to quickly converge. The reason why he chose to reveal his strength in front of Thunder God. It was completely because the check-in system actually gave out a rare special check-in mission: defeat Thunder God and obtain 9-volume codex, time limit, 1 hour. At that time, Zhou Hao was very excited. 9-volume codex, was a supreme genetic cultivation method left behind by the divine King Zuo Shanke. This method even went against the rules of the universe. Therefore, even if he knew that he wasn't Thunder God's opponent, he still did it. Chapter 41. Looking at the 1008 curved blades instantly condensing into a dragon-shaped metal monster, Thunder God was even more certain that Zhou Hao, this kid, had obtained the inheritance of the ancient civilization ruins. And he no longer treated Zhou Hao as a 4-year-old kid. You can't beat me, War God Invincible is still a War God level after all. Maybe you can defeat a Star Traveler level 2 and below, but my body's genetic quality has reached Star Traveler level 6. You are destined to fail. While speaking, Thunder God's energy slowly flowed, and even the surrounding air was affected. His eyes flashed with a hint of purple, and a dark purple battle blade slowly condensed in his hand. Zhou Hao's little face suddenly revealed a smile. Thunder God, you're not planning to use your full strength to spar with a 4-year-old kid like me, right? Thunder God's face froze, the thought of using his full strength suddenly disappeared. He shrugged helplessly. Kid, what you said does make some sense. If it's just a spar, using my full strength is no doubt bullying you. But kid, don't forget, you said just now that as long as I defeat you, you will acknowledge me as your master, so I think it's more appropriate for me to use my full strength. Zhou Hao said without hesitation, what I said just now is invalid. Suppress your strength to Star Traveler level 3, if I still can't beat you, I will be your disciple from now on. The sign-in mission didn't say to defeat Thunder God in his peak state. Zhou Hao naturally wouldn't stupidly let Thunder God use his full strength. That wasn't a spar, it was looking for abuse. Thunder God really wanted to say that this kid's words were like farts, but he swallowed the words back. Reasoning with a 4-year-old kid, if word got out, Hong would definitely laugh at him. Okay, Star Traveler level 3. In the end, he agreed. After all, even if he was a Star Traveler level 3 martial artist, just from the explosive power of his body alone, he was almost 20 times stronger than the invincible Ares Spirit Reader. If he added in the energy explosion and the ninefold Thunder Blade, his strength would be more than 200 times stronger than the invincible Ares Spirit Reader. Such a huge advantage. If he still lost, then he really didn't have the right to teach Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao suddenly became excited. He looked at Thunder God and said in a low voice, "Be careful." His voice reverberated. 21 streams of pure telekinesis quickly extended down the surface of the demonic dragon form. The complex patterns on the 1008 curved blades instantly lit up and connected into one. Boom! The evading shuttle in the form of a demonic dragon immediately began to spin madly, and the surrounding air produced a sharp whistling sound. Little guy, you're very strong, but the difference between a planet-level fighter and a war god isn't something you can change by relying on external items. Thunder God smiled and raised his blade. Arcs of lightning flashed on the tip of the blade. This was the release of origin energy. Once one broke through to the planetary state, the genetic energy in one's body would be released, and one would obtain a type of talent. Go! Zhou Hao shouted, and the crazily spinning demonic dragon turned into a golden light. The air around the golden light turned into a tornado, and it blasted towards Thor with a tremendous tearing force. Ordinary planetary states wouldn't be able to dodge such speed. The God of Thunder had long since grasped the position of the golden light's attack. He let out a deep roar and slashed out with his sword like lightning. It was as if lightning had split a thick tree. The evading shuttle in the form of a demonic dragon was directly split open by the sword, and the curved blades madly scattered in all directions, burrowing into the tall buildings. Zhou Hao's telekinesis shook, as expected of the second chairman. Condense. Zhou Hao's small face smiled slightly, and invisible telekinesis spread out, controlling the chaotic curved blades to condense at an extremely fast speed. The God of Thunder didn't take the opportunity to attack Zhou Hao, and he stood in place very confidently. Ultimate form. Shoo shoo shoo. The curved blades quickly condensed into a semicircular metal state, but this metal surface had a total of 72 distinct golden patterns, and each golden pattern seemed to be controlling the small golden sword formed by the curved blades. Zhou Hao's eyes flashed, and a huge amount of telekinesis was split into 72 strands and quickly extended. Chi. The semicircular golden pattern suddenly lit up, emitting a powerful energy wave. The God of Thunder's face suddenly became very serious. He directly raised his sword and rushed up, wanting to blow away the semicircular metal state formed by the curved blades. But obviously, it was too late. Su. As the patterns on the surface of the blades connected, the 72 golden patterns immediately separated, forming 72 small golden swords, and with a sharp edge, shot towards the charging God of Thunder. Bang bang bang. The sword in the God of Thunder's hand danced wildly, like lightning flashing in the dark clouds, and split the small golden swords one by one. But the strength of each small golden sword reached 3 to 4 million kilograms of impact force, which was equivalent to the full power attack of an ordinary planetary state martial artist. And the 72 small golden swords attacked extremely quickly, not giving the God of Thunder the time to breathe at all. Clang clang clang. The friction between the sword and the small golden swords created a lot of sparks. The God of Thunder kept retreating. By the time he cut open the 51st small golden sword, his wrist was almost numb. Boom. Seeing that the next 20 or so small golden swords were about to attack, the God of Thunder couldn't help but unleash the power of a planetary state level 4 or 5. Very soon, like the ultimate form of a peacock spreading its tail, the God of Thunder blocked it all. The rooftop of the building was like a sieve, with holes pierced through, and the light that seeped in illuminated the entire building. Zhou Hao waved his hand. Every curved blade quickly converged. Then, he looked at the embarrassed God of Thunder and said happily, "God of Thunder, you lost." The God of Thunder opened his mouth. At this moment, how could he not know that he was fooled by Zhou Hao? The latter's set of attack mystic arts was clearly more powerful than the ninefold thunder blade he created himself. The power of this set of attacks was definitely more powerful than the full power attack of a planetary state level 4. Especially the speed. It was terrifyingly fast. Unless he used all his strength to dodge, he might not be able to dodge it. Kid, you win this time, but after you break through to the planetary state, let's spar again. At that time, I won't go easy on you anymore. The God of Thunder's face was full of unwillingness. Losing to a 4-year-old kid made him feel very aggrieved. But he did agree to Zhou Hao's request previously. And he wasn't someone who couldn't afford to lose, so he could only admit it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the special check-in mission. You have received the first volume of the 9-volume codex. Quote. A voice sounded in Zhou Hao's mind. His little face revealed uncontrollable excitement. Although the 9-volume codex was on Earth, it was very difficult to find. Now that he defeated the God of Thunder, he directly received this heaven-defying technique. Okay, I promise you. Zhou Hao was in a good mood. He found the God of Thunder very pleasing to the eye. He put away the advanced version of the soaring shuttle and walked over. Thank you. Of course, if you can take my sister as your disciple, I will be even more grateful. Quote. The God of Thunder said in annoyance, Kid, you're too cunning. I won't be deceived by your appearance in the future. As for your sister, for now, it's best for her to stay in the training camp. But I can promise you that when she reaches the war god level, I will take her as my disciple. Although he was unhappy, the God of Thunder was still shocked. But the God of Thunder was still shocked. Zhou Hao reached such a level at the age of 4. When he grew up, his strength would probably be even more terrifying. And more importantly, he definitely received the inheritance of the ancient civilization ruins. With such resources, he would surpass Hong in the future. And after coming into contact with the ancient civilization ruins, the God of Thunder was very clear that there were countless strong people in the universe. Once Earth was discovered in the future, their fates might not be in their own hands. Therefore, the stronger Zhou Hao's potential, the happier he was. Thank you. Zhou Hao was once again grateful. Chapter 42. Thunder God looked at the 4-year-old Zhou Hao, whose face was still immature, and suddenly had a mischievous thought in his heart. Little guy, it's meaningless for me to just express your gratitude. Then what conditions do you want? Zhou Hao asked subconsciously. Of course, he knew that his sister's talent was average. Under normal circumstances, Advanced Warlord was her limit. Even if he provided her with many precious training resources, she wouldn't be that strong even if she reached the Star Traveler level. For such a warrior, Thunder God agreeing to take him as a disciple was already a huge favor. Come here. Thunder God waved his hand. Zhou Hao frowned. He didn't know what conditions Thunder God wanted, but he still walked over. When Zhou Hao walked in front of Thunder God suddenly reached out his hand and pinched Zhou Hao's little face. He laughed and said, Little brat, you cheated. Now I've caught you. Nice. Zhou Hao was expressionless, but he was speechless in his heart. He didn't expect Thunder God to be a face pincher. However, Seeing that he was willing to take his sister as a disciple, he reluctantly didn't resist. Thunder God stopped before going too far and quickly dragged Zhou Hao back to the training camp. As for asking Zhou Hao what kind of ancient civilization inheritance he got, he didn't even mention it. After all, everyone had their own secrets. Training camp gate. Many students with odd numbers hadn't left yet. They really wanted to see the final result. Whoosh! 2 figures quickly landed. A group of counselors couldn't help but step forward. Pairs of eyes moved towards Thunder God and Zhou Hao. Thunder God glanced at Jia Yi, Isadora, and the other counselors. I indeed don't have the right to teach Zhou Hao. You guys should also consider yourselves and see if you have the ability to teach a monster like Zhou Hao. After speaking, he walked in front of Zhou Ying. When you reach the war god level and graduate from the training camp, you can choose to become my disciple. Before Zhou Ying could react, Thunder God had already left. Many students of the training camp were shocked. What? Thunder God actually wants to take Zhou Ying as a disciple? Quote, what the hell is going on? Could it be that Zhou Hao gave up his chance to be apprenticed to his sister? Even though you have to reach the war god level to be his disciple, he's still the Thunder God. The students were all envious and jealous. In their opinion, Zhou Hao must have given up the opportunity. Otherwise, with Zhou Ying's aptitude, how could the Thunder God accept her as a disciple? Although they couldn't understand why Thunder God would agree to give Zhou Hao the opportunity, this was the only possible explanation. Zhou Ying also quickly recovered from her stupor. Looking at Zhou Hao, she anxiously said, Xiao Hao, how can you be so impulsive? Becoming a disciple of the Thunder God is an opportunity that many students yearn for even in their dreams. You can't give this opportunity to me. No, I have to find teacher and have teacher contact the Thunder God. Zhou Hao hurriedly pulled Zhou Ying back and said in a low voice, Sis, it's not what you think. I already said that the Thunder God can't teach me. You'll know in the future. After much persuasion, he finally managed to persuade Zhou Ying But Jia Yi Ice Emperor and the other counselors were still unwilling to give up. They all wanted to take Zhou Hao as a disciple, or let Zhou Hao join the Chinese military or America. Zhou Hao naturally declined. Although Jia Yi Ice Emperor was unwilling, he didn't force him. He sighed and left the training camp. Zhou Hao, I am the chairman of the Our Alliance, Isadora. The family you joined before is also my family, the silver-haired Isadora said with a kind smile. Zhou Hao nodded. Chairman Isadora, you're also here to take me as a disciple. Isadora smiled. That's my intention, but now that even the Thunder God can't teach you, an old woman like me naturally doesn't have the qualifications to teach you either. I'm very happy that you chose my Isadora family. You don't have to worry about your sister's training resources in the future. Hearing this, Zhou Hao's smile grew wider. He extended his hand. I'm looking forward to working with you. Isadora froze, then shook hands with Zhou Hao. She understood the meaning behind Zhou Hao's words. The latter clearly wasn't completely joining the HR alliance. He was only using the identity of a partner to get the Isadora family to provide Zhou Ying with training resources. If it was when Zhou Hao was testing his fitness level, she definitely wouldn't have agreed to this condition. But now, the potential that Zhou Hao displayed was too strong. At only 4 years old, his battle ability amplitude had already reached the same level as the Thunder God. In the future, when he becomes a representative, he might even surpass the Thunder God. Facing such a monstrous genius, Isadora didn't even think about it before silently agreeing to Zhou Hao's cooperation. At the same time, she had already placed Zhou Hao in the same position in her heart. She completely ignored the latter's age. After all, after the Grand Nirvana, humans were able to absorb the universe's genetic energy. Even the creatures of the past had intelligence comparable to humans. For a 4-year-old like Zhou Hao to display intelligence that wasn't any weaker than an adult's, she wasn't surprised at all. Zhou Hao, you've reached the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials. According to the training camp's rewards, you can directly become an inspector of the Dojo of Limits. You can also receive dragon blood and other resources. However, due to your identity, I still hope that you can accept the position that the HR Alliance will give you. General Manager of the Asia-Pacific region with the right to inspect, Isadora looked at Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao didn't even think before nodding. Sure, but I don't have the energy to take on this responsibility right now. Isadora smiled. You only need a name. When you graduate from the training camp, you can directly take over. Zhongnan Pagoda, in the basement of the ancient civilization gravity room. After discussing some details with Chairman Isadora, Zhou Hao sent his sister Zhou Ying, to the hunting area. This time, he didn't watch over Zhou Ying, the entire time like he did with number 1. Instead, he quickly returned to the training camp's dormitory. Huu. After 10 minutes, his mood was as calm as an ancient well. Status, power, and so on, they were all just fleeting clouds in his eyes. Only strength was everything. The 9-volume codex is a heaven-defying technique that goes against the laws of the universe. Once the training fails, both the body and the soul will be destroyed. Although this body of mine is a doppelganger's soul, it is still very important. I can't just throw it away. Zhou Hao received his reward when he completed the special mission. Although the system reward could directly impart the mysteries of the technique into his mind, and the chance of failure was very low, he still didn't dare to take the risk. After all, he didn't have an energy doppelganger to test it out. He could only succeed, not fail. Let's wait a little longer. For me now, training the first volume of the 9-volume codex doesn't bring much of an increase. In the end, Zhou Hao suppressed the urge to train. In the following month, he trained in the basement on the odd days, and went out to hunt monsters on the even days, maintaining his number 1 ranking on the Black Dragon leaderboard. The gravity of the gravity room combined with the Muya crystals, plus the warrior talent he received the next day at the Dojo of Limits headquarters, caused his body's genetic energy to increase like crazy. At the end of the month, his genetic energy finally began to transform. Chapter 43. In the Ancient Civilization Gravity Room. As Zhou Hao began to absorb the universal force, the genes in his body seemed to have broken some kind of shackle. Countless cells were boiling, and the excess universal force in his genes kept gathering like water droplets, finally turning into a stream of heat that surged along the cells and blood vessels. In just a few minutes, the heat in his body increased and finally gathered toward Zhou Hao's dantian along his meridians and blood vessels. After the heat gathered, it spun crazily. The originally empty dantian suddenly opened up, and the heat seemed to have found its purpose. It accelerated the condensation and began to expand and contract rhythmically. Boom! After 3 minutes of expansion and contraction, a large amount of genetic force condensed into a miniature planet in his dantian. Without a doubt, this was the sign of a warrior breaking through to the planetary state. Zhou Hao, who had his eyes closed, immediately sensed the universal force released by the rotation of the miniature planet the moment it condensed. This strand of cosmic force was extremely hot. When it entered his body, he felt as if his entire body was about to melt. His bones, muscles, cells, and many other organs were melted by this scorching cosmic force and instantly reassembled. Such a painful feeling was nothing to Zhou Hao. On the contrary, the transformation of his body's genes made him feel comfortable all over. However, at this moment, he opened his eyes and shook his head gently. When a warrior broke through to the planetary state, different talents given by the universe would be activated according to the difference in the body and soul. These talents were divided into 8 categories: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, and light. They would be specifically displayed on the condensed miniature planet. His miniature planet was red in color. Needless to say, this was a flame-type ability, and it seemed to be a temperature-type genetic force. It was an ordinary ability that couldn't be more ordinary. Zhou Hao was naturally disappointed. However, he soon felt relieved. After all, his soul and body were very ordinary. It was normal for him to activate this flame ability. Besides, he had the sign-in system. No matter what kind of ability he activated, it was just icing on the cake for him. Boom! At this moment, the golden ball in his sea of consciousness seemed to have been stimulated and once again released an incomparably large amount of pure psychic power. Simply put, when he broke through to the war god level, his sea of consciousness released 100 units of psychic power. Then, he released nearly 10,000 units of psychic power now. His body, which had been modified by genetic energy, evolved once again under the impact of this incomparably large amount of pure psychokinesis. However, the changes made to his bones and muscles weren't as great as genetic energy. The red miniature planet in his dantian was only full, and he hadn't condensed a second one yet. At the same time, his spiritual force, which had reached the limit of the war god level and hadn't changed for a long time, began to compress and expand with this release. Zhou Hao's eyes flashed with astonishment when he saw this. Could it be that I'm about to make a breakthrough? As this thought appeared in his mind, he hurriedly calmed his mind and concentrated. His spiritual force expanded and contracted faster and faster. Finally, with a boom, it condensed into a transparent miniature planet in his sea of consciousness. This miniature planet actually started to revolve around the golden ball. Under the rotation, the spiritual force released by the golden sphere gradually increased. It was as if the miniature planet was a black hole, madly absorbing the energy of the golden sphere. A large amount of pure psyche power converged on the miniature planet in his sea of consciousness. In less than half an hour, the telekinesis of the miniature planet in his sea of consciousness had reached its limit, and the excess pure telekinesis began to compress and expand again, gradually condensing into a second miniature planet, but the speed was much slower than the first one. Another 3 hours passed. The transformation in his sea of consciousness slowly calmed down after the second miniature planet was completely condensed. Zhou Hao's face showed surprise. The warrior broke through to the Star Traveler level. I didn't expect my spiritual force to also naturally break through, and it even directly jumped one level, rising to the Star Traveler level 2. After the surprise, he quickly realized that this change had something to do with his powerful spiritual force talent. Normally, for a talented spiritual force master, it was already very good to be able to maintain their spiritual force to the student level 9. But because he kept signing in and increasing his talent, the solid sphere in his sea of consciousness only consumed about 3/10 of it to the Star Traveler level 2. He stood up, he moved a little, then quickly left Zhongnan Pagoda and came to the wilderness. Both the warrior and telekinesis broke through to the Star Traveler level, which made him very happy. He originally planned to use the Yunmo planet's spiritual force master's 99 forging method to break through, but this time he actually broke through directly. It was an unexpected surprise. Without using the soaring shuttle, Zhou Hao directly floated in the air, looking at the abandoned city below. He waved his hand. The soaring shuttle's 1008 curved blades quickly floated around his body. Under the control of his telekinesis, the curved blades sometimes condensed into the shape of a demonic dragon, sometimes condensed into the shape of a shield, and sometimes condensed into the shape of a peacock spreading its tail. Breaking through to the Star Traveler level, controlling the advanced version of the soaring shuttle is indeed much easier. Zhou Hao's little face was excited. Previously, the war god's limit controlled 4 forms. Other than the first, the remaining 3 forms were all under the burden of his spiritual force. Now that he broke through, the control of his spiritual force seemed to have removed a heavy burden. The current me, if I were to spar with the Thunder God again, even if he was in his peak state, with the soaring shuttle, I have the confidence to defeat him. But if I were to spar with Hong, I'm afraid I wouldn't be his opponent. He thought to himself. The Thunder God didn't have a domain yet, and his battle power was completely dependent on the ninefold Thunder Blade's amplification and experience. Even if he was in his peak state, he could at most increase his strength by 8 times compared to a Star Traveler level 4. And Zhou Hao broke through to the Star Traveler level this time. Compared to before, just his telekinesis attack alone had increased by about 10 times. Naturally, he had the confidence to defeat the Thunder God. But Hong was different. With his light domain, he was almost invincible in the Star Traveler level. Shaking his little head, he put away the distracting thoughts in his mind. His gaze swept across the ruined city, landing on a high-level Horde leader-level monster. His body flashed, and he charged straight over. Not long after, this unlucky high-level Horde leader-level monster became a corpse. Dojo of Limits headquarters, giant starship. Second speaker. After the Thunder God landed, the guards at the door hurriedly saluted respectfully. Bing Shan, Yao Rao and the other guards who just walked out also hurriedly saluted. The first speaker is in the quiet room, he asked casually. Yes. Bing Shan nodded. The Thunder God waved his hand. You guys do your own things, I'll go find him. Then, he quickly went outside the quiet room and called Hong. The quiet room opened. Hong's face was full of confusion. Thunder, didn't you go to train disciples? Why did you personally come here? The Thunder God entered the quiet room and said helplessly, Don't mention it, that little kid cheated and wanted to spar with me, and then, I lost. Hong. Chapter 44. Hong walked to Thunder God's side with a serious face, lightly patted Thunder God's shoulder and said seriously, Thunder, there's something I haven't told you yet. What is it? Thunder God was surprised. You actually don't have the talent for joking. Hong sighed, using a tone that didn't hurt Thunder God. He slowly said, the jokes you made with me before, I was just pretending to laugh. Of course, this isn't your fault, it's mainly because I'm easily amused. You also know that I'm an assassin because of my profession. Thunder God's face instantly flushed red. Big brother, why didn't you say so earlier? Hong's voice lowered. I thought you already knew, so this time when you said you were defeated by Zhou Hao, this kind of joke isn't funny at all. Big brother, perhaps I often liked to joke before, but this time, I really wasn't joking. Thunder God hurriedly explained, Zhou Hao, that kid's strength isn't at the beginning level warlord level at all, but war god peak. And he's a war god peak spirit reader. Quote. Hong stared at Thunder God, 4 years old. War god peak. Quote. Thunder God nodded heavily. War god peak spirit reader, you sparred with him, and you lost? Hong asked again. Yes. Thunder God nodded again. Hong's face revealed a standard fake smile. All right, Thunder, I laughed. This matter will end here, let's discuss how to deal with the Misty Island's Beast Emperor. Saying that, his face became serious. My current injuries still need a month to fully recover. During this time, the Cloud Contact Vine can accompany me to grow. I estimate that in at most half a year, the Cloud Contact Vine will be able to increase my strength by more than 30%. By then, with your help. Seeing this, Thunder God directly turned on the recording function of the watch and projected it in the quiet room. He got this watch from the ancient civilization ruins, it's very precious. Other than the recording function, it also has a virtual reality projection function. Immediately, the scene of Zhou Hao controlling the advanced version of the soaring shuttle and sparring with Thunder God appeared in the quiet room. Hong, who was talking, directly cut off his voice, his gaze fixed on the virtual screen. In less than a minute, the projection finished playing. Thunder God repeated, I'm really not joking. Hong was silent for a long time before saying, a 4-year-old peak war god, and you suppressed your power to about planetary state level 4, yet you still lost. It seems that my previous guess was right. This Zhou Hao has indeed obtained the legacy of the ancient civilization. As an assassin, Hong rarely showed his emotions, but this time, he was truly shocked. The space civilization sure is powerful to be able to raise a 4-year-old Zhou Hao to such a level. Thunder God sighed, that's right. Strictly speaking, big brother, you and I both received a portion of the inheritance from the ruins of the ancient civilization. Therefore, during the Grand Nirvana period, the two of us grew the fastest. Hong suddenly said in a serious tone, the stronger the space civilization, the more dangerous Earth will be. When this Zhou Hao is a few years older, there are some things I need to tell him. I understand, in the blink of an eye, 3 to 4 months had passed. The global elite training camp. The Zhongnan Pavilion was full of ancient charm. Zhou Hao, whose height was already comparable to a 6-year-old child, was currently sitting with one leg crossed over the other, eating fruit while leaning against a wooden chair. In front of him, waves of sharp metal sounds could be heard. Sis, not bad. You've been in the training camp for 4 months and your blade technique has improved at a godly speed. Teacher Xia is indeed a war god who specializes in blade techniques, and also has a way of teaching students. Zhou Hao praised. Zhou Ying, who was dressed in black and had a curvaceous figure, sheathed her blade and stood upright. Her smooth forehead was covered in layers of sweat. Hearing Zhou Hao's words, she habitually rolled her eyes. She sat on the wooden chair beside Zhou Hao and drank a mouthful of cold water. You should say this in front of Teacher Xia. He'll definitely be overjoyed. Zhou Hao curled his lips, I can't let Teacher Xia be too proud. Oh right, in a few days, the training camp will have a life and death adventure. Have you worn the black protective suit I gave you last time? I haven't. Zhou Ying, looked seriously at Zhou Hao, that's a black god set. Even an intermediate war god like Teacher Xia doesn't have one. I've specifically asked, every war god can only have one black god set. Even if it's a reward, you'll have to go to archaeological ruin number 9 to get it. Xiao Hao, you've already given sis enough. This black god set is a precious life-saving protective suit. Sis can't accept it. Zhou Hao's face couldn't help but reveal a helpless expression. He guessed that Zhou Ying, didn't wear it. Sis, I have a black god set on me. That black god set from the dojo is unnecessary. It'll be a waste if you don't wear it. A precise slap to the head sounded. Zhou Ying, snorted. Don't try to trick your sis. The HR Alliance can give you a precious resource like Essence of Nature, but they can't just randomly give you a black god set. Only the Dojo of Limits has this. If the HR Alliance applied for it for you, then the Dojo of Limits wouldn't reward you with another set. Zhou Hao knew that it'd be hard to trick Zhou Ying, now. The latter wasn't the noob fighter from Zhongnan headquarter city. Cough cough, with a dry cough, he moved his mind and his body was covered in a layer of black. Sis, do you believe me now? Zhou Ying, mouth opened slightly. Xiao Hao, how did you? Zhou Hao cut her off. Don't worry about how I got here. Anyways, just put on that black god set and go on a life and death adventure in the wilderness in a few days. Only then will I be at ease. Zhou Ying, went silent. After staying in the training camp for 4 months, she came into contact with a lot of information and understood a lot of things. Including the medicinal wine that her brother gave her mother. There's an 80% chance that it was soaked in essence of nature. Also, her body's fitness rapidly increased during this time. She went from an advanced fighter to an advanced warlord. Such a huge change is definitely related to her brother. But right now, just like she said, the HR Alliance and the Dojo of Limits wouldn't give Zhou Hao 2 sets of Black God sets. In other words, her brother got the set himself. All these things clearly show that her brother has a secret. Seeing Zhou Ying, not saying anything, Zhou Hao hesitated a bit and decided to be a bit more honest. Sis, actually, Okay, Xiao Hao, sis promises you. I'll go put on the Black God set in a bit. You don't need to tell me anything about you. Zhou Ying, smiled and cut him off. Then she smacked Zhou Hao's head again. You're my brother anyways. After saying that, she quickly left the living room. Zhou Hao grumbled unhappily. Sis, why did you run so fast? I just wanted to tell you that I'm a powerful representative. Don't you admire representatives a lot? Zhou Ying, voice quickly came from afar. Stinky brother, you only know how to trick me and make me admire you. What representative? When you graduate from the training camp and become an advanced warlord, I'll be thanking the heavens and earth. If you don't believe me, then forget it. I'll only say it this once. Zhou Hao said loudly. Go, you'll clean your own blanket today. Chapter 45. Australia continent. In the vast wilderness covered in green, a large passenger plane slowly landed. Soon, the elite training camp students filed out. Zhou Hao and Zhou Ying, were among them. Although the training camp allowed students to hunt monsters on even and odd days, the monsters in City 1001 posed no threat to these genius students. Therefore, every year in August, the elite training camp would organize trainees to come to the monster paradise in the Australian continent and go on a life and death adventure to hone the strength of each trainee. After all, the strong were trained through life and death, not by staying in the greenhouse of the training camp. Today is the year 2042, August 1st, 2:32 p.m. Your mission is to survive in Australia for 28 days. On the 29th, the passenger plane will land in the same location and wait for 3 hours. If you don't come back after 3 hours, the passenger plane will not wait any longer. The war god teacher's warnings echoed. Many students' faces showed signs of nervousness. Although many of them had experienced more than one life and death adventure, Australia continent was the place with the most types of monsters. Moreover, the number of king-level monsters was also the highest, and the number of horde-level monsters was innumerable. In such a dangerous place, no one could guarantee that their life would not be in danger. Boom! The passenger plane quickly left. The 183 students formed groups of 2 or 3 and began to move towards the lush wilderness. Zhou Hao was a monster who passed the 5th level of the trial tower and was ranked first on the Black Dragon ranking for 4 consecutive months. Therefore, students in the top 10 like Chong Zicheng all wanted to form a group with Zhou Hao. All go alone. Zhou Hao rejected them one by one. Zhou Ying, who formed a group with Wang Ning and Yang Kuo, saw this and couldn't help but come forward and say, Xiao Hao, this is an open area. There are no city buildings for you to rest in. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. It's better if you form a group with other students. This way, you can take turns keeping watch at night. Yes, Xiao Hao, don't be careless. Yes, it's very dangerous for one person to be surrounded by monsters. Wang Ning and Yang Kuo also came forward to persuade him. Zhou Hao waved his hand. No need, I'll be fine by myself. Thank you for taking care of my sister. As for Zhou Ying, he wasn't worried at all. The latter was wearing the Black God set, even an Emperor-class monster wouldn't be able to instantly kill her. As long as she could stall for time and send out a distress signal, he would be able to quickly arrive. Sister, if there's anything, let me know. With that, he stomped his foot on the ground and flew away quickly. Wang Ning saw the worry on Zhou Ying's face and comforted her. Don't worry, your brother has the black god set. Even if he encounters danger, he won't be in a life-threatening situation. Yes, I know, let's go, on a low mountain range far away from the Misty Island. Zhou Hao, whose entire body was covered in the black god set, slowly came to a stop on the soaring shuttle. With the help of the Muya crystals and the gravity room, coupled with his spirit reader talent and martial talent, in these 4 months, his strength had soared. First of all, the number of transparent miniature planets in his Sea of Consciousness had increased to 4. And the number of red planets in his Dantian had increased to 3. Compared to a Star Traveler level 3 martial artist strength, his spirit reading power had undoubtedly increased much faster. This was naturally due to the huge golden sphere. Roar! The low mountain range's leader-class monsters noticed Zhou Hao in the air and roared restlessly. Zhou Hao didn't even look at them. Stepping on the soaring shuttle, he once again turned into a beam of light and flew towards the Misty Island. With his Star Traveler level 4 spirit reading power, he activated the soaring shuttle's ultimate form. Just his attack alone could reach close to 10 million tons. It was 10 times stronger than the Thunder God at its peak. In terms of attack power, he could even compare to Hong when he unleashed his domain. Of course, other than attack power, the domain had many other enhancements. If Zhou Hao really wanted to spar with Hong, he still might not be his opponent. But compared to the Misty Island's Beast Emperor that had just broken through, he was confident that he could still suppress it. After all, a controller had the advantage over a martial artist in battle. Misty Island at this time. The Shrimp Beast Emperor was still under the lake, but there were no more king-class monsters born in the other waters. After a few months, this place had long calmed down. However, the major forces still sent people to station here again, constantly monitoring the Misty Island's movements. Whoosh! A figure came from afar and directly rushed into the center of the lake. Which powerful being is this? Not sure, seems to be a spirit reader. What is he doing? The people stationed around the Misty Island immediately noticed Zhou Hao. Their faces were filled with doubt, and some immediately reported it. Boom! Zhou Hao didn't hesitate for long and directly rushed into the lake. This action shocked the people stationed here. One must know that the Misty Island had Beast Emperor level monsters. Other than Hong and Thunder God, even the third chairman Ice Emperor didn't dare to rashly enter the lake. This unknown powerful being in front of them was actually so impulsive. Did he not want to live anymore? The people stationed here hurriedly reported. Hong, Thunder God, and the other representatives immediately rushed to the Misty Island after receiving the news. Under the Misty Island's lake, a large number of underground passages were like a spider web, densely packed. In 4 months, the Shrimp Beast Emperor had almost turned this place into its exclusive nest. The original king-level monsters were also expelled from the underground waterways, but not too far away from the lake. As Zhou Hao quickly approached, the Shrimp Beast Emperor's cold eyes suddenly opened. A human again. Its intelligence wasn't low, and it instinctively hated humans. When it sensed the tyrannical aura rushing over, its circling tentacles stretched out, forming a tentacle net of thousands of meters, madly attacking Zhou Hao. For a moment, the underground passage rolled up heavy waves, spreading at an extremely fast speed. Fighting with the Beast Emperor underground was very disadvantageous. Just the rolling waves alone could make the representatives unable to perfectly display their movement techniques. Sword Shield. With a low shout, the soaring shuttle under Zhou Hao's feet instantly dispersed, and then under the effect of a huge spiritual force, it quickly condensed into a small golden sword-shaped shield. In the blink of an eye, the waves rolled over, but the huge impact was quickly dissipated by the sword shield. But a large number of tentacles in the waves, like a high-speed heavy truck, hit the sword shield. Bang bang bang. Waves of huge reaction force, through the sword shield, shook Zhou Hao's Sea of Consciousness. But his Sea of Consciousness was as stable as a mountain. The sword shield didn't move at all, and there was no sign of it collapsing. When the waves weakened, Zhou Hao's eyes flashed, and the sword shield suddenly disbanded, and in a flash, it condensed into the demon dragon form. Tornado Demon Dragon Drill. As the demon dragon rotated, the underground waterway also crazily rotated. Shoo shoo shoo. The golden light with a strong tearing force, raging out like lightning. In front of it, the tentacles were as fragile as tofu, torn into pieces. This was the advantage of having a spiritual force weapon. Like Hong, facing the overwhelming tentacles, could only rely on his domain to slow down the speed and attach himself to the tentacles, looking for an opportunity to get close to the head of the Shrimp Beast Emperor. But Zhou Hao didn't need it at all. He sometimes condensed the sword shield to block, and sometimes condensed the tornado demon dragon drill to kill, like a road roller, quickly pushing forward. Chapter 46. Around the lake, many forces from all over the world were stationed. Many staff members stared at the life detector screen nervously. This powerhouse is so fast. The underground river doesn't seem to be able to stop him. He's definitely a counselor-level spirit reader. Could it be India's Easter? Looking at the red dot represented by Zhou Hao rapidly approaching the light dot represented by the Shrimp Beast Emperor through the underground river, many staff members were discussing in surprise. The number of telekinesis masters in the world was already small, and those who could break through to the counselor level could be counted on one hand. Most of the staff members guessed that this strong man was the #1 telekinesis master in India. The Beast Emperor is moving. Someone couldn't help but yell out in shock. Dozens of light tentacles appeared on the screen and attacked the red dot at an extremely fast speed. Many war gods and staff members were worried for Zhou Hao. This was a Beast Emperor level monster. Once attacked, even a counselor level powerhouse would be seriously injured. After 2 or 3 attacks, even a counselor level powerhouse would die. Because of this, other than Hong and Thor, no counselor level powerhouse dared to fight the Beast Emperor. The risk was too high. But soon, their eyes were filled with disbelief. On the screen, a large number of light tentacles disappeared after touching the red dot as if they were swallowed by a snake. This meant that a large number of the Beast Emperor's tentacles were broken. No one thought that this unknown spirit reader counselor level powerhouse could injure the Beast Emperor in one move. Quick, look, the Beast Emperor is escaping. The Beast Emperor is scared. Not good, the Beast Emperor is going to rush out of the water. Quick, everyone retreat. When they saw the huge light spot on the screen moving rapidly toward the surface of the lake, roars of terror could be heard from all the bases. Then, one figure after another, like birds startled by the twang of a bow, frantically fled from the base. Luckily, they were all war gods. With their strength, they weren't slow at all. Boom! In just a few seconds, a 100-meter tall wave appeared on the lake. The water was boiling and the wilderness was trembling. On the screen that no one was looking at, it showed that the tentacles around the huge light dot were quickly disappearing. Inside the lake, Zhou Hao's face was calm and emotionless, but the 4 transparent miniature planets in his sea of consciousness were spinning crazily, and waves of powerful spiritual power were surging. The demonic dragon form condensed by the advanced version of the soaring shuttle was like a storm raging in the lake, tearing apart a large number of the shrimp-type Beast Emperor's tentacles. Broken tentacles and minced meat spread along with a large amount of blood, dyeing most of the lake red. The shrimp-shelled monster let out a series of ear-piercing screeches as its 1,000-meter-long body frantically flipped around. Its remaining tentacles stirred the surface of the lake, causing it to move faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, it leapt out of the lake. Originally, it had the advantage in the lake and the underground waterway, but its body was too big, making it difficult for it to flip around. Especially after a large number of its tentacles were broken, the Shrimp Beast Emperor had lost its main means of attack. It could only rush out of the water and fight Zhou Hao with its spatial body. Boom! The 3,000-meter-long Shrimp Beast Emperor was like a small island. The moment it rushed out of the water, the lake water formed waves that spread to the surroundings. A large number of staff members stationed at the base had yet to escape the safety zone. When they saw the huge monster, their faces turned pale. Just the shockwaves from a battle between Beast Emperors could severely injure or even kill them. But at this moment, a figure rushed out of the water and at the same time, suddenly increased its speed and caught up with the Beast Emperor in an instant. All the staff members saw a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. In the shadow of the Beast Emperor's huge body, a golden light suddenly gathered. Then, the golden light was like a peacock spreading its tail, forming a semicircular golden fan shape. Shoo shoo shoo. Soon, a sharp piercing sound could be heard. Countless beams of golden light shot toward the stone-like skin of the Shrimp Beast Emperor. Puff 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 puff. The rock-like skin that couldn't be broken by the full-force attack of an ordinary planetary state was easily penetrated by the golden rain formed by the golden light. Kai, before the Shrimp Beast Emperor died, it let out an ear-piercing sound that tore through the sky. Then, its life force quickly faded, and its cold eyes gradually lost their color as it fell heavily toward the lake. Rumble. The lake water kept churning, and the wilderness trembled. All the staff members who were running away breathed a sigh of relief. They knew that their lives were saved. But when they came back to their senses, they all looked at the figure in the black god suit floating above the lake in shock. This was a beast emperor. Even the world's strongest, Hong, couldn't do anything to it. He could only injure its tentacles but couldn't kill it. But now, he was killed by such a strange spirit reader master. Everyone felt extremely shocked in their hearts. At the same time, they understood that the world's first counselor-level fighter who successfully killed a beast emperor was born. On the auto jets that were rushing toward the Misty Island. The counselor-level fighters of many forces around the world were relatively calm. After all, they knew that the beast emperor wasn't that easy to kill. This unknown fighter who rushed into the lake recklessly would probably escape from the bottom of the lake in less than a few minutes. This was if the situation was slightly better. If the situation was worse, then this unknown fighter would very likely escape with serious injuries. And the worst thing would be that he angered the beast emperor. If he couldn't resist it, he would eventually die under its attacks. Inside the Dojo of Limits, Hong's auto jet, Hong, Iceberg Enchanting, and the other guards sat silently. How much longer do we need to get there? Hong's low voice sounded. The AI system quickly replied, 2 minutes until we reach the Misty Island. Hong frowned. Increase the speed. Yes. The auto jet trembled slightly and increased its speed. Hong looked at Iceberg, who's in charge of the base. Iceberg hurriedly said, it's Examiner Shui, who was just replaced from the northeast headquarters city. Call him and ask about the situation. Yes, head. Iceberg immediately used his watch to make a call. Beep beep. The call quickly connected. Before he could ask, Examiner Shui's shocked voice came from the other side. Bing, Counselor Iceberg, the Beast Emperor is dead. Swish swish. Everyone's eyes focused on Iceberg. Iceberg hurriedly asked, Examiner Shui, what did you say? The Beast Emperor is dead. Quote. Yes, the Beast Emperor was killed by this unknown spirit reader master. Right now, the Beast Emperor's body has just been dragged to the shore. This news should be known by all the other forces. Counselor Iceberg, please immediately inform the head to come out and fight for the Beast Emperor's body. Examiner Shui's voice sounded through the watch in the auto jet. Hong's low voice sounded, I understand. The auto jet quickly became silent again, but everyone's breathing became chaotic. Hong was no exception. He faintly guessed who this unknown strong person was, but his heart was even more shocked. He had personally fought with this shrimp-type Beast Emperor, so he naturally knew how strong it was. It could be said, even if the Cloud Contact Vine cooperated well with him and increased his strength by 50%, he only had a 30% chance of killing the Beast Emperor. Chapter 47, 10,000 meters deep under the lake. Inside the Yunmo planet ship, unlike the shocked Hong and the rest, the demon Babata was extremely excited. Haha, 4 years old and already able to control a level 4 spirit weapon. His spirit power amplitude is definitely over 56, such a control talent, even in the universe he would be considered a genius. After guarding Earth for 50,000 years, my Yunmo planet bloodline is finally going to welcome a successor. Babata's blood-red eyes stared at the screen, at the same time he began to control the ship to throw out Muya crystals. Little brat, come quickly. When you join the Yunmo planet bloodline, you will know that only the Yunmo planet bloodline can nurture you into a strong person in the universe. It couldn't suppress its excitement. And the representatives of the various powers all over the world, when they found out that Zhou Hao had killed the Shrimp Emperor, they were all shocked, and immediately rushed towards the Misty Island. Everyone knew that the Misty Island would definitely contain treasures, or even ancient ruins. If they reached it first, they would have more chances than others. Hong and Thunder God also ordered their auto jets to fly at full speed. Misty Island border. After Zhou Hao dragged the Shrimp Emperor's body to the shore, he ignored the people in charge of the base and directly rushed into the lake. He didn't know the exact location of the Yunmo planet ship, he only knew that it was 10,000 meters deep under the lake, but his expression was relaxed. He wasn't in a hurry. The one who was anxious was Babata. Su. Many of the war god martial artists stationed at the base naturally understood that being the first to reach the bottom of the lake would give them a great advantage. Therefore, even without the urging of the representatives behind them, they followed closely behind Zhou Hao and charged into the lake. At the bottom of the lake, there were 3,000 meters of underground river channels that extended in all directions. Zhou Hao leisurely strolled back and forth. He looked like he was looking for treasures, but in reality, he was waiting for the Muya crystals to appear. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 7 minutes later, Zhou Hao turned into a narrow tunnel, and smelled the rich aroma of rice. He flew straight towards the source of the aroma, and quickly saw the Muya crystals floating above the tunnel. A total of 7 crystals. Zhou Hao's mouth split into a smile. 7 crystals from the start. Babida was really willing to go all out to take him in as a disciple. Roar! The horde leader monsters in the underground river also caught the scent of the rice, and all of them rushed towards the Muya crystals in a frenzy. The water monster at the forefront swallowed the crystals without a care for its own safety. Zhou Hao saw this. How could he let the monster eat the Muya crystals? Boom! Golden light swept past. Several Lord-class aquatic monsters around the Muya crystals were all killed. Zhou Hao rushed over and stored the 7 crystals into his spatial watch. In his wristwatch, he already had over 60 Muya crystals, which he had obtained over the past 4 months. Continue. Zhou Hao's small face broke out into a smile, his eyes filled with anticipation. Although the Muya crystals were precious, Yunmo Planet's large collection of secret techniques and controller inheritances were what he needed the most. Another 10 minutes passed. Boom, boom. The roar of fighter jets could be heard in the sky. Hong and Thunder God were the first to arrive. The doors of the fighter jets opened, and the representatives of the Extreme Dojo and Thunder Dojo rushed out. The first thing they saw was the giant prawn emperor lying on the shore. The hundreds of tentacles on its body had been reduced to just the roots. Its body was like a sieve, filled with many sword-shaped holes. It looked extremely pitiful. The representatives of the 2 dojos all gasped. They could not imagine how terrifying this unknown spirit reader's attacks were, to be able to destroy a powerful emperor-level monster like this. Hong had never seen Zhou Hao's methods, so he looked at Thunder God. Thunder God's expression was a little sluggish, but he quickly reacted, shaking with a bitter smile, nodding. It was his methods. Hong couldn't help but take a deep breath, sighing. 4 months. Thunder God sighed. Yes, 4 months. Let's go. We need to hurry to the bottom of the lake. Any later and we won't even be able to drink the soup. Hong's face returned to normal, smiling. Su. The 2 of them rushed into the lake. The rest of the representatives followed closely behind. Not long after, the HR Alliance, the 5 strong countries, the representatives of the various headquarter cities all rushed over. Their reactions were similar to the representatives of the 2 dojos when they saw the emperor's corpse, and quickly rushed into the lake. At this time, Zhou Hao had already collected 17 Muya crystals in a row, but his location had been exposed. After all, among the war gods that followed him in, a few of them had bumped into him, and some even smelled the rice. But these war gods all knew Zhou Hao's strength. When they saw Zhou Hao from afar, they immediately turned and left. Zhou Hao didn't care. He didn't plan to hide his location anyway, and even if these war gods didn't reveal it, the representatives of the various factions would be able to detect it with their equipment. Following the large number of representatives and advanced level war gods entering, the movements in the underground river grew louder and louder. Zhou Hao frowned. He wasn't afraid of too many people, but the Muya crystals didn't appear in a clear direction. Sometimes it would appear in the underground river, sometimes it would appear in the rock layer. If there were too many people, they would take away some of the crystals, and he wouldn't be able to determine the approximate location of Yunmo Planet's ship. Forget it, I'm not in a hurry. Shaking his head, he continued to wander around the underground river, aimlessly. Inside Yunmo Planet's ship, Babida controlled the ship's telekinesis waves to silently influence Zhou Hao's mindscape, at the same time throwing out Muya crystals to guide him. But the telekinesis waves could only influence slowly, so even though he was anxious, he had to be patient. As for the exact location of the crystals, sometimes he couldn't control it. After all, the underground river was turbulent, sometimes 2 or 3 crystals would flow into other channels. So the representatives of the other factions, after discovering the magical effects of the Muya crystals, all went crazy. In one of the wide underground rivers, Hong breathed heavily, his eyes bright. It's actually the Muya crystals, the universe's most precious treasure. If my cloud contact vine wants to grow, it needs to be fed with life treasures, and according to the ancient civilization, Muya crystals can be used to grow the cloud contact vine. Thinking of this, he immediately sent out an order. All representatives of the Dojo of Limits, listen up. Once you find the crystals with the rice scent, immediately report it. The person who reports will receive. Not only the Dojo of Limits, even the Thunder Dojo and HR Alliance's chairman quickly ordered their representatives. Time slowly passed. Zhou Hao had entered the underground river early and obtained many Muya crystals, but due to Babata's generosity in throwing out Muya crystals as bait, the amount of Muya crystals flowing towards the other tunnels was not small. The various factions were fighting for the Muya crystals, and were gradually going crazy. 3 hours after the crystals appeared, one of the representatives from Russia of the 5 great countries snatched a Muya crystal, but was surrounded and killed by the other representatives. But this situation, not only did the other representatives not calm down, they became even crazier. Chapter 48, Until Dawn. The Dojo of Limits, Thunder Dojo, HR Alliance and other global powers found and obtained 11 Muya crystals, and for these 11 crystals, 2 council members fell. This is crazy, everyone is willing to give up their lives for the Muya crystals. In the underground river, Zhou Hao shook his head. Half an hour ago, he and the Dojo of Limits in America had found 2 Muya crystals. With his ability to kill the Shrimp King, he thought the other side would not dare to fight for it. Who would have thought? The 2 powers actually joined forces to attack him, wanting to take the crystals and split it evenly. The result was his complete victory, and if he did not hold back, the Dojo of Limits investigator Lu, Iceberg and America's Frost Monarch would have died here. This was a fight. His name had completely surpassed the 3rd chairman, and was even comparable to the 2nd chairman, Thunder God. Suddenly, the smell of rice wafted over from afar. Zhou Hao instinctively rushed over. When he arrived at a wider passage, he saw 8 Muya crystals floating in the air above the river. Zhou Hao's eyes lit up. The location where these 8 Muya crystals appeared, was only separated from the location where he first obtained the 7 crystals, by the underground river's fork. Could it be that the Yunmo planet ship is nearby? He thought. Su. Almost at the same time, dozens of council members flashed over from the other passages. It's Muya crystals, there are 8 of them. Su. Everyone's eyes burned with passion, as if they wanted to swallow the crystals whole. But very quickly, they noticed Zhou Hao, and their excitement was like a bucket of cold water being poured over them, instantly calming them down. Zhou Hao, this unknown expert, had killed the Beast King, crushed the Frost Monarch, Iceberg and other council members. His power was terrifying, and he was a spirit reader that was not afraid of being surrounded. Zhou Hao, with only his eyes exposed, scanned the crowd and said indifferently, "The 8 Muya crystals belong to me, who has any objections?" One of the representatives from the HR Alliance said in a low voice, "Chairman Jian Guang, although you killed the Beast King and allowed us to enter the lake, but you want to take all 8 Muya crystals for yourself, isn't that a bit too much?" "That's right, Chairman Jian Guang, you were the first to enter, you must have gained more than any of us here. These 8 crystals, you can take half of them," the rest of the representatives said. Zhou Hao was stunned. "Me, Chairman Sword Light, quote. Cough, we don't know your name, so we called you by the sword aura you unleashed when you killed the Beast Emperor." A councilman laughed awkwardly. Zhou Hao shook his head, "It doesn't sound nice at all. You can try to be friends, but I won't give up the 8 crystals. If you want to snatch it, come at me." The representatives of the major forces were all hesitating and struggling. If the 3rd or 4th speaker had dared to make such a claim, they would have swarmed over to fight for it. But Zhou Hao's power was too strong, and he was a spirit reader, none of them dared to make a move. "Since no one is making a move, then I won't hold back." Zhou Hao smiled faintly, and flashed to the side of the Muya crystals. But at this time, the space around them shook, as if time had stopped. A dark aura quickly spread out, covering the 100-meter radius around the Muya crystals. This aura was like the domain of a god, making all the representatives, including Zhou Hao, find it hard to breathe, as if their bodies were being weighed down by thousands of pounds of weight. "It's Hong, the first speaker of the Dojo of Limits is here." The representatives all looked at the black figure that appeared above the river. He carried a long spear on his back, and in a flash, he reached the side of the Muya crystals. Zhou Hao stared at Hong, muttering in his heart, "So this is a domain." Even if he wanted to move, his body was severely restricted. Even when he used his spiritual force to control the soaring shuttle, he was also greatly hindered. Chi, But he was after all a Star Traveler level 4 spirit reader, and with his strong talent and spiritual force amplification, he used all his power. One by one, the curved blades formed into the shape of a demonic dragon. Hong did not touch the Muya crystals, but instead looked at Zhou Hao, his face revealing a smile. Interesting, seems like you want to fight me. Ding. Activating a special sign in mission, fight against a Star Traveler level Domain Master Hong for 2 minutes, reward, Flame Domain level 1. Quote. Defeat Hong, reward, Flame Domain talent. Zhou Hao, who was already planning to fight, heard the system's voice in his head, and couldn't help but get excited. The special sign in mission had come again, and without hesitation, he raised his voice, Muya crystals, to the capable. Hong laughed. Well said, good, I also want to see how strong you are to be able to kill a beast king. Boom. The two of them ignored the 8 Muya crystals beside them, and immediately moved. The rest of the representatives saw this and quickly retreated. After all, the aftermath of the battle between two speakers was very scary. Wang Wang. As the demonic dragon spun madly, Zhou Hao immediately felt the suppression of the domain weaken, but his movements were still as if he was in a swamp. But he was a controller. As long as he could control the spirit weapon, it was fine. Hong's movements were not slow at all, especially with the amplification of the domain. He almost instantly flashed in front of Zhou Hao, a long spear piercing out, like a dazzling sun. The entire tunnel was left with only one spear. If it was any other spirit reader, they could only use the demonic dragon form to clash with the long spear. But Zhou Hao was different. He was too familiar with controlling the soaring shuttle. As early as a second before Hong stabbed out, he had already controlled the demonic dragon form to disintegrate, and then quickly formed a sword shield in front of him. Pong! A huge force came from the tip of the spear, directly causing the sword shield to collapse, but at the same time, the sword shield also dissipated 99% of the force of the attack. Zhou Hao only felt his sea of consciousness roar. His body flew out madly, smashing into the rock layer of the tunnel. This was the first time he felt the power of a domain master. Shoo shoo shoo. In the blink of an eye, the broken curved blades once again converged into the form of a demonic dragon, spinning wildly as they charged towards Hong. Although Hong did not see the power of Zhou Hao's spirit weapon, but at this moment, he could feel the dangerous aura of the spinning demonic dragon. He immediately controlled the layers of the domain to block. At the same time, the long spear in his hand switched between offense and defense. Boom! The tornado demonic dragon struck the spinning long spear in Hong's hand like lightning. Even after being weakened by the domain, Hong could not help but fly out 100 meters before stabilizing himself. Zhou Hao rushed out of the rock, floating above the tunnel, looking at Hong who was 100 meters away. The corner of his mouth revealed a smile. Under the domain's restriction, I am indeed not your opponent, but I am a spirit reader. Once out of the domain's range, it is my home ground. Boom boom boom. A huge amount of spirit force surged out. The demonic dragon form of golden light continuously attacked Hong, and Zhou Hao himself quickly retreated, always keeping outside of Hong's domain range. But Hong was a Star Traveler genius after all. After exchanging a few blows with the demonic dragon form of the soaring shuttle, he gradually adapted, and immediately changed his defensive posture. The long spear pierced out like lightning, clashing with the tornado demonic dragon that attacked again. The demonic dragon form immediately disintegrated. Hong took advantage of the time when Zhou Hao was forming the soaring shuttle. His figure quickly rushed towards Zhou Hao. Chapter 49. The stronger the opponent, the faster they fought. The shorter the time it took to determine the winner. But Zhou Hao was in a rush to complete the mission, so he did not rush to use the advanced version of the soaring shuttle's final form. Although Hong had a domain, he had too little experience fighting a Star Traveler spirit reader of the same level. Therefore, it was rare for him to meet such a strong spirit reader like Zhou Hao. Although he was excited, he did not unleash his full power. So the two of them chased and dodged. Sometimes their weapons clashed. It looked like an intense battle. But in reality, they did not use their full power. The battle between the two had attracted the attention of many representatives who had rushed over to watch. After all, such a scene was rarely seen. Although everyone knew that the 8 crystals floating on the underground river would eventually belong to either Zhou Hao or Hong, and had nothing to do with them, but still, no one left. Pong pong pong. The short clash of weapons caused the air to reverberate with the sound of thunder. The underground river was even more turbulent, and large amounts of rocks were shattered, falling into the river. Hong's arms were slightly numb, but his face was filled with joy. Ever since the Grand Nirvana ended, he had not fought like this for a long time. Zhou Hao's head was also buzzing. Every time Hong attacked, the soaring shuttle's reaction force would be transmitted to his sea of consciousness. After tens of times of accumulation, his head began to hurt, and his control of the spirit weapon slowed down. But he kept an eye on the time. Soon, there's still tens of seconds until 2 minutes. Zhou Hao endured the pain in his head, gritting his teeth. There was a loud boom. The soaring shuttle's form disintegrated, but Hong did not take the chance to get close to Zhou Hao. Instead, he smiled and said, "You and I have sparred enough, it's time for me to experience your strongest sword attack. Thunder lost to this move, so I want to test its power." As he spoke, he stared at the spirit weapon that was gradually condensing. As his voice fell, the other council members all looked at Thunder God in shock. Thunder God rubbed his bald head and stared back. "What are you looking at? Even the Beast Emperor died to this guy, what's so strange about me losing to him?" The Frost Emperor, who was still feeling a little sullen, suddenly felt relieved. Even Thunder God lost, it was not a big deal that he lost. As for Bing Shan, Lu He, and the other counselors, their hearts relaxed. Zhou Hao floated in the underground river passage that was even wider than before. He smiled and said, "All right, since Hong wants to see it, I'll fulfill your wish." What the hell? The metal gathered by the curved blades collided with each other, and the fan-shaped shape of the soaring shuttle soon appeared on the turbulent underground river. The 72 golden lines were very conspicuous in the dim passage. Hong's expression suddenly became extremely solemn. He knew that the Beast Emperor had died under the might of this attack. He gripped the spear in his hand tightly, and the black domain around him shrank. His eyes flashed with madness. Come. During the Grand Nirvana period, the reason why Hong was able to rise so quickly was not only because of the ruins of the ancient civilization, but also because of his own pursuit and obsession towards martial arts. "Be careful," Zhou Hao shouted in a low voice as 72 streams of spiritual power shot out from his sea of consciousness and quickly extended toward the golden lines. As the golden lines shone, the complex secret patterns on the 1008 curved blades instantly connected into one. Swoosh, swoosh, like a rain of swords, the 72 small golden swords of the fan-shaped soaring shuttle swept towards Hong like a storm. When the small golden swords pierced into the black domain, it was as if they had entered a swamp. Their speed rapidly decreased, but they still pierced forward with incomparable speed. Dang dang dang. Hong held the spear with both hands, and his entire body was like a sturdy mountain, blocking the small golden swords formed by the curved blades. But every time he blocked a sword, his shoulder would tremble a little. When it came to the 51st sword, Hong's body began to retreat uncontrollably. The web between his thumb and index finger was torn open by the violent impact, and fresh blood kept dripping. As expected of the strongest sword light that could kill the Beast Emperor, powerful. His voice was loud and clear, and his forehead was dripping with beads of sweat. It was obvious that he was clenching his teeth and persevering. Boom boom boom. When it came to the 68th small golden sword's impact, Hong could no longer withstand it, and his body was sent flying dozens of meters away. A figure flashed out like lightning, blocking in front of Hong. A burst of purple lightning flashed, and the remaining 4 small golden swords were all sent flying. The one who made the move was Thunder God. He stared at Zhou Hao, as if to say, "You little guy don't know how to save your strength." Zhou Hao also flashed forward, and said embarrassedly, "Once I use it, I can't stop." Cough cough, puff. Hong coughed and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. He stretched out his hand and said, "It's okay, I'm okay. This time I lost. I didn't expect the secret technique of a spirit reader to be so strong." Zhou Hao's mind suddenly rang with the system's voice, "Ding. Special sign in mission completed. Reward. Flame Domain Level 1, Flame Law Talent." Quote. He suppressed the excitement in his heart, looked at Hong who stood up, and hurriedly said, "If you had used all your strength before, I wouldn't have had the chance to use this attack." What he said was the truth. Hong, who had the light domain, was already fast. Under the domain's enhancement, he could catch up with Zhou Hao in the blink of an eye. Once close combat, Zhou Hao could only passively defend. Of course, there weren't many people in the universe who could use the final form of a spirit weapon as a star traveler like him. If he had 2 spirit weapons, Zhou Hao could still defeat Hong. Hong shook his head and smiled, "A loss is a loss. Now you are the strongest person in the world, and also the first chairman. Thunder God was speechless. I just watched the show, and now I'm the third chairman. As he said this, he looked at Zhou Hao and lowered his voice. Little guy, the fight we agreed on, let's not fight for now. Wait until I've become stronger, then I'll find you. Up to you. Zhou Hao smiled, and then flashed to the Muya crystals and stored them in his space watch. Hong and Thunder God looked on enviously. That was 8 Muya crystals. The other representatives were also jealous, but Zhou Hao defeated Hong, so they didn't dare to say anything. Everyone disperse, let's go find other Muya crystals. Thunder God shouted. Jia Yi and the other representatives didn't stay, and quickly disappeared. Hong needed the Muya crystals very much, and couldn't help but say, my Dojo of Limits headquarters has many good things, you can come anytime. Zhou Hao laughed in his heart. The Dojo of Limits headquarters was almost emptied out by him. Even if he went, he wouldn't be able to exchange for anything good. But he still replied, okay, I'll go. Good luck, I'll continue looking for Muya crystals. With that, he quickly walked along the wide tunnel. Thunder God looked at Zhou Hao's back, and felt a toothache. This little guy's strength is rising too fast, I'm afraid it will be hard to beat him in the future. Hong nodded and smiled. As long as you improve step by step, there will be a day when you win. Time slowly passed. From dawn to 5 in the morning, no one found a single Muya crystal. But most of the representatives still didn't give up. Zhou Hao was one of them, but his goal was different from the others. ZZ. The curved blades cut through the thick rock layer like tofu. Zhou Hao knew that Babata must be using the ship's telekinesis to influence him, so he relied on his intuition to walk along the rock tunnel. After walking for about half an hour, he suddenly felt a pain at his feet, and his heart jumped, and his eyes quickly looked down. Sure enough, where he stood, there was a blood-red fragment the size of a palm. Chapter 50. As expected of a fragment of the Yunmo planet spaceship, the density of the material is amazing. Just the size of a palm and it weighs about a ton. Zhou Hao used his spiritual force on the shard, and even picking it up felt a little strenuous. However, his small face revealed a smile. If this shard was used as a spiritual weapon to attack, it would be even more powerful than the advanced version of the soaring shuttle. If he used the blood-colored fragment to fight with Hong, he might even be able to kill him. The Yunmo planet spaceship is deep underground. Keeping the blood-colored fragment, Zhou Hao's curved blade cut through the rock layer faster. In less than an hour, he was already 9,000 meters underground. And the Yunmo planet spaceship's invisible telekinesis increased its influence, allowing him to accurately head towards the entrance of the spaceship. As he went deeper, Zhou Hao's heart began to beat faster. Soon, they had arrived at a depth of more than 15,000 meters. The entrance of the Yunmo planet spaceship, which was disguised as a thick rock, had long since removed its disguise. Therefore, when Zhou Hao arrived at the area around the cabin door, he saw the metal in the cracks of the rock. He knew, the Yunmo planet spaceship was right in front of him. He took a deep breath. Even if he didn't do it, Zhou Hao's face was filled with excitement. After all, it was his first time checking in at a foreign location, the rewards were always generous, and the Yunmo planet spaceship had many precious items. Rumble, a large number of curved blades smashed through the rocks at the entrance. Looking at the half-open metal door, Zhou Hao stepped in. Inside the spaceship, Babata was also excited. It's here, it's finally here. If it was a normal spirit reader genius, it wouldn't be excited at all. But Zhou Hao was different. His spirit reader talent was considered a genius even in the universe. To be able to accept such a genius as a disciple, the Yunmo planet would definitely rise again. The entrance was 12 meters wide and 8 meters deep. The entrance was filled with Muya crystals emitting a rich rice fragrance. If Hong and Thunder God saw this, they would go crazy. Although Zhou Hao was excited, he wasn't that excited. But he still quickly stored the crystals into his spatial watch. Then, he said in his heart, "System, sign in." Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in the Yunmo planet spaceship. You have received the advanced version of the Yunmo planet's control. Quote. Ding. Congratulations, you've obtained the Undying Space Technique 10,000 Thread Flow. Quote. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the advanced version of the Yunmo planet's Illusion Chapter. Quote. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the advanced version of Yunmo planet's Miscellaneous. Quote. Ding. Congratulations, you've obtained a large spatial ring. Quote. Ding. Congratulations, you've obtained the advanced version of the arc knife blade. Quote. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the immortal flame secret technique, Flame Star. Quote. Ding. Congratulations on gaining Mu crystal plus 10. Quote. Ding. Congratulations, you've gained spiritual force talent plus 20. Quote. The system directly used 9 consecutive explosions. Furthermore, the main secret techniques of the Yunmo planet were all revealed. Zhou Hao's face was filled with excitement. The sign-in system was very useful, he basically had everything he needed. Although the Yunmo planet spaceship would definitely have some good stuff, especially the Yunmo planet's collection of immortal-level secret techniques, there would definitely be many more. However, the secret techniques he had obtained so far were enough for him. He suppressed his excitement and walked into the tunnel. When he reached the end of the tunnel, he looked at the tunnel that extended to the left and right. He could not help but see the fist prints on the metal walls and the huge corpse that was half leaning against the wall. This corpse has such a terrifying aura, I don't know if there's any danger ahead. Whatever, I've gained quite a lot this time, I'll come back in a few days. He pretended to mumble to himself and then stood there in a dilemma. After half a minute, he turned around and quickly left through the tunnel. He had everything he needed. There was no point in becoming Babata's disciple, but Zhou Hao still kept an eye on it. He wanted to come back a few more times and clean up the Yunmo planet spaceship. Inside the Yunmo planet spaceship, Babata, who was thinking of how to shock Zhou Hao and make him join the Yunmo planet, saw Zhou Hao leave the spaceship and was completely dumbfounded. This little brat left. His demon form face was filled with confusion. He purposely placed more than 200 Mu crystals at the entrance to arouse Zhou Hao's greed and strong curiosity so that he would enter the hall. In the end, this little brat actually ran away after seeing the corpse. What the hell is going on? Babata was furious and hurriedly transmitted the entire process of Zhou Hao entering the spaceship through the spaceship's system to the hall. Then he heard Zhou Hao's muttering. Babata didn't know whether to laugh or cry, this little brat is too cautious. He has no sense of adventure, running away after getting the benefits. When I accept him as my disciple, I will definitely teach him a lesson. Above the lake, the sky was faintly lit up. Zhou Hao came out from the depths of the ground, inhaling a breath of fresh air, his eyes flashing with excitement. He had already received the check-in reward. Originally he was worried that without the Yunmo planet's spiritual force, he wouldn't be able to use the Yunmo planet's secret techniques. But the system's reward was the advanced version, completely based on his spiritual force. The check-in system was as considerate as always. I'll come back in 3 days. Muttering, Zhou Hao stepped on the advanced version of the soaring shuttle and disappeared. He had enough controller's secret techniques for now. But the warrior secret techniques, he only had the 2 immortal secret techniques, 10,000 threads, and Flame Star. Although the system reward could directly imbue him with profound mysteries, without the basic warrior secret techniques, if he wanted to cultivate quickly, it would take a lot of time. So, the Yunmo planet spaceship still had to come. In the next 3 days, Zhou Hao mainly practiced the basics of the Yunmo planet's control chapter. As for the illusion chapter, he didn't plan to cultivate it yet. He also didn't receive the miscellaneous chapter. After all, rice has to be eaten 1 bite at a time. First lay a solid foundation, then cultivate and familiarize himself with the other secret techniques. Anyway, the essence of the secret techniques was in his mind, he didn't need anyone to teach him, he could comprehend it on his own. But most of the secret techniques can't be cultivated just by comprehending the mysteries, especially secret techniques like 10,000 threads and Flame Star. Not only does it require the talent of the law, but it also requires a lot of practice to continuously improve. To put it bluntly, this thing is like a driver's license. You have to pass both the theory and practice before you can finally drive on the road. If you only understand the theory and don't practice it, you will have an accident on the first day of driving. At night, the stars in the sky of the Australian continent were even brighter. The Milky Way hung upside down. On a desolate grassland, Zhou Hao leaned comfortably on a recliner. The roars of beasts coming from time to time didn't arouse his vigilance at all. Control chapter is indeed more detailed and extensive than Spirit Reader Basics. The way to control spirit weapons is exquisite and varied, as expected of the legacy of the Yunmo planet. He read the control chapter, in his mind, and couldn't help but murmur. Before cultivating, control chapter, when he controlled the advanced version of the soaring shuttle, he actually completely relied on the talent of a spirit reader and his huge spirit force. His method of control was also too rigid, without the slightest bit of flexibility. It was only when he met Hong, who completely relied on himself to explore the domain, that he barely managed to win. If he met other Star Traveler domain geniuses in the universe who had legacies, in 10 seconds, he would lose. Chapter 51, Shoo Shoo Shoo. While muttering, thin curved blades quickly condensed in front of Zhou Hao's eyes. The dragon form was completed in the blink of an eye. But compared to before, this dragon form was much more flexible, as if it was a real and powerful dragon, circling Zhou Hao non-stop. 3 days. Zhou Hao had made a lot of progress in the first form of the advanced version of the soaring shuttle, but he knew that there was still a long way to go before he could fully control the Tornado Demon Dragon Drill. As for the last 3 forms, if he wanted to control it flexibly, it would take more time. But this kind of progress was what Zhou Hao was looking forward to. He was confident that if he were to spar with Thunder God again, with just the first form, he would be able to force Thunder God into a corner. Beep beep. Suddenly, a sound came from his watch, interrupting Zhou Hao's thoughts. Seeing that it was his sister, Zhou Hao quickly picked it up. Xiao Hao, Sister Wang and I have encountered a horde of horde leader level monsters, we can only hold on for half an hour. Zhou Hao heard and immediately interrupted. Sister, turn on your radar, I'll be there immediately. 10 minutes later, Zhou Hao came to a lake basin. He saw that there were more than 1,000 commander level monsters, surrounding Zhou Ying, Wang Ning, and Yang Kuo at the edge of the lake. Fortunately, the monsters in the lake were all hiding in the depths and didn't attack. Otherwise, Zhou Ying, and the other 2 would have already been injured. Ying your brother is here, we're saved. Wang Ning saw Zhou Hao and excitedly shouted. She didn't think that Zhou Hao would be the first to ask for help. Yang Kuo, who was using all his strength to kill the monsters, his battle uniform was covered in blood. When he heard the sound, he immediately looked not far away and saw Zhou Hao's figure, but he wasn't as optimistic as Wang Ning. There are too many commander-level monsters, and our backs are against the lake, so our escape route is blocked. It'll be very hard to break through and meet up with Zhou Hao. He clenched his teeth. Zhou Ying, furrowed her brows and nodded. She had the black god set on her, so she didn't show any signs of anxiety. If she really wanted to break out of the encirclement, she would still be able to do so. However, it would be difficult for Wang Ning and Yang Kuo. Ying let your brother attract the attention of some of the beast generals. We'll wait for an opportunity to charge out, Wang Ning suggested. Yang Kuo agreed. Sister Ying your little brother is wearing the Black God set, and his combat power amplification is also the highest. He should have no problem attracting the attention of some of the beast generals. Let your little brother give it a try first. If he really can't handle it, we'll continue to wait for the other students to arrive. Yang Kuo's words were indeed very reliable. Zhou Ying, immediately shouted out the exact words. Puff, puff. Before she even finished her sentence, the large amount of commander-level monsters surrounding them seemed to have discovered a new target as they all scattered and changed directions. Not good, my little brother is going to kill that horde leader-level monster. Zhou Ying, quickly saw Zhou Hao's short figure charging towards the largest horde leader-level monster in the horde. She didn't care about anything else and also charged towards the horde leader-level monster. Wang Ning and Yang Kuo bitterly smiled and could only force themselves to follow. However, after running for 100 meters, they were shocked to see the middle-level horde leader-level monster heavily fall down. After losing the horde leader-level monster, the large amount of commander-level monsters frantically ran away. Zhou Hao jumped onto the head of the horde leader-level monster and sat down. He had a relaxed expression as he waited for Zhou Ying, and the other 2 to arrive. As soon as Zhou Ying, arrived in front of Zhou Hao, she flicked his head. She put her hands on her waist. Do you want to die? What if we get surrounded by the horde? Zhou Hao was just about to say what the horde could do to him when he saw Zhou Ying's frightened expression. He dryly laughed a few times. Sis, I'm just worried about you. I want to quickly help you out. Don't take risks like this in the future. Didn't I say that we can still hold on for 10 minutes? You just need to help us out bit by bit. When the other students arrive, We'll deal with the horde leader level monster together. Zhou Ying, tone softened as she rubbed Zhou Hao's head. Does it hurt? Zhou Hao laughed. It doesn't hurt. Your fitness level isn't even as good as mine. After saying that, he changed the topic and asked, how did you guys get surrounded? The area around the lake was very wide. As long as they weren't too careless, they wouldn't be surrounded. Wang Ning's face turned red. It's my fault. We've been fighting with monsters for a few days. It wasn't easy for us to find a lake, so we wanted to get some water to wash off. Zhou Hao was speechless. You're so careless. There are even monsters in the lake. Wang Ning lowered her head awkwardly. Zhou Ying, tried to smooth things over. It's not Sis Wang's fault. It's hot in the Australian continent, and the smell of blood is very pungent. It's easy to attract monsters. Washing off is also for safety reasons. Yang Kuo didn't say anything. In fact, he was still a little angry at Wang Ning. This time, if Zhou Hao hadn't arrived quickly, they might have died here. After all, the other students were very far away. Zhou Hao glanced at Zhou Ying, Wang Ning, and Yang Kuo. The smell of blood on their bodies was strong, and their hair was dirty. Sis, I also want to wash off. I'll go explore the lake first. After saying that, he jumped out. When Zhou Ying, saw this, she was so scared that her face turned pale. Come back, the lake is too dangerous. But Zhou Hao was too fast. In the blink of an eye, he jumped into the lake. Wang Ning and Yang Kuo were also shocked and quickly rushed to the lake. One must know that in the water, a martial artist's strength would be greatly reduced. Facing monsters in the water, they wouldn't be able to resist at all. Zhou Ying, was so anxious that she was about to cry. Just as she was about to jump into the lake, she saw Zhou Hao's head pop up. Sis, I've checked. There aren't many monsters in the lake. They're all in the depths. If you want to wash off, hurry up. Plop plop. Wang Ning and Yang Kuo immediately jumped into the lake, but they stayed at the edge. Zhou Ying, saw Zhou Hao swim over with a sullen face. The washing was complete. Wang Ning saw that Zhou Ying, seemed to still be angry at her brother and smiled. Ying your brother isn't messing around. He has the strength. Don't forget that his Tower of Trials level surpassed the second chairman. Yang Kuo also agreed. That's right, Ying sis, don't treat your brother like a 4-year-old kid. In terms of strength, if your brother fully explodes, he's comparable to a normal advanced level war god. His blade skills are also at a high level, so he's not afraid of being surrounded. So don't underestimate your brother. To be able to maintain first place on the Black Dragon ranking for 3 to 4 months, most of the war god teachers in the training camp might not be his opponent. Hearing this, Zhou Ying was slightly startled. My brother is that powerful. You're his sister. No matter how strong your brother is, you'll still subconsciously treat him like a kid. But Ying sis, you have to know that only the world's strongest fighter, Hong, has surpassed your brother in the Tower of Trials level. And the Tower of Trials level represents one's fighting strength. In other words, at the same level, your brother's fighting strength is second in the world. Yang Kuo shook his head and sighed. Zhou Ying's body suddenly shook. She already knew that her brother was strong, but every time she saw him take risks, she couldn't help but worry and get angry. The reason for this, on one hand, it was because of her mother's responsibility to take care of her brother. On the other hand, it was because of their bloodline. But now that she heard her good friend's reminder and saw Zhou Hao easily kill a horde leader level monster with her own eyes, she finally realized that her brother was no longer the kid who used to pester her to go to the dojo. Chapter 52. Zhou Hao did not stay with Zhou Ying, Wang Ning, and Yang Kuo's team for too long before they separated. Although the Australian continent was dangerous, it was also a place to train martial artists. If he stayed with the team, it was inevitable that Zhou Ying's team would become dependent on him. This was not the original intention of the training camp to arrange a life and death adventure. In reality, even if he wanted to stay longer, Zhou Ying would not agree. After her mentality had slowly changed, she was no longer too worried about her younger brother and focused more of her energy on training herself. Therefore, Zhou Hao not being by her side was more beneficial for her to train and improve. Misty Island Lake. It had been 4 days since the fight for the Muya crystals. Zhou Hao once again returned. It was different from before. Many of the factions around the lake had already evacuated. In these 4 days, they had searched the entire underground river channel but did not find a single Muya crystal. Disappointed, the factions gave up on searching. In this misty isle Muya crystals, on the surface, humans had a total of 19 Muya crystals. Excluding Zhou Hao's final 8 Muya crystals, the Dojo of Limits, Thunder Dojo and other powers had a total of 11 Muya crystals. This meant that in the next 1 to 2 years, the world would have at least 6 or 7 counselors. Looking at the calm lake reflecting the cold moonlight, Zhou Hao did not hesitate and jumped in. Yunmo planet ship. Babata, who had been waiting for Zhou Hao's return, finally smiled. "Little guy, I don't believe you can come in this time." Not long after, Zhou Hao appeared at the entrance of the hatch. He was still very nervous. After all, if Babata directly closed the hatch, then he could only enter the Yunmo ship's hall and become the disciple of Yunmo planet's master, Hu Yanbo. Carefully stepping into the metal tunnel, he stood at the entrance for half a minute. Seeing that there was no movement at the door, he sighed in relief and walked in. At the same time, he said in his heart, "System sign in." Ding! Congratulations to the host, for obtaining the immortal secret technique, Galaxy. Quote. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for obtaining the level 4 origin power weapon, Blade of the Flame Demon. Quote. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for obtaining a rippling fruit. Quote. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for obtaining the secret technique, Basics of Laws. Quote. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for obtaining a rank 3 origin power armor. Quote. Ding! Congratulations host, you have gained Muya crystals plus 10. Quote. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you've gained Spirit Reader talent plus 20. Quote. 7 consecutive explosions. For the second check-in, 2 rewards were reduced. Even though he was mentally prepared, Zhou Hao couldn't help but smirk. This was the Yunmo planet ship, an official level undying ship in its corpse. There were many precious treasures and techniques. He didn't expect the system to give him more, but it shouldn't shrink too quickly. Even as he cursed in his heart, he didn't stop walking. Walking to the end of the passageway, a rich aroma of rice wafted out. Zhou Hao looked around. What used to be a huge corpse was now littered with Muya crystals. Tisk tisk, you want to use Muya crystals to lure me into the Great Hall, he snickered to himself. If not for the sign-in system, he would have already accepted Babata's sugar-coated bullet. Collect, collect, collect. Without hesitation, he kept half of the Muya crystals into the large space ring he got from the last check-in. Looking at the remaining crystals, Zhou Hao pretended to whisper, "Don't be too greedy, quit while you're ahead. It's time to go. There were no dangers in the 2 times I came in, the next time I should be able to explore more carefully." Finished. He turned around and left at an extremely fast speed. In the Great Hall, Babata had been watching Zhou Hao's actions the whole time. Seeing him keep the Muya crystals, his face was filled with satisfaction. He thought to himself that Zhou Hao was after all an earthling. A few Muya crystals were enough to attract his attention. However, when he saw Zhou Hao only keep half of the crystals and give up on the rest, he was shocked. The smile on his face froze. Very quickly, through the ship, Zhou Hao's voice was transmitted. "Ah, this despicable little rascal, he's too careful. There was clearly no danger, couldn't he have gone a little further?" Babata was speechless. The Yunmo planet ship's energy was almost depleted, and it was a virtual AI, unable to move on its own. It could only rely on the remnant energy in the Great Hall to condense its body. Therefore, it could not appear at the entrance. As long as Zhou Hao entered the Great Hall, it would be able to appear on its own, and use the vast universe to shock Zhou Hao, this earthling. When the time comes, accepting him as a disciple would be a matter of course. But the key point was, this little rascal refused to enter the ship. Next time, there's still a next time. After all, he's still young, being cautious is understandable. Moreover, this little rascal has already tested me twice, the third time he'll be much less cautious. Babata kept comforting himself. No choice. It was not easy to find a disciple so suitable for the Yunmo planet's legacy. He had to be patient. Leaving the misty island lake, Zhou Hao randomly found a cave in the mountains to rest. He estimated that he could at most reap the benefits 3 times. After all, he did not dare to go deeper 3 times in a row. This kind of overly cautious and hesitant personality would not be liked by Babata. He was afraid that when the time came, he would directly close the door. Of course, even if Babata did not choose to close the door, he would not dare to enter again. Who knows if the latter would directly close the door after he entered. This kind of possibility, he did not dare to gamble. I'll go in 3 days, 3 check-ins should be enough. He sat down cross-legged, and his heart gradually calmed down. The more secret techniques, the better. The most important thing was that they were suitable for oneself. As the distracting thoughts were dispelled, the surroundings suddenly quieted down. After meditating for more than an hour, Zhou Hao's consciousness sensed the energy of the universe, and at the same time, he also caught a trace of strange fluctuations in the universe. He felt a burning sensation in his consciousness. Flame law. When his consciousness was clear, he immediately understood that he sensed the origin law of the universe. After completing the sign-in mission and obtaining the flame law talent, he tried to sense the origin law of the universe these days, but to no avail. Now, after the second check-in the Yunmo planet ship, he finally sensed the flame law. Zhou Hao's face almost instinctively showed excitement. Even on the night when he obtained the spirit reader talent, he was not this excited. After all, the origin law of the universe is the great Tao, and the standard to measure the true genius of the universe. And at this moment tonight, when he sensed the flame law, he completely stepped into the ranks of the universe's law geniuses. After all, the consciousness and soul of a planetary level is still too weak to sense the origin law of the universe for too long. In just half an hour, Zhou Hao felt a sense of exhaustion. He gritted his teeth and persevered, but the feeling became more and more vague. Dozens of seconds passed, his consciousness was cut off from the fluctuation of the origin law of the universe. A strong sense of sleepiness hit him. Zhou Hao bit the tip of his tongue to wake himself up for a moment. Taking advantage of this time, he quickly blocked the entrance of the cave and covered his whole body with the black god set. After doing all this, his consciousness could no longer hold on and he leaned against the cave wall and quickly fell asleep. Chapter 53. For the next 3 days. Every day, Zhou Hao spent 5 hours to familiarize himself with the advanced version of the Yunmo planets, Control Chapter, 2 hours to familiarize himself with the many precious secret techniques in the Miscellaneous Chapter, then he spent another 3 hours to perfect the Soaring Shuttle, and the rest of the time to practice his saber skills and fight against high-level horde leader and even emperor-level monsters. Finally, every night late at night, he would meditate and comprehend the laws of the universe. Although he had the check-in system, he was never lazy when it came to training. Instead, he was extremely hardworking, not wasting a single second. Yunmo planet's spaceship entrance. Looking at the metal tunnel, Zhou Hao knew that this might be the last time he came here. He took a deep breath. Suppressing the distracting thoughts in his mind, he stepped into the tunnel. Still at the edge, he kept his eyes on the door. As long as there was any movement, he would immediately retreat. System check-in. Ding. Congratulations to the host, for obtaining the immortal secret technique, Flowing Light. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, for obtaining the level 4 origin weapon Cloud Shattering Shield. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, for obtaining the secret technique, Domain Chapter. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, for obtaining the Rippling Fruit. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, for obtaining the Muya Crystal plus 10. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, for obtaining the Spirit Reader Talent plus 20. Quote. 6 consecutive bursts. The third check-in lost another reward. Looking at the situation, if I continue to check in, it should also be a secret technique or a weapon fruit. Zhou Hao thought to himself. It was just as he had expected. The 3 check-ins had basically rewarded him with all the main rewards. The remaining things were useless to him at the moment. As for the Muya Crystal, in the following days, he could still check in at Misty Island, so he had to give up on the secret techniques and origin weapons. It's time to leave. Thinking of this, Zhou Hao muttered, the ruins of the ancient civilization is a great opportunity, but I'm still young, I can't take the risk. When I'm stronger, I'll come back again. Finished. He reluctantly looked at the Yunmo planet's spaceship, then turned around and left. Babida was so angry that he almost vomited blood. If he could beat up Zhou Hao, he would definitely beat Zhou Hao into a pig's head. As an AI that had lived for thousands of years, he had seen many geniuses, but he had never seen one as timid and cautious as Zhou Hao. Boom. Not long after Zhou Hao left, the metal hatch of the Yunmo planet's spaceship slammed shut. Babida's blood-red eyes flashed with anger. Forget it, I was too impatient. Since this little guy missed the opportunity, let him wait for another 10 years. It won't be too late to take him in as a disciple after he's sharpened his mind. Despite his anger, Babata still wanted to accept Zhou Hao as a disciple of the Yunmo planet. He had already waited for 50,000 years, he was not afraid to wait another 10 years. However, if it knew that Zhou Hao had already sensed the universe's origin laws, it probably wouldn't think that way. At the edge of the lake on Misty Island, Zhou Hao's face was relaxed. This time on the Misty Island, he had a bountiful harvest. Not only did he obtain the advanced version of the Yunmo planet's inheritance, but he also obtained the Flame Domain and Flame Law. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Especially when it comes to secret technique training, it's even more precious when it comes to mastering. After leaving the Misty Island, he casually strolled around the grassland of the Australian continent. At the same time, he began to think about the direction of his training. He already had all the resources and secret techniques, and the sign-in system could directly allow him to comprehend the mysteries of the secret techniques. So what he needed to do was to master them. But even so, Zhou Hao did not plan to master all the secret techniques he had obtained. The Domain Law Foundation is related to the cultivation of the Domain Law. This is the most important point, it requires energy and time. Also, the Spirit Reader's Foundation cannot be neglected. Also, in terms of the soul, it also needs to be cultivated. The Force gene must be maintained every day. Zhou Hao felt a headache when he thought about the large number of secret techniques he had to cultivate. This was under the premise that he had a system that was comparable to his teacher's. If he didn't have the system, it would be a big problem whether he could understand any of the secret techniques. Take it slow, there's no rush, he comforted himself. Compared to the others, he was already ahead by a lot. August 29, 2042. In the afternoon, a large passenger plane landed on the grassland of the Australian continent. The trainees of the training camp who had been waiting at their original positions all had excited expressions on their faces. The war god teacher walked down and glanced at the trainees. 37 people are missing, continue to wait, we will leave in 3 hours. Quote. Zhou Hao, Zhou Ying, Wang Ning, Yang Kuo and the others quickly entered the passenger plane. And the 3 hours of waiting slowly passed by. One after another, 12 trainees arrived. The remaining 25 trainees were all asked by the war god teacher. All the trainees knew that they might not be able to come back. Life and death adventures were not just for show. Almost every year, there would be trainees who would completely stay in the Australian continent. The teacher let the passenger plane wait for another half an hour. There was still no one. Let's go. Boom. The large passenger plane took off and quickly left the continent. After returning to the elite training camp in Hongning headquarter city, Zhou Hao and Zhou Ying only stayed there for 2 days before taking the HR Alliance's fighter jet back to Zhongnan headquarter city. Originally, they were supposed to return once a month, but after entering the training camp, Zhou Ying changed her mind and wanted to train properly before returning home. So they were only late by 5 months. Mingyu sector, in front of Villa 117. Wang Rong was already waiting on the lawn, occasionally looking up at the sky. Big sis Wang, are Xiao Hao and Ying coming today? Quite a few family members of the fighters in the neighborhood already knew about this. Wang Rong accidentally revealed it when she was shopping for groceries, but it quickly spread throughout the neighborhood. So this morning, quite a few neighbors who had nothing to do all gathered here. Wang Rong smiled and said, "That's right, I called them last night. They'll probably arrive at 10 today. In the blink of an eye, it's already been 5 months, your family's Xiao Hao should be even stronger now. I heard that the training camp is very tough, but it's also a place to train people. Your family's Xiao Hao will definitely become someone like the head of the dojo in the future." Nonsense, he's obviously a big shot in our Zhongnan headquarter city. The family members of the fighters in the neighborhood chatted casually. Wang Rong's face was full of smiles. Even though she's heard a lot of these words recently, she's still not tired of it. Especially when she hears others praise her son, she's always happy. Almost 10:00. The members of Team Rose also arrived. Compared to 5 months ago, each member's strength hasn't changed much. Even though the wilderness can train people, without precious resources, it's still very difficult for them to improve. Especially for Shen Hong and Zhang Yi, the 2 champions. If they don't encounter any opportunities, they'll be stuck at the champion rank for the rest of their lives. Whoosh. At 10:00, Clock sharp, a disc-shaped fighter jet quickly flew over from the horizon. It quickly landed on the lawn. When Zhou Hao and Zhou Ying saw Wang Rong, they immediately pounced on her as soon as they got out of the fighter jet. Wang Rong patted Zhou Hao's little head, feeling sorry for him. "You're all tanned. You must have suffered a lot there, right?" "It's okay," Zhou Hao said casually. At this time, the family members of the neighbors came forward to greet them. After some small talk, Zhou Ying told Team Rose that they'd meet up later, then returned to the villa with Zhou Hao and Wang Rong. By the way, the check-in rewards are only copied and modified by the system, not the original items. Chapter 54. Time flew by like a white steed flitting by a crack. In the blink of an eye, almost 5 years had passed. February 25, 2047. Jiangnan Base City, Mingyu District, Villa 117. Rare snow was falling, covering the rooftop of the courtyard, and the lawn was a vast expanse of white. The atmosphere of the new year had not completely passed, but the villa was as warm as spring. Zhou Hao and Zhou Ying, wearing a summer jacket, were sitting on the sofa, laughing and chatting. Their mother, Wang Rong, was busy in the kitchen, but she was no exception. She was wearing a single apron, and at this time, her face was rosy and lustrous, like a woman in her 30s. After a while, the table was filled with steaming hot and fragrant dishes. The 9-year-old Zhou Hao was already about 1.75 meters tall. If it wasn't for the fact that his face was still a little tender, his appearance would undoubtedly be that of a young man. "Mom, don't forget to drink the medicinal wine." Sitting at the dinner table, Zhou Hao did not forget to remind her as he moved his chopsticks. Wang Rong filled 3 bowls with rice and said, "You child, why do you nag every day? Even if you don't remind me, I won't forget the medicinal wine. It's strange, the medicinal wine's effect is really good. After drinking it for 5 years, my back is no longer sore, and my strength is much greater than before. I don't feel tired even after walking for a few hours." Zhou Ying pursed her lips and smiled. Of course, she knew what was soaked in the medicinal wine. "Mom, you're also a lot younger. When we walk together, people think we're sisters." Wang Rong could not help but smile. She was not stupid. Naturally, she knew that the changes in her body were related to the medicinal wine. And the medicinal wine was something that her son insisted on drinking. Therefore, every time she drank it, she felt very comfortable. Her son was filial, and as a mother, she was very happy. During the meal, Wang Rong put a piece of meat in Zhou Hao's bowl, and looked at Zhou Ying. Calculating the time, Ying you will graduate from the training camp in a month, right?" Zhou Ying paused for a moment and nodded slowly. "What are your plans after graduation?" Wang Rong asked again. "Mom, I plan to stay in the training camp and be a teacher," Zhou Ying said without hesitation. She had already made up her mind. The smile on Wang Rong's face disappeared. "Ying you've been in the training camp for 5 years. Haven't you had enough?" Zhou Ying remained silent. She knew that her mother would not agree to let her stay in the training camp. On one hand, it was because she was not young anymore. On the other hand, Hongning Base City was very far away. It was not easy to make a round trip. Of course, with her current strength, she could already buy a disc-shaped fighter jet. She could go to the training camp in the morning and go home at night. Even so, in her mother's eyes, Hongning Base City was still too far away. Seeing that Zhou Ying did not say anything, Wang Rong sighed. "It's not that Mom doesn't support your career, but, my daughter, you're already 26 years old. The other girls in our neighborhood have already given birth at 20 years old. What about you? When do you plan to get married?" "Mom," Zhou Ying put down her bowl and chopsticks. I don't plan to get married." Wang Rong's face darkened. She said angrily, "Nonsense. I understand that you want to pursue your career. But marriage is a major event in life. How can you say that you don't want to get married?" Zhou Ying frowned. She said calmly, "Mom, I'm already a grown-up. I have the right to decide for myself." Zhou Hao saw that his mother was angry. He hurriedly said, "Mom, don't rush my sister. Maybe she already has someone in her heart. Besides, you should know that with the increase in strength, the lifespan of martial artists will increase. Don't worry. Anyway, don't worry. There will be a day when you can hold a grandchild." These words touched Wang Rong's heart. Especially the words, "hold a grandchild," made the anger on her face disappear. Director Xiao Hao, come, eat more meat. Wang Rong smiled and continued to give Zhou Hao pieces of meat. Zhou Ying, glared at Zhou Hao. I'm full, I'm going out. With that, she got up and quickly walked out of the living room. It's snowing so heavily outside. Ying where are you going? Wang Rong shouted. To Sister Shen's house. When she said that, she was already 100 meters away. Wang Rong shook her head. This child, Xiao Hao, you can't learn from your sister in the future. You have to get married early. Zhou Hao was speechless. It can't be, she's rushing me now. In the afternoon, in the wilderness, on the rooftop of an abandoned building covered in thick snow. Zhou Hao was floating in the air. Shoo shoo shoo. In the blink of an eye, the curved blades condensed into the shape of a demonic dragon. Compared to 5 years ago, this demonic dragon was spiraling around with a lively spirituality. There were even traces of flames around its body, causing large amounts of snow to melt into water and quickly evaporate. Peacock spreading its tail, he chanted in his heart. The demonic dragon form disintegrated and then formed into a lifelike peacock form. The fan form from before was only a part of the final form. And the peacock form was the perfect form of the advanced version of the soaring shuttle. Especially the moment it spread its tail, it was beautiful with sword light wreaking havoc. It was extremely powerful. 5 years, Zhou Hao had already perfected his control of the advanced version of the soaring shuttle. He could change its form at will. It could be said, even if he didn't use his domain, just by relying on the advanced version of the soaring shuttle, he could fight with those domain geniuses in the universe. As for Hong, who was still in the first layer of domain, he could easily defeat him by just using the demonic dragon form. After all, he was now a Planet Star level 9 spirit reader. His warrior realm was also Planet Star level 9. In fact, if he didn't care about the damage to his foundation, Zhou Hao's force genes could reach the star level. However, he didn't speed up the cultivation of his force genes in these 5 years. Instead, he slowly consolidated his foundation and allowed it to break through naturally. And more of his energy was focused on mastering the secret techniques. Especially the study of the secret techniques of the law. Almost half of his time was used up. But the secret techniques of the law were broad and profound. Although the mysteries of the secret techniques of the 10,000 threads and Flame Star were hidden in his heart, it was still very difficult to use them. The Flame Star secret technique was slightly easier. Out of the 12 volumes, he had already mastered the first 2 volumes. But the third volume's difficulty increased exponentially. He understood the theory, but he couldn't really use it. As for the 10,000 threads, it was even more difficult. Until now, he was still at the beginner level. Even the fluctuation of the space origin law wasn't very stable. Facing such a situation, Zhou Hao deeply understood the importance of the law talent. Without the law talent, wanting to sense the fluctuation of the law at the Planet Star level was tantamount to a fool's dream. And to step through the threshold, it was even more difficult. Other than that, there was another problem that hindered Zhou Hao's progress in law cultivation. That was, there wasn't a suitable environment to assist in training. For example, the space law secret technique 10,000 threads required a large amount of materials to train his reaction. But in the end, it was still because he didn't have the space law talent. And even if he did, there was a difference in the strength of the law talent. It's a pity, in these 5 years, although I went to all the ancient ruins on Earth to sign in, I didn't encounter any special sign-in missions. Zhou Hao waved his hand and kept the curved blades into his space ring. Chapter 55. The Flame Domain and Flame Law were obtained through the special sign-in mission. Therefore, Zhou Hao was very much looking forward to the mission. But in the past 5 years, the sign-in system didn't release any mission. This made him very disappointed. What are the conditions to trigger the special sign-in mission? Zhou Hao sat cross-legged in the air. As the progress of his law cultivation slowed down, he had been thinking about this problem for the past few months. He still remembered that the first 2 special sign-in missions were related to Thunder God and Hong. The content of the mission was to spar and defeat them. However, since he defeated Hong on the Misty Island and became the strongest person in the world, no council member dared to spar with him. Zhou Hao even went to find the 2 Beast Emperors in the sea. The strength of those 2 Beast Emperors was much stronger than the Shrimp Beast Emperor on the Misty Island. In the sea, their strength was doubled. But Zhou Hao still killed an 8-clawed Beast Emperor, but the mission didn't activate. Beep. While thinking, a call request suddenly came from the watch. It was Thunder God. Zhou Hao answered. We found the Thunder Dragon Emperor. Big Brother and I are here. Little Sanzi, come quickly. Thunder God hung up the phone and sent the location of the radar. Zhou Hao got up and stepped on the soaring shuttle, turning into a stream of light and quickly rushed to the Pacific Ocean. 2 years ago, when he killed the 8-clawed Beast Emperor, he became sworn brothers with Hong and Thunder God. And in the past 2 years, Thunder God and Hong were cultivating while looking for the traces of the Thunder Dragon Emperor. Now, there was finally news. In less than half an hour, over the western Pacific Ocean, a stream of light quickly came. Very soon, Zhou Hao floated beside Hong and Thunder God. He glanced at the sea. Where is the Thunder Dragon Emperor? Hong pointed below. It's below. Here. Zhou Hao was startled. Yes, it escaped to the Mariana Trench, the deepest sea in the world. The water pressure there is too strong. Even if I and Big Brother dive down, our combat power will be reduced by more than half. Thunder God shook his head helplessly. Although a star traveler martial artist is strong, they still can't overcome some harsh environments. Only by breaking through to the star level, only then would they be able to wander the universe and overcome the many complicated environments in the universe. Zhou Hao furrowed his brows. This Thunder Dragon Emperor really knows how to find a place to hide. 10,000 meters in the ocean will indeed greatly weaken our battle strength. Apart from the obstruction of the water flow, there is also the terrifying water pressure. Hong and Thunder God nodded. When a spirit reader controlled a spirit weapon in the air, they only had to consider air resistance, but in the sea, they had to consider water pressure. As for martial artists, they would be affected even more. Regardless of whether it was the eruption of speed or the eruption of combat power, they would be greatly restricted. This was the main reason why Hong and Thunder God couldn't do anything to the 2 Sea Beast Emperors. Wait for a while. Big Brother, Second Brother, you guys keep an eye on this Lightning Dragon Emperor. Give me a month. When I break through to the Star State, I'll come for this guy. Zhou Hao said. In fact, with his current strength, he was certain that he could kill the Thunder Dragon Emperor in the depths of the trench. After all, he still had the Yunmo planet's spaceship fragment. Nevertheless, it was still safer to break through to the Star State. Hong and Thunder God were shocked. What? Star level? Quote. Little Sanzi, you're breaking through to the Star State. Are you confident? The two hurriedly asked. Going from the Star State to the Star State was a huge leap in genes. Once they broke through, it meant that they could travel through space with their physical body, without the shackles of a planet. In the universe, they could barely become a big shot on a remote planet. Their current goal was to break through to the Star State. Zhou Hao smiled. Don't worry. Then, he turned and left. Looking at Zhou Hao's back as he left, Hong sighed. Only 9 years old and he's about to break through to the Star State. Back then, we only hoped that he could lead Earth out of this. Now, that hope is about to become reality. Thunder God nodded heavily. With such a monstrous genius on Earth, even if he's discovered by the universe, we have the ability to resist. But we still have to work hard, we can't be left too far behind. Haha, of course, Hong laughed. 1 month later. In a metal room on the 2nd floor of Villa 117. Zhou Hao had long since moved the ancient gravity room in the basement of Zhongnan Pagoda to his own villa. In this month, besides eating, he spent the rest of his time inside. He sat cross-legged. He held the Muya crystal in his palm. Pure cosmic energy rushed in. After training in the pressure of gravity, Zhou Hao's saturated genes were once again hungry. His already maxed-out spiritual force and force were also stimulated. At the same time, Zhou Hao used the telekinesis and consciousness-forging method from control to strengthen his consciousness. Boom! A full 3 hours passed. The 9 miniature planets shattered, a large amount of spiritual force gathered, and the core of the golden sphere also madly released a large amount of pure telekinesis. The telekinesis expanded to its limit and then began to shrink. As it shrank, it continuously absorbed the telekinesis and force. The Muya crystal in Zhou Hao's palm turned into powder after a few hours. He quickly took out another one and placed it in his palm. As the pure energy poured in, the telekinesis in his sea of consciousness swallowed like a whale. Finally, after 10 hours, it condensed into a miniature star. After the miniature star was formed, the golden sphere, which was several times larger than the miniature star, was squeezed out of its core and began to revolve around the miniature star. At the same time, the golden sphere's telekinesis increased in speed, its outer shell disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. A large amount of telekinesis washed over his entire body. Zhou Hao's Dantian. After his sea of consciousness broke through to star level 1, it began to undergo a huge change. With the influx of energy, the 9 miniature planets shattered inch by inch, just like the miniature stars in his sea of consciousness. After more than 10 hours of transformation, and after consuming 2 Muya crystals, a red miniature star was finally formed in his Dantian. His spiritual force and martial arts both broke through to star level 1. Zhou Hao suddenly opened his eyes and felt the abundant origin energy in his body. A smile flashed across the corner of his mouth. He washed himself in the bathroom. Looking at himself in the mirror, he muttered, "I grew taller again." The evolution of genes would also lead to changes in the body's bones and muscles, but this was mainly because Zhou Hao was still in his puberty stage. When he reached adulthood, the growth of his bones would be fixed. Time to deal with the Thunder Dragon Emperor. Half an hour later. In the western Pacific Ocean, above the Mariana Trench. A flash of light came, landing beside Hong and Thunder God. Hong and Thunder God stared closely at Zhou Hao. The force from his breakthrough had yet to dissipate. The large amount of force and telekinesis made them realize that Zhou Hao was already a star level. Good. Hong laughed loudly. Little 3, you're awesome. Thunder God gave him a thumbs up. Zhou Hao smoothly broke through to star level. Combined with his talent, Earth finally had the power to defend against a space civilization. Big brother, second brother, you guys wait here, I'll be back soon. Zhou Hao laughed and dived into the sea. After breaking through to star level, the pressure of the sea had little effect on him. And with star level telekinesis, controlling the soaring shuttle was much easier. Killing the Thunder Dragon Emperor did not require much effort. Chapter 56. 10 minutes passed. The calm ocean water suddenly began to churn. Hong and Thunder God, who were floating in the air, smiled at the same time. Rumble. Very quickly, a 100-meter wave was created as Zhou Hao dragged the several thousand-meter body of the Thunder Dragon Emperor out of the water. Hehe, indeed a star level. Dealing with the Thunder Dragon Emperor in 10,000 meters of water, he was so fast. Little Sanzi, looks like the fight we agreed on isn't going to happen. Thunder God looked at the body of the Thunder Dragon Emperor and said in an exaggerated tone. Hong laughed, star level and spirit reader, Sanzi, you're going to be ahead of Thunder and me by a long time. Zhou Hao said half-jokingly, I have to give you guys a goal to chase after, or else you'll be too comfortable. Damn, you're getting more and more narcissistic. Thunder God glared at Zhou Hao and then said, Big brother, last time the 8-Claw Emperor was given to your Dojo of Limits. This Thunder Dragon Emperor should belong to our Thunder Dojo, right? Hong nodded. The materials of the Emperor were expensive and were urgently needed by many forces in the world. He didn't plan on fighting with Thunder God. Sanzi, the Shrimp Emperor, 8-Claw Emperor, and Thunder Dragon Emperor were all killed by you. If another Emperor is born next time, you can't fight with us. The God of Thunder made a call and ordered his men to transport the Thunder Dragon Emperor away. Then, he looked at Zhou Hao and said. Zhou Hao laughed, Don't worry, I won't fight with you guys. But you guys have to work hard. If the next Emperor is born and you guys haven't improved, then don't blame me. Hong and Thunder God were speechless. The three chatted for a while and only left when the Thunder Dojo's people came to take the Thunder Dragon Emperor away. Now that all the Beast Emperors on Earth had been killed, there were only a few Emperor-level monsters left that posed a threat to humanity. However, the three of them didn't plan to deal with these Emperor-level monsters. After all, if the threat disappeared, then not only would humanity not improve, but they would also enjoy themselves. A few days later, Hongning Headquarters City, Global Training Camp Headquarters. Zhou Hao, who had graduated 2 years earlier, had returned here. Teacher Sha. They arrived at a spacious hall in Juchong Building. Today was Zhou Ying, Er's official graduation day, but she still practiced her swordsmanship with Sha Jing. When Sha Jing saw Zhou Hao, he couldn't hide the smile on his face. Even though Zhou Hao had been in the training camp for 3 years and he hadn't taught him much, Zhou Hao was still his student in name. Sha Jing felt extremely proud to have taught a student who had always been number 1 on the Black Dragon ranking for 3 years, even if it was only in name. Xiao Hao, are you here to see your sister? Sha Jing greeted him. Zhou Hao nodded, and his gaze fell on Zhou Ying, Zhou Ying, who was wearing loose white practice clothes, had a smooth bladesmanship. What was different from Sha Jing's bladesmanship was that when she used it, there was a layer of hazy mist like the misty rain in Zhongnan. Sometimes it was continuous like a stream, and sometimes it was majestic like a waterfall. Moments later, Zhou Ying sheathed her blade. Zhou Hao couldn't help but to clap his hands, feeling happy from the bottom of his heart. Not bad, not bad. Sis has trained her bladesmanship to the level of conception in just 5 years, impressive. Conception is actually the beginning of a domain. If Zhou Ying can maintain this level of conception, once she improves, she'll be able to have a domain. Of course, it's extremely difficult to have a domain. Other than years of hard work, it also depends on luck. Like Thunder God, he's already trained his 9-stage Thunder Blade to the pinnacle of conception, but he's still unable to break through his conception and reach the domain level. Only when he was prepared to risk his life against the Golden Horn Beast did he grasp that chance and comprehend the Thunder Domain. Zhou Ying smiled. I've only recently comprehended it. I've finally reached the level of conception. Sis, if you go to the Tower of Trials now, you'll probably be able to make it to the 4th floor right. After Zhou Hao graduated 2 years ago, even though the HR Alliance still wanted to give Zhou Ying the resources of being number 1 on the Black Dragon ranking, Zhou Ying refused. She wanted to rely on her own hard work to obtain resources. From now until graduation, Zhou Ying hasn't even entered the top 10 of the Black Dragon ranking. But now that her bladesmanship has reached the level of conception, she'll definitely be able to enter the top 10 on the last day of graduation. Zhou Ying nodded. I'm confident, but there's no need to go now. I've already applied to stay in the training camp as a teacher. Her body fitness level has already reached the advanced level War God level, surpassing most of the students and teachers in the training camp. Even if her bladesmanship is a bit weaker, she's still qualified to be a teacher in the training camp. Seeing this, Zhou Hao couldn't help but to say to himself, sorry mom, he came here this time because his mother, Wang Rong, asked him to persuade Zhou Ying to return to Zhongnan headquarter city. Unfortunately, once his sister has decided on something, even he can't change her mind. Also, staying as a teacher in the global elite training camp isn't dangerous at all. In his heart, Zhou Hao was very much in favor of Zhou Ying staying in the training camp. He didn't stay in the training camp for too long and quickly left Hongning headquarter city. However, he didn't directly return to Mingyu sector. Instead he went to the area where the 3 primary schools in Jian region were. Calculating the time, Luo Fong should be in the 2nd grade right now. Using the Heavenly Cycle Star Concealment technique, he was the first to enter Jian region's 1st primary school. The 2 special check-in missions were related to Hong and Thunder God respectively. Zhou Hao didn't think that this was a coincidence. Therefore, after much consideration, he decided to meet with Luo Fong first. Using his powerful spiritual force, he directly went to the school's information room and asked the staff to display a large amount of student enrollment information. The 1st primary school didn't have it, then the 2nd primary school didn't have it, then the 3rd primary school in Jian region. With his star-level spiritual force, he didn't even need half an hour to look through all this information. Found it, 2nd grade class 4, Luo Fong. Shua. His figure instantly disappeared. The staff of the 3 primary schools didn't notice at all that they had helped a star-level warrior do something. Inside the 2nd grade class 4 classroom, Zhou Hao's gaze swept around and landed on a 9-year-old boy leaning against the window in the 3rd row. So this is Luo Fong. With a smile on his face, he walked forward and looked closely at Luo Fong. In fact, with his current strength, even if he didn't use the Heavenly Cycle Star Concealment technique, no one would be able to discover him. The 9-year-old Luo Feng's physical fitness was already at the level of a beginner student. The dark golden ball in his mind was slightly spinning, emitting invisible spiritual force waves. Even a warlord-level warrior would have a hard time sensing it. However, Zhou Hao could easily sense it. Ding! Special check-in mission activated. Establish a global dojo. In 5 years, the dojo's overall strength will surpass the Thunder Dojo and the Dojo of Limits, becoming number 1 in the world. Reward: Divine Level Soul Secret Technique, 9 Lives Overflowing Heaven. Quote. Mission 2, recruit Luo Fong into the dojo and nurture him into a star-level warrior within 10 years. Reward: Space Law Talent. Mission 3, Nurture Luo Fong into a star-level spirit reader within 15 years. Reward. Time Law Talent. Chapter 57. It's here. Special Mission. When Zhou Hao heard the crisp sound of the system in his head, he couldn't help but be excited. As expected, he guessed right. As long as he came into contact with the main characters of the Devourer of Stars world, he would trigger a mission. And this time, when he came into contact with Luo Fong, he actually issued 3 missions at once. 2 of the rewards were space and time, the 2 most unfathomable origin laws. Obtaining any of these 2 origin laws would make one a super genius in the universe. But the first 2 missions were easier. But the third mission was harder. After all, the dark golden ball in Luo Feng's sea of consciousness shattered after breaking through to advanced war god level. He couldn't be like himself, where after breaking through to star level, the solidified spiritual force was still providing him with a boost. 15 years huh? Looking at the young and tender Luo Fong, Zhou Hao muttered in his heart, and then his figure slowly disappeared. The next day, he directly went to the Dojo of Limits headquarters in Hong Ning headquarter. Hong was surprised. Xiao Sanzi, you rarely come here. Why are you here today? Do you want to use Muya crystals to exchange for something here? At the end, his eyes were burning with passion. Muya crystals. He who had the cloud contact vine was in desperate need of them. Zhou Hao coughed. Big brother, I did come here for something. If you can help, the Muya crystals can be discussed. Hong didn't even think about it. Xiao Sanzi, if there's anything, just say it. If I can help, I will. He knew that Zhou Hao still had Muya crystals. It's like this, I want to create a global dojo. I want big brother and second brother to help with the early stages. Zhou Hao said softly. He had the resources, but not the people. To quickly expand the dojo to the world, he needed the help of the 2 dojos. Of course, even without the help of the 2 dojos, with his resources and the name of Chairman Jian Guang, he could also create a global dojo. But it would take some time. Hong smiled. That's a good thing. When Lei and I created the dojo, it was mainly to raise the strength and status of warriors. Now that you've broken through to star level, it's normal for you to have such thoughts. Lei and I will fully support you. But what identity do you plan to use to create it? Both he and Thor knew that Zhou Hao now had 2 identities. One was the world's #1 speaker, Jian Guang, and the other was a monstrous genius. Zhou Hao answered without hesitation, naturally, it's Chairman Jian Guang. Hong mocked, have you never thought of announcing that you are the chairman of the Sword Light Conference? Zhou Hao shook his head and said with a narcissistic look, I'm afraid that once it's announced, it will be too much of a blow to the Earth's counselors. Hong laughed out loud. The 2 of them discussed the details, then called Thor over. Thunder God was in agreement with Hong. Little Sanzi, what are you going to name the martial arts school? Hong asked. Zhou Hao pondered for a moment. Sword Light Martial School. Thunder God was speechless. That's too direct. Can't you be more direct? Zhou Hao curled his lips. Why don't we call it the Hope Dojo? It represents the hope of Earth's humans to enter the universe, Hong said after thinking for a while. Thunder God hurriedly nodded. That sounds better. Zhou Hao helplessly said, all right, let's go to the Hope Dojo. With Hong and Thunder God's help, soon all the counselors and war gods in the Palace of Ares knew that the strongest person in the world, chairman of the Sword Light Conference, was going to establish the 3rd global martial arts school. He was also publicly recruiting examiners, as well as the masters of each school. Originally, not many war gods responded to the recruitment. After all, the Extreme Martial School and Thunder Dojo's reputation was already deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. But after the benefits of the Hope Dojo were announced, the Palace of Ares and the Extreme Martial School's warrior forums were in an uproar. Every examiner can receive a Muya crystal after 3 years and break through to the counselor level. Every dojo master, as long as you hold the position for 3 years, you will be rewarded with a floral essence, and after 5 years, you will be rewarded with a Muya crystal. As long as you join the Hope Dojo and are under 35 years old, you can receive 10 servings of floral essence for free. Once you break through to the war god level by the age of 30, you can compete for the position of vice master of the dojo. Those who succeed will receive a floral essence for free. If you reach the warlord level by the age of 20 to 25, join the Hope Dojo and receive a portion of dragon blood for free. If you reach the warlord level by the age of 20, join the Hope Dojo and receive a floral essence for free. Any spirit reader who joins the Hope Dojo will receive a floral essence for free. All the warriors felt that chairman of the Sword Light Conference was crazy, but many of them were frantically trying to find out the truth of the matter. Whether it was floral essence or Muya crystals, they were all resources that all the major powers fought over. None of them would easily hand them over. Like the floral essence that Hong had, he had to use his own star units to exchange for it. As for Muya crystals, they weren't even on the exchange list. Dojo of Limits headquarters. Hong and Thunder God stared at Zhou Hao for half an hour. Little 3, are you serious? Thunder God couldn't help but break the silence. Zhou Hao shook his head. He had no choice, the special mission required him to surpass the Dojo of Limits and the Thunder Dojo within 5 years. He could only use resources. In any case, he had obtained too many spirits of vegetation from signing in. He also had close to 1,000 Muya crystals. He didn't have to worry about running out. Hong half-jokingly said, Little 3, looks like you're really rich. You even dared to give Muya crystals to the dojo master and the inspectors. You must have a lot of them on you, even I want to compete for them. Thunder God also said, how about I become the inspector? I don't ask for much, just 1 Muya crystal every year. Quote. Really? Zhou Hao's eyes lit up. Damn, I was just saying and you actually thought about it. Big bro, this won't do, we have to properly deal with Xiao Sanzi today, he probably has tens of Muya crystals in his pockets. Thunder God glared. Using Muya crystals to cultivate was very fast. After tasting it, Thunder God naturally wanted more Muya crystals. Hong was also envious, but he knew that Muya crystals were extremely precious. Zhou Hao was willing to give them out, he must have his own considerations. Zhou Hao coughed a few times, big brother, second brother, now that things have come to this, I should tell you guys. I actually found an ancient ruin, Muya crystals, I do have some, just enough for the 3 of us to cultivate. Hong and Thunder God looked at each other, as if they had expected it. Little 3, actually we already guessed it. Hong laughed. Thunder God laughed and rubbed his hands, Little 3, you weren't joking right? Zhou Hao rolled his eyes, if second brother thinks I'm joking, then forget it. Don't, I was wrong. Quick, I want Muya crystals. Thunder God's excited voice came from the quiet room. Chapter 58, as the news of the Hope Dojo spread, the world's 2 dojos, the HR Alliance, the 5 strong countries and the various headquarter cities all felt the restlessness of their fighters. Essence of nature, Muya crystals. These 2 rare and precious resources were like fireflies in the night, attracting countless fighters. One must know, for many martial artists, secret techniques and weapons were secondary. These things could be bought with money. Only cultivation resources that could increase one's genetic energy were extremely rare. If one wanted to obtain them, not only did they need connections, but they also needed to be qualified. Therefore, after confirming that the benefits were not a rumor, countless fighters went crazy. In a moment, the number of fighters applying to join the Hope Dojo skyrocketed. By the time Zhou Hao returned to Mingyu District's Villa 117 at 7:40 p.m., there were already tens of thousands of martial artists who had applied on the various large martial artist forums in the Palace of Ares. Among them, 72 were war gods, 2,791 were warlords, and over 8,000 were warriors. There were even some council members calling to ask if the Hope Dojo was recruiting inspectors. No choice, the Muya crystals were even more attractive to council members. After all, even Thunder God joked about joining the Hope Dojo, not to mention the other council members. Little Sanzi, are you trying to steal the foundation of our 2 dojos? Those bastards have always treated them well. Who would have thought that they would secretly apply to join the Hope Dojo? I'm so angry. Zhou Hao had just walked to the entrance of the villa when Thor called to complain. Second brother, that's enough, I'm the one who lost the most, the Muya crystals are hard to come by. Xiao Sanzi, big brother is calling me, I'm hanging up. Zhou Hao hadn't said much when Thunder God hurriedly hung up. Seeing this, Zhou Hao shook his head with a smile. After dinner, it was almost 9:00. His sister Zhou Ying, had just returned from the training camp, stretching and sitting on the sofa. Sis, I have something to tell you. Zhou Hao sat down and handed Zhou Ying, an apple. So attentive, it can't be anything good. Zhou Ying, took a bite. Zhou Hao hurriedly said, good news, it's definitely good news. Do you know that Chairman Jian Guang is going to build Hope Dojos all over the world? Zhou Yinger rolled her eyes at Zhou Hao. Nonsense, this matter has caused quite a stir. How could I not know? Even Teacher Shaw was tempted to sign up. Ah, Teacher Shaw also signed up. Doesn't he like to stay in the Dojo of Limits training camp? Zhou Hao was startled. Those are spirits of nature and Muya crystals. For someone like Teacher Shaw who has exhausted all of her potential, if she could obtain the essence of nature, she would definitely be able to take another step forward. Even if she could obtain the Muya crystals, she could possibly break through the war god level and reach the representative level. With such a temptation, who wouldn't be tempted? Zhou Ying, pouted. Zhou Hao immediately smiled and said, "Are you tempted, sister?" Me. Zhou Ying, shook her head. Thanks to you, I went from an advanced warrior to an advanced war god in just 5 years. It's too fast, so for me, the most important thing right now is to strengthen my foundation and fully utilize the medicinal effects in my body. Resources aren't that important, so staying in the training camp is the most suitable for me. At this point, she made a small sound of surprise, looking at Zhou Hao. Xiao Hao, what, do you want me to go to Hope Dojo? Zhou Hao nodded. And the reason? Zhou Ying, asked casually. Zhou Hao's face turned serious. Sister, I'll be honest with you. Actually, I am Chairman Jian Guang. Zhou Ying, eyes widened. You, Chairman Jian Guang. That's right. Zhou Hao sat up straight with a straight face. Shoo, stop messing around. Chairman Jian Guang is the world's #1 spirit reader. You, Zhou Ying, was halfway through her sentence when the apple in her hand that she took a few bites of suddenly left her hand and floated in midair. Her pretty face suddenly froze. Zhou Hao grabbed the apple and it flew into his hand. Sister, do you believe me now? Zhou Ying, was silent. After a while, she opened her mouth and stared at Zhou Hao. Xiao Hao, you're really Chairman Jian Guang. Zhou Hao nodded. The spirit reader that defeated the world's #1 fighter, Hong. Zhou Ying, asked again. Zhou Hao nodded again. Pa. Zhou Ying, suddenly hit his head. Then she laughed out loud. Little brat, you still want to trick your sister, maybe in your next life. Saying so, she quickly stood up and went back to her bedroom. Tomorrow I'll apply to join the Hope Dojo. After a while, a voice came out. A smile finally appeared on Zhou Hao's face. Time quickly passed. After the Hope Dojo's benefits were announced, just like the Dojo of Limits and the Thunder Dojo, branch dojos were set up in every headquarters city in the world. It only took 3 months, the speed was shocking. And every headquarters city's examiner, as well as the head and vice head of the dojo, after many rounds of selection, were finally decided in the 4th month. But because the competition for the position of head of each dojo was too fierce, they still haven't decided. But the number of fighters that joined the Hope Dojo surpassed the Dojo of Limits and the Thunder Dojo in 5 months. As for the number of spirit readers, it far surpassed the 2 dojos in the HR Alliance. The main reason for all of this is that Zhou Hao gave out the first batch of Essence of Nature to every branch dojo in the 3rd month. This action, even more stimulated the fighters under the command of the world's major forces. Especially those spirit readers, they have the talent of spiritual force, their early growth speed is extremely fast. The only thing that limits them is their genes, and the essence of nature has the best effect on the genes of the body. Plus, the Hope Dojo's chairman Jian Guang is also the world's #1 spirit reader. Because of this, all the spirit readers changed their masters and joined the Hope Dojo. Many forces in the world are very dissatisfied with this, but in the face of the powerful Zhou Hao, they can only swallow their anger. The Dojo of Limits headquarters, Hong, Thunder God, and Zhou Hao were sitting cross-legged. They just finished training, chatting with each other, and the topic of their conversation was naturally Zhou Hao's Hope Dojo. Xiao Sanzi, people are greedy. Those fighters are fine, you set some conditions, but as long as the spirit readers join, they can get the essence of nature, isn't it too easy? Even if you have a lot of resources, you can't waste it like this. Hong reminded him. Thunder God agreed. Big Brother is right, don't think that the Hope Dojo's reputation is small now, even surpassing our 2 dojos in the HR Alliance. But in the end, the time is too short. Everything is built on the resources you throw out, it's like a rootless duckweed. Once you can't continue to provide resources, these people will definitely turn and leave. The easier it is to get something, the less valuable it is. In their eyes, although Zhou Hao is very talented, but he is still too young. In terms of building a dojo and nurturing a force, he has no experience, and it's easy for him to go astray. Zhou Hao smiled. Big brother, second brother, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Those spirit readers, I'll only give them one essence of nature. If they want to get the Muya crystals, it will depend on their hard work. Hearing this, Hong and Thunder God relaxed. Chapter 59. It was another year of heavy snow. The entire Zhongnan-based city's skyscrapers and wide streets were all covered in thick snow. It looked like a vast expanse of whiteness, as if the sky and earth had turned white. Yangzhou City, Jian District 3rd Elementary School. Ding ling ling. A bell rang, and a large number of students came out of the classrooms. Luo Fong. A shout sounded. 10-year-old Luo Fong jumped up quickly. He turned around and saw Wei Wen running towards him from the crowd of students. Luo Fong, come with me to the Hope Dojo. Wei Wen gasped. Luo Fong made a sound and shook his head. Hope Dojo. Wei Wen, don't you know that you can only become a dojo member when you are 16 years old? Quote. Wei Wen didn't say anything. He pulled Luo Fong towards the Hope Dojo's entrance and explained, I just heard from the teacher that the Hope Dojo released a new policy a few days ago. All students between the ages of 8 to 15 can go to the dojo for free. As long as they can reach the level of a beginner, they can become a dojo member and train in the dojo. Saying this, his face was full of excitement, and in addition to this policy, the Hope Dojo also provides 20,000 to 100,000 yuan as a monthly reward to encourage the students to train in the Hope Dojo. When Luo Feng heard this, his eyes couldn't help but show excitement. Wei Wen, you are telling the truth. For Luo Feng, who lives in a cheap house, a reward of 200,000 minus 100,000 is way too important. Why don't we go and see? Wei Wen laughed. This time, Luo Feng ran faster than Wei Wen. Wei Wen hurriedly shouted, Luo Feng, wait for me. When the two ran to the Hope Dojo's entrance, they found that the entrance was full of students of all ages. So many people. Wei Wen looked at the black mass of heads and was speechless. The more people there are, the more it means the news is true. Luo Feng's face was filled with excitement. Even though he hasn't tested it yet, after his headache last time, his speed and fist strength have both increased by a lot. If he can pass the Hope Dojo's test, then his poor family's situation will greatly improve. As the two of them spoke, they quickly squeezed into the crowd of students. The Hope Dojo is really rich. Among the top 3 dojos in the world, Hope Dojo has only been established for a little over a year. Of course, they're willing to spend money. Yeah, I heard that the Hope Dojo has the most resources out of the 3 major dojos. Many of the students were discussing excitedly. At the entrance, the 2 burly warriors looked at the students and were speechless. They did not understand why the higher-ups would issue such a policy, but they still maintained order. Next batch. There were too many students who came to take the test. Only 20 people could enter at a time. Luo Feng and Wei Wen waited in line for more than 2 hours before it was finally their turn. The location of the test was the hall on the first floor of the beginner student building. The two of them, along with 18 other students, followed a martial artist who led the team here. Then, they continued to wait in line. While waiting, Luo Feng and Wei Wen looked at the screen on the wall of the hall. The wide screen showed the various welfare conditions and requirements of the Hope Dojo. I'm so envious of Spirit Reader Masters. They don't need any conditions to join the Hope Dojo, and they can also get a variety of training resources for free. Wei Wen enviously said, if only I were a Spirit Reader Master. Luo Feng ignored Wei Wen's words. At this time, his eyes were staring at the detailed introduction of Spirit Reader Masters. Those who have the talent of Spirit Reader Masters will generally feel headaches and dizziness when they are young. After each headache and dizziness, their physical fitness will significantly improve. If you have such symptoms, please come to the Hope Dojo in time for testing. Seeing this introduction, Luo Feng was stunned. When he was 7 years old, he saw his brother in a car accident. His emotions were so intense that it led to dizziness. After that, his physical fitness rapidly improved. Such a secret, he had been hiding in his heart. He didn't even tell his parents. But now it seemed, he was actually a Spirit Reader Master. In the days, time passed little by little. Not long after, it was his and Wei Wen's turn. Luo Feng, don't be distracted. Go all out later, Wei Wen reminded him. Luo Feng's thoughts came back. Looking at the fist strength tester in front of him, he clenched his fists. If I really have the talent of Spirit Reader Master, then I can directly join the Hope Dojo and get training. My parents and my brother don't have to squeeze in a 36 square meter narrow house. Even my brother's leg can get better treatment. Thinking of this, he went to the fist strength tester and said to the staff, I want to take the test of Spirit Reader Master. The staff was stunned and then looked at Luo Fong. You have symptoms of headaches and dizziness before? Yes. Luo Fong nodded heavily. Then you wait a moment. In a while, someone will come to test you. The staff said casually. These days, he had seen too many students claiming that they had symptoms of headaches and dizziness. Unfortunately, few of them had the talent of Spirit Reader Master. It was Wei Wen's turn. He stepped forward to test, but his fist strength was obviously lower than the requirements of the primary dojo. Luo Fong, come on, I'll wait for you outside. Wei Wen didn't feel discouraged. He just came to join in the fun. After the 2 batches of students were tested, Luo Feng waited for a martial artist to test the talent of Spirit Reader Master. Generally, before the Spirit Reader Master reached the ability to control objects or affect other people's consciousness, it was difficult to detect. Many Spirit Reader Masters were discovered. Their Spirit Reader Master had already transformed their body several times. The 2 major dojos and the major forces did not have instruments to detect the talent of Spirit Reader Master. But Zhou Hao was different. He obtained the inheritance of the Yunmo planet. In the Control chapter, there was a special method to test the talent of Spirit Reader Master, psychokinesis scan. This method was very simple, just like window paper. If there was no contact, then it was difficult to self-study and create, but as long as there was contact, it was easy to form psychokinesis scan. Zhou Hao naturally passed this test to every Spirit Reader Master. Therefore, the martial artist who came to test was also a Spirit Reader Master. Little guy, do you have symptoms of a headache? When the Spirit Reader Master appeared, Luo Feng was startled. The other students who were testing also found that there was suddenly one more person around. Luo Feng had not nodded when he felt a cold wind shrouding him. He couldn't help but shiver all over. Ha ha ha, rare, finally found a student with the talent of Spirit Reader Master. The Spirit Reader Master laughed excitedly. In more than a year, the Hope Dojo has established a contribution system corresponding to the benefits, no longer like the beginning, where the simple and crude benefits were given. And the discovery of a Spirit Reader Master talent can directly get 10,000 contribution points, which can be exchanged for half a plant spirit. Such a generous reward made many Spirit Reader Masters take the initiative to go to the various branches to test the Spirit Reader Master talent. I really have the talent of Spirit Reader Master. Luo Feng's small face showed ecstasy and excitement. He saw the introduction, although he guessed that he was likely to be a Spirit Reader Master, but without a specific test, his heart was very nervous. But he got the confirmation from the tester. It means that from now on, he, Luo Feng, is a Spirit Reader Master. P.S. Since the start of the book, there have been almost 7,000 readers, and no one has criticized the author for only copying the original plot. Ha ha ha, everyone can understand it as a bitter smile, really bitter smile, because I know that those authors will only copy the original plot, even if they change it according to their wishes, they won't read it. And according to the original plot, even if there are more people who criticize, the results will be better. If you don't believe me, you can read Martial Artist of the American Manga World. But this book should still have the original plot, and the author will also add in the occupation that was not specifically written in the original book. Finally, I would like to thank the readers who have been supporting me. The last book, For Love, took more than half a year, but I didn't persist to the end. No matter what the results of this book are, I will try to write to the end. It was another year of heavy snow. The entire Zhongnan-based city's skyscrapers and wide streets were all covered in thick snow. It looked like a vast expanse of whiteness, as if the sky and earth had turned white. Yangzhou City, Jian District 3rd Elementary School. Ding ling ling, a bell rang, and a large number of students came out of the classrooms. Luo Feng, a shout sounded. 10-year-old Luo Feng jumped up quickly. He turned around and saw Wei Wen running towards him from the crowd of students. Luo Feng, come with me to the Hope Dojo. Wei Wen gasped. Luo Feng made a sound and shook his head. Hope Dojo. Wei Wen, don't you know that you can only become a dojo member when you are 16 years old? Quote. Wei Wen didn't say anything. He pulled Luo Fong towards the Hope Dojo's entrance and explained, I just heard from the teacher that the Hope Dojo released a new policy a few days ago. All students between the ages of 8 to 15 can go to the dojo for free. As long as they can reach the level of a beginner, they can become a dojo member and train in the dojo. Saying this, his face was full of excitement, and in addition to this policy, the Hope Dojo also provides 20,000 to 100,000 yuan as a monthly reward to encourage the students to train in the Hope Dojo. When Luo Fong heard this, his eyes couldn't help but show excitement. Wei Wen, you are telling the truth. For Luo Fong, who lives in a cheap house, a reward of 200,000 minus 100,000 is way too important. Why don't we go and see? Wei Wen laughed. This time, Luo Fong ran faster than Wei Wen. Wei Wen hurriedly shouted, Luo Fong, wait for me. When the two ran to the Hope Dojo's entrance, they found that the entrance was full of students of all ages. So many people. Wei Wen looked at the black mass of heads and was speechless. The more people there are, the more it means the news is true. Luo Feng's face was filled with excitement. Even though he hasn't tested it yet, after his headache last time, his speed and fist strength have both increased by a lot. If he can pass the Hope Dojo's test, then his poor family's situation will greatly improve. As the two of them spoke, they quickly squeezed into the crowd of students. The Hope Dojo is really rich. Among the top 3 dojos in the world, Hope Dojo has only been established for a little over a year. Of course, they're willing to spend money. Yeah, I heard that the Hope Dojo has the most resources out of the 3 major dojos. Many of the students were discussing excitedly. At the entrance, the 2 burly warriors looked at the students and were speechless. They did not understand why the higher-ups would issue such a policy, but they still maintained order. Next batch, there were too many students who came to take the test. Only 20 people could enter at a time. Luo Fong and Wei Wen waited in line for more than 2 hours before it was finally their turn. The location of the test was the hall on the first floor of the beginner student building. The two of them, along with 18 other students, followed a martial artist who led the team here. Then, they continued to wait in line. While waiting, Luo Fong and Wei Wen looked at the screen on the wall of the hall. The wide screen showed the various welfare conditions and requirements of the Hope Dojo. I'm so envious of Spirit Reader Masters. They don't need any conditions to join the Hope Dojo, and they can also get a variety of training resources for free. Wei Wen enviously said, if only I were a Spirit Reader Master. Luo Fong ignored Wei Wen's words. At this time, his eyes were staring at the detailed introduction of Spirit Reader Masters. Those who have the talent of Spirit Reader Masters will generally feel headaches and dizziness when they are young. After each headache and dizziness, their physical fitness will significantly improve. If you have such symptoms, please come to the Hope Dojo in time for testing. Seeing this introduction, Luo Fong was stunned. When he was 7 years old, he saw his brother in a car accident. His emotions were so intense that it led to dizziness. After that, his physical fitness rapidly improved. Such a secret, he had been hiding in his heart. He didn't even tell his parents. But now it seemed, he was actually a Spirit Reader Master. In the days, time passed little by little. Not long after, it was his and Wei Wen's turn. Luo Fong, don't be distracted. Go all out later, Wei Wen reminded him. Luo Feng's thoughts came back. Looking at the fist strength tester in front of him, he clenched his fists. If I really have the talent of Spirit Reader Master, then I can directly join the Hope Dojo and get training. My parents and my brother don't have to squeeze in a 36 square meter narrow house. Even my brother's leg can get better treatment. Thinking of this, he went to the fist strength tester and said to the staff, I want to take the test of Spirit Reader Master. The staff was stunned and then looked at Luo Fong. You have symptoms of headaches and dizziness before? Yes. Luo Fong nodded heavily. Then you wait a moment. In a while, someone will come to test you. The staff said casually. These days, he had seen too many students claiming that they had symptoms of headaches and dizziness. Unfortunately, few of them had the talent of Spirit Reader Master. It was Wei Wen's turn. He stepped forward to test, but his fist strength was obviously lower than the requirements of the primary dojo. Luo Fong, come on, I'll wait for you outside. Wei Wen didn't feel discouraged. He just came to join in the fun. After the 2 batches of students were tested, Luo Fong waited for a martial artist to test the talent of Spirit Reader Master. Generally, Before the spirit reader master reached the ability to control objects or affect other people's consciousness, it was difficult to detect. Many spirit reader masters were discovered. Their spirit reader master had already transformed their body several times. The two major dojos and the major forces did not have instruments to detect the talent of spirit reader master. But Zhou Hao was different. He obtained the inheritance of the Yunmo planet. In the Control chapter, there was a special method to test the talent of spirit reader master, psychokinesis scan. This method was very simple, just like window paper. If there was no contact, then it was difficult to self-study and create, but as long as there was contact, it was easy to form psychokinesis scan. Zhou Hao naturally passed this test to every spirit reader master. Therefore, the martial artist who came to test was also a spirit reader master. Little guy, do you have symptoms of a headache? When the spirit reader master appeared, Luo Fong was startled. The other students who were testing also found that there was suddenly one more person around. Luo Fong had not nodded when he felt a cold wind shrouding him. He couldn't help but shiver all over. Ha ha ha, rare, finally found a student with the talent of spirit reader master. The spirit reader master laughed excitedly. In more than a year, the Hope Dojo has established a contribution system corresponding to the benefits, no longer like the beginning, where the simple and crude benefits were given. And the discovery of a spirit reader master talent can directly get 10,000 contribution points, which can be exchanged for half a plant spirit. Such a generous reward made many spirit reader masters take the initiative to go to the various branches to test the spirit reader master talent. I really have the talent of spirit reader master. Luo Feng's small face showed ecstasy and excitement. He saw the introduction, although he guessed that he was likely to be a spirit reader master, but without a specific test, his heart was very nervous. But he got the confirmation from the tester. It means that from now on, he, Luo Fong, is a spirit reader master. Chapter 60. In a bright and spacious office, Luo Fong saw the Jian District's Hope Dojo's owner, Wei Bin. The latter was like a giant polar bear. When he stood up, he blocked almost 1/5 of the light in the room, giving Luo Fong a fierce pressure. Little guy, don't be nervous. You are a spirit reader. Your future is limitless. Come, stick out your chest. Such a fierce martial artist, at this moment, faced Luo Fong with an amiable smile. When Luo Fong heard this, his heart gave birth to a trace of confidence. The nervous expression on his young and tender face eased. Wei Bin smiled and extended his hand, indicating Luo Fong to sit down. Luo Fong, because you are too young to sign the contract, we have arranged for people to invite your parents. When the time comes, you can discuss with them whether or not you want to join the Hope Dojo. When Luo Fong sat in front of the desk, Wei Bin's voice sounded. I am willing to join the Hope Dojo. Luo Fong immediately said without thinking. Not to mention other things, just the reward of 200,000 minus 100,000 per month was enough to make him extremely excited. Wei Bin laughed. Don't worry, wait for your parents to come. It won't be too late for you to decide. This is a big matter that concerns your life. Not long after, Luo Hongguo and Gong Xinlan walked into the office. The two seemed to have heard from the people sent by the Hope Dojo that their son was a spirit reader. Because of this, their faces were filled with excitement. Dad, Mom, Luo Fong hurriedly stood up and shouted. Little Fong. Gong Xinlan walked forward and hugged Luo Fong. Wei Bin smiled and said, the two of you, sorry to trouble you to come over so late. Luo Hongguo hurriedly said, it's no trouble, no trouble. Please sit, Wei Bin said as he took out a contract and handed it over. This is our Hope Dojo's benefits. The two of you can carefully look at it and then discuss with student Luo Fong to decide whether or not to sign. Luo Hongguo and Gong Xinlan sat down and carefully read the contract. The more they read, their eyes were filled with shock. Once a divine psychic joins the dojo, in addition to specific resources, you will receive 1 billion free startup funds, a standalone villa in the Hope District, a set of Daoyan technique worth 10 billion, and a set of weapons worth 5 billion. They did not understand the world of martial artists and did not know what resources were the most precious. However, the external benefits mentioned above were simply too generous. Luo Hongguo and Gong Xinlan looked at each other. Luo Hongguo suppressed the joy in his heart and asked, Head Wei, my family's little Feng is still young. If we nurture him now, will it harm his foundation? Wei Bin smiled and said, Please don't worry about this. Our dojo will use the best resources and methods to nurture student Luo Fong. Moreover, student Luo Fong is a spirit reader master. If his physique is improved, not only will it not affect his foundation, but it will also eliminate the source of headaches and dizziness. In addition, the head of our Hope Dojo is the world's #1 spirit reader master. If you join our dojo, you will have the opportunity to receive personal guidance from the head. This is something that other dojos and factions do not have. Speaking to this point, he paused and continued, of course, if the two of you are still worried, I can personally accompany you to the Extreme Dojo and Thunder Dojo. They will also give you a contract. At that time, the two of you can compare with each other and see which one has better conditions. Luo Hongguo hesitated and finally said, then I will have to trouble headway. 10:00 at night, Zhou Hao received the news that Luo Fong had joined the Hope Dojo. He was not surprised at all. After all, in terms of resources, benefits, and environment, the Hope Dojo far surpassed the Extreme Dojo and Thunder Dojo in terms of nurturing spirit readers. Normal people would understand which dojo would be more beneficial. Moreover, spirit readers had the most freedom to join the Hope Dojo. The Hope Dojo did not even restrict you from accepting investments from other factions. 3 missions, the initial stage has been completed. The only thing left is time. Sitting cross-legged in the ancient civilization gravity room, Zhou Hao murmured softly. Whether it's the first mission, which is to surpass the limits of the dojos in the Thunder and Lightning dojos, or the second and third mission, which is to nurture Luo Fong into a Star Traveler level fighter and a Star level spirit reader, they all require a very long time. Fortunately, the check-in system gave him enough time. Therefore, Zhou Hao was not worried. After all, the various systems of the dojo had already been established. As long as the resources could keep up, completing the first 2 missions would be a matter of time. As for the third mission, other than resources, it would also depend on Luo Feng's personal efforts. He did not intend to interfere too much with Luo Feng's growth. Let nature take its course. Dispelling the distracting thoughts from his mind, Zhou Hao began to meditate and cultivate. 3 months later, Jian District 3rd Elementary School. After the school bell rang, Luo Feng and Wei Wen walked out of the school. Luo Feng, your parents are really too much. You are a spirit reader master, yet they still let you stay here and go to school. Moreover, your family has already moved to the Hope District. Why don't you go to the closer Hope Elementary School? I heard that the facilities there are the best. Wei Wen said casually as he put his arm around Luo Feng's shoulder. Luo Feng laughed. I don't have the pressure of going to cultural classes now. In fact, it's the same wherever I go. My parents are mainly worried that I will become arrogant and complacent if I suddenly become a spirit reader master and enjoy better living conditions than the children of rich people. Therefore, they asked Dojo Master Wei not to publicize this matter and let me continue to stay at Jian District Elementary School. Wei Wen was speechless. Your parents really think a lot. If I tested to be a spirit reader master, my parents would definitely want the whole world to know about it. They wouldn't be as low-key as your parents. Alright, I'm going to the dojo to train. I'll see you tomorrow. Once I learn the most basic fist technique, I'll find some time to teach you. Luo Feng patted Wei Wen's shoulder and walked towards the Hope Dojo. Then you have to work hard. I'll be waiting. Wei Wen waved his hand excitedly. A moment later, inside the Hope Dojo, Dojo Master Wei was personally teaching Luo Feng. While Luo Feng was practicing, Wei Bin's voice also came out. There are also differences in talent between spirit readers. Although your spirit reader talent test is very outstanding, the more it is so, the more you have to pay attention to improving your physical fitness. Don't think that you can slack off just because you're a spirit reader master. There are plenty of geniuses who are more outstanding than you. In the Dojo of Limits Mingyu district, there's a genius Zhou Hao who reached the beginner warlord level at the age of 4. It's said that he used to live in a poor residential building in Jian district. Now, he's already graduated from the Dojo of Limits Global Elite Training Camp and his strength has reached the war god level. Hearing Wei Bin's words, Luo Feng's face revealed shock. Right now, he's not the ignorant noob from 3 months ago. He's very clear about the strength of fighters and other information. Thus, he clearly understands how difficult it is to reach the war god level. Dojo Master, how old is that genius Zhou Hao now? He couldn't help but ask. He's the same age as you. The guard slowly said. Luo Feng's movements became unsteady. The same age as me. Pa. Wei Bin's broad palm landed on Luo Feng's arm. After correcting Luo Feng's movements, he said indifferently, "Yes, that Zhou Hao is the same age as you and he's already a war god level fighter. And you're just an intermediate student, so don't be arrogant." Luo Feng's face immediately revealed a serious expression. "Yes, Dojo Master, I'll definitely work hard." Chapter 61, September 21, 2051. Jiangnan Headquarter City, Yangzhou City welcomed the first heavy rain since the Grand Nirvana. Hualala. The rain poured down, washing over the entire Yangzhou City. Dark clouds covered the sky, making Yangzhou City seem like it was night. The rain formed a mist that covered the entire city. Not just Yangzhou City, but all the other major cities in Jiangnan were covered in rain. West Lake Courtyard. Zhou Hao, who had moved here 2 years ago, sat cross-legged on the rooftop. Curved blades spun around him, forming a vacuum of rainwater. Another 3 years have passed. Without space law talent, it's really hard to sense space origin laws. After a while, Zhou Hao opened his eyes and sighed. Ever since he had obtained the immortal space law secret technique, 10,000 threads, he had taken out a certain amount of time almost every day to train according to the secret technique's training methods. Moreover, after his consciousness and soul had sensed and cultivated the fire origin law, he would rest for a while and try to sense the space origin law. Unfortunately, the results were minimal. Even if he broke through to the star level, his soul sense was greatly strengthened, but it was still very difficult. Looks like before I get space law talent, I'll have to give up on 10,000 threads and focus on the fire origin laws. Zhou Hao muttered to himself. Thanks to his talent in the origin of fire, his progress in Flame Star wasn't too slow. Although he had been stuck at the 3rd level of Flame Star for years, he had finally reached the 3rd level this year. If he put all his effort into Flame Star, he was confident he could reach the 4th level within 10 years. And according to the Flame Star secret technique, the 4th level was comparable to a normal Sector Lord's Law comprehension. Of course, this was if he put all his effort into the fire origin laws. But Zhou Hao couldn't do that. After all, he still had to spend time absorbing Muya crystals to increase his genetic energy, and he still had to train in control, miscellaneous and other secret techniques. So he estimated that if he gave up on 10,000 threads, it would be good if he could reach the 4th level within 20 years. Ding! Congratulations to the host for establishing the Hope Dojo. Its overall strength surpasses the Extreme Dojo and Thunder Dojo. First mission completed. Reward: 9 lives overflowing heaven technique. Quote. A voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Zhou Hao rejoiced. My sister finally broke through to the planetary state. In the entire Hope Dojo, the number of investigators who had broken through to the counselor level had reached 12. Just from the number alone, they had already surpassed the Dojo of Limits and the Thunder Dojo. However, in terms of strength, most of the investigators of the Hope Dojo relied on Muya crystals to break through. Naturally, they couldn't compare to the 3 guards and 5 investigators of the Dojo of Limits. This year, the only advanced level war god in the Hope Dojo was his sister. Therefore, as soon as he completed the mission, Zhou Hao knew that Ying broke through to the Star Traveler state. To tell the truth, Ying's talent was indeed average. To be able to break through to the planetary state, it was all thanks to the wood spirits and Muya crystals. However, Zhou Hao had plenty of these things, so he wasn't afraid of wasting them. Receive, he chanted in his heart. A large amount of knowledge regarding the 9 lives heaven Empyrean technique flooded into his mind. Zhou Hao, who had long been accustomed to the secret technique, did not show any change in his expression. This godly level soul secret technique can actually increase the strength of the soul, and can sense soul danger in advance, and automatically split a soul imprint to save one's life without any restrictions. It seems to have a higher priority than the soul stripping technique. Quote. After reading the information of the 9 lives heaven Empyrean technique, Zhou Hao's eyes were filled with excitement. Although this secret technique could only be split 9 times, it was equivalent to saving one's life 9 times, and its effect was very strong. This meant that even if his original body was in the dark land of the universe ocean, if he encountered a sector beast, he would be able to sense soul danger in advance and save his life. Most importantly, this soul secret technique was the same as the soul stripping technique and the reincarnation technique. To him, there were no barriers. It was as if the system had made it for him. After Zhou Hao understood, he felt an indescribable sense of relief. After reincarnating to Earth, he had never truly relaxed for a moment. Every day, He worked hard to train, all for the sake of increasing his power as soon as possible and going to the universe ocean to save his original body. And now, the biggest crisis in his heart had finally been resolved. Even if his original body died, he would still be able to keep a soul imprint and rely on the 9 lives Heaven Empyrean technique to strengthen his soul. Even if the worst came to worst, he could still use the reincarnation technique to come back to life. In the midst of his excitement and joy, his consciousness suddenly caught a clear trace of the universe space origin law fluctuation. Without hesitation, Zhou Hao immediately calmed his heart, and his consciousness quickly immersed in it. Half an hour passed. Zhou Hao opened his eyes once more. His expression was tired, but he still had a smile on his face. I didn't expect that after relaxing my body, I would actually be able to sense a trace of the space origin laws. Now, I can be considered a super genius of the universe. Stellar-level people who could sense one origin law were geniuses, and to sense two was definitely a super genius. However, Zhou Hao didn't feel too excited. After all, with a cheat like the check-in system, becoming a super genius wasn't a big deal. I've basically visited all the major ancient civilization ruins and some remote places on Earth. I've also taken advantage of the check-in places. Now that I've obtained the 9 lives Heaven Empyrean technique, a god-level soul secret technique that can strengthen the soul, it's time to go to other places. Murmurs sounded in the heavy rain. In the blink of an eye, another 3 years passed. Boom, boom, Southeast Military Region Frontline Fortress Base. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, even covering the large number of gunfire sounds in the base. Roar. Countless sea monsters crazily attacked the military fortresses along the Huangpu River. Boom, boom, the fortress base made of steel trembled. But every soldier in the military region calmly held the guns in their hands. Inside the base lighthouse, Commander Li Dawei looked through the rain at the sea monsters and frowned. How long has this level 3 beast tide lasted? A sergeant next to him replied, Commander, it has been going on for 7 hours. 7 hours, raise the alert level to level 2 beast tide. Commander Li Dawei said in a deep voice. This frontline fortress base was located at the intersection of the sea and the river region. Its purpose was to prevent large numbers of sea monsters from attacking human bases along the river region. Therefore, there would be beast tides almost every month. However, it was usually level 3 beast tides. Only occasionally would there be a level 2 beast tide. As for level 1 beast tides, it would only happen once or twice a year. Soon, an ear-piercing alarm pierced through the rain. Not long after, a portion of war gods wearing black god sets rushed over on auto jets. A level 3 beast tide could be stopped by the fortress base's firepower. A level 2 beast tide would require the help of war gods. A level 3 beast tide would require a large number of war gods to stop it. Even War God Invincible would have to participate. Chapter 62. Old Li, Commander Li. These war gods that came first were all trained by the Huaxia military. Some of them are good friends with Commander Li Dawei and are very familiar with each other. Li Dawei responded to them one by one, his face a bit serious. The beast tide has been going on for too long. I feel like something isn't right, although the number of horde leader level monsters seems small, but they are endless and aren't afraid of death, as if they are being controlled by a stronger monster, so I raised the level of the beast tide and let you guys come first. After the Grand Nirvana, the horde leader level monsters all have high intelligence, they naturally have an instinctive fear of death. A normal level 3 beast tide rarely has a horde leader level monster crazily attacking the fort. These war gods have very good eyesight. Through the rain, they can clearly see the horde leader level monsters that are quickly coming ashore. Something is definitely wrong. When we rush over to kill the horde leader level monsters, be careful, don't be careless, an experienced war god reminded. The other war gods all nodded. The black god set's defense is strong, but that doesn't mean they won't get hurt. And when facing a sea of monsters, once they get hurt and fall, the only result is death. Su. Figures rushed up one by one. Monsters below the horde leader level can be dealt with by the fort's firepower alone, but the horde leader level monsters are all cunning. As soon as they come ashore they quickly move, making the laser cannons and other powerful firepower unable to target, so at this time war god level fighters are needed. Hualala. However, just as the war gods were fighting with the horde leader monsters, waves of several hundred meters high waves surged over from the distance. Roar. An astonishing roar tore through the curtain of rain, like a thunderclap spreading out. Li Dawei scanned through the lighthouse and quickly discovered the powerful life auras in the rolling waves. Among them, there were 2 auras that were extremely powerful. Quick retreat. It's an emperor-level monster. Quote. This is a disaster-level beast tide. Li Dawei's terrified voice came through the radio. At the same time, an ear-piercing alarm sounded. Disaster-level beast tide. West Lake Courtyard's ancient civilization gravity room. Zhou Hao listened to the voice from the phone and casually said, "Second brother, after the Grand Nirvana, there are very few disaster-level beast tides. This time a disaster-level beast tide suddenly appeared in the southeast military region. I'm afraid a new beast emperor has been born." Thunder God said impatiently. "Third brother, big brother, and I also think a new beast emperor has been born, but this time you're not allowed to make a move." "Okay, I'll just watch from the side." Zhou Hao laughed and immediately rushed to the southeast military region base. Disaster-level beast tides, other than the Horde leader-level monsters, In particular, the number of Lord-class sea monsters could break through the 10,000 mark, sometimes even exceeding the 100,000 mark. One must know that the current number of war gods in the world is only around 3,000. Facing tens of thousands of Horde leader-level monsters, no one dared to be careless. However, Zhou Hao didn't mind at all. Now that he had become a star level 3 spirit reader, controlling the advanced version of the soaring shuttle was even easier. Moreover, he had comprehended fire and space origin laws. Don't even mention 100,000 Horde leader level sea monsters. Even if it was a million Horde leader level sea monsters, they would still be slaughtered in front of him. Stepping on the soaring shuttle, his speed was extremely fast. In less than 20 minutes. From Zhongnan headquarters city to the southeast military region base. It's the Hope Dojo's chairman Jian Guang. Haha, we don't need to be afraid. Many soldiers in the military region base cheered. When the Hope Dojo was established, Zhou Hao personally promoted it. The special weapon under his feet was a clear symbol. Li Dawei and the other war gods all let out a sigh of relief. With Chairman Jian Guang here, this disaster-level beast tide should be able to pass through safely. Pooh. The soaring shuttle instantly split into many curved blades, shoo, and pierced through large amounts of Horde leader-level monsters that were quickly moving ashore. The 2 Emperor-level monsters that were about to destroy the base sensed the terrifying aura from Zhou Hao's body, and quickly turned to flee. Zhou Hao swooped down and a saber suddenly appeared in his hand. Sila. 2 blade lights flashed. The 2 Emperor-level monsters had blade marks on their heads, their cold eyes lost their luster, and their huge bodies slammed into the river, causing waves to form. In less than 10 seconds, the base that was in danger was instantly safe. Zhou Hao stepped forward, appearing in front of Li Dawei and the others. "Chairman Jian Guang, thank you for helping us resolve this disaster-level beast tide." Li Dawei said sincerely. Although he had sent a request for help to the 3 dojo heads, he felt that there wasn't much hope in his heart. However, he didn't expect the first chairman to come so quickly. Zhou Hao smiled. "Commander Li, you're too courteous. I'm also a Chinese, it's natural for me to help China." Commander Li Dawei was stunned. "Chairman Jian Guang, you're also from China." Zhou Hao didn't say anything, but the black helmet covering his face slowly disappeared, revealing a slightly young face. Zhou Hao, Representative Zhou Hao. A war god level fighter instantly recognized Zhou Hao, and said in shock. More than 10 years, Zhou Hao's other identity as a genius has already broken through to the representative level. The other war gods and Commander Li Dawei were all dumbfounded. They never would have thought that the world's first chairman Jian Guang was actually China's genius Zhou Hao. At this moment, 2 auto jets flew over from the horizon. Hong and Thunder God both walked out. Seeing Zhou Hao on the platform of the base, the 2 of them quickly landed. "Haha, Sanzi, you're finally willing to reveal your identity." Thunder God saw Zhou Hao without his helmet, and laughed loudly. Hong also laughed. "It's more comfortable to look like this." Commander Li Dawei couldn't help but exclaim, "Second chairman, third chairman, you already knew the identity of the first chairman." "That's right, this guy knows how to hide," Thunder God said, and then said, "All right, let's not chat anymore, I have to go see where that beast emperor is hiding." After saying that, he rushed into the sky. Hong followed closely. The 2 of them both wanted to kill the beast emperor. Commander Li Dawei was even more shocked. "Beast emperor? Didn't the Eight-Claw Beast Emperor and Thunder Dragon Emperor already die? Quote. Zhou Hao explained, this time's beast-tide disaster, we suspect that a new Beast Emperor was born, of course, it's only a guess right now. Commander Li Dawei suddenly understood, but he looked at Zhou Hao, his face still filled with disbelief. Representative Zhou, you're really Chairman Jiang Guang. The other war gods all looked at Zhou Hao. This was too shocking. They couldn't believe it for a moment. Zhou Hao flew up, floating in the air, stepping on the advanced version of the soaring shuttle. His laughter spread out. If no one else uses the floating cloud shuttle, then I am indeed the world's #1 Chairman Jiang Guang. Although the advanced version of the soaring shuttle looks like the soaring shuttle, the details are completely different. He had already named it Floating Cloud Shuttle in his heart. Chapter 63. Pacific Coast. A giant crab beast emperor's corpse was lying on the beach like a small hill. The waves slapped and blood splashed out from time to time. When Zhou Hao arrived, he heard Thunder God grumbling, "Big brother, you're too fast. The crab beast emperor just came out of the sea and you went all out. I didn't even have time to take out my blade and the beast emperor was dead." Hong laughed, "Of course you have to be fast to kill a beast emperor. If it notices and dives into the sea to escape, it won't be easy to kill it. Second brother, it's just a beast emperor. There will be plenty of opportunities for you to show off in the future. What's the rush?" Zhou Hao snickered. Thunder God was speechless. "I've waited for so long for a beast emperor to appear in the sea, but it was killed by Big Brother. When it's my turn, I don't know how long it'll take." Hong and Zhou Hao laughed. They understood Thunder God's feelings. The beast emperor was the strongest existence among the monsters. It had been suppressing humans for a long time. Now that they had become stronger, they naturally wanted to vent their anger on a beast emperor. Moreover, fighting with a beast emperor in the sea would give them a chance to exercise their strength. "Enough, Thunder, if another beast emperor appears in the future, third brother and I won't do anything. We'll let you have it," Hong said, seeing Thunder God depressed. "That's what you said." Thunder God laughed. Zhou Hao looked at the giant crab corpse on the beach and said casually, "Let's give this beast emperor to the Hope Dojo." "No problem," Hong agreed. The three of them were chatting while waiting for the Hope Dojo's people to arrive. "Third brother, that Luo Fong that you want to recruit is really talented." In the training camp, he quickly rushed to the top of the Black Dragon list. "Looking at the situation, I'm afraid he will soon break through to the representative level. In the future, he might even surpass the fourth chairman, the Frost Emperor, and stand shoulder to shoulder with us. Luo Fong is already an invincible war god, but he still wants to go to school. This kind of mentality is rare." Thunder God and Hong said, "Cultivating genetic energy, the consciousness and soul would improve along with the body's quality. Studying cultural classes was even easier. Especially for a spirit reader like Zhou Hao. Luo Fong, his memory was amazing. Therefore, the stronger one was, the more outstanding their learning ability would be. Most of the spirit readers recruited by the Hope Dojo rarely went to school after learning that they had the talent to become a spirit reader. After Zhou Hao was tested to be a martial artist, Wang Rong and Zhou Ying never mentioned letting Zhou Hao go to school again. After the Grand Nirvana, everyone knew that martial artists were far more important than culture. Therefore, Hong believed that Luo Feng's temperament was outstanding and valuable. Zhou Hao smiled and said, "What? Are you two trying to poach him?" Quote. Thunder God pursed his lips, "Luo Feng is a spirit reader, only you can train and teach him, why should we join in the fun? Oh right, you exchange the Muya crystals for a spirit weapon for Luo Feng. If you have time, come visit me, maybe there will be something suitable for Luo Feng. Luo Feng is a good seedling nurtured by the Hope Dojo, you can't be short on resources. Go, second brother, don't try to trick me, it's not like I haven't been there before. If there was something suitable, I would have exchanged the Muya crystals long ago." Zhou Hao rolled his eyes at Thunder God. Wang. Suddenly, Thunder God and Hong's wristwatches rang. Zhou Hao's wristwatch also rang. The three of them looked at each other, their faces solemn. Misty Island has found another spirit of nature. The news spread quickly. Zhou Hao couldn't help but laugh. Babata had waited for so long and finally couldn't wait any longer. Seeing the surprise in Hong and Thunder God's eyes, he thought for a moment and said, "Big brother, second brother, actually I went deep into the Misty Island before." Hong and Thunder God were stunned, their eyes lighting up. Could it be that Zhou Hao's Muya crystals came from the Misty Island? Sure enough, Zhou Hao said, the Muya crystals I got were from an ancient ruin under the Misty Island, but at that time I was too young, plus I had received the inheritance of the ancient civilization, so I didn't go in. Later on, the ruin closed. Now that there are spirits of nature on Misty Island, I think the ruin has reopened. Thunder God couldn't help but ask, third brother, how many Muya crystals did you get from the ruin? A few hundred. Damn, finding ruins can really make you rich. Thunder God was envious. Hong heard this and was also moved. But the two of them didn't mention it, letting Zhou Hao bring them to the ruin. After all, Zhou Hao was the first to find the ruin, which meant that it was fated with him. The two of them naturally didn't want to fight for it. Zhou Hao smiled. This time on Misty Island, I don't plan to go, some opportunities are missed. If you two want to explore, you can go. The location is 15 kilometers underground, but after so many years, I don't know if the location has changed. Hong frowned. Third brother, you don't have to be modest, an ancient ruin like this is too rare. If you give it to us, we will feel guilty, and it will hinder our cultivation. Thunder God nodded. The two of them were masters of the state of mind. Making friends was based on character, not benefits. Zhou Hao quickly said, I'm not being modest, I really don't plan to go. Biting off more than you can chew, just the inheritance alone is enough. Seeing that Zhou Hao really wasn't being modest, Hong and Thunder God relaxed. The two of them half-jokingly said, third brother, you hit it well, but there are Muya crystals in the ruin, it must be very dangerous, we will go explore, but whether or not we can find it, depends on our own luck. The two of them had excavated ancient ruins before, and naturally understood that such things couldn't be forced. Soon, the three of them ended their conversation. Thunder God and Hong immediately rushed to Misty Island. Although Zhou Hao didn't plan to go on the surface, he sent his sister Zhou Ying, and Luo Fong, as well as the other inspectors of the dojo to Misty Island. And he hid himself, following behind, planning to take advantage of Yunmo Planet's ship. Misty Island Lake. Compared to 12 years ago, the island in the middle of the lake was once again covered with a large amount of vegetation. Fog also filled the air above the lake, shrouding the island. When Luo Fong and Zhou Ying arrived, they found that many of the world's powers had already begun to set up camp at the edge of the lake. We will also set up camp immediately, Zhou Ying ordered. Yes, the accompanying war gods answered, then quickly chose a place to set up a temporary base. Luo Fong stood on the soaring shuttle, floating at the edge of the lake, his face solemn. Zhou Yinger appeared beside him and said softly, 12 years ago, large amounts of essence of nature appeared here, as well as precious Muya crystals. Chairman Jiang Guang, who is my younger brother, defeated the world's strongest, Hong, and obtained many Muya crystals. In that time, several counselors fell, who knows how many will fall this time. Saying that, she looked at Luo Fong. Luo Fong, you are not a counselor yet, if there are Muya crystals later, try not to fight with the other counselors. Our Hope Dojo is not strong individually, but we have numbers. I understand. Luo Fong nodded seriously. The two of them didn't notice Zhou Hao hiding beside them. This Luo Fong doesn't explode, but when he does, it's shocking. I taught him the Spirit Reader Foundation 312 styles, who knows how much he has mastered, and also the first form of the soaring shuttle. I wonder if he can fully utilize it. Chapter 64, August 1, 2054. Afternoon, 2 p.m. The world's 3 dojos, HR and the 5 superpowers all entered the depths of Misty Island's lake. 12 years had passed. The underground river was even wider and more spacious. The number of Horde leader monsters increased, but this time, almost all of them were star travelers. Only a few were invincible war gods like Luo Fong. But unlike last time, there were very few Muya crystals in the depths of Misty Island. From 2 p.m. to 5 p.m., it took a full 3 hours for 2 crystals to be found by the Extreme Dojo's Iceberg representative Lu He and the other representatives, and finally fell into Hong's hands. Yunmo Planet's ship. Babata used the ship's telekinesis to scan but did not detect Zhou Hao's appearance. Its blood-red eyes were filled with doubt. After 6 hours of waiting, he disappeared. Evening, 8 p.m. It still did not find Zhou Hao. Damn it, is this guy really not coming? Babata bit its fist, its angry face showing a trace of helplessness. After thinking for a long time, it finally gave up the idea of waiting. Whatever, if he's not coming then so be it. Let's take in a disciple first. 50,000 years of waiting. Babata really did not want to wait any longer. It immediately used its telekinesis to send the Muya crystals closer to Luo Fong. Deep under Misty Island, after 5 to 6 hours, they only found 2 Muya crystals, much to the disappointment of the representatives. But they did not leave, instead, they continued to search deeper. After all, Misty Island had 2 Muya crystals and floral spirits, everyone knew that there was a secret here. Luo Fong also searched deeper. Around 8:10 p.m., he smelled the rich aroma of rice. It's 5 Muya crystals. Chasing after the source, he saw 5 Muya crystals floating side by side in a pile, his face lit up with joy. Regarding Muya crystals, now, most of the world's elites knew its use. This was a precious universal treasure. Boom! Just as Luo Fong was about to collect the 5 crystals, representatives from other factions arrived. A fierce battle unfolded. Zhou Hao, who was invisible, watched from the side the whole time. He was still very confident in Luo Fong. Moreover, this time, the Hope Dojo, including Zhou Ying, and Shi Star Travelers, were all here. They had the most people. As long as Luo Fong could hold on, the Muya crystals would belong to the Hope Dojo. One had to know that Hong and Thunder God were already 10,000 meters underground. There was no way they could make it here in time. Boom! When the representatives from other factions saw Luo Fong, they didn't hesitate to attack. These representatives didn't put a war god in their eyes at all. However, Luo Fong relied on the first form of the soaring shuttle to fight these counselors head-on. In the end, his spiritual force actually broke through to the planetary state level 1, and the power of the soaring shuttle soared, suppressing 3 or 4 counselors. By the time Zhou Ying, and the others arrived, the representatives of the Dojo of Limits and the Thunder Dojo had also arrived. And this battle became the battle that made Luo Fong famous. In the end, the Hope Dojo got 3 Muya crystals, the Dojo of Limits got 1, and Marika got 1. This Hope Dojo has a Zhou Hao, and now this Luo Fong is rising. I'm afraid that in a while, the Hope Dojo will truly become the #1 dojo in the world. #1 in the world for a long time. That Zhou Hao was only 4 years old 12 years ago and could already defeat Hong. Now that 12 years have passed, his power must be even more terrifying. Yeah, why didn't this Zhou Hao come to the Misty Island this time? Maybe he was delayed by something. After the battle for the Muya crystals ended, many factions were abuzz with discussion. Around 9:30, affected by the telekinesis of the Yunmo planet ship, Luo Fong began to search deeper underground. Zhou Hao followed closely behind. Finally, when they were 15,000 meters underground, Luo Fong saw the entrance of the Yunmo planet ship hidden in a thick layer of rock. But Hong and Thunder God still did not discover it. This was normal. With the camouflage of the Yunmo planet ship, even if Hong and Thunder God were standing at the entrance, they would not be able to discover it. System, sign in. Zhou Hao followed Luo Fong into the passageway, directly calling out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in the Yunmo planet ship, receiving the Sector Lord's secret technique, Ice Flame. Quote. Ding! Congratulations to the host, receiving the 3rd level Origin Power Armor. Quote. Ding! Congratulations to the host, receiving the 3rd level Spirit Weapon Fire Silkworm Shield. Quote. Ding! Congratulations to the host, receiving 10 Muya crystals. Quote. Ding! Congratulations to the host, receiving the Spirit Reader Talent plus 20. Quote. Quintuple explosion. Out of the passageway, Zhou Hao sighed. The 4th time he checked in, the reward was not what he expected. His guess was right, the main items in the Yunmo planet ship were basically all taken by him. Without hesitation, he turned and left the underground. With the sign-in system, and sensing the 2 origin laws of fire and space, the resources of the Yunmo planet were not that attractive to him. This time, he came mainly to verify, such an important place like the Yunmo planet ship, how many times would he be able to check in? Looking at it now, at most 4 or 5 times would be enough. 10 p.m. Zhou Hao returned to the West Lake courtyard. Entering the ancient gravity room, he sat down cross-legged. Moments later, his heart completely calmed down. On Earth, I've checked in all the places I can. Right now, my law training progress is slow, and it has a lot to do with my law talent. 3 years ago, I had this idea, and now it's time to make a decision. Zhou Hao murmured, his eyes flashing with a calm and intelligent luster. Very quickly, his mouth opened. Soul stripping, reincarnation. Boom. The soul stripping technique and reincarnation technique were used one after another. The tearing pain that spread throughout his soul, after 16 years, struck again. Even though he was mentally prepared, Zhou Hao could not help but scream in pain. But the pain came quickly and went quickly. He was paralyzed on the ground, gasping for breath, but his soul felt a faint connection in the distance. Very good, it seems the reincarnation was successful. Letting out a heavy breath, Zhou Hao felt extremely tired. Only now did he know how terrible the aftereffects of the soul-stripping technique were. It was hard to believe how the original body survived. Human territory. In a remote starfield of the Jiyu Lun universe country. A planet located at the edge of the star system was covered by a thick layer of ice all year round. This place was desolate and was thousands of light years away from the nearest life planet. And deep in the ice, a huge egg that was almost the same color as the ice was lying horizontally. The surface of the huge egg had complex patterns that were faintly discernible. Suddenly, a fluorescent light appeared. The patterns on the surface of the huge egg suddenly flashed, and then crazily converged to the center. After a few minutes, the patterns on the surface of the huge egg completely disappeared, as if it had turned into ice. Chapter 65. Inside the giant egg, before Zhou Hao's strand of soul could sense his surroundings, a huge amount of information flowed into his soul. The information contained a huge amount of mysterious words and memory fragments. These information and memory fragments not only flowed into his soul sea of consciousness, but also engraved into his bloodline that was in the process of being nurtured. Half a month had passed. The huge amount of information finally came to an end. Zhou Hao's soul was nourished, and the dizziness disappeared. His mind started to work again. I reincarnated into a space beast. And one of the 12 pinnacle bloodlines, Ice Mountain Beast. Quote. He was dazed. Space beasts were rare, and space beasts from the 12 pinnacle bloodlines were even rarer. Huyan Bo, the master of Yunmo planet, had only met 3 space beasts in the 60 million years he had spent in the universe. Yet his second reincarnation had turned him into an Ice Mountain Beast, which was comparable to a golden horned beast. He came back to his senses. Zhou Hao couldn't help but laugh. Reincarnation was great. The reincarnation technique was very important. Luckily, he didn't reincarnate when he had the idea 3 years ago. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become a space beast. System, sign in. Zhou Hao wasn't in a hurry to sort out the talent secret techniques and other secret techniques passed down from generation to generation of iceberg behemoths. Instead, he silently said sign in his heart. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in at the life eggshell of the Ice Mountain Beast. You've received the inherited technique, transformation. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you've received the inherited technique, healing. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you've received the inherited technique, assimilation. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you've received the talent of water origin law. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you've received the talent of water origin law plus 10. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you've received the comprehension of space law plus 20. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you've received the comprehension of water origin law plus 20. Quote. The system notifications rang out one after another. It was almost comparable to the first time he signed in at the Land of Darkness in Universe Ocean. 28 consecutive explosions. However, Zhou Hao was speechless. Most of the technique rewards were from the inherited memories. He didn't need to sign in, he could get them from his bloodline memories. The only good rewards were the last 3. As for the water origin law talent, the iceberg behemoth was the darling of the water origin law. However, the increase in his law talent and comprehension allowed Zhou Hao to quickly cultivate the special and ordinary secret techniques among the various inherited secret techniques. Of course, even though the Ice Mountain Beast wasn't a golden horn beast, it still had an internal world. If it wanted to grow quickly, it needed to digest and absorb large amounts of water-type resources. In the meantime, after this sign-in, Zhou Hao finally understood that the sign-in system could be separated into subsystems following his soul separation. In other words, now, his original body in the Land of Darkness in Universe Ocean, his Earth body, and Iceberg Giant Beast could check in at the same time. Tisk tisk, not bad, not bad. Zhou Hao was overjoyed. Although the sign-in system had almost peed its pants due to the desperate environment of the Land of Darkness at the beginning, it was still quite helpful later on. He removed all distracting thoughts from his mind. He began to seriously comb through the large number of secret techniques in his inherited memories. It took 3 full days. He finally finished sorting out the secret technique. Among them, there were 3 inherited secret techniques: transformation, healing, and assimilation. There were a total of 16 inherited special secret techniques, 2 fewer than the Golden Horn Beast. There were a total of 3,521 inherited ordinary secret techniques, more than 300 more than the Golden Horn Beast. There were indeed many inherited secret techniques from the 12 pinnacle bloodlines of the space beasts. However, one shouldn't bite off more than one could chew. Almost every star behemoth would leave such a warning in their bloodline memories. Zhou Hao's iceberg giant beast was no exception. Since there was no experienced life form like Babata to help him sort out and choose, Zhou Hao had to do it himself. He first checked the 3 inherited secret techniques. Compared to the cruel and bloodthirsty Golden Horn Beast, the iceberg giant beast was much gentler, and its inherited secret techniques were more focused on survival. Like the healing technique, no matter how serious the injury was, it could be recovered in a short period of time. Even if the internal world collapsed, as long as it wasn't destroyed immediately, it could be recovered slowly. It could be said to be extremely powerful, and the assimilation innate technique was the iceberg giant beast's main method of increasing its strength. Any life form could be assimilated and absorbed into its internal world. Just like the Golden Horn Beast, it could use its assimilation innate ability to slowly turn the Golden Horn Beast's body into a part of itself. This innate technique was very powerful, but it had a limit, which was that it couldn't assimilate life forms that were of the same level or stronger than itself. The last inherited secret technique, transformation, was the iceberg giant beast's most powerful innate ability. As long as it came in contact with any life form, after controlling its genes, it could transform into the form of that life form. This technique was similar to the Moshe clansman's innate ability, the only difference was that it couldn't imitate the energy and soul of a life form. Although this technique seemed weaker than the Moshe clansman's innate ability, the true advantage of transformation was that the life form it transformed into could continue to train and improve according to that life form. Simply put, for example, when the Moshe clansman cloned into the Golden Horn Beast, even though it couldn't be distinguished from its energy and appearance, the Moshe clansman couldn't imitate the Golden Horn Beast and train in its innate ability and inheritance techniques. However, after the iceberg giant beast transformed into the Golden Horn Beast, it could train in its innate ability to strengthen and swallow. However, it couldn't create another clone. After all, the universe was fair, and the iceberg giant beast's transformation technique was heaven-defying, but it had many limitations. Firstly, if the iceberg giant beast's strength was at the star level, then it couldn't transform into a universe-level life form. Secondly, the iceberg giant beast couldn't imitate the energy and soul of a life form. After browsing through the 3 great inherited techniques, Zhou Hao couldn't help but exclaim, it was indeed one of the 12 pinnacle bloodlines of the space beasts. Just its innate ability made countless life forms in the universe unable to catch up. After which, he began to organize the special inherited techniques in over 3,000 normal techniques. The 16 special inherited techniques were all extremely powerful. There were many powerful ones within the 3,000 normal techniques. However, Zhou Hao remembered that he shouldn't bite off more than he could chew. After spending a few days of effort, he carefully picked out 2 suitable techniques for the iceberg giant beast to train in. One was the special inherited technique True Water Solution, the other was the normal inherited technique Space Shatterer. Of these 2 techniques, True Water Solution was mainly compatible with the iceberg giant beast's innate ability to heal. Once trained to completion, it could even compensate for the loss of the soul to a certain extent. And Space Shatterer was a space technique suitable for the iceberg giant beast's battle type. No choice, the iceberg giant beast's nature was gentle and mild. It wasn't proficient in battle, and the battle type techniques in its inherited memories were relatively few. This Space Shatterer was one of the few powerful battle techniques. Chapter 66. Time passed bit by bit. The desolate ice planet didn't change at all. The egg in the depths of the ice layer became one with the environment. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Hao had stayed in the egg for a year and a half. The ice mountain beast was about to be born. Zhou Hao felt his body could move, the urge to break out of the egg was getting stronger. Pong pong, Zhou Hao's bloodline instinct made him want to hit the egg shell. However, Zhou Hao forcibly suppressed this impulse. He didn't plan to break out. After all, signing in inside the egg allowed him to continuously gain water origin law comprehension and space origin law comprehension. After a year of signing in, his water origin law comprehension was about to surpass normal sector lords. And because he didn't have talent for space, even if his comprehension kept increasing, he couldn't be like a fish in water with water origin law. Since no one disturbs me, I'm happy to stay here. Another half a month passed. Zhou Hao opened his eyes, looking at the complex blue patterns inside the egg. He started to chirp. Of course, he estimated that he could stay here for at most 2 to 3 years before he couldn't suppress the urge in his bloodline. Earth. Jiangnan Headquarter City, Yangzhou City West Lake Courtyard. Zhou Hao was like an old monk sitting cross-legged on the rooftop. Today was 2056 March 12th, he had reincarnated for almost 18 years. And in these 18 years, he trained from a normal person all the way to star level 6, his spiritual force even reached star level 8. The golden ball in his mind. It finally broke when he reached star level 6. Large amounts of spiritual force dissipated, allowing him to quickly break through 2 levels in the next few years. But when he reached star level 8, he could clearly feel his spiritual force's growth speed slow down. Such a cultivation speed wasn't slow even in the universe. Like some races with strong bloodlines, even though they could reach star level at birth, their growth was slower. Suddenly, a beam of light came from the sky. It quickly landed beside Zhou Hao. Luo Fong, didn't you go to spar with Hong, Thunder God, and the others? Why are you back so early? Zhou Hao opened his eyes and asked. Luo Fong had a gloomy expression as he sat beside Zhou Hao. Dojo Master, don't mention it. Dojo Master Hong and Dojo Master Lei both have domains. If I were to spar with them, I would just be looking for a beating. Zhou Hao was surprised. Thunder God also has a domain. Yes, I just broke through not too long ago. Luo Feng said helplessly, last time, I almost won against Thunder God. But this time, he has a domain. I'm not his opponent at all. How unlucky. Zhou Hao smiled and said, when you have mastered the first form of the soaring shuttle, and your telekinesis has reached the same level as Thunder God's gene energy, you will have a chance to defeat him. Luo Feng shook his head. My spiritual willpower is only at the star level 3. When it reaches the star level 9, Dojo Lord Lei will probably break through to the star level. Zhou Hao didn't make a sound. Increasing one's spiritual willpower isn't easy. Even though Luo Feng's spirit reader talent is strong, it is only limited to Earth. And now, 9 years have passed since the special signing mission was issued. It is basically impossible for the latter to break through to the star level 1 spirit reader in the next 6 years. Luckily, after Luo Feng received the inheritance of the Yunmo planet, he broke through to the star level not long after. This allowed Zhou Hao to complete the second mission and receive the talent of the space origin law. However, calculating the time, the Golden Horn Beast will descend on Earth soon. If the latter manages to possess the Golden Horn Beast, then he will directly break through to the star level 1 spirit reader. At that time, he will still have a chance to receive the second mission's reward, the time origin law talent. As for possessing the Golden Horn Beast, even though Zhou Hao thought about it, he didn't have much motivation. First of all, his spiritual willpower has reached the star level 8 stage. If he uses the soul imprint to forcefully possess the Golden Horn Beast, there is a certain chance of success, but the chance of failure is higher. One must know that the Golden Horn Beast is one of the 12 pinnacle bloodlines of the space beasts. Its total soul far surpasses that of humans. In the original plot, the reason why Luo Feng was able to successfully possess the Golden Horn Beast was because of the inheritance soul imprint left by the master of the Yunmo planet, Hu Yanbo. This inheritance soul imprint can transform into the soul of a universe level 1 spirit reader. It was because of this inheritance soul imprint that Luo Feng was able to break through the Golden Horn Beast's consciousness defense. Or else Luo Feng wouldn't have been able to successfully possess the Golden Horn Beast. Secondly, his other reincarnated body is the Ice Mountain Beast, which is also a space beast. Risking his soul being devoured by the beast to possess the Golden Horn Beast doesn't have much meaning. Of course, the Golden Horn Beast's natural ability to possess clones is still quite attractive to Zhou Hao. Hence, when the time comes, he will at least give it a try. Since the golden horn beast is born at the star level 1 stage, it doesn't pose much of a threat to him. With a thought in his mind, Luo Feng's voice once again resounded. Head, the matter I mentioned before, have you considered it? Zhou Hao pulled himself back from his thoughts. Looking at Luo Feng, he mocked, you can't wait to pull me into the Yunmo planet bloodline. Aren't you worried that if I join, your bloodline will pour resources on me? Before Luo Feng could speak, Babata's impatient voice resounded from within his watch. Zhou Hao, you've entered the Yunmo planet ship many times, but you've missed the opportunity to become a disciple of the Yunmo planet bloodline. Hence, even if you join, I won't be able to pass the core inheritance of the Yunmo planet bloodline to you. However, you can choose the other techniques. Luo Feng shrugged helplessly. Zhou Hao laughed, I already have an inheritance. Babata had long guessed it. Just as he was about to persuade him, Zhou Hao waved his hand. I can recommend 2 people, Hong and Thunder God. They are both star traveler level fighters with domains. Such geniuses are rare even in the universe. Luo Feng hurriedly said, Head, I've already spoken to Head Hong and Head Lei. They're both very tempted and will probably join soon. Also, I'm the only disciple in the Yunmo planet's bloodline. If I join, I'll have the freedom to do so without any restrictions. Alright, I'll think about it again. Zhou Hao revealed a hint of interest. Only then did Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief and bid farewell to Zhou Hao. According to Babata, Zhou Hao's talent far exceeded his. Originally, Babata wanted to accept Zhou Hao as a disciple, but Zhou Hao missed several opportunities, so Babata finally gave up. However, after Babata came out, he still wanted Zhou Hao to join the Yunmo planet bloodline. This made Luo Feng not know whether to laugh or cry. However, he was very happy about this. After all, ever since he joined the Hope Dojo, Zhou Hao, the head of the dojo, had been very good to him. Moreover, although the two of them were still separated on the surface, their relationship was like that of a friend. Watching Luo Feng leave, Zhou Hao once again entered the state of cultivation. After obtaining the space origin law talent, his speed of comprehension of the space law increased day by day. As for joining the Yunmo planet bloodline, this matter had no effect on him at all. Chapter 67. On a desolate ice planet at the edge of Jiyu Lun country's remote galaxy, Zhou Hao stayed within the ice mountain beast's egg. It had been 3 years since he was born. Ever since a year and a half ago, his bloodline began to have the urge to break out. He had been suppressing it every day. As time went on, the urge to break out grew stronger and stronger. Zhou Hao originally estimated that he could suppress it for 2 to 3 years, however he underestimated the space beast's bloodline. System, sign in. This day, he had a feeling that he couldn't suppress it anymore, so he signed in on the last day. Ding! Congratulations to the host for sign in the young iceberg giant beast's eggshell. Received water origin law talent +5. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained comprehension of the origin laws of water +10. Quote. Ding! Congratulations quality, gained space origin law comprehension +10. Quote. 3 consecutive bursts. After signing in for 3 years, he had pretty much taken all the wool from the egg. However, the techniques he obtained from the egg were all inherited techniques. Hence, Zhou Hao's main gain from these 3 years was actually the increase in his water and space origin law comprehension. Pung! Another 10 hours passed. The second day. Zhou Hao could no longer suppress his bloodline's urge, his hard head rammed into the egg, easily creating a hole. His entire body was like an ice cube as he climbed out of the egg. His wings and head, if one looked carefully, they would discover large amounts of blue engravings. Different from the golden horn beast, his entire body's essence was mainly concentrated on a protruding piece of horn at his abdomen. And compared to the golden horn beast, his infant ice mountain beast was much larger. It was 20 meters long and 8 meters wide. It swayed with its ice-white skin, almost like an ice mountain moving. This was the main reason why it was called the ice mountain beast. Gulu gulu. Hungry. So hungry. Before breaking out of the egg, Zhou Hao didn't feel anything. However, after breaking out of the egg, hunger spread throughout his body. He opened his mouth. The large amount of ice in front of him seemed to melt, madly entering his mouth. After a while, the entire underground ice layer was reduced by 1/10. However, this normal ice layer couldn't satisfy Zhou Hao at all. He rolled his eyes and looked at the eggshell. This was the essence of the previous generation's iceberg behemoth's life force before it died. It was the greatest supplement. Generally, when a baby ate the eggshell, its body would be greatly nourished. However, Zhou Hao held back. He crawled back into the broken eggshell. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the iceberg giant beast's broken eggshell. You have received the Water Origin Law Talent +1. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you've gained comprehension of the origin of water +1. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you've obtained space origin comprehension +1. Quote. Zhou Hao's eyes lit up. He only wanted to give it a try. As a result, signing in inside the broken eggshell also allowed him to obtain nomological talent and comprehension. Even if the reward was reduced, it was still a reward. Gurgle gurgle, another wave of hunger washed over him. Zhou Hao really wanted to eat the eggshell, but he resisted the urge. He crawled out of the eggshell hole and continued to eat the ice. A few days later, the huge amount of ice around the eggshell was almost eaten up by him. But it still didn't satisfy his hunger. Until half a month later, when he had eaten 1/5 of the ice on the entire planet, he encountered an indigenous creature on this planet. It was a giant lizard-like creature that was 70 to 80 meters tall. Its strength was comparable to a king-level monster on Earth. Zhou Hao originally thought that there was no life on this desolate planet, but he didn't expect that there would be such a powerful creature on the other side of the planet. Crack! He flew over without hesitation. His wings were like sharp blades as he used the first level of Sky Smasher and easily killed this creature. Then, he quickly assimilated its corpse. After assimilating, Zhou Hao clearly felt that his hunger had decreased a little, but his body only grew by about 1 meter. However, he could grow by 1 meter, which meant that the genes of the indigenous creatures on this planet contained a large amount of water energy. He discovered this point. Zhou Hao frantically searched for these creatures. In just half a year, he had devoured thousands of them. The strongest among them could even reach the 5th or 6th stage of the planet realm. But facing Zhou Hao, these creatures couldn't resist at all. However, there seemed to be very few creatures on this planet. In the next few months, he couldn't find these creatures anymore. He had no choice. He returned to the broken eggshell, went in, and continued to sign in. The planet that Zhou Hao was on belonged to a grass-shaped galaxy in a remote star field of the ancient Wheel Universe nation. This galaxy was under the jurisdiction of the Ice Star Intermediate Space Civilization. The Siva family was one of the 5 major families of the Ice Star Empire. A branch of their bloodline lived on a life planet that was 3,000 light-years away from the desolate ice planet that Zhou Hao was on. While Zhou Hao was hunting the indigenous creatures of the planet, the staff of the Siva family who was responsible for the breeding of the planet's creatures noticed the changes on the planet. However, the staff didn't care. After all, the planet's creatures were randomly bred. Occasionally, powerful creatures would be born and then devour the other creatures on the planet to grow. Generally, at a fixed time, they would go and harvest these creatures. Kill them or sell them. Just like raising livestock on Earth, they would be slaughtered when they were fat. After the staff marked the planet, he didn't pay any more attention to it. In a few years, the family would naturally send a special collection team to harvest them. Earth. During these 3 years, everything was calm and peaceful. Although the 3 biggest dojos in the world, the HR Alliance, and the 5 strongest countries have been secretly competing for talented fighters, this competition is a healthy one. However, because the Hope Dojo was the most willing to give out resources, most of the talented fighters chose to join the Hope Dojo. In addition, there were spirit readers who were tested and recruited. The Hope Dojo had long become the world's #1 dojo. Other than Luo Fong, who was a powerful spirit reader, in these few years, the dojo also had 4 or 5 powerful star traveler and spirit reader. The Team Rose members who were close to Ying also received a lot of resources. Among them, Shen Hong was the oldest and her potential was already at its limit. However, because Zhou Hao remembered the care she gave him in the past, not only did he give her the essence of nature, he also gave her Muya crystals and let her stay in the ancient gravity room for a period of time. Finally, this year, April 2059, she broke through to Star Traveler and became the 21st inspector of the Hope Dojo. The Dojo of Limits and the Thunder Dojo only have 17 inspectors altogether. It could be said, the Hope Dojo had only been established and developed for 12 years before it became a global powerhouse. However, the Hope Dojo's owner, Zhou Hao, never appeared in public after his identity was exposed during the Beast Tide in the southeast military region. Only Zhou Hao's close friends and family could occasionally see him. Chapter 68, Earth, a few hundred kilometers away from the Hawaiian Islands in the Pacific Ocean. An oval-shaped black egg with a diameter of 12 meters laid on the bottom of the ocean. The egg was covered in mud and seaweed. However, within 100 miles of the ocean, there wasn't a single sea monster. This situation was extremely unusual. However, if one looked carefully, they would notice that a human-shaped life form was sitting 1,000 meters away from the egg. This human-shaped life form was also covered in mud and weeds, as if it was dead. Wang wang. Suddenly, the human-shaped life form's arm vibrated. Voila! A large amount of mud and weeds slid down. The human-shaped life form opened its eyes. Hello, second brother, what's the matter? The human-shaped life form was naturally Zhou Hao. He came to this ocean half a year ago and searched for over a month before finally finding the golden horn beast's resting place. And then he stayed there for half a year. Third brother, you're still at the bottom of the ocean. Thunder God's voice transmitted through the wristwatch. Zhou Hao's body was isolated from the ocean. Yes. Damn, third brother, you're really patient. I originally wanted to spar with you. Forget it, you continue to stay here. I'll go find fourth brother Luo Fong. Thunder God said casually. Second brother, fourth brother hasn't defeated you yet. Zhou Hao joked. Thunder God was speechless. Don't mention it, you two are each more abnormal than the other. Luckily I relied on the Yunmo planet's secret technique and domain to suppress fourth brother. Otherwise, I would have been defeated by him last year. However, looking at the situation, if I don't break through to the star level soon, I'll be defeated by fourth brother sooner or later. Zhou Hao laughed. With the Yunmo planet's core inheritance in Babata's teachings, it was normal for Luo Feng's strength to increase rapidly. After chatting with Thunder God for a while, he hung up the phone. Glancing at the black egg 1,000 meters away, he closed his eyes again and began to comprehend the universe origin laws. The other Fanhun that was stripped was too weak in the beginning. Furthermore, the distance was very far. He could only vaguely sense a connection. He was not sure what the other party had reincarnated into. However, as Fanhun was gradually nourished and strengthened by the reincarnated body, the connection between the two Fanhun became clearer and clearer. The information between them was completely connected when the other was born. At that moment, only then did Zhou Hao realize that his other Fanhun had reincarnated into the iceberg behemoth. At the same time, the comprehension of the source laws that the other party obtained from signing in was also continuously transmitted to him. It was precisely because of this. He didn't waste any more time checking in at other places and collecting useless wool. Instead, he stayed by Golden Horn Beast's side and waited for it to be born while comprehending the universe origin laws and practicing techniques. He meditated for a few hours. A slight tremor passed through the seawater and into Zhou Hao's ears. His eyes flew open. Whoosh! In a flash, he broke through the strong seawater pressure and quickly flashed to the side of the giant egg. After 2 hours, the giant egg trembled once again. Zhou Hao let out a smile. He knew that the golden horn beast was about to break out of its shell. 2 days passed. The tremors became more and more frequent. Wang wang wang. In the end, the entire black egg began to tremble madly. Cracks began to appear on the surface of the egg that was covered in golden markings. Kacha. The cracks grew bigger and bigger. The black eggshell cracked. A black, mucus-covered infant golden horn beast appeared. Zhou Hao laughed loudly. He extended his finger and the cloud contact vine madly extended large amounts of vines, binding the 12-meter-long infant golden horn beast. Woo woo! The infant golden horn beast let out a howl as it madly struggled. Unfortunately, under Zhou Hao's powerful spirit energy and the binding of the star-level cloud contact vine, the infant golden horn beast that hadn't eaten the eggshell couldn't break free. Little punk, meeting me is your bad luck. With a thought from Zhou Hao, the cloud contact vine's binding became even stronger. The golden horn beast madly attacked. Its mucus-covered skin began to glow with golden engravings. A single horn that seemed to pierce through the skies had circles of engravings shining. I have to risk my life to unleash my natural ability. Zhou Hao muttered to himself. A 3-legged cauldron floated around him. Rumble. The little cauldron quickly flowed in with the star level 8 spirit energy. It suddenly grew bigger. Like lightning, it suppressed the golden horn beast. No matter how hard it tried, it couldn't move the little cauldron at all. Only then did Zhou Hao leisurely enter the eggshell that was still covered in mucus. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in within the infant golden horn beast's broken eggshell. You've received the golden horn beast's natural ability clone. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you've received the natural ability strengthen. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you've received the natural ability swallow. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you've received the inheritance special technique thread whip shadow. Quote. Quote, comma, quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you've received the gold origin law talent. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you've received gold origin law comprehension plus 10. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you've received space origin law comprehension plus 10. Quote. The first time he checked in within the infant golden horn beast's eggshell, he exploded 18 times. Even though it wasn't as many as the ice mountain beast, the 3 crucial natural abilities were all obtained. This made Zhou Hao extremely happy. He didn't expect to receive natural abilities by signing in within the broken eggshell. Without a doubt, the sign-in system gradually recovered the powerful functions it had when he first entered the land of darkness in Universe Ocean. The 3 natural abilities are only suitable for the golden horn beast. I have a human body. I wonder if I can use them after receiving them. Zhou Hao muttered. His eyes were filled with anticipation. System, receive the reward. Hong. Along with the voice, a huge amount of text information was transmitted into Zhou Hao's soul consciousness. His expression was calm, but very quickly, he was shocked. Under the sensing of his spiritual force, the dantian of his body was undergoing a drastic change. Waves of mysterious energy rushed in, and the red miniature star collapsed right away. At the same time, the miniature star in his consciousness, which contained a large amount of spiritual force, also collapsed instantly. Then the spiritual force and the origin energy were quickly gathered in his dantian under the mysterious energy's effect. And his dantian was slowly opening up an internal world. The spiritual force and the origin energy in his dantian were crazily gathering as the internal world opened up. Finally, within a short span of 10 minutes, they condensed into a transparent crystal ball similar to the golden horn beasts. After the core was successfully condensed, the internal world was still undergoing drastic changes. A large amount of gold energy and fire energy gathered in the internal world from his dantian. At the same time, on the surface of Zhou Hao's skin, red and golden engravings appeared faintly, and there were also gray engravings that represented space. After exactly half an hour, this drastic change slowly ended. Zhou Hao was dazed. Awesome, really awesome. System, I'm impressed. He never would have thought that after receiving the 3 innate techniques of the golden horn beast, the system would directly open up an internal world in his dantian that was different from the golden horn beasts. Now, don't even mention the 3 innate techniques. Even the golden horn beast's special techniques and normal techniques, he could unleash them now. Looking at the struggling infant golden horn beast, Zhou Hao didn't even have the thought of possessing it. He himself was almost transformed into a human form golden horn beast. What's the point of possessing it? Leaving the broken eggshell, Zhou Hao waved his hand and put the eggshell into the space. Then he stepped on the small cauldron and rushed out of the ocean. Not long after, he returned to the West Lake courtyard. Since it was night time, not many people saw him carrying the enormous creature. But he didn't plan on hiding it. This infant golden horn beast was completely useless to him. He might as well give it to Luo Fong to possess and let it grow to the star level as soon as possible, completing the 3rd mission and receiving the time origin law. The next day, he directly called Luo Fong and asked him to come to the West Lake courtyard. When Luo Fong arrived at the courtyard, he saw the small cauldron and the cloud contact vine's main vine suppressing and binding the infant golden horn beast. Third brother, what kind of beast is this? Luo Fong asked in shock. Golden horn beast, Zhou Hao said casually. Luo Fong froze. What? Golden horn beast? Quote. Zhou Hao laughed. Yes, the golden horn beast is one of the 12 pinnacle bloodlines of the space beasts. I've been staying in the ocean before and found this infant golden horn beast egg. Now that it has hatched, I casually suppressed it and brought it back. Luo Fong was a bit dazed. What golden horn beast, space beast, he didn't understand at all. Babada. So he asked when he didn't understand. What's the matter? I'm busy playing games right now, Babada replied. Luo Fong asked. What's a golden horn beast? Babada was shocked. what did you say? Golden horn beast, where is it? Quote. Oh, it's here. Third brother brought the infant golden horn beast back. Luo Fong repeated what Zhou Hao said. Damn, what kind of luck is this? You actually found an infant golden horn beast on Earth. And this little brat was just born. Babata screamed. Luo Fong was at a loss. But after hearing Babata's reaction, he asked softly, Babata, is the golden horn beast very precious? Babata rolled his eyes. However, he knew that Luo Fong was an aboriginal, so he didn't look down on him. Instead, he suppressed his excitement and said, it's not just precious. It's extremely rare. My master has wandered the universe for 60 million years, and only met 3 space beasts. And the golden horn beast is extremely famous within the space beast race. It has a noble bloodline, and is born at the star level. When it matures, it can reach the pinnacle of sector lords. Even when facing a great undying, it can easily escape from them. Quote. Luo Feng's eyes widened. He was extremely shocked. He didn't expect the golden horn beast to have such a huge background. Babata, third brother, suppressed this infant golden horn beast. Won't he incur the wrath of the space beast race? Luo Feng asked worriedly. Don't worry, the space beast race is too rare. If you don't say, who would know? Babata said, his blood-red eyes gleamed. Hee, his luck is simply heaven-defying. Such a rare infant was actually born on Earth. Wait, this infant golden horn beast's strength is only at the Star Traveler level 8. Opportunity, Luo Feng, this is a heavenly opportunity that only appears once in a trillion years. Within the watch space, Babata roared excitedly. Chapter 69. Babata's reaction made Luo Feng extremely shocked. He knew that Babata rarely had such a huge change in emotions, even taking in 2 Star Traveler domain geniuses. Babata was only happy for a while. However, now he was so excited. Luo Feng suppressed the shock within, saying, Babata, what chance? Possession. Babata was extremely excited, repeating and emphasizing, possession of the golden horn beast. Luo Feng's eyes opened wide, shocked, possession of the golden horn beast. Right, Babata said excitedly. Luo Feng, do you remember when you were taking me as your teacher? I told you that my master had once possessed a Lonk clansman by chance, and from there his training skyrocketed. Luo Feng nodded. Babata continued. There are trillions of races in the universe, the bloodlines like you humans are simply too low. Without any other opportunities, your lifetime limit is the Star Traveler level. My master's bloodline wasn't high either, at most he could train to the star level 9, but after possessing the Lonk youth, his potential completely changed, reaching the universe level as soon as he matured. With a bit of hard work and resources, breaking through to the sector lord level is easy. Of course, finally breaking through to the undying level, my master still spent a lot of effort. At this point, his blood-red eyes gleamed with an incomparably bright light, and right now the golden horn beast in front of you is even more noble than the Lonk youth my master possessed. Its potential and talent can't even compare to the Manga people. The moment you succeed, your future will be limitless. You have to know, even though you've received the core inheritance of the Yunmo planet, compared to the opportunity of possessing the golden horn beast, the difference is huge. The golden horn beast is born at the star level. Even if it eats and plays every day, not training, it can still rely on its bloodline to slowly grow to the sector lord level. However, according to my original training plan, it would take 100,000 years to nurture you to the sector lord level. As for nurturing you to the undying level, there's no chance at all. Saying this, Babata said excitedly, but the possession of the golden horn beast is completely different. As long as you work hard, reaching sector lord level is simply too easy. And with the golden horn beast's talent, you'll be a strong fighter even at sector lord level. In the future, you'll have a high chance of breaking through to undying. When Luo Feng heard this, he couldn't help but interrupt. So, Babata, you want me to possess this golden horn beast? It was brought back by my third brother from the depths of the sea. Let's not talk about whether or not I can possess it. If I want to possess it, it should be my third brother first. Quote. Babata was suddenly stuck. Luo Feng continued. The golden horn beast may very well be like what you said, it's a once-in-a-trillion years opportunity for me. And in the universe, for opportunities, friends will become enemies, family members will turn against each other, killing one another. There are such examples on Earth too. However, Luo Feng, you have to know that I, Luo Feng, will never do such a thing. Babata was silent. Even though he really wanted Luo Feng to possess the golden horn beast, towards Luo Feng's words, he still agreed. The two of them communicated via telepathy very quickly. Zhou Hao saw that Luo Feng didn't make a sound. He guessed that the latter should be communicating with Babida. Hence, he didn't make a sound to disturb them. Suddenly, Luo Feng raised his head and looked at Zhou Hao. Third brother, you know about the golden horn beast, right? Zhou Hao nodded. Yes, I know. Luo Feng took a deep breath and said slowly, Babida just told me, this golden horn beast is currently only a star traveler level 8. With third brother's soul strength, you should be able to possess it. If you don't have the possession technique, I will. Zhou Hao laughed. He raised his hand and interrupted, Luo Feng, I called you over because I wanted to discuss this with you. Possess the golden horn beast. Luo Feng was stunned. That's right. Zhou Hao nodded. However, the next sentence made Luo Feng stunned. I want you to possess the golden horn beast. Babida was stunned too. However, he quickly shouted excitedly, Luo Feng, quickly agree. Luo Feng ignored Babida. Instead, he stared seriously at Zhou Hao. Third brother, why, you clearly know the golden horn beast's potential, yet you still want to give it to me. Zhou Hao laughed bitterly. He was already a human form golden horn beast. However, he definitely couldn't say this out loud. He could only sigh helplessly. Luo Feng, I know, I even have the possession technique. However, possessing the golden horn beast is meaningless to me. Anyway, it's not convenient for me to say it now. You only need to know one thing. Right now, only you can possess the golden horn beast. When we became sworn brothers, big brother and second brother both said that the moment Earth is discovered by universe explorers, the consequences would be dire. Just like this golden horn beast, if I didn't discover it in the ocean and let it grow, it would be a disaster for the entire Earth. Hence, for the future of Earth, I hope you can possess it. After Luo Feng heard this, he couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. He had to admit that Zhou Hao's words made sense. If the golden horn beast were to grow, it would be even more terrifying than the ocean beast emperor. Babida roared anxiously, Luo Feng, what are you hesitating for? If Zhou Hao could possess it, he would have done it long ago. Why would he bring it back for you to see with your own eyes? Luo Feng pondered for a while before saying, third brother, I need to think about it. Sure. Zhou Hao laughed. Luo Feng turned and walked a few steps before stopping. Third brother, thank you. After saying this, he rushed into the sky. To give up such a huge opportunity like possessing the golden horn beast to him, he was clear on how big of a favor this was. If it were anyone else, even if they couldn't possess the golden horn beast, they would have secretly hidden it or killed it. Why would they let someone else have it so easily? However, his third brother chose to give it to him. And for him to do so much, it was undoubtedly for the sake of Earth's future. Even Luo Feng thought that if it were his big brother and second brother, they would have made the same choice. Looking at the leaving Luo Feng, Zhou Hao shook his head. In order to obtain the time origin law talent, he had to give it his all. A total of 5 days passed. After careful consideration, Luo Feng once again came to Zhou Hao's place. Have you thought it through? Zhou Hao asked. Luo Feng looked at the still struggling golden horn beast and nodded heavily. For Earth, for his home, he finally chose to give up his Earth's human body. Zhou Hao let out a sigh of relief. His expression became serious. Luo Feng, even though this golden horn beast is only a star traveler level 8, it is still a space beast with a noble bloodline. Possessing it has its dangers. Babida should have told you about this already. I understand. Before coming here, I've already mentally prepared myself to die. Also, I've already written my will. If my possession fails, third brother, I hope that you can help take care of my family. As for Shu Xin, I hope that third brother can tell her that I've let her down. Luo Feng's tone was calm. When he mentioned Shu Xin, there was a slight fluctuation in his expression. Zhou Hao muttered to himself. Luo Feng and Shu Xin's fate was really deep. Don't worry, Luo Feng, I believe that you will succeed. With the soul imprint left behind by the master of Yunmo planet, Huyan Bo, Luo Feng couldn't fail. This was something that even Babida didn't know. However, Zhou Hao was clear about it. However, just in case, when Luo Feng was adjusting his state, he still reminded him, Luo Feng, possession is filled with danger. Once it starts, you can't back down. Remember, between you and the golden horn beast, only one can survive. I know. 3 days later, Luo Feng's mental state reached its peak. I've already heavily injured the golden horn beast. It's now at its weakest. Luo Fong, begin. Zhou Hao roared. Rumble. Luo Fong unleashed the possession technique. His soul left his consciousness and rushed madly towards the golden horn beast's body. Babata saw this scene and couldn't help but to get nervous. 1 minute, 5 minutes, time passed quietly. The golden horn beast's energy continued to weaken. However, just as it was about to disappear, a powerful soul energy suddenly spread out. Zhou Hao knew that this was the effect of Luo Feng's soul imprint. He glanced at it and sat crossed-legged on the balcony to study the origin law technique. 4 days later, within the golden horn beast's consciousness, Babata laughed excitedly. Ha ha, Luo Feng, you've struck it rich, you've struck it rich. Luo Feng was also extremely excited, especially after knowing that the golden horn beast had the natural ability to create clones. The only regret in his heart disappeared. This meant that he could use his earth body to reappear. Babata, quickly tell third brother that I've succeeded, he said hurriedly. Babata shook his head. What's the rush, Zhou Hao? That punk isn't in a rush at all. When you were in possession, he was still training. Luo Feng said, third brother only has confidence in me. What's more, there's no point in him being anxious. He might as well train properly. True, you should first sort out the inherited techniques. I didn't expect the golden horn beast to have passed down so many techniques. I'll pay attention to Zhou Hao's movements. The moment he finishes his training, I'll tell him. Babata replied. Luo Feng then continued to browse through the inherited techniques. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. West Lake Courtyard's basement. Zhou Hao stayed within the golden horn beast's broken eggshell. He muttered within, system, sign in. Ding. Congratulations host, you've gained gold origin law comprehension +1. Quote. Ding. Congratulations host, you've gained space origin law comprehension +1. Quote. 2 consecutive explosions. A sound was heard. Zhou Hao stood up and let out a long sigh. The golden horn beast's stamina for breaking the eggshell was even lower than he expected. After signing in for 2 years consecutively, the wool was almost exhausted. The increase in comprehension was only 1 point per day, which was much worse than the other Ice Mountain Beast avatar. If there's no other way, I can only let Luo Feng eat this eggshell. Muttering to himself, he left the basement and came to the wide open space in front of the villa. He began to train his blade techniques. The current him, his genetic energy had risen to the star level 8 stage. His spiritual force had finally broken through to the star level 9 stage. In terms of techniques, relying on the space origin law comprehension he gained from signing in the Golden Horn Beast and Ice Mountain Beast eggshell, 2 months ago, he had trained the 10,000 threads to the 100 thread level. In the other undying technique, Flame Star, had slowed down quite a bit due to studying the space origin law. Currently, it was still at the 3rd level. As for the gold origin law, Zhou Hao didn't train it. After all, the space origin law and the fire origin law alone took up a large amount of his time. He didn't have the energy to study anything else. Chapter 70, Su. Afternoon. 2 beams of light came from afar, landing on the spacious ground in front of the villa. Zhou Hao, who had just finished his training and was sitting beside West Lake admiring the scenery, didn't even raise his head as he said, "Big brother, second brother, it's quite strange today, the 2 of you actually came together, is there some good news?" Hong and Thunder God sat on Zhou Hao's left and right. "Third brother, have you seen fourth brother recently?" Thunder God didn't hold back as he picked up the teapot on the stone table and drank from it. Zhou Hao shook his head, surprised. "No, you guys know that I've been training and rarely contact the outside world. Luo Feng hasn't come to my place for more than half a year." Hong frowned. "That's strange, I haven't seen fourth brother for more than a month. I asked Thunder, he didn't see him either, he didn't pick up my calls either. Fourth brother's place is closer to yours, so I thought you would know." Zhou Hao was startled. He had a guess in his heart, there's no one at home. "Yes, there's no one." Thunder God nodded. "I heard from his brother that Luo Feng went on a long journey last month. I was puzzled, Earth is only so big, how can he go on a long journey for more than a month?" Hearing this, he understood. Luo Feng definitely left Earth, heading to the distant life planet Dragon Star 320,000 light-years away, and it was now October 2061, 1 year earlier than the original plot. To this, Zhou Hao wasn't surprised. Luo Feng possessed the Golden Horn Beast, Under Babada's arrangements, he would definitely search for metals to increase his power. Half a year ago he met Luo Fong, the latter's power had already reached the peak of the Star Traveler level 9. According to the Golden Horn Beast's growth path, without eating eggshells and relying on normal metals, it would need 10 years to break through to the Star Traveler level 1, and the latter only used a year and a half to go from the Star Traveler level 8 to the peak of the Star Traveler level 9. He must have gone to Mars and found a black iron mine. However, the grade of the black iron type metals wasn't high. Relying on the black iron, Luo Fong didn't break through to the star level. So in the face of a situation where he couldn't break through, Babada would definitely encourage Luo Fong to go to the universe. Big brother, second brother, you can rest assured. Luo Feng's strength is not low, and he is also a spirit reader master. Moreover, he has also obtained the inheritance of the Yunmo planet. He will not be in any danger. As for his disappearance for a month, he may have gone to the universe. Zhou Hao smiled, but he was desperate. There was only 1 year left until the end of the mission. If Luo Feng still couldn't break through to the star state, he could only let him eat eggshells. He had to obtain the time origin law talent. Hearing this, Thunder God's eyes lit up. He slapped his thigh and said, "That's right, why didn't I think of that? Haha, to be able to disappear for a month, there is no other possibility other than going to a more distant universe." Hong frowned. The universe is dangerous and there are countless experts. Why did fourth brother go there alone without saying a word? It's too risky. Quote, "Big brother, your worries are unnecessary. Fourth brother's personality is steady and cautious. If he isn't confident, why would he risk going to the universe? Moreover, he has obtained the inheritance of the Yunmo planet. His understanding of the universe is probably deeper than ours." Thunder God smiled. "Second brother is right, let's just wait for the good news. Luo Feng came back from the universe, he should bring something back." Zhou Hao sipped his tea and joked. Thunder God smiled. Yes, I would be embarrassed to come back empty-handed." Hong was speechless. You too, Milky Way Galaxy, Bailan Star. At this time, Luo Feng, who was being talked about by Zhou Hao and the other two, had just brought 15 star states and 900 star state level 9 slaves from Bailan Star onto the Black Dragon ship. Bailan Star was more than 10,000 light years away from Earth. However, relying on the Black Dragon ship to travel through the dark universe, it would only take a day to fly back to Earth. However, the premise was that Babada had to guide them to find the hidden universe coordinates before they could travel through the dark universe. Other than Babada, any other ship, whether it was leaving Earth or entering Earth from other places, would take a few years. The main reason was that the universe coordinates within a few thousand light years of Earth were completely hidden by the master of the Yunmo planet, Huyan Bo. Unless one was stronger than Huyan Bo in the study of the space laws, they could only fly normally. In the ship's control hall, Luo Feng closed his eyes and his consciousness entered the virtual universe's Black Dragon Mountain Island to communicate with Babada. "Babada, I bought half a year's worth of metal combinations this time. It should be enough for me to break through to the star state." The demon form Babada waved his fist, "Definitely enough. Actually, the black iron ore on Mars can allow you to break through to the star level, but firstly, it's too slow, and secondly, there are too many impurities. You've already accumulated enough, and don't need to swallow those inferior metals. The combination of metals purchased this time, not only can it allow you to break through to the star level, it can also raise you to star level 3. Luo Feng nodded. "You bought the purple light dew?" "I bought it," Babada replied unwillingly. 100,000 tons of purple light dew, you are really willing to part with it?" Luo Feng laughed. "I alone am strong, but I can't make Earth rise. Only when everyone becomes strong can Earth rise in the universe and not be bullied. And for Earth, third brother didn't hesitate to give me the opportunity to possess the golden horn beast. So what if I buy some purple light dew now?" Babada pursed his lips but didn't say anything else. One day later, Zhou Hao, Hong and Thunder God gathered on the balcony of the castle Luo Feng bought. "Fourth brother, not bad. You actually went to the universe without a word and even brought back such a castle. If you don't tell us what you know about the universe, your big brother, third brother and I won't let you off easily," Thunder God said in an exaggerated tone. Hong smiled calmly. "Thunder, you really don't know how to change your impatient temper. It's not easy for fourth brother to come back from the universe. You should at least let him have some tea first." Zhou Hao didn't say anything. However, he smiled and looked at Luo Fong. Of course he knew what Luo Fong brought back. In truth, no matter who it was, after going to the universe and coming in contact with large amounts of information, they would first think of buying star-level slaves to protect Earth and buy resources to improve the humans on Earth. Luo Fong didn't keep them in suspense. He immediately told them about his discovery of the Black Dragon Mountain X-81 ship in Archaeological Ruin Number 12, his journey from the ruin to Horned Dragon Star, his purchase of the slaves in Purple Light Dew, etc. Of course, he didn't mention the information about Yunmo Planet's Huyan Bo and his bank account number. Following which, the four of them discussed whether or not to announce the news of the slave guards in the Purple Light Dew. Hong and Thunder God's suggestion was naturally to only announce the Purple Light Dew and keep the slave guards a secret. Zhou Hao didn't have any objections. Actually, even if they announced the star-level slave guards, it wouldn't be a big deal. Different from the original plot, the Newell and Shan family's universe adventure team would only arrive on Earth after a year. And a year's time was enough to do a lot of things. The next day, under the request of Zhou Hao and Hong, the leaders of the world's 5 strongest countries and various representatives gathered at Luo Feng's castle for a global meeting. During the meeting, Luo Feng announced some information about the universe and the Purple Light Dew, causing a huge commotion. After that, a large number of dojo members around the world broke through to become warriors under the influence of the Purple Light Dew. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the special sign-in mission, obtaining the Time Origin Law. Quote. Chapter 71. 1 month later, Zhou Hao had just finished signing in the broken eggshell of the Golden Horn Beast when the system notification sounded in his mind again. He stood up expressionlessly. He left the eggshell. After a while, he stood on the rooftop of the villa and looked at the sparkling water surface of West Lake. His expression was like a slow-motion camera as he smiled. Luo Fong, oh Luo Fong, after 14 years and 3 months, you finally broke through to the star level 1. It wasn't easy. After waiting for such a long time, he finally achieved perfection. And time and space origin laws were the most mysterious and unfathomable universe laws. Now that he had completed the special signing mission, Zhou Hao could be considered to have obtained these 2 origin law talents. It could be said, once he thoroughly studied these 2 laws, he would be truly invincible in the same level. If he completely mastered them, that would be even more incredible. He would directly break through to the universe master level. Of course, it was extremely difficult to achieve this step. There were only a dozen universe masters in the entire human race. However, with 2 origin law talents, at least it meant that Zhou Hao had the hope of becoming a universe master. Even if the hope was slim, it was still very rare. Zhou Hao took a deep breath and suppressed the restlessness in his heart. He was very clear that even if he obtained the time and space origin law talents, it would still be very difficult to study them thoroughly. And if it were someone else, it wouldn't be a good thing. Because whether it was space or time, studying any one of them was enough to spend a lifetime of energy. Studying 2 at the same time, not to mention a peerless genius, even an invincible emperor with a long lifespan wouldn't dare to do so. Biting off more than one could chew was a universal truth that countless great beings understood. But Zhou Hao was different. Not only did he have multiple bodies, but he also had a greater reliance, the signing-in system. So no one was more suitable than him to study space and time at the same time. Half an hour later, he returned to the study of the villa and started to think seriously. Even though he had already decided to study space and time, he still had to consider how to allocate his energy. Currently, my 2 bodies have the talent of gold, fire, water, time, and space origin law. My human body gave up on studying the fire origin law and focused on studying the time origin law. As for the other iceberg giant beast avatar, it focuses on the laws of space and the laws of water. Quote. Zhou Hao rubbed his eyebrows, his face full of contemplation. The reason for this arrangement. The main reason was that the ice mountain beast avatar did not have the talent for the time origin law, so it would be very difficult for it to comprehend and cultivate. Moreover, the cultivation of its innate secret techniques and special type secret techniques was closely related to the strength of the water origin source law that it was extremely compatible with. Therefore, the iceberg behemoth could not give up on studying and cultivating the water origin source law. At the same time, the laws of water and time were completely incompatible. Therefore, only the iceberg beast could cultivate water and space, while Zhou Hao's human clone cultivated time. This was a more suitable arrangement. As for the fire origin source law, he could only stop for the time being, and the metal origin source law was even more out of the question. I'll have to wait until I nurture other clones in the future before I focus on comprehending the laws of fire and metal. Zhou Hao sighed. There was nothing he could do about it. He had to give up something to gain something. His energy was limited. Apart from studying and comprehending the laws, he still had to cultivate the control chapter and the miscellaneous chapter. The iceberg beast avatar also had to find water energy to improve its inner world. In this way, his time was very tight. Of course, the best way was to find suitable genes for his human clone as soon as possible to nurture a clone. But the problem was, he couldn't go out at all. In Bermuda, Zhou Hao signed in and obtained the mechanical race's spaceship. However, the universe coordinates of thousands of light years around the entire Earth were covered. Without Babata's guidance, there was no way to travel through the universe. If he flew slowly, even if the mechanical race's spaceship could easily reach the speed of light, it would take several years to travel a distance of thousands of light years. If he had the time, he might as well stay at home and cultivate. He shook his head. He suppressed the distracting thoughts in his mind. Zhou Hao closed his eyes and searched his mind for the secret technique he obtained from signing in on the Yunmo planet's spaceship. The master of Yunmo planet, Hu Yanbo, majored in the space origin source law. Most of the immortal secret techniques he collected were also related to space. However, the other party seemed to have also collected a set of mainstream immortal secret techniques of the time origin source law. Soon, he flipped it out. System, receive the reward of signing in for the immortal secret technique, 1,000 waves. He said silently in his heart. Even though the signing in system didn't have space. However, the reward he received, as long as Zhou Hao didn't receive it, it would be temporarily stored and he could receive it at any time. Shua, as he received it, a large amount of mysteries regarding the 1,000 waves technique poured into Zhou Hao's soul consciousness. The system's infusion of mysteries was equivalent to a teacher who had completely grasped the time origin source law, carefully analyzing and teaching the time origin source law. Even a star level who didn't have the talent for the time origin source law could rely on this infusion and gradually comprehend a thread of the time origin source law, even stepping through the threshold. Zhou Hao immediately understood. The undying secret technique, 1,000 waves, was similar to the 10,000 threads. It was one of the mainstream techniques of the undying to study time and space. Even though there were more exquisite techniques for the time and space origin source law, like the Golden Horn Beast's inheritance technique, Absolute Space, and the Wei Suo Beast's inheritance technique, Mirror of Time, these techniques were specialized and could only be used by special races. On the other hand, the 1,000 layered waves and 10,000 threads were suitable for most races to cultivate. Time is like water flowing continuously. To comprehend and study it, one has to capture the ripples of the flow of time. Under normal circumstances, it's impossible to do so. Hence, we have to be like throwing a stone into the water to create ripples, creating ripples in the flow of time. After Zhou Hao received a large amount of mysteries, he began to comprehend and study them from the beginning. Very quickly, he entered a state of complete concentration. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months passed. Zhou Hao, who was immersed in his comprehension of the 1,000 waves, was suddenly interrupted by a voice outside the villa. He frowned and walked out of the broken eggshell. Arriving outside the villa, seeing Luo Fong, his frown relaxed. "Fourth brother, what's the matter?" Zhou Hao had long given all the miscellaneous items in the Hope Dojo to his sister Zhou Ying, and Shen Hong. He would occasionally go over to take a look. Hence, he was rarely disturbed by other matters. Only Luo Fong, Hong and Thunder God would often come over to the villa, looking for him to drink or spar. But usually when he entered a state of training, they would consciously reduce the number of times they came over. Luo Feng scratched his head. "Third brother, last month I brought big brother and second brother to Dragon Star to open an account. Seeing that you were training, I didn't want to disturb you. The main reason I came over this time is because big brother, second brother and I are preparing to go to buy Land Star to stay for a while and buy some resources. So I came over to ask if you want to come along." Without waiting for Zhou Hao to reply, he hurriedly said, "Opening the channel to the virtual universe is very important. The last time I bought an anonymous consciousness helmet, although I can enter the virtual universe, but I can't buy anything. I understand the importance of entering the virtual universe. When are we going to buy Land Star?" Chapter 72, Year 2062, April 21st. The Black Dragon Mountain X-81 ship left Earth for the third time. Looking at the blue planet that was gradually getting further and further away, Zhou Hao, who was standing in front of the screen in the ship's hull, his expression was somewhat emotional. Unknowingly, he had already reincarnated for 24 years. Hong stood beside Zhou Hao, his voice low. The cruelty of the universe is beyond our imagination. Even though Thunder and I only went there once, we were scared stiff. Even universe-level warriors would become slaves, and our Earth against universe-level or powerful slave-trading fleets, we have no power to resist at all. The moment Earth is discovered, then me, Thunder, fourth brother, you, and the entire human race on Earth will become slaves, sold in the slave market like commodities. Thunder God and Luo Fong also walked over. On Earth, we have been too comfortable. Thunder God sighed. Without enemies, without pressure, our training will slow down. That's why Big Brother and I decided to leave Earth and go to Bailan Star, to come into contact with the universe. Only then will we have more motivation, to quickly improve ourselves, to have the power to protect our home in the future. Luo Fong at this time said, the last time we came back, I discussed with Big Brother and Second Brother, to buy some early warning equipment, distributed on the edge of the solar system on planets such as Neptune. The moment any ship enters the solar system, we will be able to detect it in advance, and quickly return to Earth from Bailan Star. Zhou Hao nodded. You did the right thing, we indeed have to set up some preventive measures. He knew, in another 6 or 7 months, the universe adventurers would come. However, with his current power, he could easily destroy that group of adventurers and the Newell and Shan family fleet. And even against universe-level warriors, as long as they didn't exceed universe level 2, he could rely on the hybrid copper essence shard and origin laws to destroy them. That's why Zhou Hao wasn't worried at all. Get ready, we are about to go through universe travel. Babata reminded. Rumble, following which, the Black Dragon ship shook violently, and suddenly accelerated. 1 day later, Bailan Star, 1.18 light-years away from Earth. Zhou Hao, Luo Fong, Hong Laishan and the other 3, as well as the Black Meng guards walked out of the ship. Bailan Star had a cold climate all year round. However, a Star Traveler-level martial artist could completely adapt to extreme temperatures. Zhou Hao was already a Star level 9, this little bit of temperature didn't affect him at all, not to mention he was still wearing the Origin Power armor. A few days later, after familiarizing himself with Bailan Star, Luo Feng brought Zhou Hao to Horned Dragon Star, with Hong and Thor tagging along. The 4 of them reached Horned Dragon Star and first applied for Black Dragon Mountain Empire citizenship, following which they opened the Virtual Universe Network number, after which Luo Feng gave Zhou Hao a Universe Galaxy bank card. In a restaurant on Horned Dragon Star, Luo Feng smiled and said, Third brother, try the food of Horned Dragon Star. Zhou Hao took a bite and a strange expression appeared on his face. Hong and Thunder God burst into laughter. It tastes weird, it's hard to swallow, but after digesting it's delicious. Zhou Hao commented as he took a few more bites. Thunder God clicked his tongue. 3D, this is not bad, the first time I ate it, I almost vomited, the taste is too different from what we usually eat. Zhou Hao nodded and was about to speak when he received a Universe Galaxy bank transfer notification. He couldn't help but look up at Luo Fong. Third brother, you and Big Brother and Second Brother are the same, 1 billion Black Dragon dollars each. I don't have much money at the moment, I'll just make do with it. Luo Feng laughed. Hong said softly, our money was earned by fourth brother selling spirit weapons. This universe needs money everywhere. Training in the virtual universe requires even more. Thunder and I are planning to find a job that can both earn money and raise our strength. Thunder God joked. 3D, you're much stronger than us. In terms of earning money, you'll be stronger than us. We'll have to follow you in the future. Yes, third brother, you're a Star level 9, we'll have to follow you in the future. Anyway, other than the Black Dragon ship we use, I don't have anything else to sell. Luo Feng also joked, he had many things he could sell, but he couldn't. Zhou Hao laughed, you guys don't have money, but I do. The moment he said that, Hong, Thunder God, Luo Feng and the other 2 were stunned. An hour later, Zhou Hao walked out of the strange treasure shop. He naturally didn't have money, but the things he got from signing in on Earth were too many. Among them, there were countless things that could be sold, such as origin weapons, spirit weapons, origin armor, and so on. There were even quite a few mech race airships. Moreover, If he were to sell secret techniques, his wealth would definitely surpass that of an immortal rank expert. How is it? How much did you sell? Quote, 30. Don't sell your own weapons for us. Hong, Thunder God, Luo Fong and the other two welcomed him. Zhou Hao shook his head. Hong and Thunder God saw this and thought that Zhou Hao's weapons were too low level, and the shop wouldn't accept them, hence they hurriedly comforted him. It's alright, we have enough money on us for now. Luo Fong hurriedly said, yes, third brother, at most I'll sell the Black Dragon Mountain ship, we can exchange for a lower level ship. Big brother, second brother, fourth brother, don't misunderstand, what I want to say is, I have a lot of things to sell, this shop can't handle it all, I have to ask for funds from the headquarters. Zhou Hao explained. Thunder God stared, damn, 30, why didn't you say so earlier? Hong and Luo Fong were speechless. Zhou Hao laughed out loud, just as he was about to speak, the star level 6 old man with red and blue stripes on his face quickly chased out. Esteemed customer, please wait for a moment, I've already used the emergency channel to send a message to the headquarters, I only need half an hour to reply. This old man's forehead was filled with sweat, afraid that Zhou Hao would leave. After all, the things the other party wanted to sell, the total value exceeded 5 trillion Black Dragon dollars, equivalent to 5 billion Ganwu dollars. This was a huge transaction. If he bought those things and sold them through the headquarters, he could earn a few 100 billion Black Dragon dollars. One must know, a third-level top-grade spirit weapon was only 500 billion Black Dragon dollars. Half an hour, all right, then we'll wait. Zhou Hao nodded. The old man immediately heaved a sigh of relief, respectfully inviting Zhou Hao, Luo Fong, Hong Thunder God and the other three to the VIP room, personally pouring 4 cups of expensive fruit juice. If the 4 of you need anything, feel free to ask. As he said that, he handed out 4 VIP cards. This VIP card could give a 10% discount when buying things in the rare treasure shop, even more than the membership card Luo Fong got from selling the arc cutter blade. After the old man left, Luo Fong and Hong Thunder God all stared at Zhou Hao. Why are you all looking at me? Zhou Hao was puzzled. God, 30, what exactly are you selling, for the manager of this shop to be so passionate and respectful? Thunder God's expression was exaggerated. Luo Fong didn't say anything, but was conversing with Babada. Babada, the things teacher left behind are too little, not even as much as my third brother. Babada immediately exploded. What do you know? The entire Yunmo planet ship is made from the hybrid copper essence, any piece is worth a lot. If the Yunmo planet ship is sold, the entire Black Dragon Mountain Empire wouldn't be able to afford it. Luo Fong curled his lips, the Yunmo planet ship is expensive, but it can't be sold. Babada was speechless, he couldn't help but say, I suspect that this Zhou Hao is planning to sell the hybrid copper essence pieces. Chapter 73. Luo Fong knew about the Yunmo planet ship fragment, but when Babada said that, he immediately refuted, impossible, third brother is not stupid, how could he not know the value of the hybrid copper essence fragment? Babada snorted, not just anyone can recognize the hybrid copper essence fragment. Luo Fong was speechless. Luo Fong, you have to watch, if Zhou Hao sells the hybrid copper essence fragment, you have to stop him. Compared to your planet being discovered, the hybrid copper essence fragment will attract more attention. Babada reminded. Don't worry, I will. Luo Feng's face became serious. At this time, Zhou Hao said, nothing much, just some spirit weapons and genetic weapons. Of course he would not sell the hybrid copper essence fragment, even if it was a middle level 4 weapon, he would not reveal it. A man's wealth is his own ruin. A star level like him having a top level 3 spirit weapon was still acceptable, a low level 4 one was not too eye-catching, but a middle level 4 one was different, this was something used by domain lords and sector lords. Thunder God's mouth was wide open, third brother, your inheritance is too awesome, you can just sell such a precious thing. Hong frowned, and advised, third brother, don't try to show off, each of us have 1 billion Black Dragon coins, we can spend it sparingly. Big brother, second brother, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Zhou Hao waved his hand, with the sign-in system, how could he lack money? Hearing Zhou Hao's words, Hong nodded. While waiting, Zhou Hao hesitated, and said in his heart, system, sign in. There was only one chance to sign in a day. In the end, he still gave it to this little shop. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in at Dragon Star Treasure Shop, obtaining a level 4 spirit weapon molecular origin sword. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, obtaining 10 rippling fruits. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, obtaining a level 3 origin armor. Quote. Quote, comma, quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, obtaining 10 Muya crystals. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, obtaining 10 kilograms of jade essence. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, obtaining 100 kilograms of purple light dew. Quote. 10 consecutive explosions. Zhou Hao couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. Just as he was about to sell something worth 6 trillion black dragon dollars, he almost got his money back from signing in. As expected of the universe. Even a random shop on a random planet was so rich. He waited for half an hour. The old man immediately entered the VIP room with a warm smile on his face. Esteemed guest, we can start the transaction now. Zhou Hao nodded and directly took out a level 4 spirit weapon, a level 4 genetic weapon, 2 top-grade level 3 spirit weapons, and a level 3 genetic weapon. Hong and Thunder God's eyelids twitched. Luo Fong let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't a fragment of the hybrid copper essence. Babata said indignantly, what kind of inheritance did Zhou Hao inherit? Doesn't he know that the more he gives his disciples, the better it is? Some of these weapons were obtained from signing in on Yunmo planet's spaceship, while others were obtained in Bermuda. Due to the system's modification, Babata couldn't recognize them. The old man's eyes lit up, and the smile on his face grew wider. The quality of these weapons were not bad, and the difference in price when they were sold would be more. Inspection complete. The old man transferred 6.3 trillion black dragon dollars to Zhou Hao's Universe Galaxy account. Esteemed guests, you can take a look around the shop and see if there's anything you need. Zhou Hao waved his hand. Big brother, second brother, your weapons are rather poor. Buy whatever you like. Thunder God said excitedly, haha, third brother, me, big brother and fourth brother won't be courteous today. Hong's face was also moved. Although he had obtained the ancient civilization ruins, the quality of the things inside wasn't high. Luo Feng waved his hand, I don't need it for now. Babata didn't say anything. Anyways, as long as Luo Feng's human clone reached Star Traveler level 7, he could take the first account left behind by Huyan Bo. There was 10 billion Ganwu dollars inside. Finally, Hong and Thunder God each chose a level 3 lower grade origin weapon and origin armor. The total value was 40 billion black dragon dollars. Leaving the rare treasure shop, Zhou Hao and the other three found a restaurant and entered a private room. They then connected their consciousness to the virtual universe. Shua, as the four of them didn't have a fixed car in the virtual universe, they appeared on the streets. Many passers-by looked at them with disdain. Babata, who was standing on Luo Feng's shoulder, waved his fist. Zhou Hao, I suggest you buy a house first. That way, when the four of you enter the virtual universe, you'll appear in the house you bought and not on the streets. No problem. The process of buying a house in the virtual universe wasn't complicated, and the location Zhou Hao chose was still Black Dragon Mountain Island's 9-star Bay district. 2 hours passed. The four of them sat on the sofa in the living room of one of the 9-star Bay district's rooms. We've finally bought a house. Appearing on the streets twice, I can't stand the looks of others. Thunder God leaned on the sofa. Luo Feng laughed, his expression gradually becoming more serious. Third brother, while we have the money now, I feel that we should quickly confirm Earth's leader. That way, Earth will have a main planet, and the other explorers are slave traders. Even if they discover Earth, they wouldn't dare act recklessly. The laws of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire have a deterrent force. Hong nodded in agreement. Fourth brother is right, Earth having a leader will save us a lot of trouble. Actually, even if Luo Feng didn't mention it, Zhou Hao would have mentioned it too. He had money now, naturally he couldn't just wait for the universe explorers to come. It's a bit late today. Let's first check which planet is the closest to Black Dragon Mountain. We'll head over tomorrow. Hong immediately started to check. Information like this was basically public and easy to find. Jade Rock Star. We'll head out tomorrow. The four of them left Horned Dragon Star on the second day, taking the Black Dragon Mountain ship to travel through the universe. Jade Rock Star was an official planet used by the Black Dragon Mountain Empire to intimidate the surrounding 6 countries. Even though it was more remote compared to the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's direct administrative planets, Jade Rock Star's prosperity wasn't any weaker. Luo Fong docked the Black Dragon Mountain X-81 ship at the docking bay. The four of them then walked out of the ship. They were in a good mood. After all, as long as they confirmed Earth's leader, they wouldn't have to worry about the humans of Earth being enslaved like the Black Meng clan and the Dream Shell clan. Hehe, indeed worthy of being the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's official planet. Star levels can be seen everywhere. Occasionally, we can even see a universe-level warrior. Thunder God looked at the passers-by and exclaimed. Hong looked at the distant two universe-level warriors entering the Universe Star River bank, his voice filled with respect and yearning. That's a Universe Star mercenary. I've seen it. To become a Universe mercenary, one has to undergo life and death trials. Step by step, one has to pass through life and death trials. Only then can one obtain the Universe Star mercenary title. And normally, those who can obtain this title are all strong warriors. Luo Fong nodded, his eyes filled with respect and worship. Warriors who dared to rush and fight were the most respected. He too wished to become such a warrior. Not long after, the four of them arrived at the Jade Rock Star Empire's official office. Just like the original plot, an official from the Empire's official office casually explained the process of purchasing Earth once through. As Earth was the highest standard life planet, the purchase required 3 trillion Black Dragon dollars. Also, one had to apply for it first. After being checked and approved, it had to be handed over to the various departments of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire for inspection. The slowest was 30 days. Indeed, the larger the organization, the more complicated the process. Thunder God was speechless. Hong shook his head, 30 days isn't too long. I'm just afraid of delays. Zhou Hao smiled, as long as there's money, it can be sped up. He walked straight to the official. In 3 days, if you can complete the process and help me purchase this planet, I'll give you 100 million Black Dragon dollars. System, sign in. As he spoke, he muttered within. Chapter 74, Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the Jade Rock Star Empire's official office, you have been rewarded with the status of director. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a confidential document. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained 3 life planets. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained 10 million Black Dragon coins. Quote. Quadruple explosion. Zhou Hao was expressionless. It was obvious that this empire's official office was a government office with little profit. He was too lazy to receive this kind of reward. At this time, when the empire's official heard the 100 million Black Dragon coins, his eyes instantly widened and his breathing quickened. In this government office, his monthly salary and benefits added together was barely more than 10,000 Black Dragon coins. 100 million Black Dragon coins. He did not eat or drink for hundreds of years to accumulate this amount, and this was under the condition that he did not lose his job and did not have any expenses. If you complete all the procedures in 1 day, I will give you 500 million Black Dragon coins. If you complete it in an hour, I will give you 1 billion Black Dragon coins. The official had not recovered from the shock of the 100 million Black Dragon coins when he heard the black-haired youth say 2 more numbers. His legs could not help but soften. Huff, huff, the official gasped for breath as he stared at Zhou Hao. He spoke very quickly, Mr. Zhou, I'm not confident that I can complete it in an hour because too many departments are involved. However, I'm absolutely confident that I can complete it in a day. However, I need funds to pave the way. Zhou Hao, Hong Leishan, Luo Fong and the other 3 laughed. Thus, for the next day, they stayed in the empire's official office, waiting for good food and drinks. Previously, this slow official was running up and down, his phone almost never stopped. Even the entire empire's official office was frantically busy, completely lacking the leisure of a government office. 30 days is indeed very slow. Actually, 7 days is enough, there is no need to give so much money. Hong said in a low voice. Leishan joked, Big brother, I think Sanzi just wants to enjoy the happiness of being a nouveau riche. Zhou Hao laughed, second brother is still the one who sees through things. Hong and Luo Fong were speechless, but their faces relaxed. With the Lord of Earth, the pressure in their hearts lessened a lot. In less than half a day, the official completed all the procedures. Zhou Hao had officially become the Earth's Lord. That afternoon, the 4 of them left Jade Rock Star, and did not even stop at Bailan Star, and returned directly to Earth. They wanted to celebrate on Earth. For 3 consecutive days, Zhou Hao, Hong Leishan, and Luo Fong didn't cultivate. Instead, they drank and ate meat to their heart's content. 3 days later, the 4 of them once again returned to the days of bitter cultivation. Ancient Loon Nation, a remote star region. Icy star universe, the territory of a medium-level civilization. On a barren planet covered in ice and snow in the Siva family's grazing area. A furry little guy was inside the white eggshell. Compared to when it was just born, this iceberg beast's strength had only risen to star level 1. This was all thanks to the creatures on the planet and the surrounding planets. Or else, Zhou Hao's clone would still be in the planetary state. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained comprehension of the origin laws of water +1. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained comprehension of the origin laws of space +1. Quote. From his birth until now, he had been signing in for nearly 8 years. The wool of this eggshell was almost squeezed clean. Even his water origin law talent, which had been increasing every day, was gone. Although his comprehension of the water and space origin laws was still increasing, for the giant beast avatar, who had a deeper understanding of these 2 origin laws, the increase in comprehension every day was actually somewhat insignificant. He opened his eyes. The iceberg beast avatar that had grown to the size of 2 she opened its mouth and swallowed the eggshell in its inner world. After a long period of silence. After staying on this barren planet for nearly 8 years, only occasionally going to nearby planets to devour other creatures, Zhou Hao couldn't help but feel that it was time to move. He had reached a bottleneck in the study of the 2 origin laws of water and space. Especially space. He had been stuck at the level of the 100-thread stream for several years. As the 2 most unfathomable origin laws, the difficulty far exceeded that of the water origin law. The more he studied it, the more difficult it would be 10 times more difficult. However, reaching the star-level comprehension of the 100-thread stream was already very abnormal. Many super geniuses in the universe had just stepped into the threshold of the space origin law. Moreover, from the 100-thread stream to the 10,000-thread stream, meant that the number of space illusions that could erupt would increase from hundreds to tens of thousands. There was a huge gap in between. It was impossible for Zhou Hao to cross it in a few years or even decades. Unless he could find a place that was suitable for his space talent and comprehension to increase greatly. Swish swish swish, his figure flashed quickly. Soon, he arrived at the asteroid belt at the edge of the galaxy. This remote place was very cold, especially at the edge of the star. The temperature was extremely low. He had occasionally stayed at this edge before, but today, he was preparing to leave and change his nest to continue studying the origin laws. Suddenly, a spaceship suddenly drilled out from the space outside the asteroid belt. Zhou Hao's eyes lit up. He was about to leave when someone sent him a spaceship. This was simply a good person who gave him a pillow when he was sleepy. He wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he waited for these spaceships to drive into the asteroid belt. In this complicated environment, it was very difficult for spaceships to accelerate to the speed of light to travel through the universe. At this moment, inside the spaceship, several young men from the Siva family stood in the control hall and talked with each other. Senna, this time the family sent us to this grazing area. It's just a formality. Don't be so nervous. One of the young men smiled and said with a relaxed expression. Another young man with a blue half-moon mark in the center of his forehead said, yes, the planet creatures in this galaxy can at most reach the star level. With our strength, we can easily crush them. The woman named Senna was a genius from the side family. She frowned. We can't be careless. According to the grazing supervisor, a large number of creatures in this galaxy have been slaughtered in recent years. A star-level creature should be born. To be able to kill so many ice element creatures, this creature must be very strong. The young man on the left was also a genius from the side family. Just as he was about to speak, a voice suddenly came from the spaceship. Life energy fluctuations detected. Immediately afterward, the screen of the spaceship showed Zhou Hao napping on an irregular asteroid. Come closer. As the spaceship approached, a clear image of Zhou Hao's body appeared. Senna and the 2 young men beside her suddenly widened their eyes. It's the giant iceberg beast, one of the 12 peak bloodlines of the giant star beasts. Oh my god, it's still in its infancy. Opportunity, this is a great opportunity. The 3 of them were instantly excited and surprised. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a flywheel suddenly appeared and instantly split into two half-moon-shaped flywheels, one on the left and one on the right, sweeping towards the heads of the two young men. As a genius spirit reader from the side family of the Siva family, Senna made the first move. Chapter 75, Pooh. Sai Na's sudden attack caught the prodigy on the left off guard. He didn't think that the girl he liked would kill him. As for the other flywheel, it was blocked by a shield when it reached the young man on the right. Haha, Sai Na, you really have the heart to kill him. Sai Yi grew up with you and gave you priority in all the resources in the clan. The elders in the clan even planned for you to get married as soon as possible. But now, you killed him. The young man with the blue crescent mark between his eyebrows laughed loudly as he was sent flying. But his laughter had a trace of sadness. Sai Na snorted, her watery eyes swept towards Seri. Don't you like me too? You're always around me, trying to get on my good side. Since that's the case, you should just wait for your death. What's the point of resisting? While speaking, the two crescent discs flew towards Seri under the control of her spiritual force. Dang dang, Seri quickly raised his shield to block, but the force of the spirit weapon was too strong. His body was sent flying by the huge force, smashing into the side of the hall, blood flowing from his mouth. Give up, you're not my match, only I have the right to have such a huge opportunity like the giant ice mountain beast. Sai Na said coldly. Seri wiped the blood from his mouth, staring at Sai Na. He said crazily, yes, I like you, but I also like to chase after the peak of the strong. As he said that, Sai Na was about to control the spirit weapon, when she suddenly felt a smell in the ship. Her eyes opened wide. You're actually... Boom. Before she finished, her body fell, the two crescent discs smashed into the ship. Her skin turned green, then quickly dried up. Seri coughed out a mouthful of blood, walking to Sai Na's side, looking at the ugly corpse. He sighed, no matter how pretty you are, you're just a skeleton after death. You're a genius, and vicious. If I wasn't prepared, I would have died under your spirit weapon. Pity, I never told you that I'm a pharmacist. I wanted to give you a surprise. Muttering, he stepped over Sai Na's corpse, his eyes looking at the giant ice mountain beast on the screen. His eyes burned with passion. This was a giant star beast. Moreover, it was an infant giant star beast, one of the 12 peak bloodlines. According to the life energy detection, this little guy is only a star level 1. Ha ha ha, after capturing him, he'll definitely be sold for a sky-high price. By then, I'll have more resources to study medicine. He quickly transferred the control of the spaceship to himself. Although he wasn't a genius, he was still a direct descendant of the Seiwa. Plus, Sai Yi and Sai Na were dead, so it was easy for him to get control of the spaceship. On an irregular asteroid, Zhou Hao lay lazily on the smooth ice mountain, waiting for the spaceship to approach. True enough, the spaceship quickly flew towards where he was. Not long after, it hovered a distance away from the asteroid. It was as if the spaceship was afraid of scaring him away. Whoosh! About half a minute later, a figure left the spaceship and quickly approached. Zhou Hao's eyes were filled with doubt. How could this guy be so confident? He was an astral beast. Although he was still in his infancy stage, his bloodline was noble and he had many tricks up his sleeve. Actually, what he didn't know was that the Seiwa family sent their direct descendant geniuses over to hunt creatures. The spaceship was not only fully equipped, but it also had weapons to deal with star-level creatures. It even had a trump card to deal with universe-level creatures. Of course, these trump cards were rarely used. It was because of this that Sai Na didn't hesitate to kill the other two members of her family. Seri wasn't worried that he wouldn't be able to capture the astral beast by himself. And at this time, Seri completely treated the astral beast as his own. He had even begun to think about how to deal with the astral beast after capturing it. Normally, possessing this type of bloodline pinnacle astral beast was the best choice. However, Seri didn't have any possession techniques. Hence, he was only thinking about how to sell the astral beast. However, what Seri didn't know was that even though he wanted to capture a star level 1 astral beast, it was a beast that had trained the 10,000 thread technique to the 100 thread technique. Su. As Seri got closer, Zhou Hao did not hesitate to use Sky Smasher, a secret combat technique. He suddenly extended his wings and his entire body disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he flashed to Seri's side. His wings slashed out like a blade. Seri didn't even have time to react before his body was split in half. Fresh blood floated out. Shua. Zhou Hao assimilated Sari's flesh and blood. Then, he used his natural talent transformation technique and changed into Sari's appearance. He quickly entered the spaceship. 3 days later, on a life planet in the middle-level civilization of the Ice Star Universe, Aqua Spring Planet. Zhou Hao, who had transformed into Sari, sat comfortably in a private room in a restaurant, enjoying the delicious food of Aqua Spring Planet. Other than being able to memorize genes, the assimilation talent could also memorize information. He knew most of Sari's information like the back of his hand. Tisk tisk, I didn't expect this person to be a pharmacist. Zhou Hao casually browsed through the food while eating. There were many schools in the universe. Among them, controllers and fighters were the most common. Schools like illusionists, beast tamers, and pharmacists were extremely rare. Especially pharmacists, they were even rarer and belonged to a very secluded school. Unlike other schools, pharmacists not only needed large amounts of resources and money to grow, but it was also extremely difficult. However, once they grew, they would be extremely terrifying. A powerful pharmacist could concoct poison that even a knight couldn't resist. This Sari had only scratched the surface, yet he was able to kill the spirit reader genius Xena. Of course, this was also because Xena was completely unprepared. If she knew that Sari was a pharmacist, she would definitely be prepared. Then, it would be more difficult for Sari to kill Xena. In less than 4 years, the Virtual Universe Company will hold a genius battle that happens once every 10,000 years. Should my body participate? If I do, then this Sari's body can be used. Zhou Hao thought to himself. Transformation techniques had an obvious flaw. They couldn't imitate a changed soul. However, under normal circumstances, no one would recklessly invade someone else's mind. Also, to be able to easily sense soul changes, one would need to be very strong. However, Zhou Hao didn't plan on using Sari's identity. After all, with his strength, he could easily pass the genius bottles selection. This way, it would involve the Seiwa family. The Seiwa family's overall strength was still very strong. Even though he wasn't worried about being discovered, he didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. Furthermore, as long as he had money, he could casually change his appearance and get an identity on Water Spring Star. There was no need to use Sari's identity. Thus, on the same day, he went directly to Ice Star Universe's intermediate civilization citizenship. He also opened a virtual universe network number and went to the Universe Galaxy Bank. He applied for a Galaxy Bank card and signed in. Right now, his body wasn't as rich as the human bodies on Earth. It was almost completely broke. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in at Water Spring Star's Universe Galaxy Bank. You have obtained a 3-star customer status. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained 10 million ancient loon coins. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained 10 million Ice Star coins. Quote. Chapter 76. After completing the bank card, Zhou Hao's Ice Mountain Beast body immediately bought a house on Water Spring Star, after which his consciousness entered the virtual universe and appeared on a street of Ice Star Island. Even though it had the same soul as the human body, entering the virtual universe required a number. This was like Earth's phone number, different numbers would naturally appear in different locations. Like the anonymous account Luo Fong bought before, it didn't even need to be bound, anyone could use it. However, the time limit was 100 years, after that, it would be useless and would need to be bought again. And to open an account, one had to buy a number and bind it to one's consciousness. This required a higher price, and the longer one used it, the higher the price. At the same time, as long as one had money, one's consciousness could bind multiple numbers without any restrictions. Anyways, the more accounts one had, the more money one would have to pay. Many warriors with clones would normally buy different virtual universe accounts. This would prevent multiple clones from using the same account at the same time. The virtual universe wouldn't say no to money either. Walking on the streets of Ice Star Island, one's experience was completely different from Black Dragon Mountain Island. Not only were the two sides of the street completely different, the humans walking around were more like the elves described on Earth. Regardless of gender, they were all extremely handsome and pretty. However, even though most of their characteristics were similar to elves, upon closer inspection, one could still see the differences between them. For example, some had white skin while others had red skin, some had blue patterns all over their bodies. In reality, Zhou Hao's ice mountain beast body had transformed into Seri. His appearance was extremely handsome, especially the blue crescent mark between his brows. It gave him a different kind of charm. It was a pity that the passers-by didn't take a second look at him. My current identity is a star-level resident of Water Spring Star under the jurisdiction of a middle-level civilization in the Ice Star universe. As for my name, I'll be Seri. While walking, he muttered to himself. There were at least tens of thousands of people with the name Seri in the entire Ice Star universe. As long as he did not mention the Siva family in front of his name, no one would think that he was a collateral descendant of the Siva family. Moreover, even if he used the name Sewa Seri, it was impossible for him to attract the attention of the main branch of the Sewa family. The main reason was that the Sewa family was too big. There were hundreds of collateral branches. How could an insignificant member of the collateral branch be noticed by the main branch? Of course, if Zhou Hao managed to break free in the genius battle, then the situation would be completely different. Beep. You have received a message from the Universe Galaxy card account 7721-2215-3312, please check. 3 to 4 minutes after entering the virtual universe, his account received no less than a few hundred messages. Most of them were advertisements to promote wealth management products. After all, his account had been upgraded to a 3-star account by the system after receiving the reward. A 3-star account required at least 10 mixed elements. Of course, Zhou Hao did not have that much money in his account. He only had the 10 million GU Loon dollars and 10 million Ice Star dollars that he received from the Universe Galaxy Bank. The total value was only 10 billion and 10 million Ice Star dollars. As for the original Seri's assets, they could be completely ignored. Master, the Universe Galaxy Bank has sent an invitation for you to attend the GU Loon Country auction that is held once every 4 years. The mini-quantum computer on Zhou Hao's shoulder shouted. Normally, the mini-quantum computer would remind him of important news. It was not like the virtual assistant that only had a simple question and answer function. However, the mini-quantum computer was still not as good as the mini-quantum computer. However, the mini-quantum computer was more expensive. Hearing the mini-quantum computer's voice, Zhou Hao's eyes lit up. GU Loon Country auction. How long is there? Quote. Master, there are still 5 months. 5 months, Zhou Hao muttered. An auction held by a high-level space civilization like the GU Loon country would definitely have all sorts of rare treasures. Naturally, he would not miss such an opportunity. It was just that he was too poor, and there weren't any good places to sign in on the Water Spring planet to get resources. He could sign in at the Star River Bank, but he couldn't go to the Star River Bank every day to do business, and the money he could get from signing in at the Star River Bank wasn't much. According to the 10 million GU Loon dollars he received the first time, even if he continued to sign in for 5 months, he would only receive a few 100,000 GU Loon dollars. If he wanted to buy something at the auction, it would not even be enough to buy a single item. Hence, he had to think of another way. Earth. West Lake Villa's rooftop. Zhou Hao's human body was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. His consciousness had already entered the virtual universe. The speed of learning from sitting still was not as fast as the speed of learning from all sorts of battles. Especially after seeing the effects of the virtual universe's killing fields, he was even more convinced. Even though the techniques he received from the system could be directly imbued with mysteries, saving him a lot of detours, without practice, he would not be able to quickly master them. After all, theory and practice were two completely different things. And within the killing fields, this kind of drawback could be perfectly solved. Sitting in the hall with the blood-dripping background, Zhou Hao was still thinking about the battle with the opponent who trained in the time origin law. The difficulty of studying the time origin law was indeed very high. Half a year ago, relying on the time origin law talent, he barely managed to train the 1,000 layered waves to the first level, the first layered wave stage. And the first level of the 1,000 layered waves was actually to create a different time flow. The effect was to speed up one's own attacks or slow down the enemy's attacks. One must know that battles between strong warriors were very fast. If one party's movements suddenly slowed down during the battle, then the result would be disastrous. Hence, time origin law geniuses were often the hardest to deal with. You have a lot of space illusions, so I change the time flow to make your movements slower. Your attacks are sharp and tyrannical, so I change the time flow to make your attacks slower. It could be said that once one had some achievements in the time origin law, they would be in an invincible position. Like the Time Sector Lord, it was because he studied the time origin law that he made such a name for himself. Even the immortal rank warriors treated him as an equal. However, the time origin law comprehension was too difficult. The Time Sector Lord Luo spent his entire life studying the time origin law, causing him to be unable to break through to the immortal rank even if he regretted it. The absolute genius Burin, because she split her energy to study the time origin law, delaying herself, she was quickly surpassed by Luo Fong. Hence, Zhou Hao was mentally prepared for the speed of training the time origin law. And to be able to train the 1,000-layered waves to the first level in half a year was already not bad in his opinion. He shook his head, suppressing his thoughts. He began to think about the GU Lune Universe Kingdoms auction. Calculating the time, it was now July 10, 2062. The Ganwu Universe Kingdom auction that happens once every 3 years would be held in a few months. Chapter 77, half a month later, Black Dragon Mountain Empire's direct subordinate Starfield, a planet docked at a port. AC-9 grade ship passed through the port's reception signal and slowly docked. Very quickly, a black-haired youth walked out. It was Zhou Hao who had rushed over from Bailan Star, and the reason he came here was naturally to sign in at the Universe Star River Bank. The Ice Mountain Beast body was able to obtain a 3-star customer status on Water Spring Star. Naturally he would be able to obtain the same rewards at the Universe Star River Bank of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Compared to Jade Rock Star, the direct subordinate Universe Star River Bank had many universe levels entering and exiting. However, star levels like Zhou Hao were rare. When he entered, he attracted quite a bit of attention. System, sign in, ding, congratulations to the host, for obtaining a 3-star customer account. Quote, ding, congratulations to the host, for obtaining 10 million Ganwu dollars. Quote, ding, congratulations to the host, for obtaining 10 million Black Dragon dollars. Quote, as expected, there was almost no difference in the rewards. The moment he finished signing in, his Universe Star River Bank account was automatically upgraded to 3-star customer status. What followed was a large amount of advertisements and emails, like helping to manage a planet's territory, financial investments, all sorts of top-tier services etc. At the same time, the Virtual Universe Company also sent an invitation to the Ganwu auction. Hello, from the moment you become a 3-star customer, the next Ganwu auction will be held in 4 months. Regarding the details of the auction, please check the email attachment. Virtual Universe Company. Zhou Hao finished checking the email, his expression calm. Other than signing in, he had one more thing to do, which was to use his 3-star customer account to entrust the Universe Star River Bank to sell a large amount of things. After all, whether it was attending the auction or training in the killing fields, they all required quite a bit of money. Previously at Horned Dragon Star's strange treasure shop, he had sold over 600 billion Black Dragon dollars, and had spent half of it on the planet. After giving Hong, Luo Fong and Thunder God a sum of money each, the remaining wasn't even enough for the auction. There were quite a number of warriors from the direct subordinate planets who came to do business, however most of them directly went through the self-service channels and entered the self-service rooms. It was very simple. Zhou Hao also entered one of the rooms. Please enter your account number. 3721, 8832, 9110. Zhou Hao immediately reported his account number. Whoosh, the ordinary room became a luxurious room. Although a 3-star client's status wasn't as prestigious as a 5-star client, the corresponding service was still very good. Those who could reach the 3-star client threshold were basically all Sector Lord level warriors. Dear customer, hello, I am the AIO127881 at your service, the AI robot that appeared in the room said. Zhou Hao immediately said, I need to deal with some items. Esteemed customer, our Universe Galaxy Bank has a specialized service for entrusted items. Please enter the information of the item you wish to entrust. Zhou Hao directly entered a large pile of items, such as the mech race spaceship, rank 4 middle grade, top grade telekinesis weapon, rank 5 origin power weapon, etc. Among them, the main one was the mech race spaceship. He had obtained quite a few of these in Bermuda, but most of them were C grade. There weren't many D grade, and there was only one E grade. Other than keeping the automaton Undying ship for himself, he sold everything else. After the input was completed, the AI machine said, do you have the requested item with you? The Universe Star River Bank in the virtual universe didn't have such a process, but in reality it did. Some customers were not assured and went directly to the bank. Yes, the AI machine said, please wait for a minute. A minute passed. A metal box automatically extended from the wall of the room. The AI service robot said, dear customer, please sign the contract in the metal box first, and then put the requested item into the box. The details are as follows. Put your spatial item into the box, and use your consciousness to take out the item from the spatial item. Zhou Hao immediately followed the procedure. A total of 57 items, he estimated the total value to be around 15 to 17 mixed elements. The main thing was that the D-grade ship was much cheaper than the E-grade ship. If it was an E-grade undying, even if he sold one, he would be able to get thousands of mixed elements. Esteemed customer, the Universe Star River Bank has a purchasing service. May I ask if you would like to entrust an auction or purchase service? The first option, we will immediately send your item to the various universe countries to auction, and we will charge a processing fee of 1/1000th. The second option, the Universe Star River Bank will appraise your item. The AI robot said, if I entrust an auction, how long would it take? Zhou Hao asked. The Ganwu auction was still 4 months away, the Jiyu Lun auction was also 4 months away. If the time for an auction was too long, he could only choose to purchase the item. The AI robot replied, esteemed customer, the time for an auction is very short, the longest would not exceed a month. I choose to entrust an auction. The Universe Star River Bank's efficiency was very high. When Zhou Hao had just returned to buy Land Star from the Direct Administration planet, his bank account had already received the payment for 57 items. A total of 18 trillion universe dollars, which was 18 mixed elements. It was even higher than his estimate. This was normal. After all, the price of an auction fluctuated greatly. If it was a purchase, it would basically be the standard price. 18 mixed elements should be barely enough. I can't afford anything too expensive right now. As he muttered to himself, he immediately transferred 8 mixed elements to the giant star beast's bank account and left 10 mixed elements for his human avatar. After which, he once again transferred 10 billion Ganwu dollars to Hong, Thunder God and Luo Fong. When he returned to Earth, Hong, Thunder God and Luo Fong directly came knocking on his door. Damn, 3D, are you crazy? Where did you get so much money? Thunder God stared. Hong and Luo Fong also stared closely at Zhou Hao. 10 billion Ganwu dollars, this was definitely a huge amount of wealth. The Yunmo planet owner Hu Yanbo left Luo Feng's first account, which was also this number. In the killing fields, with Hong's current star level 1 strength, he had to pay 2 million Black Dragon dollars a day, equivalent to 1400 Ganwu dollars, and 10 billion Ganwu dollars was enough for him to stay in the killing fields for a long time. Before this, they were still thinking of ways to earn money. In the end, not long after, Zhou Hao actually directly transferred them so much money. Zhou Hao waved his hands, don't look at me, I'm completely emptied now. Hearing this, Hong and the other two instantly understood. Thunder God was speechless. 3D, we have enough money on us for now, you don't have to sell anymore, some things are hard to buy back after being sold. Hong and Luo Feng nodded. Babada even said in Luo Feng's mind, Luo Feng, don't learn from Zhou Hao. Luo Feng secretly rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that even if he wanted to learn, it wasn't like he couldn't. Zhou Hao waved his hands, don't worry, I'm not stupid, those things that I can't use are a waste, why not just sell them, and keep those that are suitable for me? That's fine. Hong and the other two finally understood. Thunder God started to shout, 3D, how much did you sell for? You actually transferred 10 billion to each of us. Hong and Luo Feng once again looked at Zhou Hao. That's a bit much, Zhou Hao said embarrassedly, barely enough to meet the Universe Galaxy Bank's 3-star customer threshold. Chapter 78, Thunder God rubbed his bald head, muttering, Big brother, what are the requirements to become a 3-star customer of the Universe Galaxy Bank? Hong shook his head, I don't know either, let me check. Saying that, his consciousness entered the virtual universe and began to check. Luo Feng anxiously asked Babada in his mind. Babada pursed his lips, but his tone was obviously shocked. To become a 3-star customer of the Universe Galaxy Bank, you need to have 10 mixed elements in your account. What's a mixed element? Luo Feng was confused. That's a unit used for large transactions between undying. Babada replied. At this time, Hong's eyes stared wide open. My god, 3D, What exactly did you sell? It's actually worth so much. Thunder God anxiously asked. Big brother, quickly tell me what the requirements are. The minimum requirement for a 3-star customer of the Universe Galaxy Bank is 10 mixed elements. If it's exchanged for universe dollars, it's 10 trillion universe dollars, and 1 universe dollar can be exchanged for 3,000 Ganwu dollars. Hong said solemnly. Thunder God was shocked at first, his eyes widening. Damn. Doesn't that mean 3D sold it for 300 trillion Ganwu dollars? Quote. Hong nodded, laughing mockingly, taking away the trillions of Ganwu dollars at the back. That means 3D has 300 million worth of assets, giving each of us $100. Zhou Hao listened, and couldn't help but laugh loudly. Thunder God's eyes were red. Damn, 3D, you nouveau riche are too stingy. Hurry, I want to drink. No, I want to drink the best wine in the Black Dragon Mountain Island in the virtual universe. What, now you don't mind that I gave you too much? Zhou Hao teased. Hee, my dear third brother, if you give me another $100, I won't mind. Thunder God sat down beside Zhou Hao, hugging Zhou Hao's shoulders. Zhou Hao made a face of disdain. Shoo, when you finish spending, we'll talk again. Hong and Luo Fong both laughed. Now I can finally have a good time in the killing fields. Hong's expression relaxed. By the way, did you guys go to the slaughterhouse's decisive battle space? These days, I've been perfecting my secret technique domain. I feel that it's about time for me to go to the decisive battle space. Thunder God shook his head. I still haven't gone to the slaughterhouse's decisive battle space. Luo Fong shook his head. Me neither. After they discovered that they could set up opponents of different levels in the killing field, they were frantically perfecting their secret techniques and movement techniques. They didn't even have time to go to the decisive battle space. Hong, Thunder God, and Luo Fong all looked at Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao shrugged. Don't look at me, I don't have one either. Hong laughed and said, that's great. The 4 of us can enter the decisive battle space together and see who gets the highest evaluation first. Let's compete then. I'll bet 10,000 Ganwu coins on myself. Thunder God immediately took out the wager. That's fine too, it's interesting to raise the stakes. I'll bet 20,000 Ganwu dollars. Hong nodded. Luo Feng smiled and said, I bet 100,000 Ganwu coins. Zhou Hao said casually, I'll bet 100 million Ganwu coins. Damn, you all are so fierce. Thunder God was speechless. What are we fierce for? 3D is the one who's inhumane. Hong joked. Immediately, the 4 of them entered the virtual universe slaughterhouse together. After a while, Slaughterhouse Great Hall, the 4 of them sat together, complaining, us 4 of Earth's strongest, this is the first time we've entered the decisive battle space. We actually applied for opponents and nobody even bothered. Luo Feng shook his head. No choice, who asked us to be newbies? We don't have any evaluations. We'd better get our evaluations up first, then it'll be easier to find opponents. The 4's current strength. Hong was a star level 1 fighter. Thunder God was a star level 2 fighter. Luo Feng's human clone was a Star Traveler level 6 fighter. Star Traveler level 9 Spirit Reader. The Golden Horn Beast's main body was a star level 3. Zhou Hao was a star level 9 fighter, star level 9 Spirit Reader. Hong nodded. 4th brother is right, let's start with the evaluation of the 1-star opponents. Alright, by the way, what are your names? Thunder God asked. I'm called War God. Luo Feng and Zhou Hao said together, shameless. Hong laughed. I'm called Assassin, I've picked up a new job. Luo Feng, what about you? Me, Madman. Luo Feng replied. Deep down he was a crazy adventurer. After possessing the Golden Horn Beast, he became even crazier and more bloodthirsty. 3D, what about you? Thunder God asked. Zhou Hao thought for a while and said, I'll be called Invincible. Damn, Luo Feng, Thunder God and Hong were all speechless. 3D, your name is even more shameless than Thunder God. Thunder God laughed loudly. It's not shameless, it's just that people hate it. 3D, with your name, if you were to fight a few battles, there'd definitely be many people looking for you to battle. Zhou Hao curled his lips. There are even people who call themselves number 1 in the universe. Calling myself invincible isn't too much, right? Not at all. Luo Feng and the other 2 laughed secretly. Shua. The 4 immediately began to send out invitations, starting from the lowest rated 1-star to 2-star opponents. Killing field. In the endless grassland space, there was a black metal arena. 10 kilometers long and 10 kilometers wide. A youth dressed in red armor stood in the arena, looking at the black-haired youth, speechless. "Hey, you punk, you're even more high-profile than me. My name is number 1 fighter, and I already think it's high-profile, yet you actually named yourself invincible. Impressive, admirable." Zhou Hao said indifferently, "Cut the crap, let's begin." The red-armored youth snorted, "I gave you face and you didn't want it. A newbie, today I'll let you experience the cruelty of the universe." Su. He stepped onto the arena and rushed towards Zhou Hao at an extremely fast speed. Zhou Hao stood in place without moving. With a wave of his hand, the soaring shuttle turned into a golden light and swept out. The red-armored youth didn't even react until his head was pierced. Zhou Hao won one round. With his current strength, even if he only used the fire domain and relied on the soaring shuttle, it would be hard to find an opponent in the entire killing field space. Unless it was a genius who had comprehended a trace of origin law, perhaps they could force him to use a trace of fire origin law. And to force him to use the time origin law, there was basically no one in the entire killing field space. That was why he named himself invincible. Moreover, in the human universe, the more high-profile one was and the more outstanding one's performance, the more attention one would receive and the more resources one would receive. As for the upper echelons suppressing geniuses, completely non-existent. Pooh. On the arena in the fire environment, the soaring shuttle brought out a golden light that wreaked havoc. The opponent's spirit weapon couldn't withstand it at all, and very quickly the golden light pierced through his head. One battle after another, Zhou Hao practically crushed his opponents, and the battle didn't even last 10 seconds. Every opponent he met didn't even force his spirit weapon to change form. In a short half an hour, he won 200 rounds in a row. His rating crazily rose, and with all the victories and that high-profile name, it immediately attracted many high-rated warriors to challenge him. In the snow environment, large amounts of snowflakes floated down onto the arena in the middle. Zhou Hao looked at the lady in front of him. This was the first star level 9 spirit reader he had met that had an 8-star rating. "I've seen your battles. You're very strong. However, against me, I'll remind you to bring out your true strength. Otherwise." Su. A golden light swiftly streaked over. Before the lady finished speaking, she anxiously controlled her spirit weapon to block it. With a clang, her spirit weapon was swept away by the golden light. However, the lady's reaction was very fast. She immediately used her shield to block in front of her. Pong! The golden light exploded. The lady and her shield were sent flying, crashing into the side of the arena. Zhou Hao's calm face didn't change at all. "Not bad, you do have some strength. However, that's all." He raised his fingers. The soaring shuttle's demon dragon form crazily spun. The powerful ripping golden light once again swept over. Rumble! This star level 9 spirit reader and her shield were sent flying out of the arena. She spat out a large mouthful of blood, her figure gradually disappearing into the air. 3 hours later, Hong Lei Shen, Zhou Hao and the other two sat on the blood-red ceiling chairs in the hall. They had continuously fought for 3 hours in the battlegrounds. Everyone would feel tired. However, Zhou Hao was very relaxed. He didn't even use his true strength the entire time. Even when he met a 9-star level expert, he only slightly used his fire domain and easily crushed his opponent. After all, his law comprehension was too high. The deeper he delved into the origin laws, the stronger his consciousness would be, and his control over his spirit weapon would be even more exquisite. Adding on the fact that he had perfect control over the soaring shuttle, none of his opponents were law geniuses. Under all these circumstances, he didn't feel any pressure at all. However, he didn't feel that there was anything to be happy about. Without an opponent, he wouldn't be able to discover his own weakness. If he wanted to improve, he could only set up opponents with the same level of comprehension in the killing fields. However, there was a limit to this improvement. Thunder God drank his drink. "This is so satisfying. It's still better to fight in the battlegrounds with other experts. Even though I can still fight with opponents in the killing fields, there's no tension or pressure." Hong nodded. "That's right. When fighting with other experts, one would naturally go all out and do everything to win against a god-level opponent. However, when fighting with opponents that are set up, one would first feel that it's impossible to win. After all, the opponent is definitely stronger than oneself. Secondly, there's no pressure. When fighting, one would have the attitude of learning. This is the difference between the battlegrounds and the killing fields. Luo Fong walked out. Second brother, I haven't even fought to my heart's content and you called me out. Thunder God laughed. After fighting for so long, you should rest. How many stars are you? I'm only 3 stars, Luo Fong said helplessly. I've only challenged star level 9 spirit readers. Occasionally, there would be a star level. However, without an expert challenging me, my rating can't go up. What about you guys? How many stars are you? 6 stars, 7 stars, Thunder God and Hong said one after another. Zhou Hao said, I'm 9 stars. Thunder God spat out the drink he just drank. Third brother, why are you so fast? Zhou Hao said helplessly, at the start, I was the one who initiated the challenge. Later on, it was others who challenged me. Maybe the name is too high profile. Definitely. Thunder God was speechless. If I knew, I would have come up with an even higher profile name. Hong rolled his eyes. Thunder, only you would think that way. Third brother is too strong. If you don't believe me, you can check his information. Thunder God immediately opened Zhou Hao's information. His eyes opened wide. 765 wins. Speaking of which, I'm still 200 or so short of catching up to Sanjiang. So, the day after tomorrow, Friday noon. I'll talk about my thoughts then. Those who are willing to support me, please support me. Those who aren't, I won't force you. Chapter 79. How many matches? Luo Fong, who was drinking his drink, could not help but stare with his eyes wide open. Thunder God repeated word by word, 765 matches. Luo Fong was speechless as he looked at Zhou Hao. Third brother, it has only been 3 hours and you have already fought 765 matches. This is too fast. Hong also stared at Zhou Hao, his voice carrying a trace of shock. On average, there are close to 4 matches per minute, 10 plus seconds per match. See, the 3 of them took in a deep breath as they spoke. Star-level battles are very fast, especially crushing matches. Usually, victory and defeat would be decided in just one exchange. When the evaluation was low, the 3 of them would basically take an average of 20 seconds for a match. But as the evaluation increased, the number of experts they would meet would increase. At this time, the battle duration would be extended. Towards the end, when they meet 6 or 7 star Jade's opponents, the number of matches would increase and the time would also increase. Zhou Hao maintained an average of 10 plus seconds per match. This meant that he was crushing his opponents the entire time. Even if the opponent was an 8 or 9 star Jade's expert, it would still be the same. Damn, third brother, you are getting more and more perverted. Thunder God could not help but punch Zhou Hao's shoulder. I think you might as well change your name to Invincible Perverted. Hong recovered from his shock and could not help but laugh and tease, indeed worthy of the name Invincible. Third brother, you are indeed worthy of it. Luo Fong nodded. That's right, indeed worthy of the name Invincible. Zhou Hao rolled his eyes speechlessly. You guys are mocking me, right? Thunder God said with an exaggerated tone, we don't dare. Hong and Luo Fong instantly laughed. The 4 of them chatted for a while and quickly entered the killing field battle arena. Although Luo Fong and the other 2 were joking around with Zhou Hao, but the strength that Zhou Hao displayed still gave them a lot of pressure. Thus the 3 of them became even crazier in the killing field. One after another, arranged battles. The 3 of them were simply crazy as they fought non-stop. Under such circumstances, each of their evaluations skyrocketed. Other than the main hall, the slaughterhouse also had meditation rooms used for resting. While the ratings of Zhou Hao and the other 3 were rising crazily, one of the meditation rooms welcomed 3 white-robed men and women. My lord, the 3 of them said respectfully. The tall and sturdy man was precisely the Region Lord Ming Yu, and he'd been instructed by the person in charge of the slaughterhouse, Man Luo, to observe Zhou Hao's group of 4 whose evaluations had been constantly rising. Ming Yu looked at the white-robed sword man. Go test that madman's strength. Yes, sir. Ming Yu then looked at the star level 1 white-robed female fighter. Go test the strength of the martial god and assassin. The female warrior with a serious expression nodded. Ming Yu finally looked at the star level 9 tall and sturdy man wielding the huge axe. You go challenge the one called Wudi. The man with the giant axe muttered, Invincible. Ming Yu smiled and said, he is very strong. Don't be careless. Yes, sir. The 3 of them were the Virtual Universe Company's Ganwu Department's special elites from Black Dragon Mountain. However, the special elites were separated into levels. The white-robed female fighter's strength was obviously stronger than the white-robed skinny youth, and the huge axe tall and sturdy man was the strongest, and his strength was also the strongest. Slaughterhouse. Decisive battle space. Different from the original scenario, this time the skinny youth fought against Luo Fong. The youth had 3 domains. Even though Luo Fong had possessed the golden horn beast and his consciousness was extremely strong, and he was familiar with the soaring shuttle, against a domain warrior, he still lost in the end. And Hong and Thunder God, against the white-robed female fighter who had comprehended a thread of origin laws, didn't even have a chance to resist. They were toyed with the entire time, losing miserably. Thunder God felt depressed. Hong frowned as he concluded the battle. Within the endless lush forest, on the black arena. It was drizzling. A tall and sturdy man with a huge axe on his shoulder looked at Zhou Hao opposite him, grinning, daring to use the name Invincible. "You are very interesting. I just don't know if you will be able to take on my first axe." Zhou Hao squinted his eyes. This tall and sturdy man before him was different from any of his previous opponents. He had an incomparably strong aura of confidence about him. However, in the entire Ganwu Universe Kingdom, no one of the same level was worthy of his attention. "Make your move, let's hope your strength is as strong as you boast." Rumble. The tall and sturdy man took a step and crossed a distance of a few thousand meters, stepping on the arena and rushing towards Zhou Hao. Every step he took was incomparably heavy, causing the black arena to tremble. Zhou Hao's eyebrows twitched, laughing within. He already understood that this tall and sturdy man before him should be the special elite that Man Luo ordered Mingyu to send to test him. Dang, a thought flashed past his mind. His star level 9 spirit energy swiftly used on the upgraded soaring shuttle. Shoo shoo shoo. The devil dragon form transformed into a ray of golden light and swept out. However, this time, the tall and sturdy man directly chopped down with his axe, accurately predicting the direction of the golden light and directly causing the soaring shuttle to disintegrate. "Haha, is that all you have?" The tall and sturdy man laughed loudly. He had already flashed to a distance of a few thousand meters in front of Zhou Hao. In another 2 or 3 steps, he would be able to reach Zhou Hao's side. Once a spirit reader was approached by a warrior, the result was usually without any suspense. Normally under these circumstances, the spirit reader would control another spirit weapon and quickly use a movement technique to dodge, once again widening the distance between them and the warrior. However, Zhou Hao stood in his original position without moving. The tall and sturdy man even thought that Zhou Hao was frightened by his attack. In 2 steps, he stepped in front of Zhou Hao. "It's over." The huge axe chopped down. Zhou Hao's figure instantly disintegrated. However, the tall and sturdy man's eyes widened. Afterimage. "Not good." Quote. His reaction was extremely fast. The huge axe in his hand immediately blocked in front of his head. Dang. All he saw was a streak of golden light with flames flying over like lightning. The tall and sturdy man used his huge axe to block it. However, this attack contained the fire origin laws. The attack power was extremely tyrannical and carried a burning intent. The tall and sturdy man was directly knocked back close to 100 meters. After stabilizing his body, he immediately felt his hands go numb. A wave of heat burned him. It was so hot that he wanted to throw away the huge axe in his hand. However, at this time, he stared deadly at the black-haired youth standing not too far away. "Fire origin laws. It's definitely fire origin laws." Zhou Hao at this time said indifferently, "It's over." The tall and sturdy man's expression changed. Beside him, there was a lifelike flame peacock surrounded by golden threads. In an instant, a flaming golden light engulfed it. Mingyu, who was watching this battle, revealed a shocked expression. No wonder he dares to call himself invincible. Star level 9 to be able to sense the fire origin laws, and his comprehension level is so deep. There aren't many geniuses like this in the entire Ganwu Universe Kingdom. He immediately stood up and walked out of the meditation room. His figure flashed and he arrived at the corner of the Killing Fields Hall. The person in charge of the Killing Fields was the green-skinned old man Luo. He casually said, "It's over. How did these 4 fellows choose?" Quote, "Sir, I haven't met them yet. There's been a change in the situation." Ming Yu immediately recounted the battle between the tall and sturdy man and Zhou Hao. Man Luo's turbid eyes immediately lit up. They actually found a law genius here. Chapter 80. The Killing Fields had the goal of finding and nurturing geniuses. As the person in charge, if Man Luo was able to find and recruit an elite genius, he would gain quite a bit of points from the virtual universe company. However, elite geniuses were hard to come by. He had been in the killing fields for tens of thousands of years and hadn't found many. Ming Yu said respectfully, "Congratulations, Lord." Man Luo's wrinkled face revealed a smile, finding an elite genius is indeed not bad. Ming Yu hesitated for a while and said, "Lord, while watching the battle, I noticed that this genius who comprehended the fire origin laws didn't seem to be using his full strength." "Oh." Man Luo looked at Ming Yu, "Your opponent is?" Ming Yu hurriedly said, "An elite seed from the Ganwu department." Man Luo closed his eyes. Ming Yu didn't dare disturb him and stood aside obediently. Very quickly, Man Luo opened his eyes. They were filled with excitement. "Haha, this genius fire origin law comprehension definitely exceeds most domain lords. Even in the Ganwu department, he would be nurtured as a core genius. Who knows, he might even be able to enter the virtual universe company's secret regions." Ming Yu's eyes were filled with shock. He was very clear on how high the standards of the virtual universe company's headquarters were for geniuses. Even the core geniuses of the Ganwu department couldn't even enter the lowest secret region. "No, such a genius cannot be missed. I'll personally recruit him." Man Luo stood up. "What, Lord, aren't you placing too much importance on him?" Ming Yu was shocked. "You don't understand how important such a genius is." Man Luo stared at Ming Yu and sighed, "If it wasn't for the department not being able to transfer over better geniuses, I would have wanted to completely test out this punk's strength." His foresight was much better than Ming Yu's. He could easily see that during the battle, Zhou Hao didn't even use 10% of his strength. Zhou Hao left the killing fields and came to the main hall to see Thunder God sighing. Hong and Luo Fong were frowning in deep thought. "What's wrong? Why are all of you frowning?" He sat down and asked casually. "We were shocked and lost badly." Thunder God shook his head. "We met a white-robed female fighter who mocked me and Big Brother the entire time." Zhou Hao laughed. "Let me see your battle." Then, he clicked on Hong and Thunder God's information and watched the videos. Indeed, the two of them didn't even have a chance to fight back. "Sanzi, how is it? With your strength, do you have the confidence to defeat this white-robed female martial artist?" Hong couldn't help but ask. Among the four of them, they all knew that Zhou Hao was very strong. Zhou Hao said softly, "It's normal for you to lose to her. This white-robed female martial artist should have comprehended a trace of origin source laws." Luo Fong raised his head. "Origin laws? That's right. Big Brother and Second Brother both have domains. Under normal circumstances, only 8th and 9th stage domain martial artists can vaguely sense the fluctuations of the universe's origin laws. Therefore, it's not surprising that you lost," Zhou Hao explained. Thunder God and Hong suddenly understood. F***CK, I originally wanted to sum up my experience and get back at you. Now that I've heard Third Brother's words, there's no chance at all. I'm only at the first layer of the domain realm. I'm still far from reaching the 8th layer of the domain realm, not to mention the universe origin laws." Thunder God said dejectedly. Hong laughed bitterly. "I have a 3rd layer of the domain realm. I don't have a chance either." Luo Feng looked at Zhou Hao and asked, "Third Brother, do you have confidence in defeating this white-robed martial artist?" "I met an opponent who also comprehended the origin laws like this white-robed female martial artist. He didn't even make it past my second move." Zhou Hao didn't answer the question. Luo Feng and the other two immediately went silent. Thunder God was the first to react. "Third Brother, you're purely here to attack us." Zhou Hao was about to speak when a worker from the killing fields walked over. "The four of you, there's a meditation room owner who has invited you," the worker said. The four of them, other than Zhou Hao, were all curious. To be able to rest in a meditation room, one was at least a universe-level warrior. They didn't know why they were invited. Immediately, the four of them followed the worker to a meditation room on the 2nd floor. After entering, the four of them looked at the meditation room owner and were all shocked. Hong and Thunder God were even more shocked. They had personally seen this old man Man Luo teach a few universe-level 2-star mercenaries a lesson. Zhou Hao was shocked. Man Luo was actually personally welcoming them. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Man Luo, the person in charge of the killing fields. I also belong to the virtual universe company." Man Luo's wrinkled face had a smile. Hong, Luo Feng, Thunder God and the other two all shuddered. The person in charge of the killing fields, the virtual universe company. Each one had a huge background. Man Luo continued, ever since you all entered the killing fields, I've noticed that the Virtual Universe Company is searching for geniuses everywhere. As the person in charge here, I naturally have such a duty. The four of you aren't bad. You're a star level 1 with a third layer domain. Your comprehension isn't bad, you can barely be considered a level 1 elite. You're a star level 2 with a domain. That's not bad, you can be considered a level 3 elite. And you're a star traveler level 9 with a strong consciousness. Not bad too, you can be considered a level 3 elite. Quote. Man Luo then looked at Hong, Thunder God and Luo Fong. Finally, his gaze landed on Zhou Hao, his turbid eyes suddenly gleaming. As for you, you are very outstanding, a star level 9, not only have you crossed the threshold of fire origin laws, you have a deep understanding of them, definitely an elite seed. Hong, Luo Fong, Thunder God and the other two all looked at Zhou Hao. At this time, they only just realized that Zhou Hao had long ago entered the origin laws. Babada even beat his chest, too sick. Star level 9 and able to enter the origin laws, he's definitely a super genius. Luo Feng still had the mood to tease him, Babada, it's too late for you to regret now. Man Luo continued, the universe is incomparably vast, geniuses are endless. However, for a genius to grow, it's extremely hard. Under normal circumstances, a star field can only give birth to one domain lord. However, if one can obtain the guidance of a strong warrior and nurture with large amounts of resources, a star field can give birth to even more domain lords. Quote. Similarly, geniuses are the same. If they want to go further, they need a good nurturing environment. Our Virtual Universe Company is one of the 5 great leviathans of the universe. We have abundant resources and countless warriors. Internally, we have an excellent nurturing system. Hence, I formally invite you to join the Virtual Universe Company. Zhou Hao and the rest didn't speak. Babada used his mind to urge, Luo Feng, this is the Virtual Universe Company, one of the 5 leviathans of the universe. What are you hesitating for? Join, hurry up and join. Hong then asked, Sir, I wonder if joining the Virtual Universe Company, are there any obligations we have to take on? Man Luo smiled and explained, of course there are. If you join, the management will be very strict. As you are all weak, the company will need to spend resources to nurture you. Hence, everything has to be done according to the company. After Hong heard, he hurriedly asked, then what about outside? Man Luo continued, outside, there will be more freedom. However, the resources and benefits you will receive will be very little. As he said this, he glanced at Zhou Hao, such an outstanding genius like you, if you are nurtured by the company, the chances of you breaking through and becoming a warrior will be very high. Hong originally wanted to say that they would join outside, but seeing this, he hesitated. Zhou Hao directly said, Sir, can you give us some time to consider? Man Luo smiled, of course. Man Luo specially arranged for them to enter a meditation room. The moment the workers left, Thunder God said, Third brother, what's there to hesitate about? Although we can enjoy more benefits internally, didn't you hear what that sir said? The company will be very strict. Why did we become warriors? Isn't it for freedom and to control our own destiny? The stronger one was, the more they didn't want to be restricted. Hong frowned, Thunder, we can choose outside, but third brother is different. He is an elite seed. Furthermore, that sir's attitude towards third brother was obviously different. This means that third brother's potential is very strong. Outside is freedom, but everything has to be fought for. The difficulty of growth is countless times higher than joining a power and receiving nurturing. Thunder God didn't make a sound. Zhou Hao however smiled, all right, big brother and second brother, you don't have to think for me. Since everyone wants to join outside, let's have some freedom. Then we'll only join outside. However, Hong wanted to say something, but Zhou Hao raised his hand and interrupted, Big brother, I know what I'm doing. It was now August 28, 2062. From the Universe Pinnacle Genius Battle, there were only 3 years left. He could totally wait until the battle began and join the virtual universe as a core member. Joining the internal department now would only be at the Black Dragon Mountain department. After going through management training, he would be sent to the Ganwu department. This was a process that every universe country had to go through to recruit geniuses. Just like many large companies on Earth, the process was complicated. If he wanted to enter the virtual universe headquarters, he had to display his absurd space and time origin laws and attract the attention of the great beings. Then, he would be able to pass through this process. However, even if he was recruited by the Virtual Universe Company headquarters, he would still need 3 years to reach the Virtual Universe Company headquarters continent. And this was in the fastest case. Once he reached the headquarters continent, he wanted to enter the Primal Universe. He had to wait. The Primal Universe wasn't a place that he could enter just because he wanted to. And considering the fact that the Universe Pinnacle Genius battle would begin, the Virtual Universe Company headquarters would very likely allow him to wait until the battle ended and enter with the other geniuses. Hence, rather than joining the Virtual Universe Company early, he might as well wait for the battle 3 years later. That was a competition with the trillions of geniuses in the universe. Such a competition, Zhou Hao naturally didn't want to miss it. After a while, within Man Luo's meditation room, he frowned when he heard Zhou Hao and the others' final decision. Geniuses were all arrogant and didn't want to be restricted by anything. This was something he was very clear about. Most of the geniuses he recruited before, almost 80% of them chose outside. Only this time, it wasn't easy to meet a law genius like Zhou Hao. Man Luo really didn't want to miss it. Even though joining outside was also part of the Virtual Universe Company, it was far from joining the internal department. Why? He looked at Zhou Hao. He couldn't help but say, with your talent, becoming an internal member is the best choice. Zhou Hao immediately gave the reason, Lord, I wish to join the genius battle.